In the Gravelstone Desert, 3 female adventurers were running for their lives from a pack of level 3 demon wolves. To make matters worse, one of them, for some reason, tripped and fell flat on her face. The desert demon wolves closed in fast, leaping in the blink of an eye to pounce on her. She seemed to have fallen into despair, unable to run or fight back. But just then, a flash of light burst out, blinding everyone. All they knew was that when they came to their senses, one of the demon wolves had been taken down. It was knocked out in a single blow, a sharp blade having pierced the vicious monster's throat. Then, a mysterious person in a hooded cloak appeared. The female mage assumed this was the person who had saved her. She let out a silent sigh of relief, but then the system showed that this person was only level 1. Once again, she fell into despair. Just then, the young man pulled back his hood, revealing a handsome face and eyes filled with a cold, murderous aura. He muttered, "So, this is all a level 3 monster amounts to." The desert demon wolves paused for a moment after sensing a threat, but they quickly regained their ferocity and charged forward. The young man didn't hesitate, immediately drawing his sword and rushing forward. The two sides clashed like speeding arrows, and then, in the blink of an eye, the young man had finished them all off. The group of 3 level 3 adventurers was stunned. They had nearly lost their lives to this pack of demon wolves, this desert. And yet, a level 1 player like him had managed to defeat them, even taking on 4 at once. His attacks were effortless, a style completely unlike that of a novice. "Oh no, everyone, look!" the female mage suddenly screamed. Everyone looked where she was pointing, and felt a chill run down their spines as they realized dozens more desert demon wolves had gathered at some point. The 3 of them immediately made a run for it, but before leaving, the female leader of the squad didn't forget to warn the young man. "Hurry up and run. That's a pack of desert demon wolves large enough to wipe out an entire novice village. This is no joke. You'll be torn to shreds." But the young man just nodded slightly, a cocky and confident smirk on his face as he replied, "Is that so?" As he spoke, he held out his hand, and several cards appeared along with a system notification. Player Lin Yuan. Are you sure you want to summon skeleton warriors? Lin Yuan expressionlessly uttered a single word, confirm, to verify his command. The cards in his hand immediately shot forward. When they hit the ground, they created a massive magic circle that emitted an eerie blue light. And then, the ground began to crack. From below, white skeletons began to twist their way to the surface. These were level 3 skeleton warriors with 100 health points, 35 attack power, 5 defense power, and an active skill called Execution Slash. The army of white skeletons that Lin Yuan had just summoned was even more ferocious than the pack of desert demon wolves. He was extremely confident about that. Now, let's see who gets torn to pieces first. And so, the two sides immediately lunged at each other like monsters starved for a bloodbath. 15 minutes later, the entire pack of desert demon wolves, consisting of 16 wolves, had been completely annihilated by Lin Yuan's skeleton army. He received 160 experience points, along with 16 wolf fangs and 16 wolf pelts. The group of adventurers, hiding off to the side, watched this scene with their jaws dropped in astonishment. They never would have dreamed that Lin Yuan could accomplish such an impossible feat alone, especially when he was only a level 1 player. Once the danger had passed, the female mage in the group timidly approached to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me, are you a mage? The spell you just used seemed to be a summoning spell, right? I'm a mage too, but I've never seen a skill like yours." "Who said I was a mage?" Lin Yuan replied with extreme indifference. She wanted to ask what his real class was, but Lin Yuan just gave a mysterious smile, not intending to explain. Because his true class was Necro-Hunter, a forbidden class with an SSS-Rank talent called Shadow Summoning. Lin Yuan's background was also very special. He was originally a transmigrator from Earth. 3 years ago, a scientist observed a mysterious, colossal celestial body, named the Demon Star, suddenly appear near Earth. 3 months later, a mysterious company suddenly launched a virtual reality game called Immortal World, which surpassed the technology of the era, stunning the entire world. To participate in this game, users had to put on a virtual reality helmet, provided by the publisher. After that, they would enter another world with almost perfectly realistic sensations. Here, people were divided into different classes, and by continuously leveling up, they would gain enough power to fight the monsters in the game. At first, no one paid much attention. After all, it was just a game. But then, one day, some people in the real world also gained abilities like those in the game, and people began to call this group the Chosen. From that point on, a group calling themselves the Worshippers of the Cosmic Evil God emerged from the game into the real world, carrying out countless ruthless massacres against humanity. Lin Yuan's parents were also lost in the very first days of that disaster. To resolve the crisis, humanity gathered the strength of all the Chosen from around the world and fought back. But unfortunately, They were repeatedly defeated by the worshippers of the cosmic evil god and were forced to retreat step by step. Lin Yuan himself had died in that final decisive battle, but unexpectedly, just an hour ago, he was reborn right at the moment he first entered Immortal World. Furthermore, this time the system assigned him a unique forbidden class with an SSS-Rank talent. This made Lin Yuan believe that his rebirth came with a mission to protect both his family and the Earth. This urged him to quickly raise his level and strength. Returning to the present, he stood before the corpses of the wolf pack. Lin Yuan wasn't about to let such a valuable resource go to waste, so he used his shadow summoning technique on the corpses of these desert demon wolves. Instantly, the pack of wolves sprang back to life. They were able to stand, looking even more ferocious than before. The greatest feature of this forbidden class was that it gave Lin Yuan the physical constitution of a warrior. At the same time, he could use his shadow summoning to turn monster corpses into undead soldiers to fight for him. Moreover, these undead monsters not only inherited their levels and skills from when they were alive, but they also gained a new skill called Undead Body. This granted them immunity to certain negative status effects in combat. Lin Yuan also had another innate talent called the Gate of the Underworld, which allowed him to store the monsters resurrected by his shadow summoning in the underworld space, and the storage capacity would increase with the user's level. In other words, as long as Lin Yuan's level was high enough, he would command an unrivaled undead legion. As they watched Lin Yuan resurrect the corpses of the desert demon wolves and store them away, the three girls couldn't help but grimace. Their leader asked, "Is that reanimating the dead into zombies? Just who are you? Time is running out." Lin Yuan gave a cryptic reply because he knew that the Deathwolf Titan boss was about to appear in the shattered rock desert. But instead of being nervous, Lin Yuan was filled with anticipation. It was time for him to fight a boss. Soon after, the once clear desert sky was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning. Then, the sky cracked open, and the rift grew larger and larger, heralding the arrival of the Deathwolf Titan. Some people remembered, reading on the game's official website, that this boss's attack range was up to 50 meters, so the other players began to flee in a panic. However, not everyone was lucky enough to escape. The Deathwolf Titan was as terrifying as its name suggested. It was huge, powerful, and ferocious, and had just sent many players to their graves right after appearing. Although it was savage, no one dared to stand up and fight back, because this Lord-grade boss was level 6. Its health points, attack, and defense were all incredibly high. It was absolutely impossible for a single player to take it down. If players didn't team up and have a clear strategy, they were just asking to get wiped out. In Immortal World, every sensation felt incredibly real, so standing before the Deathwolf Titan, every player felt suffocated. They even thought that such a terrifying monster was impossible to defeat. But that didn't include Lin Yuan, because while all the other players were busy looking for a place to hide, he appeared, all by himself. The other players watched Lin Yuan's solitary advance, completely baffled as to what he was doing. Even though his eyes were filled with determination, Lin Yuan was still just a newcomer. They didn't believe he could even scratch that monster. In Immortal World, monsters were categorized from weakest to strongest as regular, elite, leader, lord, king, dominator, and divine grade. Among them, a lord-grade monster, despite being one of the lower-tier world bosses, was still a deadly threat to new players. Absolutely lethal. And yet, Lin Yuan had now stopped right in front of the Deathwolf Titan. The other players were horrified when they saw this, and someone couldn't help but yell, "Hey, are you crazy? Get back here. You're just a newbie. You're going to get yourself killed." Lin Yuan heard them but paid no mind, because in his eyes, this once terrifying level 6 world boss was nothing special anymore, and Lin Yuan was confident that he could handle it. The Deathwolf Titan was enraged to see a lone human standing in its way. Its jaws, still stained with the blood of other players, suddenly flew open. The boss had activated its active skill, Evil, Wolf's Howl. Before its roar, the ground rumbled violently as if it were about to split apart. Lin Yuan struggled to keep his footing amidst the storm. It didn't stop there. The Deathwolf Titan quickly lunged at him, wanting to finish its opponent in a single blow with another active skill called Deathclaw. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats, certain that Lin Yuan was about to die a horrible death, but he himself was remarkably calm. Lin Yuan remembered that in his past life, this level 6 Deathwolf Titan, with its boss buffs, had an actual health pool of 3,400 points and an attack power of 510. For the adventurers in the Shattered Rock Desert, back then, the highest level player was only level 3, so they could only stand a chance against it by fighting as a large group, and the Lin Yuan of the past life had nearly died in that group battle. But the him of this life, after countless bloody battles before, was no longer the same Lin Yuan of the past. As the monster's sharp claws were about to strike, Lin Yuan swiftly dodged to the side. Many players gasped in amazement at the sight, because Lin Yuan's speed was simply too fast. Having missed its pounce, the Deathwolf Titan grew even angrier. It officially entered an enraged state, becoming far more aggressive. But Lin Yuan didn't seem threatened at all. He placed a hand on the ground, opening a summoning circle for his gate of the underworld. As the gate swung open, Lin Yuan's powerful undead legion emerged. The sight astonished the crowd even more. It was the first time they had ever seen something so bizarre, and as the horde of undead monsters poured out, they were left wondering how Lin Yuan could single-handedly turn so many level 3 desert demon wolves into zombies. On his way here, Lin Yuan had been constantly grinding on smaller monsters, and had successfully reached level 3. At the same time, the storage limit of the gate, of the underworld, had reached 30. Although this made him arrive at the Deathwolf Titan's spawn point a bit later than other players, it didn't matter. According to the aggro mechanics in Immortal World, if the summoner is stronger than their summons, when both are present, the monster's primary target will be the summoner. It would only change its target if it was actively attacked by the summoned creatures. At this moment, the horde of demon wolves, Lin Yuan's zombies, were swarming the Death Howler wolf, attacking it relentlessly, which kept the Lord-level boss extremely busy fighting back. This was the exact opportunity Lin Yuan had been waiting for to charge in and attack. He was taking advantage of the aggro mechanic, right as the boss was about to strike his summons. He would then draw its attention to avoid too many casualties among his zombie horde. The sharp edge of Lin Yuan's sword sliced across the monster's body. It threw its head back and let out a pained howl. Immediately after, the Death Howler wolf's attention shifted back to Lin Yuan, and it began to ignore the zombies to chase after him. But at that very moment, Lin Yuan commanded his zombie army to attack it again, triggering the aggro mechanic once more. Continuing like this, over time, even an army of ants can bite an elephant to death. Although each zombie wolf only dealt 15 points of damage per bite, against the Death Howler wolf's 3,400 health points, it wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. The battle had been orchestrated by Lin Yuan from the very beginning, and it wasn't hard for everyone to see that. The Death Howler wolf's health was steadily dropping, while he looked completely at ease. They praised him in awe. Lin Yuan was truly too strong. But at the same time, a few scoundrels were staring at him with knowing smirks, clearly plotting something. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan had whittled down nearly all of the Death Howler wolf's health bar. By now, the boss only had 500 health points left, so he seized the opportunity. He unleashed a nearly fatal blow with his sword. Upon taking the hit, the Death Howler wolf immediately collapsed to the ground. It fell into a near-death state with only 10 health points remaining. Just then, those scoundrels rushed in from behind, as Lin Yuan's zombie army had been completely wiped out by the boss. So, they were waiting for this exact moment to rush in and steal the kill, snatching the prize right from Lin Yuan's hands. A few players in the back couldn't stand to watch this. They shouted loudly, warning him to be careful. But, unfortunately for those scoundrels, Lin Yuan wasn't someone to be trifled with. He turned his head, his expression colder than ever. With a single, sharp swing of his sword, the three scoundrels were sent flying. "They don't know their own limits," Lin Yuan muttered, his voice icy. Although the three of them got what they deserved, the onlookers couldn't help but feel shocked, partly because they couldn't believe that Lin Yuan could actually finish off all three level 3 rogues with a single strike. Just then, the Death Howler wolf, with its last bit of health, staggered to its feet behind Lin Yuan, but its fate was already sealed. He swung his sword for one more slash. This time, it was a true critical hit. The Death Howler wolf had been defeated. Lin Yuan initially received 480 experience points, along with a Soul Crystal Jade. He was genuinely curious to see what kind of rewards the very first world boss in the entire game would drop. A moment later, a Soul Crystal Jade fell from the monster's corpse, along with a silver chest. The Soul Crystal Jade was a gem containing soul power, and collecting enough of them would allow one to exchange them for legendary-grade equipment at the Eternal Council. However, players could only reach the Eternal Council after hitting level 60. It was the home of the elf tribe, and the only place where one could continue to level up. For now, that was still a long way off for Lin Yuan. However, this Soul Crystal Jade was the simplest path to obtaining legendary equipment in the Immortal World. Equipment grades were classified from lowest to highest as follows: Common White, Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Black Gold, Epic, Legendary, and Mythical. New players usually only had Common White equipment, and they rarely ever received Black Iron gear. 2 hours ago, based on his experience from his past life, Lin Yuan had used 2 warrior summons to lure the Black Sand Salamander, an elite-level monster, away from its post. Afterward, he luckily managed to pick up the bronze treasure chest it had been guarding. Inside was the Blackstone magic cloak, a bronze-grade piece of equipment that increased defense by 30 points, spirit by 10 points, and agility by 10 points. And now, for being the first to defeat a world boss, Lin Yuan received a Hunter title. Its effect, when equipped, was a 10% increase to attack power, a 10% increase to critical hit rate, and a 10% increase to magic damage in the Immortal World. Different titles could grant players different attributes or status effects. This Hunter title had some pretty good effects. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied. Finally, it was time to open the silver treasure chest, which contained a variety of items. First was the Silver Moon Sword, a silver quality item. This blade contained the energy of the moonlight, increasing attack power by 100 points, and the agility attribute by 10 points. Next was a ring called the Eye of Death, also of silver quality, which increased the spirit attribute by 40 points when equipped. Additionally, it came with the upgradable skill Corrosive Ray. At level 1, this skill dealt magic damage equal to 200% of corrosive damage to an enemy target. After that were consumables, namely a recovery potion that restored 20% of health and mana, a level 1 skill scroll that granted 100 skill proficiency points upon use, and a monster essence. This essence could be used for potion crafting or consumed directly, granting a 10-point increase to either strength, constitution, agility, or spirit. Lin Yuan's expression didn't change much, but inwardly, he was ecstatic. This was a massive haul. The game's first world boss really did give out generous rewards. At this time, his experience points were calculated, and Lin Yuan's data was updated by the system. He had leveled up from level 3 to level 4. Each time a player leveled up, they received 5 attribute points to distribute freely. This time, Lin Yuan put 3 points into spirit and 2 points into strength. After this level up, Lin Yuan's attributes were now the highest among all players in the Shattered Rock Desert. On top of that, the storage limit of his Gate of the Underworld had increased to 40 slots. Although all of Lin Yuan's zombie wolves had died in this battle, he had managed to obtain the corpse of the Death Howler wolf, so it wasn't at a disadvantage at all against Lin Yuan's power. The dire wolf stood up once again, and on top of its previous skills, it had learned a new one called Rage of the Undying, which increased the attack power of its allies by 10% and their critical hit rate by 20%. The deathly dire wolf truly lived up to its name as a world boss, possessing both wide area damage skills and significant crowd control abilities. Now that it was a zombie, besides the undead body effect, it even had a whole other skill. With the help of this zombie dire wolf, Lin Yuan was confident that he would soon be able to fully replenish the ranks within his Gate of the Underworld. Watching Lin Yuan turn a world boss into his personal zombie, then shoo it into the gate like he was chasing a chicken, the spectating players around couldn't stop gulping nervously. They felt that Lin Yuan was far more terrifying than any world boss, and when faced with his ice-cold gaze, they all automatically moved to the side, trying to pretend they didn't exist. The 3 bandits were dead, and they had dropped a black iron-grade sword, which was a pretty good weapon for new, low-level players. But Lin Yuan already had the Silver Moon Slash, so he picked up the sword and walked toward the group of lucky surviving players who were hiding behind some rocks. An incredibly tense atmosphere enveloped the group. They all thought Lin Yuan was coming over with the sword to finish them off, but they were too scared to even run. Lin Yuan walked straight up to one player, the same one who had shouted a warning to him when the 3 bandits attacked. He asked, "You were the one who warned me just now, right?" "Ah, that." The player trembled, stuttering, unable to form a complete sentence. Losing patience, Lin Yuan didn't wait for the guy to finish and just shoved the sword into his hands. The young man froze, not understanding what Lin Yuan meant. "Thanks, you can probably make use of this." After saying that, he quickly left. The young man clutched the sword in his hand, staring blankly at Lin Yuan's departing figure, for a long time, while the other players quickly surrounded him in awe. "No way. He came all the way over here just to give you a sword?" Looking closely, they saw that the sword was indeed of black iron quality. Its current value is up to tens of thousands of yuan. 10 minutes later, while walking through the desert, Lin Yuan suddenly felt that something was off. This feeling, if he wasn't mistaken, meant his virtual reality helmet was out of battery. With no other choice, Lin Yuan had to log out of Immortal World and temporarily return to the real world. On the computer screen in front of him was still the game's interface. Immortal World was a hyper-realistic panoramic game divided into multiple login regions based on country. Additionally, each login region contained various in-game nations. To give players a diverse range of choices, take the Elpaz region where Lin Yuan was, for example. It was divided into 4 nations: the Western Desert, Ancient Kingdom, the Southern Turtle Empire, the Northern Underworld Empire, and the Tidal Archipelago. After being reborn, Lin Yuan made the exact same choice as in his previous life, which was to be born in the Western Desert Ancient Kingdom, because in his past life, before he died, he had discovered a secret. Lin Yuan suddenly recalled the stone on the chest of someone he had once seen. That yellow gemstone was the emblem of a guild from the Western Desert Ancient Kingdom. Why was the first follower of the Starry Sky evil god a human player? Lin Yuan sat in his chair, his fingers lightly brushing his chin, his eyes lost in thought. I remember that the first follower was the key figure in summoning the evil god to the Azure planet. As that thought flashed through his mind, his expression immediately darkened. A cold glint passed through the depths of his eyes. There were still 3 years until the evil god's descent. If he could eliminate that Padisai person within that time, perhaps he could prevent the tragedy from repeating itself. Lin Yuan let out a soft sigh. Is that emblem the only clue I have? In the dim light, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking. Only the guild in the main city of the Western Desert used yellow gemstones. The requirement to enter the main city was to reach level 10. If I want to expose this old rat's identity, I have to level up as fast as possible. Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused, as if he remembered something. That's right. He opened the system panel that appeared before him. A blue light flickered, and a wave of blue energy enveloped the space in front of him. Lin Yuan had actually summoned a swarm of skeletons. In the palm of his hand, an object was crushed by him. Some players in Immortal World, from the moment they entered the game, were able to bring their in-game powers into the real world to use. Such people were called the Chosen Ones. The Chosen Ones were also known as the Favored by Heaven. Each Chosen One possessed a powerful hidden class and an extremely high luck stat, serving as the main fighting force against the evil god. In the final stages, Lin Yuan faintly recalled that in his previous life, he had only received his character's abilities when the disaster on the Azure planet erupted in the real world. But this time, it had happened much, much earlier. He pressed his lips together, his facial muscles tensing to hide the surging emotions within him. It seems this forbidden class, the Death Hunter, is truly not simple. I just don't know how this differs from the hidden classes possessed by the Chosen Ones. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted Lin Yuan's train of thought. He walked over and stopped in front of the door. Right. At this time, it's... In front of Mr. and Mrs. Lin was a table of hot food. Mr. Lin's face was full of confusion. Lin Yuan, what is all this? Lin Yuan placed a plate of chicken in the center. It's all ready. Let's eat. Mrs. Lin picked up her chopsticks and patted her husband's shoulder with a pleased look. Old Lin, don't you see? This is a rare occasion. It's from Lin Yuan's heart. Why aren't you eating? Mr. Lin nodded. All right. Lin Yuan stood there, watching the happy smiles on his parents' faces. It's a common human trait to only realize the meaning of something after it's lost, and then try to make up for it. Lin Yuan remembered how he used to hole himself up in his room, playing games. In my past life, I was in a daze, ignoring these peaceful days. An argument echoed in his memory. If this child continues to be so obsessed with games, he'll be completely ruined. Can't you say less? You'll just upset Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan witnessed his parents die in front of him, and only when the disaster took everything away did his heart break with regret. Realizing his past ignorance, he stood there, pupils shrinking as tears welled up in his eyes. Back in the present, Lin Yuan sat down and served them food. It's Sunday. Isn't Lin Dan coming home for dinner? Mrs. Lin asked cheerfully as she popped a piece of meat into her mouth. Lin Dan said she's been preparing for her mock exams, so she brought lunch to school to study. That's right. When you have time, you should bring her a meal. Packed lunches are never as good as freshly cooked food. Taking a bite, she showered him with praise, surprised that Lin Yuan now knew how to cook. These chicken wings are delicious. Old Lin, don't you dare fight me for them. He doted on her. All right, they're all for you. Mr. Lin watched his son's actions with a hint of confusion. Lin Yuan smiled and placed some food on his plate. From now on, I'll learn to cook other dishes too. Hearing this, both of them stopped eating in stunned silence. Mrs. Lin was moved to tears, while Mr. Lin just smiled gently and nodded. In the following days, he began high-intensity physical training. In the future, to better control the power brought by the game into the real world, he needed a strong physical foundation. Lin Yuan relentlessly pounded the punching bag to increase his physical condition. The next few days, he went running. Lin Yuan raised his watch to check the time. 50 meters in 5.5 seconds. Not bad. But there's still a lot of room for improvement. Sweat poured down his face as if he were tireless. It was time to head home. Instantly, the system interface lit up, opening a strange, brilliant, and mysterious new space. A stream of energy surrounded him. It slowly guided Lin Yuan through the new space. You have entered the Shattered Rock Desert. Under the dim light, birds were flying low, skimming across the ground. They swooped quickly over his head, accompanied by piercing shrieks. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze scanning the sky above. A screeching hornbill dove from above, its speed like a tearing wind as it shot straight for him. It opened its beak full of sharp teeth, and at the same time, the system announced, Common Screeching Hornbill, level 2, 40 health, 20 attack, 2 defense, skill, peck, attacking Lin Yuan. He casually raised his sword in one clean motion, slicing it in two before it could even cry out. You have slain 3 Screeching Hornbills. You have received 15 experience points. He shook his head with a cold, disdainful look. Only 15 experience points. But something flashed in the corner of Lin Yuan's eye, a green light spreading throughout the creature's body. Suddenly, a giant foot with sharp claws emerged from the shadows. A pack of desert ghost wolves slowly approached, their red eyes gleaming in the yellow sand. He stood silently behind a rock, observing every movement ahead. As expected of one of the desert ghost wolves' favorite prey, it had immediately attracted such a large pack of wolves. From his clothes, Lin Yuan took out a potion and swiftly uncorked it. He stood before them and, without a moment's hesitation, drank it all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan shot forward, his speed like a whirlwind tearing through everything in his path. Monster Essence. Item used, all attributes, +10. At that moment, a desert ghost wolf lunged at him, claws slashing with terrifying force. Time to continue the warm-up. Lin Yuan moved in a straight line, the sword in his hand flashing like lightning as it swept through, cleanly severing their heads. You have successfully slain 4 desert ghost wolves. Before he could even catch his breath, 2 more desert ghost wolves lunged at him with their claws. He rushed forward, his sword swinging decisively for a quick finish. You have successfully slain 10 desert ghost wolves. Lin Yuan's feet touched the ground, using the force to steady himself. Growls and hisses echoed endlessly from the pack. The desert ghost wolves changed their strategy. They surrounded him from all directions. Lin Yuan's breathing became heavier. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, his eyes radiating a cold, commanding aura. Right on time, Lin Yuan advanced, his sword flashing as it cut through them. Blood splattered with every slash. You have successfully slain 20 ghost wolves. You have successfully slain 30 desert ghost wolves. You have successfully slain 40 desert ghost wolves. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. The lead wolves stepped into the opening gate of the underworld. After the 2 battles, the number of demon slayers in the gate of the underworld had been fully replenished. Upon his return, the system suddenly rang with a notification. Player, Lin Yuan. Level, 5. Class, Necro-Hunter. Forbidden talents, Shadow Summoning, Gate of the Underworld. 50 out of 50. Strength, 22. Constitution, 20. Agility, 45. Spirit, 48. Experience, 38 out of 1,252. His eyes glanced down at his stats, including the monster essence that increased 4 attributes. My current combat power should be enough to solo an elite monster of the same level. As the dust settled, Lin Yuan looked straight at the city. Well then, it's about time I go find that person. In a town called Black Cart Town, amidst the bustling crowd, Lin Yuan walked with an icy expression. He stopped in front of a small house. The door was slowly pushed open, and the light from outside illuminated the space within. A red-faced man holding a jug of wine asked, "Who is it?" It was QC, the mage instructor in Black Sand Town. Lin Yuan stepped inside and announced, "Master QC, I've come to learn skills." In Immortal, skills were usually obtained from skill books dropped by monsters and treasure chests. But besides that, each class had a corresponding novice instructor responsible for teaching skills. He quietly recalled the past. This was his novice instructor. In his previous life, when he was a mage, QC had said in a drunken voice, "This is enough money to drink for the next half a month." Lin Yuan remembered his past self. In his past life, he was a mage. The Necro-Hunter is a forbidden class, but unfortunately, I know very little about it. However, in terms of combat style, it could also be considered a magic-based class. Lin Yuan calculated for a moment. Before obtaining the Necro-Hunter's exclusive skills, I should still be able to learn common mage skills. He took out a small pouch of money. I want to learn Soulfire, Healing Art, and Stealth Art. The money pouch vanished from Lin Yuan's hand and reappeared in QC's. Money talks. Seeing the bag full of coins, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. QC held out his hand, and a green ball of energy materialized in his palm. "Keep up the good work, young man. The glory of mages will shine brightly on your path." As soon as QC used the skill on him, the system's notifications chimed continuously. "Congratulations, player. You have received 3 mage class skills. Soulfire, Black Iron Tier, Level 1. Deals magic damage equal to 100% of your attack power to the target. Costs 10 mana, with a 10-second cooldown. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Black Iron Tier Healing Art, Level 1. Applies healing power to a target, restoring 10% of their health. Costs 10 mana, with a 3-minute cooldown. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Black Iron Tier Stealth Art, Level 1. Effect. Enters a stealth state that lasts for 5 seconds. Costs 10 mana, with a 3-minute cooldown. Proficiency 0 out of 100. Looking at the information on the system panel, Lin Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The Soul Fire art ensures long-range attack power, while the Healing art can heal both himself and his teammates. But these are just the most basic abilities. To learn more advanced skills, he'd have to find a way to get more resources. Time to head out and level up. He had just stepped into the Black Sand Mountains, east of Black Sand Town, when the system chimed in. Congratulations, player, you have discovered the Cobalt Mine. Lin Yuan recalled the relevant information. Kobolds were monsters around level 5 that lived in nearby caves and underground tunnels. They have a very sensitive sense of smell, can find enemies in the dark, and are cunning ambush predators. They usually gather in groups of about 100. He narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. Whether in terms of numbers or level, the kobolds are the most suitable monsters right now for leveling up his undead legion. Lin Yuan took out a potion he had bought from an NPC merchant half an hour ago. The system notification appeared again. Night Vision Potion. Effect. Provides the player with a 3-meter radius of vision in dark environments. Duration. 30 minutes. He stood by the entrance as human-sized desert demon wolf zombies appeared one after another. Besides leveling up, I can also use these kobolds to max out my proficiency in stealth art and soulfire art, and open a few chests at the same time. Lin Yuan pointed his torch forward, ordering them to go ahead and clear the path. A system notification popped up. Standard torch. Effect. Provides a 5-meter radius of vision. He and the desert demon wolf zombies slowly advanced deeper into the mountain. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuan and his undead were still walking through a long, dark tunnel. Suddenly, he stopped, his gaze becoming alert. There's movement. A moment later, Lin Yuan decisively threw the torch deeper into the cavern. The torch instantly illuminated the space, and the system chimed in again. Standard Kobold Miner. Level 5. Health. 120. Attack. 30. Defense. 6. Skills. Mining. Smashing. He thought to himself, there they are, kobold miners. The fire inside suddenly flared up, casting a brilliant red light all around. The pack of desert demon wolf zombies roared and charged forward like a sandstorm. Lin Yuan shot forward. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. The kobold miners gripped their weapons tightly. Baring their vicious fangs, they shrieked and charged. He rushed into the middle of the horde, his blade swinging relentlessly, each slash tearing through the air and cutting them down. Defeated kobold miner, ×2. They roared and charged in unison, their weapons slamming down on the desert demon wolf zombies, activating their smashing skill. On the other side, Lin Yuan decisively finished off several kobold miners. In just a few moves, he had defeated 8 kobold miners. Their individual combat strength isn't high, the key is to dodge their axes. No matter how many he cut down, they just kept coming. The horde of kobold miners raised their weapons in unison, screaming as they charged. A slight smile touched his lips as he silently mouthed a word. Stealth. He activated the stealth skill. Their axes swung through empty air, embedding deep into the ground and cracking it. From behind, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared, his entire body radiating a bone-chilling cold. Fools. I'm over here. Before they could turn around, his blade flashed, instantly severing their limbs and sending blood flying everywhere. Defeated kobold miner, ×20. He leaped onto a large rock. His cold eyes looked down below. Hearing the sound from the system panel, Lin Yuan just gave a faint smile. Black Iron Tier, Stealth Art, Level 1. Effect. Enters a stealth state that lasts for 5 seconds. Costs 10 mana, with a 3-minute cooldown. Proficiency 5 out of 100. He thought. So the proficiency for Stealth Art has been updated. For a moment, Lin Yuan's crimson eyes flashed. But the stats of these regular-grade kobolds are still too weak. Leveling with them is just too slow. In front of them, an undead creature exuding a dark aura appeared, staring at him intently as if awaiting orders. The system immediately began its assessment. Standard, Undead. Kobold Miner, Level 15. Health, 120. Attack, 30. Defense, Unknown. Skills, Mining, Smashing, Undead Body. Smashing, on-hit effect that deals damage not exceeding 5% of the target's health. The sword in Lin Yuan's hand slowly rose, pointing straight ahead. Then you'll just have to replace the demon wolves. Go. We need to find the boss in here quickly. He and his new minions walked slowly over a layer of faint bones, gradually moving deeper into the mountain. As he walked, Lin Yuan's steps suddenly halted. In the quiet mountain passage, a series of overlapping paths opened up before him, like a deep labyrinth within the mountain. A fork in the road? Lin Yuan's eyes twitched as he quickly glanced to the side. On the rock face, something was squirming slightly, making an unpleasant rustling sound. His lips moved slightly, and a blazing green flame instantly appeared in his hand. Found you. Lin Yuan shot the flame forward like a bolt of lightning, leaving a streak of green light in the air. Defeated slime, ×2, +4 experience. Behind him, a pair of glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness, staring intently at him. A few dark figures suddenly rushed out from the shadows. It was a kobold supervisor. Its eyes were blood red as it swung its whip fiercely. Elite Kobold Supervisor, level 6, health, 350, attack, 100, defense, 10. Skills. Mining. Whip strike. The wolf snarled and pounced, sinking its teeth into the struggling bird. From time immemorial, the strong preying on the weak has been the unchanging law of survival in nature. As a link in the food chain, the hunter is also the prey. But from behind, a snake slithered out silently. Cold eyes watched as the snake opened its mouth wide, its gleaming fangs lunging straight forward. Danger always lurks in every hidden corner. The crack of a whip split the air, a dog-headed foreman lashed out fiercely, and a cloud of dust immediately billowed up, completely obscuring the figure within. In an instant, the wolf leaped back and pounced, sinking its fangs deep into the snake's neck. However, predators sometimes appear silently in the guise of prey. Lin Yuan's crimson eyes suddenly flashed, emitting a chilling aura. This was the moment. Through the thick smoke, he reached out and snatched the whip as it came down, holding it tight so it couldn't budge. Lin Yuan's 5 fingers tightened with a chilling crack. Got you! He suddenly yanked the chain with all his might, sending the dog-headed foreman flying forward. Immediately after, it was thrown into the distance, crashing hard onto the ground. The dog-headed foreman scrambled up with a piercing roar, its eyes bloodshot with rage. But right after that, a cold, dark shadow flashed by as the sword in Lin Yuan's hand swung down, slashing fiercely at its body. A flash of steel in the dust killed the dog-headed foreman. It took a series of slashes, its body torn apart as it collapsed to the ground. Its massive body crashed to the ground, lying motionless, sending a heavy thud echoing throughout the mountain cave. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes quickly glancing behind him. From the darkness, they suddenly swarmed out, nearly 100 of them. Their roars echoed as they all raised their heads and shrieked ferociously. The foreman activated the skill, Worksight Whip, entering a bloodthirsty state, increasing its attack speed by 40%. Movement speed increased by 25% for 60 seconds. Amidst the ferocious roars, Lin Yuan stood still, his gaze calm. 40. No. More than 50 of them. A very promising number. But my own lineup isn't too shabby either. He raised his hand to his mouth and muttered, "Incantation." Through a blue mist, the legion of the undead slowly emerged. "Appear." Lin Yuan smirked coldly at the horde of monsters. "The hunt officially begins." He raised his hand, ordering them to charge. Both sides rushed in at once, and a fierce battle erupted. Every blow, every roar, turned this place into a chaotic battlefield. The undead direwolf raised its head and let out a deafening howl. Vicious wolf's howl. The dog-headed foreman suddenly felt dizzy. It had been hit. The dog-headed creature was now stunned and weakened. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed red. "Now's the time!" His sword rose high, steel gleaming, as he commanded, "Kill!" A system notification chimed, and with that, their corpses lay scattered about. "You have successfully killed 5 dog-headed foremen. You have successfully killed 20 dog-headed foremen. You have successfully killed 10 dog-headed foremen. You have successfully killed 40 dog-headed foremen. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. They growled menacingly as they advanced. Elite dog-headed foreman, level 6. Health points, 350. Attack, 100. Defense, 10. Skills, gouge, whiplash, undead body. The horde of dog-headed foremen fell into chaos, scrambling over each other to flee. From a distance, Lin Yuan shot forward like a flash of lightning. Trying to run? The sword in his hand swung, cutting through them. "You'll have to ask my sword first." Suddenly, from above, an object plummeted down, striking at Lin Yuan. The next blow came straight for him, and Lin Yuan quickly leaped back to dodge. The boss has activated the skill, Heavy Strike. The dog-headed chieftain roared, its voice filled with rage. Dog-headed chieftain, a level 7 leader. Health points, 1000. Attack, 150. Defense, 80. Skills, gouge, heavy strike. He let out a cold snort. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." The weapons clashed, creating a dazzling shower of sparks. A brilliant red light illuminated the entire space. The hammer slammed into the cliff wall with terrifying force, cracking the stone. The dog-headed chieftain was stunned, its eyes fixed on the hammer stuck firmly in the cliff wall. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yuan shot forward with his sword as fast as lightning. "This is it." The cold, sharp blade slashed straight at its body, but had no effect. The sword in his hand was knocked away by the powerful blow. Lin Yuan leaped backward, his eyes observed, ready to defend against the next attack. As expected of a chieftain-level defense. "I couldn't even pierce it?" In a fit of rage, the dog-headed chieftain yanked its hammer free and roared. He suddenly froze, his eyes wide as he stared straight ahead. Lin Yuan's eyes were glued to the giant hammer, about to crash down on him. Just as the hammer was about to hit, he suddenly shot backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Yuan dug his feet in to keep from being thrown back. He crouched slightly, his gaze assessing the situation carefully. As expected, a chieftain monster's attack pattern is not nearly as simple as an elite monster's. Its overall strength is at least 2 to 3 times greater than an elite's. A blue flame ignited on Lin Yuan's fingertip. First, create some distance. Ensure a continuous attack. The undead slowly advanced, forming a circle. Go. The sounds of whips cracking, heavy blows, and ferocious wolves roaring filled the air. The whole horde attacked at once, and it quickly counterattacked. The boss used the skill Mighty Blow, activating double critical damage. He thrust his hand forward, giving a decisive command, go. They immediately rushed in to tear at the dog-headed chieftain. The undead direwolf roared, activating a group skill. Rage of the Undying. Attack plus 10%. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Even after being thrown off, the undead relentlessly charged back in, biting hard at the dog-headed chieftain. Rage of the Undying. Attack plus 10%. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Its eyes turned bloodshot as explosive lightning struck down. A bolt tore through the air, hitting the undead that were still clinging on. They refused to let go of the dog-headed chieftain. A fireball ignited in the palm of Lin Yuan's hand as he activated the skill Soul Fire technique. The fireball in his hand shot forward. It split into dozens of smaller flames that rained down on it. If I remember correctly, the dog-headed chieftain has very low magic resistance. -20, -30, -30. The dog-head leader roared in pain from the hits, its mouth gaping open as saliva flew everywhere. Its bloodshot eyes were filled with rage. The dog-head leader lunged forward, aiming a powerful swing straight for Lin Yuan. He smirked, his sharp eyes full of confidence. Activating stealth. Lin Yuan's body flickered, and he suddenly appeared behind it. If you insist on serving yourself up on a platter, then I won't hold back. His keen eyes scanned the beast, immediately finding an opening at the nape of the dog-head leader's neck. Right there, an unarmored patch of flesh. Lin Yuan immediately struck with his sword, aiming precisely at the weak spot. With a sickening thud, blood spurted from its neck. The dog-head leader's eyes rolled back in pain, -100. It swung its axe wildly behind it, the blow hurtling toward him with terrifying force. Lin Yuan deftly leaped back and snapped his fingers. A massive foot shot up into the air. He jumped up, grabbing onto its thick fur. The undead dire wolf corpse shot up and then came crashing down. A dry, space-tearing roar echoed as the undead rushed forward to attack the dog-head leader, but it swung its axe to counter. Its armor is already pierced. Lin Yuan focused his power, creating a series of circular blue flames. The attack shot towards the dog-head leader, sending sparks and smoke everywhere. Die. -30, -40, -40. It raised its head and let out a sky-shattering roar of pain. Suddenly, the dog-head leader's underlings rushed out from the shadows. Lin Yuan let out a cold snort, his sharp eyes watching them. A final, desperate struggle. The two sides clashed with a roar of colliding bodies. System notifications rang out continuously. You have successfully killed 15 dog-head miners. You have successfully killed 10 dog-head foremen. You have successfully killed 20 dog-head miners. You have successfully killed 35 dog-head miners. The dog-head leader, realizing the danger, turned to flee. But he instantly appeared, blocking its path. Blue lightning suddenly crackled around Lin Yuan's body, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Trying to run, Lin Yuan slowly drew his sword, snorting coldly. You're not going anywhere. He leaped into the air, his blade slashing straight down on the dog-head leader. With a single strike, its head was severed from its body. Fresh red blood sprayed everywhere as the dog-head leader's massive body collapsed to the ground. And with that, a system notification sounded. You have successfully killed the dog-head chieftain. Experience +50. Lin Yuan smiled and opened the system panel to check. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. He frowned in thought, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Level 7, not bad. Player Lin Yuan, level 7. Class, Forbidden Necro-Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning Arts. Gate of the Underworld. 20 out of 70. Strength, 27. Stamina, 23. Agility, 45. Spirit, 50. Experience, 168. Out of 27,451. He couldn't help but ponder that he was one step closer to level 10 and reaching the main city of Simo. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the two skill panels before him. As for Stealth and Soulfire Art, their proficiency had reached level 2, doubling their effectiveness. Soulfire Art, Black Iron Grade, level 2. Effect, deals 200% magic damage to the target. Mana cost, 10. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 20 out of 200. Stealth, Black Iron Grade. Level 2. Effect. Enters a stealth state for 10 seconds. Mana cost. 10. Cooldown. 3 minutes. Proficiency. 10 out of 200. His eyes suddenly darted to the side. As if he'd seen something, Lin Yuan moved closer. A strange chest had appeared on its body, a bronze chest. He approached, paused for a beat, then reached out. Slowly, he opened the chest. As soon as it opened, a dazzling light flared, followed by countless gold coins flying out. The system promptly announced, obtained dogskin pouch, everlasting candle, shadow fist set, opened dogskin pouch, and received 20 gold coins. I remember that soon, major global banks will open currency exchange channels between the game world and reality. 20 gold coins converted to real currency would be 200,000. Not bad. The system immediately identified each of the new items. Everlasting Candle. Effect. Provides the player with a 3-meter radius of vision in dark environments with no time limit. Skull Mask, Bronze. Type. Equipment. Effect. When equipped, reduces physical damage by 5%. Stamina, plus 10, Strength, plus 10. Lin Yuan reached out and took the glowing Shadow Fist set. The system immediately displayed its information. Shadow Fist set, Silver. Type, Weapon. Effect. The fist weapons match the physical intensity of the Doghead Chieftain. Defense plus 30, attack plus 30. He immediately equipped it. Not bad luck, from a bronze chest. To get a silver-grade weapon. Fist weapons that match the Chieftain's physical intensity. I can't wait to try them out. Outside, near the Doghead's cave, their corpses lay scattered on the ground. Bloodcrow Guild, Guildmaster Huang Feilong. Class, Warrior, Level 8. He stood on a high rock, tossing his weapon into the air. Looks like our recent training has paid off. Just 1 minute, and we've already killed 30 desert demon wolves. He laughed coldly. As long as we brothers stick together, there's nothing we can't do. Bloodcrow Guild, Vice Master Huang Feihu. Class, Rogue, Level 5. The crowd to the side wouldn't stop fawning over them, as expected of the Guildmaster and Vice Master. Killing so many demon wolves in one go, their strength is truly extraordinary. Yeah, if we run into those small fries from the Thunder Guild again, we'll wipe the floor with them. That's right, Feihu snorted coldly. If it weren't for that Lin Yuan guy who popped up out of nowhere a while back, we would have already gotten the first kill on the world boss. No other guild would dare to step to us. On a large screen set up in the middle of the desert, a system announcement echoed. World boss defeated. The dire wolf has been killed by player Lin Yuan. Hearing this, they were all stunned. What? He curled his lip, his eyes filled with disdain. I don't know what kind of luck that guy has. If I ever run into him, I'll teach him a lesson. Fei Long glanced back and reminded him. Feihu, how many times have I told you? Don't do anything rash. He frowned, assessing that Lin Yuan's strength was not to be underestimated. Instead of making an enemy of him, it would be better to recruit him to work for us. After speaking, Huang Feilong slowly walked forward. I remember there's a Doghead dungeon nearby. I'll go confirm the location first. You all stay put. And wait for my orders to recover your stamina. The man beside him nodded. Yes, sir. In contrast, the other guy's face darkened with resentment as he stared at the man's back. Big brother, that stray dog has cursed me 3 times already. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Huang Feihu couldn't take it anymore and pointed, screaming, Lin Yuan, you just wait. There will come a day when I'll pull out all your damn teeth in front of Big Brother and chop off your head so he can see who the real strong one is. Hu Shen's cheeks flushed, looking embarrassed. Vice Guild Master, don't get angry over someone so worthless. Look, what's that? He looked suspiciously in the direction the man pointed. What? Huang Feihu saw a figure approaching in the distance. It was a blonde girl dressed like a witch. His eyes and those of his subordinates behind him immediately filled with greed, and they grinned perversely. On the other side, Lin Yuan was walking aimlessly, his gaze distant. After just a few steps, the system's voice rang out. Level 7. Doghead Zombie Leader. Health, 1000. Attack, 150. Defense, 80. Skills. Dig, Zombie Body. Heavy Strike. After landing a hit, it deals damage equal to 200% of its attack stat to the target's health, with a 10% chance of a critical hit. He was satisfied. He had just added another leader-class zombie with considerable combat power. The number of zombie beasts in his underworld army had also been replenished to 70. Continuing at this pace, Lin Yuan glanced over coldly as he heard someone cry out, "Don't come any closer." Over here, the girl's body was covered in injuries, and she was trembling. "Stay back, or I won't go easy on you." He curled his lip into a sinister smile and stepped forward. What a treat. I didn't expect to run into such a pretty little thing today. Huang Feihu, standing beside him, laughed along. Don't worry, we're just going to play with you. Instead of suffering, you might as well just enjoy it. Hu Shen nodded. That's right. As long as you satisfy our Vice Guild Master, there will be plenty of benefits for you. Ah Mai swung her weapon into the air, yelling, "If you get any closer, I won't hold back." He didn't hesitate, lunging forward like the wind, and kicked her, making Ah Mai groan in pain. "Let's see who's not holding back." Huang Feihu grabbed her by the hair, sneering contemptuously. "A useless mage. You think you can hurt us?" He pinned Ah Mai to the ground, his eyes filled with lust. "Don't be so naive. If you still won't give up, then go ahead and try something." Huang Feihu opened his mouth wide, grabbing her head and forcing Ah Mai to look at him. "Come on, keep going. The more you struggle, the more excited I get." Huang Feihu ripped Ah Mai's clothes, causing her to scream in terror and her body to curl up. Suddenly, a powerful fist slammed straight into his face. The phantom gauntlet clenched into a fist, then immediately launched an incredibly powerful punch that sent Huang Feihu flying backward. His body was thrown through the air without stopping. Dust and smoke filled the air. The subordinates who witnessed the punch were horrified, their faces pale with fear. Vice Guild Master Huang Feihu was slammed into the ground, creating deep grooves on the surface. His face was smashed so hard it caved in, his body plastered against a rock. The one who threw the punch was Lin Yuan. His gaze was sharp. Not bad, more effective than I imagined. One of the subordinates, disregarding his own safety, panicked and turned to run. "This is bad. I have to find a way to inform the guild master." The other two slowly composed themselves, tense as they pointed straight at Lin Yuan. "Who are you? How dare you offend the Bloodcrow Guild? You're dead meat." He pulled back the hood of his cloak, looking at them coldly. Lin Yuan glanced at the emblem on their chests. The Bloodcrow Guild. It used to be the top guild in the novice village of Blackstone Town. He stood silently, his eyes thoughtful. The guild's members were mostly red-named players who specialized in dangerous, evil deeds. So-called red-named players are those who, due to criminal acts like malicious attacks, theft, and robbery, are identified by the system as dangerous players with 10 or more crime points. Lin Yuan pursed his lips. Although the demon god hadn't invaded yet, and being defeated wouldn't cause a real death in the real world, losing equipment and levels would still be a huge loss for a player. Only then did he slowly open his mouth, his voice cold. "You're members of the Bloodcrow Guild?" In his past life, these rats had caused him no small amount of trouble. The accomplice behind the man raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Hu Shen confidently stood up and pointed at himself. "That's right. The #1 guild, famous throughout Blackstone Town. You've offended our vice guild master. Scared now, are you?" He paused for a moment, rolling up his sleeves, about to attack. "It's too late. However, if you don't want to die too horribly." The two of them smirked mockingly, seemingly convinced they could defeat Lin Yuan. "Break both of your own arms, then get on your knees like a dog and call me grandpa a few times." In an instant, he decisively lunged forward. The blade slashed toward the two arrogant men, and their arms were severed just like that. They fell to the ground, screaming in agony. "I've collected your arms for you. As for your dog barks, you can save them for the road to hell." Ah Mai finally stood up, her eyes dazed. So strong. On the other side, Huang Feihu was still lying on the ground, unable to move. His hand trembled slightly, and a potion fell out. "You have used a health recovery potion. Restores 20% health and mana." Huang Feihu gritted his teeth, his face contorted as he suppressed the pain. "You brat." After drinking it, his body surged with energy as he stood up. "You must die." Huang Feilong walked slowly towards them. "I want to see who's got a death wish, who doesn't want to live anymore." The underling immediately tattled. "Guildmaster, up ahead." The two men flinched at the sound and turned their heads. He pointed at Lin Yuan, still shouting, "It's this kid. He nearly killed the Vice Guild Master." The man called out in a loud voice. "Who?" Huang Feilong was about to show off his power when he suddenly froze. "Wait." He noticed the man's eyes, a gaze so cool and indifferent, yet overwhelmingly imposing. According to the rumors, it was like moonlight condensed into a sparkle, a cold light sharp enough to cut through anything. In Huang Feilong's eyes right then, he looked no different than a monster. The powerful aura he emitted, just by standing there, was utterly suffocating. While he stood there frozen, one of his underlings, who clearly had a death wish, yelled, "Guildmaster, hurry up and teach this punk a lesson. How dare this blind dog provoke us? Damn it, are you tired of living? Just you wait." Huang Feilong gritted his teeth, hesitating slightly. Damn it, this aura, plus that sword. It was most likely dropped by a boss-level monster. There's a 90% chance this guy is that Lin Yuan. He was now weighing his options, not daring to act recklessly. Who did these idiots have to provoke? Of all people, they chose him. They're better at causing trouble than getting anything done. Meanwhile, the underlings behind them were still clamoring, "You're dead meat, just you wait." He simply spoke slowly. "You are the leader of the Bloodcrow Guild?" Huang Feilong was torn between choices and didn't answer, unwilling to lose face. After a moment of thought, he made his decision. Looks like today's battle is unavoidable. Suddenly, another man rushed at Lin Yuan from behind. Amai panicked. She immediately moved to shield him. Watch your back, Huang Feihu roared, gripping his twin swords tightly. Die for me. He charged forward madly, seeking revenge. Die. On the other side, Huang Feilong also made his move, spinning the double-headed axe in his hands. Kid, making an enemy of the Bloodcrow guild will be the most foolish decision of your life, he thought to himself. Here's my chance. Immediately, Huang Feilong and Huang Feihu charged from two different directions. They aimed straight for the two of them, but just as they were about to close in, he stopped short for a second. What? He saw that in the spot. Where Amai had just been standing, she had been replaced by the undead dog-headed chieftain. The moment it saw the enemy, it bared its fangs and roared, quickly raising its weapon. It used its giant hammer to smash violently into the man's abdomen. Caught off guard, Huang Feihu was sent flying several meters away. Lin Yuan didn't waste the opportunity, instantly rushing to close the distance with Huang Feilong. To the man's astonishment, he coldly pronounced his sentence. You're next. Huang Feilong was so stunned he could only stand there frozen. Before he could even utter a word, Lin Yuan swung his sword in a long arc. A moment later, Huang Feilong lay dead, a gruesome sight on the ground. Lin Yuan glanced at his body without a trace of emotion. The number 1 guild isn't even worthy of my full attention. The system suddenly displayed a warning. Detected that you have killed a human player. Crime index increased by 2 points. Lin Yuan frowned after reading it. 2 points. He wasn't worried, calculating to himself that as long as he didn't accumulate more within a week, it would probably disappear on its own. Amai, in the distance, suddenly gasped and shouted, "Oh no, they're running away. Should we chase them?" Lin Yuan just calmly reassured her, "They're just small fry. No need." With that, he turned and walked towards Huang Feihu's corpse. The weapons dropped after the battle included Huang Feilong's double-headed axe, the violent burst battle axe, silver grade. A weapon type with an on-hit effect that unleashes a powerful explosion. It deals area of effect damage to the target and surrounding enemies. Attack plus 40, strength plus 30. Next were his twin swords. Dragon Fang crossblades, silver grade. A weapon type with an on-hit effect that unleashes flames, which will cling to the target. This causes continuous burning damage. Agility plus 30. Attack plus 40. Finally, there was a small, compact dagger. Thorn Dust Dagger. Bronze grade. A weapon type with an effect of attack plus 15. Agility plus 20. Lin Yuan rested his chin on his hand. Considering, the stats on these items weren't bad at all. Even if he didn't use them, they could be sold for a good price. Once everything was settled, Amai finally felt safe enough to approach him. She spoke with gratitude. "Great one, thank you for saving me today." Amai's tone was sincere. "I still don't know your name." Her sudden approach startled Lin Yuan. He turned away, his lips barely moving. "My name?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "One day, you will see my name at the very top of the global top 10 combat power rankings." Hearing this, Amai was so shocked she froze. Top 10? She quickly collected herself and hurried after him. "Who wants to look at some stupid ranking list?" "Great one, please take me with you." Lin Yuan's journey soon brought him to the Ihao Desert. At that moment, the hard carapace of a monster suddenly appeared behind him. They were common Ihao scorpions, level 6, 400 health, 100, 10 attack, 20 defense. Skill, paralyzing lightning strike. Now Lin Yuan faced not just one, but 3 of them at once. He reacted quickly, lowering himself into a stance. With just a few sword strokes, Lin Yuan easily sent them to their graves, his brow furrowed, his gaze sharp enough to kill. Lin Yuan continued to spin 360 degrees, sweeping through the horde of Ihao scorpions. The system displayed a message. A total of 60 Ihao scorpions have been eliminated in this area, level up to level 8. After reading the system panel, he smirked in satisfaction. Straight to level 8. Although collecting the paralysis grass was a bit of a hassle, it was an unexpected gain. The scene flashes back to 2 days prior, when Lin Yuan had a meeting with an old man. The old man extended his hand with a serious expression. "Brave hero, I have finally been waiting for you." The system immediately displayed a notification. Commissioned quest detected from Alchemist Emo. Do you wish to accept? Quest. Emo's request. Quest content. Go to the Ahau Desert, collect 100 paralysis grass, and deliver them to Emo. Quest time limit. 1 day. Quest level. Black iron. Paralysis grass is a lightning attribute herb that grows in the desert. After reading this, Lin Yuan had to think for a few minutes. After some time, a special dungeon will open in the main city area. The dungeon is filled with lightning attribute monsters. To clear it, one must have extremely high lightning resistance. Therefore, a strong lightning resistance potion that could withstand lightning strikes would become scarce, its value reaching over 10,000 gold in his previous life. Someone had even made a huge fortune from it, and completing this paralysis grass collection quest would reward him with the recipe for a high-potency lightning resistance potion. He continued to glance at the old man. Today is Emo's first day in Genhei Sha. After giving out this quest, he will retreat into seclusion forever. In other words, this is the only chance. This was the only chance for a player to get this recipe. Realizing this, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to make his choice. Back in the present, after dealing with the Howling Sand Scorpions, he confidently kicked their corpses. The Howling Sand Scorpions are level 6 lightning beasts that guard the paralysis grass. With his current strength, they posed no threat at all. Lin Yuan easily approached the medicinal herb. He had successfully snatched the quest, and took the opportunity to practice his newly learned gathering skill to master it. He began gathering them by hand. The system window appeared at the same time. Black Iron Gathering Technique, Level 2. Effect: increases gathering speed by 5%. Chance to gather rare quality herbs, consumes 1 spirit point. 3-second cooldown. Proficiency, 120 out of 200. After finishing, Lin Yuan stood up to observe, deciding to head deeper inside. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. Lin Yuan was startled and confused. Is this a monster? Immediately after, it burst up from the ground, using its sharp head to attack him. Lin Yuan was quick on his feet and managed to escape. He retreated a few meters to keep his distance from the monster, his eyes suddenly filled with panic. Stunned, a mutated demon beast, the star-killing scorpion, appeared before him. Its appearance was accompanied by a series of danger warnings. Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock. I can't believe a mutated class demon beast appeared here. A whole bunch of information appeared above its head. Star-killing scorpion, level 10. Health, 2,800. Attack, 400. Defense, 55. Skills: paralyzing lightning strike, piercing venom, earth-shattering pincer, lightning burst crystal. After a moment, he regained his composure and smirked. This might be a little tough to deal with right now. With that, Lin Yuan eagerly charged forward. But today, I'll use you to truly sharpen my silver slash. He used his lightning-fast speed to successfully close in on the star-killing scorpion. Lin Yuan's sword repeatedly struck its shell, but it didn't leave a scratch. Seeing this, he fell silent in thought. The shell is seamless, with no gaps. There's absolutely no weak point to break through. Just then, the star-killing scorpion's entire body began to glow with a blue light. The system quickly issued a warning. Boss is casting the skill, paralyzing lightning strike. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength to plunge his sword through the shell. A lightning strike? But the creature didn't wait for him to carry out his plan. It thrust its tail forward. Boss is casting the skill, piercing venom. Lin Yuan's quick reflexes allowed him to successfully dodge the attack. He retreated some distance, brandishing his sword. Lin Yuan frowned and concluded, its power is even greater than I predicted. I have to split its focus first. Just as the star-killing scorpion charged at him, he activated an ability and shouted, Summon dog-headed men, come out. As he finished speaking, a group of dog-headed men rushed out. A dog-headed man swung its hammer, landing a blow that dealt 200 damage to the scorpion. Lin Yuan pressed his lips together, observing silently. A double critical hit didn't trigger? The creature suddenly went into a frenzy, flinging the dog-headed men away. Boss is casting the skill, earth-shattering pincer. Before the star-killing scorpion could wreak more havoc, he summoned several fireballs. The fireballs shot forward, striking the beast and causing it pain before it could dodge. Lin Yuan excitedly launched one attack after another. Taste the power of my upgraded fire magic. The star-killing scorpion's health was now being continuously drained. -40, -50. He gave a cold smirk, his hands still channeling magic as a rope quickly materialized and wrapped around its pincer. The star-killing scorpion struggled and roared as the group of dog-headed men pulled the bindings taut. One of the dog-headed men seized the opportunity, raising its hammer, and charged straight at the scorpion, bringing it down hard on its head. Immediately, the stats appeared. -200, heavy strike, double critical hit activated. Lin Yuan was also surprised, exclaiming, the double critical hit finally appeared. Reeling from the pain, the star-killing scorpion roared and broke free from its restraints. It was smart enough to realize it had to attack him first. But before it could, Lin Yuan had already moved. He was now hovering in midair. To the scorpion's complete astonishment, Lin Yuan clenched his fist, and a surge of magic flowed out. So there's no opening to break through its armor? The system window appeared at the same time. Player has equipped the title Annihilator. Attack power increased by 10%. Critical hit rate increased by 10%. Magic damage increased by 10%. Without a moment's hesitation, he clenched his fist and flew forward. In that case, I'll just smash your whole body to a pulp. Get ready! The star-killing scorpion, unaware of its impending doom, continued to roar threateningly. In the next moment, Lin Yuan slammed it into the ground. be crushed to dust. The star-killing scorpion was pinned firmly to the ground, and it immediately opened its mouth to let out an agonized shriek. Without delay, he took out his sword and finished it off. You have successfully defeated the mutated demon beast, the star-killing scorpion. The system quickly displayed the information. Gained 560 experience points. Corpse of the star-killing scorpion. Level 10. Health 2,800. Attack 400. Defense 55. Skills: Paralyzing Lightning Strike, Piercing Venom, Earth-Shattering Pincer, Lightning Burst Crystal, Undead Corpse. Paralyzing Lightning Strike. Attacks with lightning, inflicting a 1-second paralysis effect. Piercing Venom. Attacks with its tail. Inflicts an additional 10 points of poison damage. Earth-Shattering Pincer. Upon a successful hit, deals damage equal to 250% of attack power to the target's health. Lightning Burst Crystal. Shoots crystal shards in a 360-degree radius. Deals damage equal to 100% of attack power to targets. Suddenly, a swarm of howling sand scorpions rushed over from a distance. The noise startled Lin Yuan. Turning his head, he saw a swarm of howling sand scorpions running towards him from afar. They charged straight for his position. Lin Yuan slowly glanced at the swarm of howling sand scorpions. Perfect timing. He cast a skill and took control of the star-killing scorpion. From before, go, let me have a little fun with you all using my newly tamed pet. The system appeared, using the Crystal Thunderstorm skill. A series of attacks caused the health bars of the Ihao scorpions to drop significantly. -50, -60. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity and quickly moved behind them. With just a few slashes, he sliced the Ihao scorpions into pieces. By hitting their weak points, he quickly finished off the last one. The ground was now littered with the corpses of Ihao scorpions. The system continuously announced his level-ups. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. At the same time, his status window appeared. Player: Lin Yuan. Level: 10. Class: Forbidden Necro-Hunter. Talents: Dark Summoning, Gate of the Underworld. 20 out of 100. Strength: 32. Constitution: 28. Agility: 47. Spirit: 53. Experience: 152 out of 5,159. After reading it, he felt satisfied. Leveling up twice at once felt pretty good. The system began to grant Lin Yuan his rewards, giving him the silver-grade weapons, Lightning Spear, Guardian's Greaves, Paralysis Ring, and Phantom Crossbow. He quickly calculated in his head, the loot in his inventory was all silver-grade. Selling a few pieces should be enough to improve his parents' lives. Not a small amount. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the Ihao scorpion corpses strewn across the ground. A system notification appeared. All magical beasts in this area have been eliminated. Congratulations, you have received a gold-grade skill book exclusive to your class. A stream of light began to appear around his body. Lin Yuan looked at the book slowly materializing in his hand. This is. Just as he thought it, the system introduced it. Dark Curse. Gold grade. Learning condition. Necro-Hunter only. He placed his hand on the book and whispered in awe, "My luck's not bad." As soon as Lin Yuan channeled his magic to use the book, the system popped up. Skill book automatically memorized into the player's memory. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Necro-Hunter's exclusive skill. A dazzling pillar of light appeared around him, and within it, the system displayed Dark Curse. Dark Curse. Gold. Level 1. Effect: deals 20% damage to the target's vitality, or restores 20% vitality to a corpse. Mana cost: 100. Cooldown: 10 seconds. Proficiency: 0 out of 100. Lin Yuan stared at the glowing flame in his hand. Curious, he thought. Restores 20% of a corpse's life value. Huh. A new idea sparked in his mind as he turned his head. In front of Lin Yuan was an elite killer scorpion, with its life value at 60%. Without hesitation, he decided to give it a try. The flame shot towards the elite killer scorpion. Instantly, its life force seemed to be restored, and it let out an excited roar. The elite killer scorpion's life value now showed 80% restored. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The warm-up is over. It's time to head to Sandwind Main City and find my first believer. An unidentified object suddenly appeared behind him, quietly touching his shoulder. Lin Yuan turned around in surprise. Wait, could it be? The scene abruptly shifted to the outside world. The unidentified object was Mrs. Lin. She frantically patted his shoulder. Lin Yuan, something's wrong. Your father just threw out his back. Hurry and help me. Lin Yuan rushed downstairs to help Mr. Lin into a chair. Dad, take it slow. Mrs. Lin helplessly scolded her husband. You're getting old. Why are you still trying so hard? You weren't even careful fixing the air conditioner. Wouldn't it have been better to just call someone? Now look, you really threw out your back, didn't you? Meanwhile, Mr. Lin was trembling from the pain. Though his face was pale, he stubbornly tried to reassure them. If we can save money, we should. The washing machine broke last week, and didn't I fix it with just a simple tweak? A little injury like this is nothing. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. I still have to go pick up Lin Dan from school tomorrow. Without a word, Lin Yuan quietly stepped out the door. He clenched his jaw, not saying anything, as time passed into the next day. While his father was sound asleep in bed, Mrs. Lin was awakened. She helped Mr. Lin sit up and walked towards the door. Lin Yuan, is that you? Why are you making so much noise this early in the morning? In front of them were two workers installing a TV on the wall. One of them suddenly approached to talk. This startled Mr. and Mrs. Lin. Excuse me, are you Mr. and Mrs. Lin? This is the new product that Mr. Lin Yuan ordered. We brought it over for installation right away. Could you please confirm and accept the delivery? She looked stunned and pinched her own cheek. Honey, hello? I'm not dreaming, am I? What is going on? Elsewhere, Lin Yuan was training hard at the gym. While he was engrossed in his run, a voice suddenly spoke up. Excuse me. A gym employee approached him and asked, Sir, would you like to sign up for our VIP package? We would need to hold the fee for 1 year in advance. Hearing this, he took out his bank card. Here's my bank card. Lin Yuan thought to himself. I sold some equipment I wasn't using. After renovating the house, I might as well get a family gym membership. As he thought this, his expression darkened. After all, Mom, Dad, and Lin Dan should start training early. It'll be easier for them to adapt when they enter their immortal state later on. The employee was still marveling at Lin Yuan. Wow, this customer has been working out for so long, yet his face isn't red, and he's not out of breath. Plus, his physique is amazing. How can a guy be so admirable? The gym employee suddenly froze. This is? She stared in shock at the card in her hand. A Supreme VIP card, only issued to those with over 5 million yuan deposited in the bank. Seemingly oblivious to her gaze, he turned away to take a call. Hello? Yes. That was prize money from a previous game tournament. Yes, you two just rest at home today. I'll take care of things with Lin Dan. Hearing this, the gym employee's eyes filled with even more admiration. This customer is so young, isn't he? And so capable. The scene shifted again to Xiu Shui First Middle School. As soon as school was out, a crowd of students rushed out. School's out, let's go. Let's hit the net cafe next door and team up for a game. Hey, wait for me. A lone figure slowly walked out from inside. Lin Dan's eyes were constantly scanning her surroundings. Behind her, 2 other students were gossiping. Wait, come to my house today. I'm having a birthday party. My brother bought me my favorite strawberry cake. Wow, having an older brother is the best. I'm so jealous. I want an older brother too. Hearing that, Lin Dan's expression darkened. A brother worth admiring? Really? Memories of Lin Yuan, looking like a total slob, flashed through her mind. The thought annoyed her, and Lin Dan picked up her pace. I don't need a brother. She hadn't gone far before someone blocked her path. Well, if it isn't Lin, the school beauty, playing hard to get? 4 guys who looked like nothing but trouble appeared. My boys and I have asked you out so many times, and you still shoot us down, huh? We came all the way here to invite you personally. You're not even gonna show us a little respect? Lin Dan frowned, annoyed, and demanded, What do you guys want? Her 2 classmates hesitated before cautiously approaching. Class president, who are they? Emboldened, Dung stepped closer to taunt Lin Dan. Skin, this soft and smooth. Let's see if I can squeeze some water out of it. She angrily slapped his hand away. Damn it, don't touch me, get lost. Lin Dan pointed at them and threatened. If you keep harassing me, I'm calling the police. Seeing this, Dung lunged at her. He struck her hard on the back. Damn it, you ungrateful bitch. Caught off guard by the blow, Lin Dan stumbled and fell to the ground. Her 2 classmates panicked instantly. Class president, but he wasn't satisfied and moved to strike her again, spewing filthy words. Letting me touch you is a compliment. Why are you acting so high and mighty? Unable to fight back, she could only raise her arms to shield herself. At that critical moment, a hand suddenly shot out and gripped Dung's wrist tightly. Lin Dan froze, her eyes widening in shock. Lin Yuan glared at him with murder in his eyes and growled, Who gave you permission to bully my sister? She stared in disbelief and whispered his name, Lin Yuan. When he saw the scrape on Lin Dan's face, his expression grew even darker. Stopped in his tracks, Dung angrily tried to swing at him. Damn it! Where the hell did this stray dog come from? The other guys all rushed in to help. I'll knock all your teeth out today. I swear it. You got a death wish? Enough talk. Let's break his arm first. But in the next instant, Lin Yuan ducked and sent a straight punch into the first guy's face. The second guy was on the chopping block just as fast. Then, he swiftly pivoted, kicking the third guy in the head. And finally, without a shred of mercy, Lin Yuan kicked Dung straight in the face. He was so furious he stomped on the guy's face repeatedly until his anger subsided. The 4 of them were left lying on the ground, wailing in pain. In front of everyone, Lin Yuan nodded to his sister. Let's go. Meanwhile, Lin Dan and her friends were still standing there with their jaws on the floor, completely stunned. The brother and sister slowly started to walk away. On the way home, she hesitated before speaking up. Why did you come here today? Lin Dan couldn't wrap her head around it. This guy does nothing but play games all day. So why would he come to school to pick me up? Lin Yuan explained with a blank expression. Dad's back is hurting, so Mom is at home taking care of him. Hearing this, she was startled. Lin Dan whipped her head around in alarm. His back hurts? Is it serious? He calmly reassured her. It's not that serious. After Lin Yuan's reply, the air fell silent again. Her gaze began to waver. It feels like it's been a long time since I've talked to him like this. Huh? How awkward. Meanwhile, he still wore the same impassive expression. From behind, two girls waved and called out to them, Class President. The two girls came closer to Lin Dan and started whispering, Class President, your brother is so cool. He even came to pick you up from school, not like my lazy bum brother. Yeah, who knew you had a brother who's so handsome and capable? How come we've never heard you mention him before? Only then did she take a closer, more surprised look at Lin Yuan. Handsome? This guy? Meanwhile, someone passing by whispered in admiration. Who is he? He's so handsome. Yeah, he looks like an alum who came back for a visit. He's got way more charisma than any of the boys at our school. Lin Dan thoughtfully observed the reactions of those around her. He's surprisingly popular, huh? Suddenly, a girl ran up to start a conversation. Hi there. Lin Yuan replied politely. Hello. Lin Dan pouted slightly, thinking, his height is pretty impressive too. I never noticed before. Maybe it's because I've never stood this close to him. Lin Dan was lost in thought. He must have started working out a while ago. You can clearly see his muscles. I can't believe he was so strong during that fight. What a total surprise. She remembered how he used to look. He was clearly the same person. Back then, Lin Yuan looked sloppy and careless, doing nothing but stare at his games. Thinking about it, Lin Dan wondered, how could he have changed so much, so suddenly? Lin Dan's two friends waved goodbye. Well, see you tomorrow. She smiled. See you tomorrow. But right after they left, Lin Dan stood there stunned, her eyes wide. She saw Lin Yuan crouch down, intending to give her a piggyback ride, which made her friends, still in the distance, cheer, do it. Lin Dan blushed in embarrassment and quickly waved her hands in refusal. No need, I can walk on my own. What the heck is this? I don't want a piggyback ride in front of all these people. But before she could take a step, she was suddenly pulled back by a strong force, causing her to lose her balance. Lin Yuan decisively bent down. He pulled her towards him and lifted her onto his back, despite her struggles. Hey, you! Lin Yuan stood up, his expression calm and indifferent. Your classmates are gone now. If you can't walk, don't force it. His gaze briefly rested on her ankle, where the wound was still bleeding slightly. You sprained it when you were pushed down, didn't you? Lin Dan fell silent and stopped struggling, simply lowering her head slightly. When did he notice? Lin Yuan quietly carried her into the house. Mom, Dad, we're home. Their parents exchanged a puzzled look. Mister. Lin glanced at his wife before slowly turning to look at them. It's good that you're both home. He went into the kitchen and started washing the pile of dishes in the sink. Mrs. Lin sat nearby, cupping her cheeks proudly. Lin, Dan, look at your brother. Isn't he like a completely different person now? Her father rubbed his chin, assessing him. That's right, he knows how to cook and wash dishes now. He even knows how to replace the appliances in the house. Hearing this, Lin Dan's mouth just twitched. Her mother leaned in closer and whispered, and there's more. The two of you are getting along like you did when you were kids, maybe even better. Lin Dan, holding her cup of water, nearly choked. Really? She gently blew on her drink to cool it down. Her gaze grew thoughtful. This guy is really strange. Has he really changed? Lin Yuan stood in the kitchen. He was wearing a neat apron. I'm done cleaning up. With that, he coldly took off the apron. I'm going to my room. Lin Yuan gently closed the door. Lin Dan's gaze unconsciously drifted over, a hint of sadness in her eyes. What am I even hoping for? Just as I thought, he's still just a game-addicted shut-in who can't handle his responsibilities. Lost in thought, Lin Dan suddenly saw a bottle of medicine placed in front of her. After handing it to her, he turned to leave, not forgetting to add, use this after you shower. It's very effective for treating injuries. With that, Lin Yuan went into his room and was about to close the door. I'm going to play my game. Don't come into my room unless it's important. She didn't reply to Lin Yuan, only tightening her grip on the bottle of medicine. Lin Dan's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled faintly. I know, it's not like anyone wants to go into your room anyway. Her eyes fell on the bottle of medicine, and a soft smile touched her lips. Inside his room, he sighed as he overheard Mrs. Lin talking to Lin Dan. See? What did I tell you? You two are getting along so well now. What happened at school today? Nothing, Mom. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Yuan sighed, leaning back in his chair. Maybe all this recent family drama can finally be over. He rubbed his head and turned to look at the helmet beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan put it on. Well then, time to get back to the game. He entered the game, landing in a cloud of dust. Feng Shui City Lord's territory. A smirk played on Lin Yuan's lips. Time to go catch that rat. A system notification suddenly flashed before his eyes. You have entered Feng Shui City. Elsewhere, a man was forcefully kicked to the ground. My esteemed chief, I swear to the heavens. This is just a misunderstanding. He let out a hoarse cry. Shut your mouth. Take your filthy lies to the dungeons and repent there. Lin Yuan's figure gradually appeared through the hazy smoke. The chief glanced suspiciously behind him, but saw no one. He narrowed his eyes. A flicker of doubt crossed his face. Weird. Am I seeing things? Lin Yuan calmly hid behind a wall, not rushing to act. His face was expressionless, but his deep eyes held a contemplative look. The street patrols are very sensitive to criminals. Calculating the time needed for the crime value to reset. To get it back to 0, I'll need to hide for at least 3 days. He quietly turned and walked away. It's time to go get it. Long time no see, old friend? The scene shifted to a magnificent cathedral. It was breathtaking. From the highest step of the cathedral, Father Lauren spread his arms in blessing. In the name of the Lord, I wash away the mists of your past. From this moment on, your soul shall be as pure as new snow, and your path shall be guided by holy light. Now, I will baptize you. Just as the baptism was about to begin, Lin Yuan's figure slowly appeared. I'm from the almshouse. The man's gaze slowly shifted, filled with a mixture of suspicion and wariness. Seeing that Lauren remained silent, he spoke in a low voice. I heard you've taken in a seriously ill person here. I came to treat him. Behind a closed wooden door in the corner. Dear Sir Victor, regarding your illness, I'm afraid I must trouble you. On the bed, a man lay motionless, his face unusually gaunt. A green liquid was oozing from the middle of his chest. Victor was once a member of the Scorpion-tailed Lion Knights, and one of the strongest knights in the kingdom. Ancient West Desert. Lin Yuan recalled memories of this member of the Scorpion-tailed Lion Knights from his past life, when he had just reached level 15, and asked him for help. I managed to get a gold-tier weapon. He frowned, looking at the pale face. Sir Victor, I came specifically to treat the poison in your body. Beneath his pale skin, blue veins bulged on Victor's forehead. He stared intently at Lin Yuan, assessing his strength. Level 10. He struggled to sit up. The corner of his mouth lifted into a self-deprecating smile. You're going to help me? A level 10 mage? The city patrolmen are even higher level than you. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent coughing fit seized him. He bent over, spitting out mouthfuls of thick, black blood. Amidst the dark, viscous blood, a strange object was also expelled. The poison in your body has already begun to corrode your internal organs. Unless you accept my treatment, he glanced over, his deep voice ringing out. You won't live for more than a month. After a moment of contemplation, Victor looked up and whispered, To detoxify my body, I need 1,000 grams of rot gill fish fat. If you're not afraid of dying, go try your luck in the Gobi Swamp. As soon as he spoke, the system's sound chimed. System, you have activated Victor's quest request. Do you accept? Quest name? Victor's request. Quest rank. Gold. Quest objective. Collect 1,000 grams of rot gill fish oil. To treat the poison in Victor's body. Seeing this, Lin Yuan wasn't fazed at all, just smirking. Accept? Of course. The scene shifts to the Gobi Swamp. Rot gill fish slowly surfaced from the murky water, floating lazily. Their pale, skull-like heads and blood-red eyes moved slowly, their gaze as sharp as a knife. Immediately after, a rot-gill fish opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and attacked the group of people. Elite rot-gill fish, level 15, health, 3,500. Attack, 500. Defense, 45. Skills, wavetail, resonance. Captain Shuming gripped his weapon tightly, charging forward and shouting, Hold the line. These beasts have sharp teeth. Do not let them bite you under any circumstances. Charge. His subordinates were on the ground groaning. My back. A spiky tail whipped towards him. It created a fierce gust of wind. Shuming's men couldn't dodge in time and were all hit. Only he was agile enough to leap aside. 2 men fell into the water and were surrounded. Help me. It raised its tail, preparing to attack. Activating skill, wavetail. Meanwhile, a rot-gill fish roared and charged towards Shuming. He could only grit his teeth, staring as it rushed in to attack. The rot-gill fish flicked its long tongue, making a hideous hissing sound. Shuming's eyes went wide, his entire body frozen stiff. This is it. I'm dead. Suddenly, a murderous aura rushed up from behind. A figure shot forward. It was him. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed Shuming's collar and pulled him away. He forcefully threw Shuming behind him. His hand formed a blue sphere of energy. "Don't get in my way." Lin Yuan's blast of power shot straight towards the rot-gill fish. The blow struck it directly in the head, causing a massive explosion. He grabbed the man's entire body and slammed him to the ground. Xuming was completely baffled, having no idea what was happening. Xuming clutched his throat, coughing as he slumped to his knees in confusion. Was I just saved? A black cloak flew past, and Xuming scrambled to his feet to stop him. Wait! Green energy emanated from Lin Yuan as he walked. Xuming was stunned. It was that expert from before. Lin Yuan leaped up, the power gathering in his hand to form a magic orb. He unleashed the skill on the rotten gill fish, causing them to continuously lose health, -320. They shrieked in pain, thrashing their tails violently to escape the swamp. The horde of rotten gill fish roared and charged toward the lone Lin Yuan. Witnessing this, a terrified Xuming shouted a warning. "Master, watch out!" They tried to snap at him with their jaws, but Lin Yuan simply jumped back, effortlessly dodging every attack. "Is this all you've got?" He knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground and the other clenched into a fist. Lin Yuan summoned a sword from thin air. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he stared them down, saying coldly, "A school of small fry is still just small fry." He moved with the speed of light. He continuously struck down several rotten gill fish. Xuming and his group witnessed this spectacle, and he exclaimed in shock, "Holy shit! Where did this master come from? Just a moment ago, the 8 of us were nearly defeated, and he's already taken down 5 of them by himself? He's got some real power. It's just a shame that you can't kill a rotten gill fish in a one-on-one fight." Hearing his friend Yin Xuan add this, he grew even more frantic. After all, the monster's most lethal attack is their area of effect skill. Down in the swamp, the rotten gill fish growled. They joined together, creating interconnected bolts of lightning. A green mist suddenly billowed up, completely obscuring Lin Yuan's vision and preventing him from assessing the situation below. His expression darkened, a glint of interest in his eyes. "Oh?" The green mist enveloped his body. The system's warning echoed in his mind. Rotten gill fish has activated its skill. Group Calamity Resonance. Enemies within range will be afflicted with a venomous curse, triggering negative statuses like confusion, hallucinations, and auditory illusions. Lin Yuan scoffed. A magic circle had already appeared on his hand. "I won't fall for this kind of trick in this world." He had already summoned the zombie of the direwolf of death. He commanded, "Zombie direwolf, go. Use Howl of the Starving Wolf." It stood on the cliff and let out a roar, a vortex of wind striking the rotten gill fish. The system quickly announced, "Rotten gill fish hit." Now in a comatose state, Lin Yuan covered his face with his hand. Well then, now. Lines of code scrolled continuously on the screen. The system display showed the text, "Sobering mask. Item effect, single-use gas mask." A mask appeared on his face. It covered the lower half of his face. Lin Yuan moved quickly with his sword, the direwolf of death zombie providing backup from behind. He moved down into the swamp. "Lie down and die." Every time Lin Yuan passed a rotten gill fish, the system notification popped up. Weak point hit. One by one, they were taken down by him, accompanied by the system's voice. Weak point hit. Lin Yuan leaped onto the head of one fish and drove his sword down into its skull. "Die." The system screen displayed the text as the rotten gill fish let out a final shriek. Weak point hit. Xuming pointed at Lin Yuan, his jaw agape in amazement. "He's so incredible," Yin Xuan reminded him. "It's still too early to let your guard down." Many more rotten gill fish emerged from the swamp. "Look, here they come." He commanded the killer scorpion fiend zombie. "Go. Thunder scorpion zombie." It snarled as purple energy began to gather, activating the skill Crystal Thunderstorm. Purple magic orbs shot out from the head of the killer scorpion fiend zombie. Those magic orbs shot straight down at the rotten gill fish, forcing them to thrash their tails and dive into the swamp. Carpet bombing. The sharp meteorites still pierced through the mud, plunging straight into the bodies of the rotten gill fish, causing them to gape their mouths and groan. Yizong clutched his head in disbelief. "It's no good, as expected. The difference in level and numbers is too great. There's no way to catch the entire school." In one fell swoop, Lin Yuan leaped off the head of a rotten gill fish, using a skill to dash to the cliff opposite Yizong's group, and spoke indifferently, "Who said we couldn't wipe them all out?" He pulled his hood over his head, adding to his mystique. Xuming's eyes widened as he looked down at the swamp. "Wait, what is that?" "Li," he pointed in fear. "That scorpion seems to be targeting the bellies of the females in the swamp." Their eyes lit up as they watched the rotten gill fish being defeated. "Everyone, look! The school seems to be starting." He stared, wide-eyed and stunned, at their actions. They were attacking and devouring the already defeated rotten gill fish. Horrifying sounds echoed through the air. Lin Yuan calculated inwardly. When a female rotten gill fish dies or spawns, It releases a large amount of potent musk that attracts males, sending them into a frenzy to protect the eggs, and immediately activating a charge mode. Without distinguishing targets, he looked down at the swamp from the high cliff. He was exploiting this species' trait to make them kill each other. One rotten gillfish dove into the mud, then leaped out, opening its massive mouth to attack Lin Yuan. A terrified Shuming screamed a warning. "Master, be careful." But he just stood there, calmly watching the fish fly toward him. Yinshuan recoiled defensively. "What? Is this a female too? Why is its body almost as big as a male's?" Lin Yuan lowered his head, his voice turning grim. Perfect timing. He summoned a horde of desert tomb ghoul zombies and commanded, "Desert tomb ghouls, go." They swarmed and tore apart the unlucky rotten gill fish. Lin Yuan sounded slightly surprised, as expected of a level 15 elite monster. He stood before the fish's sharp teeth, completely unafraid. Even deploying 6 ghouls didn't inflict a fatal wound. Lin Yuan drew his sword. "But if I can just stop you from moving, this becomes much easier." He defeated it with a single slash. The system immediately announced, "Eliminated elite rotten gillfish, 6. Lin Yuan ordered the jackal-headed zombie forward, and it brought its axe down hard on the fish's head. Yi Zhong looked on with suspicion. "Is that the blue poison sac from the male's body?" Not letting him wonder for long, he answered, "That's right. The blue poison sac that grows inside the males is something like capsaicin. The toxic gas and the smell it emits forces the living fish in the school to register a danger signal. The rotten gillfish that could still swim quickly dove underwater to hide. The others still struggled in the green water. They gasped for air, weakly flicking their tails, staying at least 5 meters away. Model, they didn't dare stop. And besides, they aren't completely immune to their own toxins. Once poisoned, they were sitting ducks." Shuming jumped for joy. "They're gone. The school of fish is really gone." Lin Yuan leaped from the cliff, down into the swamp. Next up is just collecting the loot. Li, he was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his own ears. One person had cleared the entire area. Unbelievable. Shuming's eyes were filled with admiration. "He's just incredible. I wish I could just hang on to his coattails." Down in the swamp, with just a few slashes, Lin Yuan finished off the school of rot gills. The whole thing took less than 30 seconds. He reappeared on the cliff before Shuming's group. A system notification popped up. Received 12,000 experience points. Level up to level 11. Lin Yuan paused, thinking to himself, "It's all thanks to the hundreds of times I ran this instance in my past life. That's how I was able to clear it so quickly this time." He closed his eyes and removed the mask from his face, silently praising it for its significant contribution in this battle. The vial in Lin Yuan's hand absorbed all the life force from the rot gills. He thought with some regret, "It's just a shame it cost 5 gold coins and can only be used once. A bit of a loss, but I suppose it was worth it." The system screen displayed a message. Item details. Rot gill oil, 1,000 grams. Produced from the fat glands of the rot gills in the Gobi swamp, it is one of the ingredients for high-grade healing potions. Effect. Has a miraculous effect on wounds caused by poison, rot, and necrosis, causing dead tissue to regenerate and turn back into healthy flesh and blood. Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something and said, "I almost forgot about this." A red ball appeared in his hand. The system displayed more information about it. Nose of the Silver Wave Teaser. A headgear-type item made from rot gill skin. It's a resilient, ball-shaped nose covering. When squeezed, it makes a clicking sound, and can also vibrate and glow. Effect. Emits the pheromones of a rot gill. Causes a fear effect in small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. Lin Yuan looked with some disgust at the floating wave teaser's nose. He imagined himself wearing it and looking like a clown. His face darkened at the thought. "I initially thought I didn't know if the quest reward was just that good, or if the game designer had a weird fetish to make this monstrous thing drop." Shuming had appeared right next to Lin Yuan, out of nowhere. He covered his mouth in praise. "So cool. And it can even glow." He looked at the wave teaser's nose with fascination. Oh my god, it moves too," Lin Yuan asked doubtfully. "You like this nose?" Shuming grinned until his eyes crinkled. "It's so unique. Great one. Can you sell it to me? Name your price." He broke out in a cold sweat at the man's enthusiasm. Yi Zhong helplessly placed a hand on Shuming's shoulder, feeling second-hand embarrassment for his teammate. He said awkwardly, "Sorry, he's always like this." Lin Yuan generously tossed the item to Shuming. "It's yours." The man hurriedly tried to stop him. "Wait, at least let me pay for it." Lin Yuan said, "No need." In Shuming's mind, Lin Yuan had already sprouted angel wings. He was moved to the verge of tears. "Great one, you're truly an angel." The two people behind them were speechless, thinking, "What the heck? Would someone really spend money to buy that thing?" Later, at the cathedral, 2 guards stood outside a room. Inside the room, Lin Yuan poured a blue liquid from the vial in his hand onto Victor's chest. The man's eyes shot open in amazement as he exclaimed, "What? Victor sat bolt upright, staring at him in complete surprise. I can't believe you actually managed to collect it. A system notification sounded. You have successfully completed the Gold Tier quest. Victor's request. Received quest reward, Gold Tier weapon, Azure Soulblade. Lin Yuan looked at the sword with satisfaction, thinking, finally, the Azure Soulblade, the first Gold Tier weapon I received in my past life. The detailed information panel appeared, Azure Soulblade, Gold Tier, weapon type, effects. Attack plus 150, magic damage plus 150, spirit plus 100. Comes with skill, Azure Soul Seal. Azure Soul Seal, radius of 100 to 150 meters, inflicts 150% spirit damage on the enemy. No cooldown, consumes mana. The sword was enveloped in a layer of lightning magic. Its own stats are pretty average, but its built-in skill, Azure Soul Seal, has an extremely effective combat property, especially its hidden effect. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened as he pictured the scene. When attacking a monster with the sword, each strike accumulates Azure Soul Chi in the enemy's body. After 3 strikes, it deals additional spirit damage, equal to 250%. He imagined himself standing on a cliff with the sword, with countless defeated people below him. Back then, it was the Azure Soulblade that helped me sweep through the Western Desert until I reached the top and became the #1 mage of the Western Desert. Lin Yuan lightly touched the blade. The system's voice rang in his head. Received reputation reward. Main city reputation plus 1000. Lion Scorpion Knight Order reputation plus 500. Lin Yuan calculated in his head. The reputation gained is the same as in my past life. It's only at a neutral level, but it's enough to operate in the main city. He glanced at the system panel. Wait, there's more? The system continued. Because your character has completed the quest, you have received an NPC affinity reward. Victor's affinity has increased by 10. Victor looked at his hands with joy. Lin Yuan thought with confusion. Something seems different this time. The man looked at him sincerely and said, "Thank you so much, young brother. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been dead in this bed next month." Lin Yuan replied politely. "Don't mention it." Victor added, "As a token of my gratitude, there's something I must warn you about." He wondered suspiciously. Did receiving those 10 extra affinity points trigger some kind of hidden plotline? The man cautiously offered a warning. "If you meet a person named QC, you must stay far away from him." Lin Yuan spoke up, confused. "QC is my instructor. Why would you say that?" Victor exclaimed in shock. "What? He's your instructor?" Victor sat up and swung his legs out from under the blanket. "Even though you concealed your class," Victor shot to his feet, asking you if you were a necromancer. Lin Yuan's face immediately darkened. "How did you know I was a necromancer?" He wondered suspiciously. "After I hid my information, even Quincy shouldn't be able to figure out my identity, right?" The man explained to him seriously. "I am a member of the Scorpion Knights, directly serving the king. We are responsible for carrying out secret missions, which includes hunting down necromancers. Because of that, I learned a special skill called shadow perception." Lin Yuan was doubtful. "Shadow perception?" Without letting him wonder for long, Victor answered. "Shadow perception is a skill unique to the Scorpion Knights. The moment a necromancer appears, my body will automatically sense them. The closer they are, the clearer the perception becomes." Lin Yuan looked at him and asked, "So you figured out my identity a long time ago?" He was completely shocked. To think there's a special skill created just to deal with necromancers. Victor stared at his own palm in disbelief. "No. At first, I was severely poisoned, and my senses were dulled, so I didn't detect you. But now the poison is gone. You carry the unique aura of the Dark Lord. Naturally, you couldn't escape my notice." Lin Yuan asked vaguely. "The Dark Lord?" The man began to explain seriously. "This story begins a very, very long time ago." Victor started retelling the most common legend in the Immortal World. This world once had a total of 5 gods. The God of Light, the Moon Shadow Monarch, the Goddess of Nature, the Tide Lord, and the King of Souls. But in reality, from the very beginning, there was a 6th god. A figure in a black cloak wearing a crow mask appeared. The Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was also called the King of the Undead, and was the most powerful being among the 6 gods. And precisely because he was too powerful, the Dark Lord relied on his strength to act as he pleased, without any restraint. Countless followers knelt before the Dark Lord. He even bestowed his most loyal believers with incredibly potent dark power, causing them to change their class to Necromancer to carry out his divine will. Victor's voice was filled with resentment. Under the brutal reign of the Dark Lord, Necromancers not only spread plagues that killed tens of millions of people, his voice grew heavier as he spoke, but they also turned the spirits under their command into zombies, causing countless disasters everywhere. And so, the major nations began to rebel against the Dark Lord. The temples once used to worship him were destroyed one by one, and all records related to him were burned to ash. As for necromancers, if one was discovered, they would be executed on the spot. From then on, this class was labeled a forbidden class, hated and hunted by all. Victor clutched his chest and said, "Years ago, during a battle, I was poisoned by a necromancer, and because of that, I was tormented by illness for 10 long years. At first, I thought I could only wait for death, until you appeared." After hearing the story, Lin Yuan frowned, a murderous glint in his eyes. He thought, "In my past life, I was just a mage. I never imagined such a secret was hidden behind those legends." He remembered his status window. Player Lin Yuan. Level 6. Class, Forbidden Necromancer. Talent, Shadow Summoning, Gate of the Underworld, at 35 out of 100. Strength, 32. Constitution, 28. Agility, 49. Spirit, 156. Experience, 527. Out of 8,726. No wonder Necromancer became a forbidden class. It's a good thing I've always stayed hidden. Lin Yuan remained silent, stroking his chin thoughtfully. This is starting to get complicated. I thought that after dealing with my sin points, I could quietly investigate for clues about the metal in the main city. His eyes sharpened, but it seems now, if I don't quickly find a way to hide the Dark Lord's aura, my identity could be exposed in an instant. Lin Yuan spoke up and asked Victor, "Is there a way to avoid the Scorpion Knights' shadow perception?" Victor's face was tense, his fist clenched. "Unless Quincy agrees to help you. But once he finds out your true identity, Quincy will definitely kill you." He added another shocking piece of information, because years ago, it was a necromancer who killed the wife he loved most. Lin Yuan's expression turned grim. Victor gave him a sincere warning. "That's why I'm telling you, you absolutely must stay away from him." Sometime later, he was walking alone through the Shattered Stone Desert. Lin Yuan heard the system's voice in his ear. "You have returned to the Shattered Stone Desert." Rewind to 10 minutes earlier, seeing Lin Yuan leave with a furious look on his face. Victor had rushed to stop him. "Are you crazy? You really want to find Quincy? That man would love nothing more than to chop up every last necromancer into 100 pieces." He stopped and glanced back at the man. "Victor, I have no other choice." Back in the present, Lin Yuan clenched his fists, thinking, "If I carry this dark aura around, forget about the main city. Even when I go to other maps, I'll probably run into big trouble. I have to solve this problem at its root." Suddenly, magical ice arrows flew toward him. He glanced over warily. "What is this?" The ice magic rained down on the desert. Lin Yuan jumped back to dodge. "What kind of attack is this?" He landed safely, dropping to one knee. To Lin Yuan, the figures rushing toward him from the distance looked like a Mongol horde. Huang Feilong, the leader of the group, spoke. "After lurking in this godforsaken place for days, we finally got you, you brat." He stood among his men, laughing wickedly. "You tricked us last time, but now I've brought over 30 of my brothers." Huang Feihu, carrying a blade, walked up behind Huang Feilong. "Let's see you die this time." The corner of his mouth curled into a contemptuous smirk. "In a moment, when your head hits the ground, remember to scream a little louder. I love hearing bugs." A bird flapped its wings, flying high above, capturing the entire scene of the crowded desert. Its eye was a super high-definition camera. A notification pinged on a phone. "The Crimson Crow Guild you follow is now live streaming." Many people were on the subway, and Huang Feihu's voice echoed from a phone. "All you viewers are lucky you could catch this broadcast." He rubbed his chin with a sinister smile. "Now, we are about to demonstrate how to slowly dismembering someone piece by piece on a live stream. The viewer count is climbing from 88 to 123, and now up to 212 people. In an office, 4 curious people sit in front of a computer watching. The one in the middle exclaims in surprise, "What the? He's killing an innocent person, and now he's live streaming himself, torturing the weak?" On the street, everyone is glued to their phones. A guy in a black hat gasps, "It's more than 30 against 1. Who is this unlucky guy to have pissed off this gang of thugs?" In another company office, the man in the middle moves his mouse, looking skeptical. He looks kinda familiar. The girl beside him remarks, "This guy's pretty handsome. Too bad he's about to be toast." At the same time, out in the desert, Lin Yuan nonchalantly rolls his wrist. "Just a couple of stray dogs like you? You're not even a proper warm-up, and you've come to offer your lives to me. In that case, I'll gladly accept another offering." After that scene, the comment section explodes. "So cool. This guy actually dares to talk back to the Bloodcrow Guild. Say that again? I think he's kinda cool too. Front row seats here. Selling sunflower seeds and drinks, waiting for the slaughter to begin." Huang Feilong bellows in fury. "Get him, all of you." The 30-man army obeys the command and charges forward in unison. A mage unleashes lightning magic, while an archer takes aim from a high vantage point. Go to hell. The mob, armed with axes, swords, and even dual blades, flies toward Lin Yuan to attack. A system notification pops up. Malicious ambush detected. Counterattack window. 15 minutes. During this time, killing any attackers will not add to your karma points. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He scoffs, pulling a sword from his inventory. 15 minutes. That's enough to kill about 3 of you. Lin Yuan summons a horde of undead, and they growl as they charge Huang Feilong's group. Go on, my zombie army. Time for a little stroll. He looks contemptuously at the purple orb flying towards him. You call that pathetic little spark lightning? On the other side, an elite scorpion zombie uses its tail to take down one guy. The scorpion zombie is poisoned. Seeing the situation turn against them, Huang Feilong barks a new order. All units, listen up. Warriors, fall back and form a shield wall to protect the mages. Focus all attacks on the target. Rogues and archers, provide harassing fire. The men retreat and follow his strategy, with shield bearers forming a defensive line at the front. The mages slam their staffs into the sand. 3 of them combine their magic, empowering the one in front, who grips his staff and creates a massive, colossal ball of lightning. Ha! He screams, swinging his staff toward Lin Yuan. Bolts of lightning shoot out, targeting the elite undead. Elsewhere, 2 archers also coordinate, firing their arrows simultaneously. The arrows pierce through the dog-headed undead, continuously draining several hundred health points with each hit. On the screen, the viewer count drops from 212 to 168. The bored viewers comment, "These summoned pets are nothing but a gift to level 7 or 8 elites. They'll be wiped out easily. I'm out. I'm out." As expected, another guy who's all talk and no action. Let's start a betting pool. I bet on how many minutes the kid can last. Huang Feilong laughs contemptuously. So what if you can summon zombies? Even if you summon that thing from last time, under our constant assault, it'll just be turned into a pile of minced meat, Huang Feihu says with a smug look. You're dead today for sure. But Lin Yuan shows no sign of fear, only a cold smirk. Is that so? The man asks, bewildered. Is that guy laughing? The live comments are flying by. Too fast to read, but one comment stands out above the rest. Holy crap, what's happening? Beneath Huang Feilong's men, the sand suddenly starts to tremble, then erupts upwards to attack them. The weakly defended mages standing behind the front line are sucked into a black pit, crying out for help in terror before the shocked eyes of their comrades. Help me! While being attacked by the sand, they're also swarmed by the dog-headed undead. One mage's jaw drops in horror as it moves with eerie speed, taking down the well-protected spellcasters, one by one. They scream in terror. He took them out in one move. Fall back, retreat. The front line is also struggling to hold against the terrifying attack power of the dog-headed undead. The air is filled with cries for help. Help! Save me! Huang Feilong and Huang Feihu's faces turn pale. What the? Because of this scene, the viewer count jumps from 168, all the way to 302. The bewildered viewers comment, "Whoa, what is this? An underground ambush. Zombies know how to use coordinated tactics now? Tell those noobs to get over here and take their beating. Who said he was going to be taken apart piece by piece? The ground is already littered with spare parts now." The surviving mages call out to each other to be careful. The wound is poisoned. Cleanse it before you heal. But before they can finish, they're hit by a devastatingly powerful attack. And the one who launched it was none other than Lin Yuan. There's a slight stir behind him, and he coldly swings his sword toward the sound. He doesn't even bother to turn his head. The assassin, impaled through the stomach by the blade, asks in disbelief, "How? How did you know?" Lin Yuan glances at him and replies with disdain, "At least I'm not stupid enough to try and hide on an open patch of sand." The undead he summoned are still enthusiastically slaughtering the members of the Bloodcrow guild. Cries of despair ring out. He's too strong. The leader's dead. Everyone, run. Huang Feihu grips his sword tightly, seething with rage. He grits his teeth and growls, veins popping on his face, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it. A bunch of useless trash. Huang Feihu leaps high into the air with his sword. "I'll cut you down myself." Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, his lips pursed in a slight smile. Magic gathers around his sword. A torrent of energy, filled with flying skeletons, bursts forth. "Then let's see you try." The skulls open their mouths wide, looking as if they could swallow Huang Feihu whole. Soul concealment. He halts his advance, scrambling backwards in utter fear. Huang Feihu's jaw drops. His eyes widen as he stares at the skulls. What is this? Lin Yuan moves like the wind, piercing through Huang Feihu and slicing off his dangling legs. Landing firmly on the ground, he finishes casting his skill, planting his foot down successfully. His hair now conceals his expression. All that's visible is a faint smile as he stands back to back with Huang Feihu. He opens his mouth and ominously begins to count down. 3. Huang Feihu's face trembles, beads of sweat forming as Lin Yuan's voice continues to echo in his ear. 2. And as he reaches the final number, 1, Huang Feihu's entire body explodes in a shower of rock fragments and dust. Lin Yuan just rests his sword on the ground. He murmured in satisfaction. As expected, an old friend is always the most reliable. On the livestream screen, the number of online viewers jumped from 302 to 558. Shocked comments flooded in like a tidal wave. Wait a minute. Did he pay for these special effects? Huang Feihu said, trying to intimidate the big boss with fireworks? This whole thing is about some guy who bragged about cutting someone down, only to get sliced to ribbons himself. Hey boss, you need a hype man? I'm spamming 666, you're the GOAT. System. Player Huang Feihu has been physically removed from the livestream. At the scene, Huang Feilong stood frozen amidst the chorus of agonizing screams and pleas for help. Help us! He stood there as if he'd been hit by a stun spell. Am I hallucinating? In Huang Feilong's eyes, Lin Yuan was like a demon, taking them down one by one. It had only been a few days since they last met, but just seeing the kid standing there filled him with a fear that came from the very depths of his soul. It felt like facing a devil straight from hell. After dealing with the grunts, Lin Yuan's sharp gaze shifted to what was behind him. Huang Feilong's entire body trembled, unable to stand steady. His voice turned desperate. Don't kill me. Lin Yuan coldly pulled his sword from a soldier's back. He slowly walked towards the man and said, Now, I'll control the sword and run it through your head. It's your turn to taste despair. Huang Feilong fell backward. A spray of red shot out. As Huang Feilong collapsed completely, his body emitted a blue light. Lin Yuan said flatly, It's over. His crimson eyes narrowed as he heard a buzzing sound by his ear. A live-stream drone flew towards him. Lin Yuan casually raised his hand. He unleashed a spell, blowing the live-stream drone to smithereens. Lin Yuan stood there nonchalantly as pieces of the device rained down on his head. Now for some peace and quiet. The night sky was dark, filled with twinkling stars. In a towering villa somewhere on Blue Star, a stunned netizen exclaimed, Why did the boss even blow up the livestream drone? Another person commented, Does anyone know who that master is? Someone else replied immediately, I know. He's the same guy who killed the Death Direwolf before. I was there. And all of this was witnessed by a young man attended by 2 servants. On his computer screen, people were still commenting non-stop. Where's the boss now? I want to meet him. Looks like the Gravel Desert, maybe. The Mercenary Guild has already issued an S-rank invitation. The mysterious youth gripped his wine glass, spitting out each word, Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, in the undying Black Sand town, Quincy was passed out, hugging a wooden barrel. Lin Yuan casually pushed the door open. He recognized the sound, and his eyes snapped open. You again! Quincy raised his wine bottle, his voice slurring in refusal. No more. Teaching. No more. I have enough wine money. I'm too lazy to move today. Lin Yuan didn't seem to care, stating coldly, I need to talk to you. A system screen appeared with the text, Disable Class Obfuscation. His information panel appeared in detail. Player. Lin Yuan. Level. 11. Class. Forbidden Necromancer Hunter. Talents. Dark Summoning Art. Gate of the Underworld 35 out of 100. Strength, 32. Constitution, 28. Agility, 49. Spirit, 156. Experience points, 527 out of 8,726. With a crash, the wine jug fell to the ground and shattered. Bloodshot veins filled Quincy's pupils. You're a Necromancer Hunter? The room fell unusually silent as the two stared at each other. Quincy was the first to speak, hissing out every word. How many years has it been? He activated his own special ability. A Necromancer Hunter. Quincy's eyes turned blue as the element of lightning surrounded him. And you dare show your face to me? All the pent-up resentment from over the years, Quincy converted it into power and unleashed it. The wine barrels were caught in the blast and shattered. Lightning fell from above like meteorites, cracking the ground, but not a single attack managed to hit Lin Yuan. Quincy's eyes widened in shock. So fast. He ground his teeth, helplessly watching the shadow move like the wind. Lin Yuan suddenly appeared right in front of him. His sword was pointed directly at Quincy's neck. Seeing the blade tip just inches away from him, Quincy stubbornly held his head high. Lin Yuan's eyes were sharp, his voice carrying the weight of a command. Can we have a civil conversation now? Quincy secretly clenched his fist in defeat and asked, What is it you really want? We now flash back to Lin Yuan's memories. Victor sighed in concession. Fine. If you insist on going, take this clue as a thank you. Long ago, under the shadow of the Dark Lord, the Immortal World was plunged into endless despair. To uphold justice, Quincy and his wife waged a war against the Necromancer Hunter, the Dark Lord's right-hand man. After a bloody battle, the Necromancer Hunter was destroyed, but Quincy's wife, who was gravely injured while saving him, was afflicted by the death curse of the undead. Her soul was tainted by the forces of darkness, turning her into a creature with no memories, forever unable to pass on. He watched the wife he loved turn into a monster, screaming in agony. No, to break the death curse and save his wife, the only way was to personally destroy her tainted soul. But ever since that battle, Quincy was so injured that he could no longer even hold a sword properly. Everyone thought Quincy would simply drink his life away, getting wasted to pass the days. Until one day, he announced a mysterious quest, a quest that could save his wife. And those who fought for justice would receive his lifetime's worth of treasure, while any Necromancer hunter would receive the method to overcome the shadow sense. It was a secret treasure he had taken from the corpse of a dead Necromancer hunter. Quincy planned to use the spoils as bait, to both save his wife by breaking the curse, and make the remaining Necromancer hunters pay with their blood. But of the 158 people who accepted the quest, not a single one is alive today. Back to the present, Lin Yuan pointed his sword at Quincy threateningly. "Tell me what your quest is." Quincy lowered his head slightly and exhaled sharply. "Very well. You've come knocking on my door yourself. I was just starting to worry that no one has played with my beloved wife for a while." Right then, the system screen displayed a line of text. "A quest commissioned by Quincy has been detected. Accept. Quest name, Wife's Soul. Quest description. Help Quincy's wife find release so she can rest in peace. Time limit, 10 days. Quest level, Silver." He glanced at it and gave a short, one-word reply, "Accept." Lin Yuan Victor turned and left coolly. Quincy scrambled to his feet and said, "Well then, good luck. Who knows, you might actually be able to complete my quest." Behind him, he revealed a wicked smile, thinking, "Of course, assuming you make it back in one piece." A while later, at the memorial sanctuary for the deceased, north of Blackrock Town, Lin Yuan's footsteps echoed clop-clop down the corridor. His glowing red eyes lit up, having already used a night vision potion. Lin Yuan was escorted by 2 alpha wolves with a scorpion bringing up the rear. He moved with extreme caution. The memorial sanctuary had 5 floors. All the dead NPCs from Blackrock Town were buried here. Suddenly, a mutant creature leaped out of a coffin. It lunged toward Lin Yuan, growling. Before it could even touch him, the undead scorpion's tail pierced straight through its body. He stared at it, thinking to himself, "Besides these, undead monsters like zombies sometimes appear here. Skeletons and phantoms. The levels of these undead monsters increase with each floor of the sanctuary. The first floor is all level 1 to 3 zombies, the low-level kind. The second floor has level 4 to 6 skeleton monsters, the third has level 7 to 9 phantoms, and the monsters on the 4th floor are level 10 ghouls." The torch-bearing undead wolf stopped in front of a dimensional gate. Lin Yuan's eyes revealed an excitement that was hard to conceal. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk. "All right then, let's clear these 4 floors in one go." Lin Yuan reached the 4th floor with ease. The space was dark and silent. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. Finally, Lin Yuan stopped in front of the 4th floor funeral hall. He stood at the entrance, observing warily. Seeing dozens of glowing red eyes in the pitch-black darkness, Lin Yuan wondered, is that some kind of sound? Ghouls appeared out of nowhere, activating their wall-crawling skill. From another direction, 3 more activated their inverted tier skill. Lin Yuan did a quick count. There were over a dozen of them. The system panel popped up, displaying the introduction for the elite ghoul. Level 10, 2000 health, 400 attack, 40 defense. Skills, Venomous Bite, Wall Crawling, Inverted Bite. They activated Venomous Bite. His eyes sharpened, and he commanded in a powerful voice, "Get 'em." The moment he spoke, the elite undead scorpion activated its earth-shattering pincer skill, scattering the ghouls. It roared again, and the circular part of its tail began to accumulate lightning. The elite undead scorpion whipped its tail at the ghouls, sending them flying. Lin Yuan flew in, sword in hand, to join the fun. Slash! He moved in a zigzag pattern, and before the ghouls could react, Lin Yuan had already lopped off their heads. He stopped, leaving a chaotic mess behind him. Some were sliced in half, others were impaled into the ground. One ghoul was still trying to crawl and struggle. Lin Yuan coldly stomped his foot down on its head. "Almost missed you." The monsters he had defeated lay strewn across the ground. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 12, he thought to himself. That was much faster than I expected. Looking at the pile of corpses, the dog-headed man's eyes lit up at the sight of the ghoul corpses. Lin Yuan thought with regret. It's a shame that the dark corpse taming art can control zombies, but it has no effect on undead monsters at all. A sudden burst of dark purple energy appeared behind him. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in alarm, and he glanced back warily. A pillar of purple magic shot straight towards him from out of nowhere. Lin Yuan leaped up, and luckily managed to slice the attack in 2 with his sword. "What is this?" He felt something was wrong, gritting his teeth in fear as he said, "Oh, crap." The energy enveloped Lin Yuan, leaving him with no strength to fight back. In a place lit by blue flames, a stone demon statue with its mouth wide open sat atop a set of stairs. The pillar of dark purple energy shot out from the void. Lin Yuan, caught in the dark energy, dug his sword into the ground to hold his position. He glanced around, assessing his surroundings. Above Lin Yuan's head was a coffin, bound tightly by black iron chains. Seeing the circle high above, he revealed a look of disbelief. "I've been moved to a different area?" Inside the coffin was a woman with brown hair and long, bright red claws. She licked her lips, smiling menacingly. "I've finally been waiting for you." A loud explosion erupted, and the female demon broke free from her coffin. "The chains were shattered and sent flying," she said smugly, the delicious scent of fresh flesh and blood. The system panel displayed her detailed information. Resentful Spirit Lord, level 18, 6,000 health, 800 attack, 200 defense. Skills: Corpse Flower Bloom, Banshee's Rage, Corpse Explosion. Lin Yuan used his hand to shield himself from the debris. "Is this the 5th floor?" The resentful spirit laughed maniacally as she flew towards him. "I will tear you to shreds." Lin Yuan quickly used his blade to block her attack. Vines shot out from behind the resentful spirit. System prompt: the boss has activated the skill, Corpse Flower Bloom. All the vines had a single target, Lin Yuan. He leaped up to dodge. Then, Lin Yuan Victor landed far away from the vines. The thorns on the vines plunged into the ground, which immediately turned toxic. The resentful spirit once again commanded the vines to attack him. Lin Yuan thought, "This toxic fluid is also corrosive?" Debris from shattered objects flew everywhere. This level of attack. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his expression resolute. Lin Yuan sliced through all the incoming vines, useless against me. Lin Yuan continued to sever the resentful spirit's vines. Black, resentful energy clung to his blade. Her body began to crack and fall apart. Terrified, she used her arm to cover her face. The resentful spirit clenched her fists, veins popping on her forehead. Her eyes turned bloodshot as she growled. She screamed, and rings of resentful energy radiated from her body. System prompt: the boss has activated the skill, Banshee's Scream. Lin Yuan was almost blown away. This is an area of effect skill. No, wait, she's summoning something. The resentful spirit's scream echoed throughout the space. Pale purple resentment energy seeped through every crack in the doors. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. A white, bony hand reached out from a wooden door. Lin Yuan's grip on his sword tightened even more. Could this be? He stared in shock as the skeletons smashed through the door. The NPCs from Black Sandtown were buried here. Seeing the life force rising from the shattered remains on the ground, Lin Yuan thought to himself, it's not just them. Besides the original townspeople, there are also those who failed the Quincy quest. He frowned in annoyance, sinking into a fighting stance. Damn it, that hag is trying to resurrect them. Skeletons crawled out of the cave, their mouths constantly screaming. Lin Yuan's face was partially hidden by his hair, but his anger was still visible. The number behind that door was definitely more than just one. I can't believe it. This boss can actually resurrect those skeletons. He summoned and commanded his cynocephali zombies. All of you, get out here. Lin Yuan pointed his sword and said coldly, block that door immediately. A cynocephaly zombie charged forward, using its scythe to block the entrance. He calculated silently. First, I'll use the zombie army as cannon fodder to hold them back. Lin Yuan pointed and commanded, add the bloodlust state. In another direction, the elite scorpion zombie also received the order to block the door. The elite cynocephaly leader used its bare hands to pull the vines taut. It and the elite scorpion zombie, their eyes glowing fiercely, fearlessly attacked the vines. They eagerly entered the bloodlust state. The elite cynocephaly leader gripped its weapon, growling continuously. Lin Yuan's face darkened. His icy voice called out to the elite cynocephaly leader. He commanded, go. As soon as he spoke, the undead horde charged forward bravely. They flew towards the vengeful spirit, jointly activating the skill Earth-Shattering Pincers and the skill Heavy Strike. She was struck hard by the elite scorpion zombie's massive tail. The vengeful spirit was sent flying into the wall, shattering the surrounding stonework. She frowned in surprise, looking up. Boulders began to rain down from above onto the vengeful spirit's position, but she escaped the rubble using her vines, smiling smugly. Lin Yuan was shocked by the vengeful spirit's incredible power. Watching her float above, he recalled what he knew. Spirits are a type of phantom monster. Their bodies can pass through buildings, and they're immune to half of all physical attacks. Lin Yuan grasped the vengeful spirit's weakness. He focused his power into his sword, but at the same time, they also take double magic damage. Lin Yuan slashed and moved relentlessly, but she still escaped with ease. In that case, I'll just have to use the soul purification seal to deal damage. The vengeful spirit showed no fear, dodging the attack effortlessly. He looked at her, wondering in confusion. How did her speed suddenly increase so much? He also glanced at where the cynocephaly zombies were holding back the skeletons. Beads of sweat formed on Lin Yuan's face. The NPCs in this tomb could break through his zombie army's defense line at any moment. I need to end this quickly. He took a ring out from his inventory space. First, I have to find a way to restrict her movements. Lin Yuan clenched his fist around the ring, and small sparks of lightning continuously emanated from it. The system screen displayed the information. Paralysis ring equipped. Paralysis ring, silver. Type, jewelry. Effects, health plus 100, mana plus 100, agility plus 15, spirit plus 15. Bonus skill, paralyzing toxin. When equipped, there is a 5% chance to paralyze an enemy for 3 seconds upon attack. Activate. Lin Yuan flew towards the vengeful spirit, sword in hand. Once he got close to her, Lin Yuan immediately activated the bonus skill, paralyzing toxin. Caught by surprise, the vengeful spirit was hit. At that moment, the system displayed a notification. Target hit, paralyzing toxin triggered. He leaped up again, attacking with his sword. It's not over yet. She couldn't cast a spell in time, and could only raise her hands in resignation. The vengeful spirit was sent flying into the crumbling wall, her vines severed into pieces. Seizing the momentum, Lin Yuan crouched down and kicked up a shower of rocks and dirt towards her. The vengeful spirit nimbly jumped down, luckily avoiding the attack. He offered a word of praise. Not bad luck. Lin Yuan came to a conclusion. Just as I thought. After being hit by the soul purification seal once, her speed has decreased. He summoned the direwolf zombie and pointed to the sky, commanding it. Vicious wolf's howl. The direwolf zombie tilted its head back and let out a roar. Activating skill. Vicious wolf's howl. The vengeful spirit was hit by its attack. System prompt. Target is stunned. Lin Yuan began to channel power into his sword. Even though the stun only lasts for 5 seconds, that's more than enough. He brandished his sword in a blur of motion. Like a dance. He unleashed a flurry of blows. How many of my attacks can you take? She was powerless to defend herself. The system screen continuously displayed her decreasing health. Minus 280. The vengeful spirit was furious, veins popping on her face. The system kept announcing. Minus health. Minus 280. Pushed to the brink, she arched her back, deciding to unleash her final attack. Error. The system sensed the danger and immediately warned Lin Yuan. Boss is activating the skill. Corpse explosion technique. In an instant, a massive explosion erupted, filling the entire space with purple lightning. All the zombies he had summoned were struck dead by the divine lightning. The entire chamber was filled with thick smoke and dust. A moment later, when the vengeful spirit's magic subsided, Lin Yuan stood in the middle, shielded by the cynocephaly zombies, completely unscathed. He plunged his sword into the rubble to steady himself. It was the corpse explosion technique, so she directly detonated the NPC zombies, blowing up the entire tomb. Beside Lin Yuan now, only the elite scorpion zombie remained, the elite cynocephaly leader, and the direwolf zombie. He looked at her, painfully taking stock of his zombie legion. Only 3 were left. It was truly a heavy loss. The vengeful spirit sank to her knees. Lin Yuan remained standing firm. His gaze sharpened, his voice serious. Now, it's time to end you. Lin Yuan summoned a multitude of skulls and charged forward, sword in hand, to attack her. Vanish! The swarm of skulls flew forward, piercing the vengeful spirit's abdomen. Her eyes widened at the powerful stream of magic. She screamed in agony. No! The boss is near death. Health at 300. The boss is near death. Health at 200. The boss is near death. Health at 100. The boss is near death. Health at 30. Congratulations. You have slain the wraith of resentment. Received 800 experience points. Lin Yuan landed lightly on the ground. Standing alone amidst the ruins, he wondered aloud, is it over? Then, small orbs of light gathered in one spot, catching Lin Yuan's eye. The soul of QC's wife spoke with genuine sincerity. Thank you, brave human. Then her soul began to dissipate. Before she left, she gave a smile of relief. Lin Yuan raised his hand to catch it. The light source settled in his palm, revealing a gold ring with a purple gemstone. The system screen displayed its information. Ring of True Love, a quest item, cannot be discarded, cannot be sold. Note, this was the engagement ring QC gave to his wife, a symbol of their love. His face darkened, looking at the ring with a hint of disappointment. He thought, is this ring really the only thing that dropped from the monster? Suddenly, a red book with a demonic symbol on its cover appeared. It radiated a murderous aura, and clinking sounds echoed from it. Lin Yuan stared at the book, skeptical. What is this? Holding the book in his hand, Lin Yuan marveled to himself. Unbelievable. The corpse explosion technique the Wraith of Resentment just used is actually an exclusive skill for Necro-Hunters. The system immediately announced, Corpse Explosion. Gold rank. Learning condition, limited to Necro-Hunter class. Looking at the book, he pondered thoughtfully. Could it be because the seal impersonator was a trusted follower of the Dark Lord? Then, streams of light erupted from the book and enveloped Lin Yuan. The system chimed in. Skill book is being automatically memorized by the player. The book in Lin Yuan's hand vanished, turning into a pillar of light that merged with his body. The system notification sounded again. Corpse explosion, gold rank. Level 1. Effect, detonate a zombie, dealing fire damage equal to 60% of its own health to surrounding enemies. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. Hearing the system, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly. Although this skill will consume my zombie reserves, its attack power and area of effect are excellent. This is a pleasant surprise. Returning to the familiar Black Sand town, Lin Yuan held out the ring to QC. The man looked at him in astonishment. Is this the engagement ring I gave her all those years ago? Taking the ring in his hand, he couldn't help but reminisce about the moments he shared with his beloved. Sealed souls have no consciousness. Only when they are freed can they recover their memories and drop the item they cherished most in life. His voice trembling slightly, QC asked, "My wife, when she passed, she was no longer in pain, right?" With his hand still outstretched, Lin Yuan replied, "That's right." Holding the trembling ring, remembering his wife's image, he couldn't stop the tears from flowing. That's good to hear." He bowed slightly in gratitude. He said, "I never thought that in the end, it would be a Necro-Hunter, the very class I despise most, who would help me find closure. Regardless, I will engrave this kindness in my heart." Then, a wooden box appeared in QC's hands. Opening the box revealed a crown radiating a dark aura. "Now, it is time for me to fulfill my promise." The system announced once again, Crown of Darkness. Special equipment. Headgear type. Effects. 1. After equipping, sin value becomes invisible. Effect 2. Hides dark aura, cannot be sensed. Note, exclusive equipment for Necro-Hunters, cannot be sold, cannot be destroyed. Holding the pure black crown in his hand, he couldn't help but think, although the Crown of Darkness doesn't have any additional stat bonuses, hiding my sin value and dark aura is exactly what I need right now. Thinking back on all the monsters I've flattened, with this, I can deal with the trouble from the Sacred Lion Knight's order, and I won't have to be so restricted when I operate in the main city anymore. Just then, the system posed a question. Does the player choose to equip the Crown of Darkness? Lin Yuan immediately replied, yes. Instantly, streams of blue-black energy enveloped him, and the crown automatically placed itself on his head. Has Lin Yuan finally taken another step closer to the truth? He walked outside, into the middle of the town. Guilds were recruiting members everywhere. In Feng Shui Cha, there are countless guilds, both large and small, but as for the guilds that truly deserve to be called major powers, he looked at the list the system had provided. Number 1, the Berserker Guild. Number 2, the Mirrorflower Watermoon Guild. Number 3, the Starless Wolf Guild. Number 4, the Holy Anthem Guild. Number 5, the Eternity Guild. Number 10, the Black Tree Guild. He wondered to himself, there are only 10 guilds. Could that person be hiding among them? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and thought, right now, I'm just a newcomer to Feng Shui Cha. It won't be easy to get close to these major guilds. Walking down the street, he constantly scanned his surroundings. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity first. Suddenly, feeling someone watching him, Lin Yuan immediately changed direction and slipped into a small alley. The moment the person followed him in, he had completely vanished. Suddenly, a cold, sharp blade was pressed against the pursuer's neck from behind. Lin Yuan's dangerous voice echoed from behind him. Who is it? The man's voice trembled slightly. It turned out to be Su Ming. He lunged forward joyfully. Lin Yuan, it really is you. Startled, Lin Yuan reflexively dodged to the side, causing Xu Ming to tumble to the ground. Lin Yuan asked with some exasperation, It's you? Sitting on the ground, Xu Ming rubbed his leg with a pitiful look. Lin Yuan, you still remember me? Lin Yuan immediately became wary, his eyes sharp. You know my name? Xu Ming quickly stood up and said proudly, I recognized you back when I was scrolling through the live stream of that Blood Something Guild. He thought back to sitting there, reading through tons of comments on the screen. Let me tell you, I had to work my butt off to find a trace of you in the tens of thousands of comments. Xu Ming rubbed his nose, his voice filled with smugness. Then I spent another 2 million to upgrade my corporation's latest facial recognition system, just to confirm it was you. Come on, praise me already, Lin Yuan asked, exasperated. 2 million? Just to find me? He rubbed his head, a little confused. Is that a lot? Our Han Corporation spends millions on routine system checks. He frowned slightly, doing the math in his head. The Han Corporation? That $100 billion giant that dominates the global high-tech market? So this guy has a background like that. What else does he know? Should I finish him off right here and now? Xu Ming's eyes lit up like stars as he threw his hands in the air, brimming with excitement. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, let's form a party. There's an S-rank hunt in the Bloodcrow cave tomorrow. As he charged forward, he tripped over a rock. I heard someone even found a lizard shedding nest. Instantly, Xu Ming lost his balance and sprawled out on the ground. Lin Yuan's eyes remained cold as he turned to leave. Go away. Stop following me. So why am I even bothering with this fool? After a moment of shock, he sat down cross-legged and roared with laughter. A god-tier player like you can solo wipe the Bloodcrow Guild's elite mobs with ease. You don't need a party for that. Seeing Lin Yuan remain indifferent, Xu Ming rubbed his head and sighed dramatically. For this hunt, 3 squads from the Black Tree Guild are coming to attack and test the newbies. If you put on an outstanding performance, you might still have a chance. Lin Yuan silently opened his system panel to check. Guild 0, 720. Guild 0, 820. Guild 0, 920. Number 10. The Black Tree Guild. He stood up, putting on a look of fake agony. I guess I'll just have to go try my luck alone. While Xu Ming was still moping, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly cut in. Specifics. Hearing this, Xu Ming's face beamed with joy as he turned around. Losing patience, Lin Yuan turned back and said coldly, I said, what is the specific start time for the hunt? Upon hearing that, he dropped to his knees and lunged forward to grab Lin Yuan's leg. 8 a.m. tomorrow. Lin Yuan, you agreed? Annoyed, Lin Yuan quickly clamped a hand over Xu Ming's mouth. Just call me Lin Yuan. He glanced over and saw Xu Ming's face turning red, struggling for air. However, we need to make some preparations before we go. Xu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Elsewhere, a skull floated in midair, swaying as if surveying its surroundings. The skull was mounted on a pole amidst a thick haze of dust. This was the camp of the Vulture thieves. Boom! A massive explosion erupted, shaking the area. On the ground, dead vultures lay scattered. In the middle of it all stood Lin Yuan, observing coldly. The overlord must be straight ahead. He bowed his head and let out a heavy sigh. The system scanned the area and immediately sent a notification. Undead Vulture Thief, level 12. HP, 1,600. Attack, 250. Defense, 70. Skills, curved throwing dagger, undead body. They swarmed around Lin Yuan, who remained motionless. His hands were poised for action. Come on then. When Lin Yuan glanced over, the vultures were disturbingly still. Then, all at once, they threw their heads back and let out a resounding screech. Immediately, their eyes glowed crimson, and they let out ghastly squawks. Lin Yuan swept his cloak back and thrust his hand forward. Go! And just like that, the undead vultures and his summons crashed into each other in a chaotic brawl. One vulture shot into the air, a dagger from its talons hurtling straight at him. Skill activated, curved throwing dagger. Lin Yuan coldly watched the dagger fly towards him. It struck the ground with force, sending earth and stone everywhere. The vulture looked around, its eyes wide with confusion, but he was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Lin Yuan appeared behind it and delivered a vicious strike. In a flash, he began wildly slashing, massacring every vulture before him. Your lives are mine. You have successfully eliminated the target. Vulture Thief times 3. You have successfully eliminated the target. Vulture Thief times 6. You have successfully eliminated the target. Vulture Thief times 10. The last one fell to the ground behind Lin Yuan. His eyes scanned ahead, a suspicious glint in them. On the high throne, there was no sign of the vulture rogue. Vanished? Tch. From behind, it appeared and attacked Lin Yuan, the Vulture Thief Overlord. Overlord class, level 19. HP, 6,200. Attack, 820. Defense, 220. Skills, curved throwing dagger, stealth, backstab. Skill activated, backstab. Lin Yuan stood motionless, his hands making a subtle movement as he prepared to activate a skill of his own. Skill activated, corpse explosion technique. The undead vultures surged from all sides, closing in. Die! A brilliant blue light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. From above, a violent explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. As the smoke and dust slowly settled, the overlord was unharmed, merely coughing a few times. Lin Yuan bent his legs and launched himself into the air, closing the distance in an instant. He shot towards the vulture like a bullet. A powerful aura radiated from his fists. Lin Yuan's eyes shone, emitting a terrifying coldness. The phantom fist technique was now in effect. He thrust his silver gauntlets forward. A powerful punch slammed squarely into its chest, causing the vulture's eyes to roll back in agony. Go to hell! The blow sent it crashing to the ground, carving a long trench of dust and smoke. Lin Yuan landed, still holding his stance. You have slain the bandit overlord. Vulture, it's over. Congratulations, you have reached level 13. With a swift motion, he opened his system window. A notification popped up. Dark Curse, Gold Tier, Level 3. Effect. Deals damage equal to 20% of the target's health points, or restores 20% of a zombie's health points. Mana cost, 60. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Proficiency, 20 out of 300. Corpse Explosion Art, Gold Tier, Level 2. Effect, detonates one zombie, dealing fire damage to nearby enemies. Damage is equal to 80% of the zombie's own health points. Mana cost, 100. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Proficiency, 2 out of 100. Dark Curse, Gold Tier, Level 3. Effect, deals damage equal to 20% of the target's health points, or restores 20% of a zombie's health points. Mana cost, 60. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Proficiency, 20 out of 300. Corpse Explosion Art, Gold Tier, Level 2. The effect of exploding a zombie deals fire damage to nearby enemies, equal to 80% of its own health points. It consumes 100 mana and has a 10-second cooldown. Proficiency 2 out of 100. A system notification appeared, asking if he wanted to confirm using the skill scroll to upgrade this skill. Lin Yuan reached out and took it. Yes. After completing the action, he stood still, lost in thought. The effect is pretty good. I used a skill scroll to level up Dark Curse all at once before. Now, it's directly upgraded to level 3, and I also managed to level up Corpse Explosion at the same time. His expression grew slightly pensive. As for the Zombie Legion, it's sufficient for now. 130 zombies acquired. The system continued to announce, Vulture Rogue Zombie Chieftain, Level 15, 3,500 health points, 500 attack, 100 defense. Skills, Scimitar Decapitation, Stealth, Body of the Undead. Vulture, Rogue, Zombie, Lord, Level 19, 6,200 health points, 820 attack, 220 defense. Skills, Scimitar Decapitation, Venomous Hand. Venomous Hand. Attacks are imbued with an additional 20 points of poison damage. Skills, Scimitar Decapitation, Stealth, Backstab, Body of the Undead, Venomous Hand. Attacks are imbued with an additional 20 points of poison damage. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up with a powerful glint. After the Vulture Rogue Lord was reborn as a zombie, it actually gained an extra skill? He suddenly recalled the previous battle with the dire wolf, when it died and was resurrected. It even received new skills, Wrath of the Undying and Vicious Wolf's Howl, which deals 400% damage to surrounding enemies. It also stuns them. Heart of the Behemoth increases the owner's health points. Claw of Death increases the owner's attack power. Wrath of the Undying. Critical hit chance increased by 20%. Lin Yuan continued to analyze and speculate on each possibility. Could it be that resurrecting Lord-level monsters gives them an extra skill? This is quite interesting. As he was thinking, the system's voice rang out. The hunting event you have joined will officially begin in 2 hours. Hearing this, he just smirked. Lin Yuan flicked his tattered cloak. He was excited and ready to set off. The scene changes to a forest, and deep within it lies the Blood Forest Cave. He shielded his eyes in annoyance. He was being blinded by something shining brilliantly. He was looking at Xu Ming, who was writhing and twisting up ahead in a set of armor as bright as gold. Is he cosplaying a gilded knight statue? He continued to strike poses confidently. Lin Yuan, I spent 50 gold coins to specially commission a master blacksmith to forge this super armor. Don't worry, I definitely won't hold you back today. Just as he finished speaking, the belt on Xu Ming's pants couldn't take it and snapped. He kept rambling on, not noticing that his pants had already fallen down. Suddenly, Xu Ming paused, sensing something was wrong, and fell silent. Lin Yuan pointed, trying to stifle his laughter as he teased. This is the first time I've ever seen modular armor like this. Very unique. He walked on, pulling up his pants as he tried to justify himself. The blacksmith said, "This is the latest model." As he was speaking, the helmet on Xu Ming's head fell, covering his eyes. He tried his best to struggle free but couldn't. Wait, I can't see. Lin Yuan, help me. Xu Ming staggered and tripped over someone's foot. He let out a terrified scream. His head hit something very hard, which caused the latch on Xu Ming's helmet to pop open. As he regained his vision, he looked up in a daze, only to see a figure twice his size with a ferocious face staring down at him. Zhao Kui forced a smile, but the wider he smiled, the more terrifying he looked. "Are you all right?" A system notification appeared. Third squad captain of the Black Tree Guild, Zhao Kui, a level 15 warrior. Xu Ming was frozen to the spot, his palms sweating and his heart pounding. Why is this man clearly smiling? But I feel like I've been bitten by a venomous snake. Is it an illusion? Suddenly, a hand from behind grabbed him by the collar. Losing his patience, Lin Yuan reminded him with a stern face, "Hurry up and take off that stupid gear you're wearing." Xu Ming rubbed his head and laughed sheepishly. "Oh, right." Zhao Kui glanced towards him, his fierce expression unchanging, and snorted inwardly. Lin Yuan remained calm and unafraid. His gaze met Zhao Kui's directly. This made the man grit his teeth as his anger flared up. This brat dares to look at me like that. What an annoying punk. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Hey, you two! Huang Yu appeared. He led a group of people, shouting, which one of you is Xu Ming? He held a profile sheet in his hand, his eyes scanning Lin Yuan's group. Huang Yu's eyes were glued to the paper. Right after, he raised his hand and pointed directly at him. It must be you. The one dressed so weirdly, right? As he finished speaking, Huang Yu's entire group burst into scornful laughter. What kind of fashion sense is this? Look at his shiny gold outfit. Is he trying to cosplay something over the top? Xu Ming calmly stepped forward and pushed his hand away, smiling without a hint of anger. That's me, the weirdly dressed one. You three must be the big shots from the Black Tree Guild, right? That's right. He's our friend. Before he could finish his sentence, the tip of a sword shot up, pointing straight at him. Huang Yu sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Fine. We're not interested in the names of rookies. Remember this clearly. We're letting you lead not because of the double registration fee, but because our captain is especially merciful. Lin Yuan lowered his gaze and remained completely silent. Zhao Kui stepped forward and stood to the side, speaking up. What are you doing? You should be a little friendlier to our new companion. He sneered. I was just joking, Captain. Huang Yu casually sheathed his sword. He tilted his chin up, clearly issuing a warning. Don't get arrogant just because our captain is easygoing. You should be grateful and cherish this opportunity, understand? Xu Ming nodded obsequiously. Yes. We'll definitely do our best. Yan Cheng, standing in the back, clapped his hands loudly. Everyone, stand at attention. I will now officially begin the roll call. He stood behind them, fumbling around awkwardly. I'm so nervous, I can't believe it. I'm actually going on a mission with members of a major guild. He remained silent. Are these really the players participating in an S-rank hunt? Up front, Huang Yu frowned. Is their equipment really okay? It won't break halfway through, will it? Thinking this, Lin Yuan closed his eyes in contemplation. They all look like newbies who just arrived in the main city. He walked ahead towards the cave entrance. Everyone's here now. We shouldn't delay any longer. Let's get ready to move out, Zhao Kui said, stopping as his eyes grew cold. Rest assured, everyone, when the Black Tree Guild is around, even the Grim Reaper steps aside. Everything will be perfectly safe. After hearing that, everyone fell in line behind him, shouting in agreement. As he walked ahead, Xu Ming could only see the man holding a red flag, grinning like an idiot. Xu Ming glanced back and called out, Lin Yuan, hurry up and keep pace. I heard this cave even has glowing slimes. Seeing this, Huang Yu was speechless. For God's sake, is this guy here for a picnic? Lin Yuan, however, calmly walked forward, not even glancing back. As he drew nearer, Lin Yuan couldn't hide his interest. I can smell something. Exciting. In the blink of an eye, the entire group entered the Bloodscale Cave. A moment later, they were forced to stop. Multiple paths appeared before them. How can there be a fork in the road so soon? That said, we haven't even encountered a single iron-eating lizard on the way here. These iron-eating lizards are nocturnal. It's very likely they're gathered deep inside the cave, resting right now. One of them raised his hand and asked hesitantly, Captain Zhao, which path do you think we should take? Zhao Kui showed no signs of impatience, a smirk playing on his lips. I think it's best we split up. As soon as he finished, the group erupted in disagreement. Split up? But isn't that a little dangerous? Yeah, what if we run into a level 16 elite? Wu Hui stepped into the middle of the group, his tone calm as he tried to mediate. Quiet, everyone, quiet down. Actually, to ensure the safety of this operation, our captain already led us on a scouting mission. When you all met us today, we had just finished scouting and were resting before regrouping. The man furrowed his brow, finding the words hard to believe. What? Captain Zhao already scouted ahead? With a sharp glint in his eyes, he stood blocking the cave entrance and nodded. That's right. After our scouting this morning, we found that of these 3 paths, the middle one contains the pheromones of iron-eating lizards. The risk of a surprise attack is extremely high there. The other 2 paths, however, are completely safe. Zhao Kui continued without pausing. He went on and on. The more dangerous a place is, the greater the chance of finding valuable discoveries. To ensure both efficiency and everyone's safety, I've decided that our Black Tree Guild will take the middle path. The rest of you can take the 2 side paths. A crafty glint flashed in his eyes, a scheming smile briefly crossing his face. What do you all think? They still believed every word, Zhao Kui said. As expected of a major guild, so meticulous in everything they do. He's the captain of the Black Tree Guild's 3rd team, the highest-ranking senior among us. In contrast, Lin Yuan simply pointed to the side. We'll take the left path. Hearing his words, Zhao Kui let out a sarcastic laugh. Of course, that's not a problem. So, does anyone want to go with them? The crowd looked at Xu Ming and Lin Yuan, still a bit worried. Those 2? Wu Hui said evasively. One of them gives off a weird vibe. Doesn't seem very reliable. As for the other one, he looked Lin Yuan up and down. He's just a poker-faced freak. Look, he's even hiding his level and class. It's probably because they're too low, and he's afraid of losing face. But I think he looks kinda cool. Then you go with him. Hearing their chatter, Zhao Kuei couldn't help but sneer again. It seems you two aren't very popular. A shame. Although I'm the leader of this operation, I can't force anyone. Lin Yuan ignored them, glanced back, and said, "Let's go." He stared at their backs as they entered the cave. A contemptuous smile spread across Zhao Kuei's lips. Two clueless fools. Inside the cave, sharp stalactites hung jaggedly from the ceiling as drops of water trickled down silently. The falling droplets quietly formed a small puddle on the ground. The two of them proceeded cautiously, step by step. They ventured deeper into the cave. Walking behind, Xu Ming held his sword and shield, a hint of fear in his eyes. Lin Yuan, the temperature is dropping too fast. This feeling is so strange. Fear drained the color from his face. I feel like I'm being watched. And the feeling is getting stronger. Lin Yuan's cold voice rang out, emphasizing each word. So you finally noticed? There's definitely something here. Hearing this, a sense of panic rose in Xu Ming. What? But didn't Captain Zhao say he already scouted this path and that it was safe? Lin Yuan smirked, his smile dripping with sarcasm. You actually believe that guy? Bringing a bunch of rookies on an S-rank hunt. He obviously wants to use live bait. He looked at Lin Yuan with a questioning gaze. Lin Yuan, then why didn't you expose him earlier? Lin Yuan glanced at the wall, noticing small, shimmering water-like blobs. He clenched his fist, crushed one of the blobs, then ripped it from the wall and tossed it forward. Because I also want to see just what we'll manage to bait. A strange sound echoed from the darkness at the cave's mouth, and blood-red eyes gleamed from within. Interesting. From the shadows, lizards began to crawl out one by one. Iron-eating lizard, a level 16 elite, health, 3,300, attack, 440, defense, 100. Skills, iron tail sweep, wall breaker, corrosion immunity. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down from above in an instant. A fiery vortex erupted, swirling violently and scorching everything in its path. The flames shot straight towards them, incinerating all in their way. From another direction, Huang Yu charged forward like a bolt of lightning. He launched an attack at it. Before the lizard could counter, he swung his sword for a swift slash. You stupid fools, witness my power. Afterwards, Huang Yu looked back, flashing a confident smile at Zhao Kuei. Captain, those scapegoats are drawing the monsters for us. They're splitting the monsters' forces. This is much easier now. They actually fell for that whole lie about scouting the path. He swung his weapon forcefully and charged at a lizard. By the time they're almost all dead, the iron-eating lizards in the other two caves will be low on health. The blow sent it flying into the wall with great force. That's when we'll step in to reap the rewards. Kill two birds with one stone. From behind, a horde of them rushed forward, aiming straight for Zhao Kuei. Unafraid, he clenched his fists, a confident smile on his face. Hey, who do you rude bastards think you're screaming at? Come on. Bring it on. In an instant, Zhao Kuei unleashed his power and struck down all three. He stood still, his face contorted. Interesting. Useless trash. Deserved to be at the bottom of the food chain forever. On the other side, Tu Ming trembled and stammered. Lin Yuan ordered Victor to prepare its tail for an attack. Activate skill, Iron Tail Sweep. Iron Tail Sweep uses its metallic tail to strike a target, dealing 60% damage. Lin Yuan ordered the Vulture zombies to counterattack. Activate skill, Curved Dagger Throw. Curved Dagger Throw hurls a curved dagger at the target. Maximum range of 10 meters, retrievable, deals 60% damage on impact. Activate skill, Stealth. Stealth puts the user in a semi-hidden state, reducing the probability of being detected by the target. Activate skill, Backstab. Backstab attacks from behind, dealing 80% damage to the target. The two sides clashed, fighting fiercely, with neither willing to back down. Since when did he tame so many zombies? He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening. They were even stronger than during the battle at the mudflats. He's just too cool. Lin Yuan glanced over coldly. Victor, I told you I'd make some preparations while I was at it. Hearing this, Tu Ming was completely stunned. What? In less than a day, Lin Yuan had managed to tame so many powerful monsters? As he spoke, a system notification appeared. You have successfully eliminated 55 elite iron-eating lizards. He walked over. Done. Not bad efficiency. Watching from behind, his eyes welled up with tears. I admire him so much. If only I could be as strong as Lin Yuan. Suddenly, a slight tremor shook the cave, causing Tu Ming to stumble. Is this an earthquake? He was about to go inform him when he froze in astonishment. He saw Lin Yuan, with his hand outstretched, absorbing the life force of the lizards. Lin Yuan is busy. Let me check out the situation first. I can't keep bothering him with every little thing. I have to pull my own weight, too. Tu Ming grabbed his shield and headed in the opposite direction. I think it's coming from over here, under my feet. He felt the tremors getting closer. Tu Ming's eyes widened as he looked down. The shaking seemed to have stopped. But before he could feel relieved, a tongue shot up from the ground. He fell flat on the ground, his face pale with fear. Scrambling to his feet, Tu Ming could only register the massive tongue writhing before his eyes. His eyes widened, flashing with a mixture of shock and tension. What? What in the world is that thing? Suddenly, the tongue lunged straight for Tu Ming. Carrying a dangerous force, it struck him, sending him tumbling to the ground as he screamed in pain. In the blink of an eye, the tongue shot up into the air. It immediately wrapped tightly around Tu Ming, holding him in its grip. Help! The tongue coiled powerfully around Tu Ming, dragging him straight toward the ground. Tu Ming's eyes filled with horror and despair. I'm done for. A flash of light sliced through the air, tearing through space with incredible speed. In an instant, the tongue was severed in two. A mud-eating beast that hides underground dares to play tricks in front of me? Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. He walked over and grabbed the collar of the trembling man. Lin Yuan dragged Tu Ming away like a gust of wind, ignoring his terrified state. Moving to another corner, Tu Ming leaned against the wall, coughing repeatedly, his face pale. Lin Yuan, that thing is definitely a giant. Before it comes out, we need to hurry, and… Before he could even calm down, the ground suddenly cracked open, shaking violently. Terrified, Tu Ming screamed. His trembling voice echoed in the cave. It's too late. We're not going to make it. From beneath the earth, a giant monster suddenly emerged, roaring. The sound was deafening. Iron Scale Lizard, Lord level, level 20. Health points, 6,300. Attack, 850. Defense, 280. Skills, Iron Tail Sweep. Unyielding Rampart. Earth Vein Tunneling. Venomous Sand Spit. As he read that information, his face immediately turned pale, and his body couldn't stop shaking. The mission info only said that the Bloodscale Cave was home to an elite-level iron-eating lizard, but this thing is clearly Lord level. Although Tu Ming was terrified, he gritted his teeth and stood protectively in front of him. Lin Yuan, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have run into a terrifying monster like this. Let me hold it off. You need to get out of here. Lin Yuan wasn't afraid in the slightest, he just smirked. A terrifying monster, you say? In that moment, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Looks like it's finally worthy of being my prey. Tu Ming was bewildered. What? The monster crawled on all fours, its growl echoing through the cave. As it crept closer, Lin Yuan drew his sword without hesitation and charged straight at the Iron Scale Lizard. Then let's see if I can take it down. Tu Ming cried out worriedly. Lin Yuan! His voice dropped as he commanded the Vulture zombies to attack at once. Vulture leader, throw your dagger. As soon as the order was given, they hurled their weapons, but the beast quickly used its tail to block their attacks. The boss activated its skill, Iron Tail Sweep. The Vulture's weapons clanged against its tail. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to leap onto the Iron Scale Lizard's head, taking advantage of the opening. In a flash, he focused all his spiritual power and activated his skill, Azure Soul Seal. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted. Lin Yuan landed softly on the ground, observing. But when the dust settled, the creature was completely unharmed. The Iron Scale Lizard's tough skin was only lightly scratched. He frowned in disbelief. An attack with that much power only left a small scorch mark? Enraged, it opened its mouth and roared, the sound shaking the entire cave. Poison spewed from the Iron Scale Lizard's mouth. The boss activated its skill, Venomous Sand Spit. Venomous Sand Spit attacks with a high-pressure blast of poison sand. Targets hit will suffer poison damage. Lasting effect. Drains 3 to 10% of health per second for 5 seconds. The poison from the monster's mouth spread out in clouds of green smoke, clinging to the air. Standing to the side, Tu Ming cried out in fear and worry. Lin Yuan, be careful. The attack slammed directly into the ground. The Iron Scale Lizard stared intently at Lin Yuan as he backed away. Taking a closer look at the ground, the spot where it had hit was already corroded. It's a highly concentrated corrosive attack. Lin Yuan frowned slightly as he assessed the situation. This is a bit tougher than I imagined. The Iron Scale Lizard's tail whipped out, trying to strike Lin Yuan while his guard was down, but he quickly leaped up, dodging its attack. Even so, it only made people more excited. Lin Yuan's face darkened, and he immediately summoned his undead. Go on, you foolish lord. A Vulture rogue zombie immediately appeared. The moment it materialized, it instantly stabbed the knife in its hand into the fierce Iron Lizard's tail. Xu Ming stood to the side, a shocked expression on his face. Is that zombie monster Lin Yuan summoned also his new subordinate? His eyes lit up with admiration. That's so cool. The Vulture rogue zombie quickly got behind the fierce Iron Lizard, raising its daggers. Then, the system announced the activation of the skill, Backstab. It plunged its daggers straight into the fierce iron lizard's tail. The boss activated its skill, Impenetrable Fortress. Impenetrable Fortress increases defense by 150%, lasting for 10 seconds. Almost instantly, the fierce iron lizard's tail whipped towards it. Seeing this, Lin Yuan quickly shouted a warning, "My zombie, be careful," but it reacted too slowly and was sent flying into a wall by the fierce iron lizard's tail. Xu Ming exclaimed in horror. "Its reaction speed is insane. Does that thing have eyes on the back of its head?" Hearing his words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but ponder. Eyes on the back of its head? He began to recall the fierce iron lizard's earlier actions and reactions. Lizards have simple eye structures, mainly relying on changes in light to perceive their surroundings. Once an enemy stands completely still, they have a very hard time detecting them. Then Lin Yuan thought about the characteristics of lizards. However, their motion detection is extremely sharp, and their hearing and membrane senses can pick up even the slightest movements of an enemy. Some lizard species even have infrared sensors to detect an enemy's body heat. Therefore, a lizard's sensitivity to an enemy's trajectory is many times greater than a human's. As if he understood, Lin Yuan chuckled softly. "Looks like to deal with this guy, I'll have to make it walk right into a trap." With that thought, he began to continuously hurl fireballs at the fierce iron lizard. Not only that, Lin Yuan also taunted it loudly. "Come on, let's see which is tougher, your scales or my fireballs." Unsurprisingly, it quickly charged toward Lin Yuan. He backed away while throwing fireballs at it. After that, Lin Yuan focused on luring the fierce iron lizard towards the back. "Good, just keep this thing agitated so all its attention is on me." Xu Ming, on the other side, quickly tried to stop him. "Lin Yuan, it's dangerous," he explained hurriedly. "A lord-level fierce iron lizard's defense is too strong. Those fireballs won't do any damage to it at all. What Lin Yuan is doing is too risky." Suddenly, he realized something was off. Wait a minute, which way is Lin Yuan running? Looking closely, it was clear that Lin Yuan was running towards the mob of iron-eating lizards on the other side. Soon, Lin Yuan reached the group of iron-eating lizards. Seeing the time was right, he immediately turned around. Now. Then Lin Yuan dodged to the side, leaving the fierce iron lizard bewildered. It lost its momentum and, in the blink of an eye, crashed into the middle of the iron-eating lizards, where it was quickly swarmed. Seeing his plan had succeeded, Lin Yuan couldn't help but let out a sarcastic remark. "You big-headed idiot. You don't even know how to hit the brakes." It roared endlessly, its cries a mixture of pain and anger. Turning around, Lin Yuan prepared to use a skill. Enjoy this explosive feast. The system pinged again, activating the skill, Corpse Explosion. Instantly, the iron-eating lizards exploded, dealing tons of damage to the fierce iron lizard. Seeing it had lost a good chunk of health, Lin Yuan smirked. Armor broken. Seeing him standing before it, the creature roared in anger and charged. Lin Yuan quickly retreated and ordered the Vulture Rogue and Victor to attack from both sides. This confused the fierce iron lizard. Lizards have another weakness. Their eyes can't lock onto enemies on both sides at the same time. The Vulture Rogue immediately pulled out a crossbow and aimed it straight at the fierce iron lizard. The monster opened its mouth wide, gathering energy for a big attack. Lin Yuan leaped up and struck down from above. "This blow will send you to hell." It shrieked in pain as its weak spot was hit. The fierce iron lizard has been defeated. System notifications rang out continuously. Weak point struck. Level up. Level up. Level up. Congratulations on reaching level 14. He stood silently and imposingly over the corpse of the fierce iron lizard. Dust and smoke filled the air. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan turned the corpses into his undead minions. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Health has been restored by 85%. Another notification appeared. Dark Gold Shadow Curse, Level 3. Effect. Deals 20% of the target's health as damage or restores 20% of the iron-eating lizard's health. Cost, 60 mana. Cooldown, 6 seconds. Proficiency, 200 out of 300. Seeing this notification, Lin Yuan grew thoughtful. It seems if I use a skill scroll one more time, I can directly upgrade the Shadow Curse to level 4. Looking at the fierce iron lizard before him, he reconsidered. Although Corpse Explosion used up quite a few iron-eating lizards, it was worth it to acquire this guy. The system displayed its information. Iron-eating lizard lord, a level 20 iron-eating lizard. Health, 6,300. Attack, 850. Defense, 280. Skills. Iron Tail, Barrier Attack. Invulnerability. Earth Vein Stealth, Spit Poison Sand, Undead Body. Looking at it, Lin Yuan made a decision. From now on, you'll be my meat shield. Just then, Xu Ming's urgent voice called out again. God Lin Yuan. He was holding a chest full of equipment, and rushed toward him with sparkling eyes. "This is the first time I've ever seen so much loot. Should we count it now?" Lin Yuan glanced back at the mess. "What's the rush? We still haven't cleaned up a few old rats." Amidst the charred corpses of the iron-eating lizards, Zhao Kui stood with a weapon in hand and a sinister smile on his face. These idiots are basically not even worth mentioning. A warrior immediately started to flatter him. It's all thanks to the captain's command. With you here, even a lord-level monster would have to kneel and sing your praises. Wu Hui, standing beside him, reminded him, Captain, based on the noise from earlier, I think the fight between those two is probably about to end. If we go over now, it'll be the perfect time to pick up the scraps. He kicked the corpse at his feet and then left. Zhao Kui led the other two forward to collect the corpses. Suddenly, a surprise attack caught them completely off guard. They scrambled to dodge the falling rocks. Zhao Kui roared in anger. Who dares to ambush the Black Tree Guild? As the haze of dust settled, a figure slowly emerged before them. Lin Yuan gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze as cold as ice. Weren't you going to collect the corpses? Let me get them for you. Wu Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. He stammered, unable to form words, pointing a finger straight at him. No, it can't be. Two were clearly eaten by those iron lizards. Xu Ming furiously yelled right in his face without holding back. You still have the nerve to say that? And here I thought the Black Tree Guild was supposed to be some great guild. So much for being honorable. I can't believe you guys would use other players as bait to clear a dungeon. Huang Yu didn't even think. He immediately rushed forward to stand in front of Zhao Kui. So what? To become a stepping stone for our Black Tree Guild is the greatest honor you trash could ever hope for. In contrast, his face was pale, his lips pressed into an ugly thin line. Damn it all, how did these two get out alive? Could it be that when they entered the cave, there weren't many iron lizards inside, and all the monsters had gathered around those other unlucky bastards? He was so furious he stomped his feet on the spot, cursing nonstop. You guys are shameless. Inside, Zhao Kui couldn't help but laugh. A mocking look flashed in his eyes. The more I look at that guy, the more annoying he gets. Might as well just deal with him. He slowly took a step forward. His voice was low and deep. I don't know what kind of dogshit luck you stumbled on to get out of there alive, but your lucky streak ends now. In a flash, Zhao Kui made his move, so fast that no one could react. His mace swung down violently, right where the two had been standing. They immediately threw themselves backward, dodging the blow and retreating without hesitation. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on his sword and charged straight ahead. Just you? Zhao Kui gripped the iron chain of his mace, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. The clang of metal on metal rang out, reverberating through the area. Lin Yuan quickly retreated, placing one hand on the ground to steady himself. The corner of Zhao Kui's mouth curled into a contemptuous smirk. So this is what the little brat wants to play at. As Lin Yuan swung his sword, pitch-black skulls materialized out of thin air. He charged forward, shattering them one by one. Zhao Kui stood before the thick smoke, his eyes fixed on what was ahead. For a moment, he froze, clearly startled. Damn you, you can't run. Lin Yuan swung his sword, striking straight forward. Zhao Kui reacted in time. He raised his shield to block the fierce blow. Did you really think I wouldn't be on guard, you fool? He sneered, looking directly into Lin Yuan's eyes. This just proves it. Anyone who survives on luck alone better sleep with one eye open. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Kui's figure vanished into thin air. Lin Yuan said nothing, simply standing there and silently observing his surroundings. Zhao Kui swung his weapon, attacking from behind. After all, with trash like this, you can play with their pathetic lives whenever you want. Lin Yuan slightly tilted his head, his steel-cold gaze piercing through the darkness. Without hesitation, he unleashed his magic. A surging torrent of power erupted, crashing down on him. A deafening explosion boomed, sending earth and stone flying. Xu Ming stood to the side, a mix of fear and worry on his face. Lin Yuan, Wu Hui, and Huang Yu blocked his path, saying contemptuously, "Leave this newbie to me." Hey, you didn't get enough of a warm-up just now. It's gotta be my turn, right? On the other side, Zhao Kui looked at Lin Yuan, who was lying motionless under a rock, his clothes tattered. I don't have much time to play these games with you. He laughed savagely, raising his fist to send Lin Yuan on his way. Just lie down and die quietly. But Zhao Kui froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? His fist had been stopped by Lin Yuan's hand. You're the captain of the Black Tree Guild's third squad, right? Only now did absolute terror fill Zhao Kui's heart. How is this guy? Lin Yuan's head was still lowered, but a cold smile had spread across his lips. His eyes glowed red as magic gathered around him. I think I finally understand the skill level of the 10th ranked guild in the main city region. Lin Yuan squeezed his wrist tightly. The power made Zhao Kui tremble uncontrollably. He strained to pull away, but the grip held him fast like a steel trap. Lin Yuan's eyes glowed redder, his muscles tensed, and he exerted his strength. Before he could react, Lin Yuan grabbed him and slammed him into the ground like a sandbag. Zhao Kui was thrown far away. He carved a trench in the ground before coming to a stop, grinding his teeth and coughing violently. I really underestimated a bastard like you. Zhao Kui angrily grabbed his mace. He charged forward to attack again. Don't just stand there, attack together. Hearing the order, Wu Hui and Huang Yu shouted in unison. Right! The three of them rushed towards Lin Yuan. Go to hell! He wasn't scared, he just stood there staring, a smirk on his face. A ragtag bunch is still a ragtag bunch. Without much effort, just as their attacks were about to land, Lin Yuan's figure vanished without a trace. High above, two undead vultures appeared, spreading their wings and attacking them. They were ambushed in an instant. They panicked, unable to react in time. What? His eyes went wide, revealing both rage and panic. In front of Zhao Kui, skulls rushed forward as if to tear him to pieces. The blow made Zhao Kui groan in pain. He was knocked down, tumbling to the ground in front of the other two. Just as Zhao Kui lifted his head, a pair of feet appeared before his eyes. He panicked, his voice trembling as he spoke. Wait, stop. Damn it, if you actually kill me, the Black Tree Guild isn't a force to be trifled with. You better think this through. Lin Yuan stared down, his powerful gaze fixed on Zhao Kui. Then, he glanced down at his feet, only to see Xu Ming hugging his leg with heart-shaped eyes. Lin Yuan, I knew you'd never lose. You had me worried sick just now. Lin Yuan showed his disgust, kicking him away. Get off of me. Lin Yuan's expression changed. He raised his sword high and coldly declared, From what I've heard, your Black Tree Guild isn't just tyrannical and cruel to outsiders, but you're also ruthless to your own members. If you die, lose rank, and lose the guild's equipment, cause a loss, they'll come looking for you to settle the score, won't they? Have you thought about how you're going to explain it to them? He was terrified, sweating bullets as he tried to negotiate. I'll admit I lost this time. Name your price. What will it take for you to let me go? Lin Yuan lowered his sword, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Then make a list of all the high-level management players in your guild for me. Write down their class, level, and special traits. At that time, thunder and lightning crackled around him. In his past life, the skills used by the first follower were unlike anything ever heard of. No one knew what they were. No one knew how to deal with it either. He must have had an extremely rare hidden class that no one ever found out about, from beginning to end. Hearing this, Zhao Kui stammered, A list? What do you want that for? Lin Yuan ignored his question and stabbed his sword straight through Zhao Kui's hand. Watching the blood pour from the man's hand, he sat down coldly. Are you going to write it or not? Zhao Kui's face turned pale. I'll write it right now. A moment later, the list was in Lin Yuan's hands. It seems all the experts of the Black Tree Guild are on here, although a few of the classes are a bit unusual, but none of them match the characteristics of the first follower. Behind him, the man clutched his injured hand and asked cautiously, Boss, can you let me go now? I can let you guys go. Before he could even finish, Zhao Kui hurriedly chimed in, Thank you, boss, thank you. Before they could react, Lin Yuan shot out a magic spell, piercing through their bodies. But you people have harmed so many innocent players. It's time you gave them an explanation. The treasures from the three of them appeared one by one. Silver Lunar Demon Ring, weapon type. Effect, attack power plus 45, critical hit plus 30, physical attack plus 30, attached skill, charged burst. Charged burst, increases attack speed by 20% on the first attack, and a bronze long feather sword, weapon type. Effect, attack power plus 30, accuracy plus 20, and a bronze blue light mage robe. Armor type. Effect, magic damage plus 20, spirit plus 20. He glanced to the side with some suspicion, only to see Xu Ming furtively holding some kind of chest. Lin Yuan, look at this. They got a treasure chest too. We haven't inventoried it yet. He brought it over to Lin Yuan. I'll pick first. The rest is yours. Seeing him open it, Xu Ming quickly shook his head. No, that won't do. When he saw Lin Yuan sigh and pull his hand back, he immediately put on a fawning smile. I want to buy them. I can't just take advantage of you, Lin Yuan. He didn't want to argue with Xu Ming. Suit yourself. Lin Yuan looked over the items in the chest and shook his head. There's nothing here for me. You can have it all. He nodded happily. Okay, Lin Yuan, I'll transfer the money to you right now. Received 54 gold coins. The two of them finally left the cave. It seemed the Bloodscale Cavern mostly dropped silver-grade equipment during the day. Getting gold-grade equipment at this stage was no easy feat. Xu Ming reached out, wanting to say something, but hesitated, stammering. Lin Yuan, there's something I don't know if I should say. He looked at him inquisitively. What is it? As he spoke, his body began to tremble involuntarily. I heard that the Black Tree Guild holds a grudge. If they can't beat you in the game, they'll get revenge in real life. How about I have my bodyguards follow you? After hearing this, Lin Yuan showed no reaction and simply waved as he walked away. Thanks for the warning. They're just a bunch of pests. I have my own plans. Back in the present, he had just taken off his gaming helmet when a voice called from outside. Lin Yuan, come on out, it's time to eat. Lin Yuan stood up from his chair. Coming. He walked to the door and had just put his hand on the knob to open it. The moment he opened it, a huge figure, wearing a device just like his, was standing there imposingly. Father Lin held up the helmet and tilted his head. My son, Lin Yuan, take a look. Is this the helmet you need for your game? Is this thing broken? He glanced over, a little surprised. It can still turn on, so it doesn't look broken. But Dad, why did you suddenly buy a gaming helmet? He waved his hands, his voice a bit flustered. No. Why would I buy this? Your mother found this while she was cleaning Lin Dan's room. In that instant, a strange feeling washed over him. A hazy memory flashed by. In his previous life, it was around this same time that Lin Dan awakened her hidden class. Mother Lin walked out of the kitchen, smiling. All right, you two, don't just stand there. Hurry up and come eat. She glanced at her husband and sighed softly. Your father doesn't understand all this new stuff. He's just always thinking of ways to find something in common with you. He spent all afternoon just trying to turn the machine on, and couldn't figure it out. Father Lin laughed awkwardly. That's not it, Lin Yuan. Don't listen to your mother. I was just worried she might break Lin Dan's things while cleaning, so I was checking on it. He lowered his head slightly, his gaze deep in thought. If I can get my parents into the world of immortality, I can use my in-game resources to support them and wait for the cataclysm to arrive. They'll also have a way to protect themselves. Lin Yuan smiled faintly, his eyes full of determination. This game isn't that hard. I'll buy 2 more gaming helmets tomorrow. Mom, you should try it too. Mother Lin frowned, her tone a little stern. Don't waste your money, he smiled gently. It's okay, Mom, don't worry about it. By the way, is Lin Dan not back yet? She glanced at the clock and said softly, Today's Friday. Lin Dan probably went out with her friends. I'll call her in a bit. You go ahead and eat first. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. I'll call her. He took out his phone, dialed the familiar number, and his sister's name appeared on the screen, connecting. An automated voice came on. The subscriber you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Lin Yuan stared at the screen, his expression gradually darkening. Even if Lin Dan didn't want to answer his call, she would at least send a text message to get it over with, not just ignore it completely. Mother Lin looked at him and said gently, Eat your dinner, Lin Yuan. Lin Dan probably ate out. We won't wait for her. He shook his head slowly, his voice calm. Mom, Dad, you two go ahead and eat. I'm going to run down and buy something. I'm afraid the store will close if I go too late. She immediately started to nag. Oh, but the food will get cold. Seeing this, his father said, Let Lin Yuan go. As he left, Father Lin's voice could be heard softly. I still remember. Lin Yuan and Lin Dan used to be attached at the hip. I don't know when they became so distant. Let's just let the kids talk to each other more. We should meddle less. Mother Lin smiled. You're right. Lin Yuan is just not good at expressing himself, but he's still her big brother. He walked down the stairs heavily, darkness seemingly enveloping him. In his mind, fragmented memories came flooding back. In his past life, Lin Dan had opened the door, clutching her shoulder in pain. He had been about to eat some instant noodles and, seeing her, had jumped up and asked worriedly, Lin Dan, what happened to you? Model, ignoring her brother, she clutched her shoulder wearily and headed for her room. When she reached the door, Lin Dan suddenly suppressed her pain. She said, This has nothing to do with you. Don't call the police, and don't tell Mom and Dad. Understand? He stopped, his eyes filled with an unspeakable conflict. Back in the present, he continued to think to himself. In his past life, after Lin Dan started playing Immortal World, it didn't take long for her to awaken a hidden class, but she also shouldered many burdens that weren't hers to bear. It all started when that mysterious organization appeared. Thinking of this, he was suddenly reminded of the Order. The Order was a mysterious group founded by 9 of the Heavens Chosen, and only a Heavens Chosen was qualified to join. Lin Yuan kept thinking. Among them was a prophet, someone who could sense the Heavens Chosen in the real world, and send members to invite them to join. Before anyone knew it, the Order's power in the game had become unstoppable. Not only that, their influence in the real world was also growing stronger, even though they acted in mysterious and unpredictable ways. But they also did some good deeds, maintaining social stability, making it impossible for people to guess their true motives. At this, he thought with a bitter heart. After Lin Dan was invited to join, she often carried out dangerous missions, but she never mentioned any of it to her family. As he thought of this, the image of a battered and bruised Lin Dan, struggling to walk, appeared in his memory. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. I hope it's not them. Stepping out the door, a fire lit up in his eyes as he thought, but even if it is, this time, I won't let Lin Dan get involved so recklessly. He took a stroll through the night when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. He quickly hid in a secluded spot, his eyes following the person who was in a conversation. Not far away, inside a coffee shop, his breathing slowed, sensing every slight movement in the space. Lin Yuan thought, just as I expected, Lin Dan has already met them, but the distance was too great. He couldn't hear the conversation. I can't tip them off yet. He clenched his fist lightly and took a deep breath. It's been too long since I've used this. It feels a little strange. I need to concentrate. Activating the stealth skill, a faint light enveloped his body. The surrounding air rippled slightly, and his breath and aura completely vanished. He thought to himself, my stealth is currently level 3, with a duration of 5 minutes. Lin Yuan paused, scanning his surroundings, then entered the coffee shop and stopped just close enough to overhear the conversation. He muttered to himself, this distance should be enough. Over on the other side, Xiaofan and He Sen were talking with Lin Dan. He Sen's deep, clear voice rang out. Little sister, I've already told you everything you need to know. As for whether it's true or not, you'll have to judge for yourself. Joining us isn't just for the organization, but for when disaster strikes in 3 years. His gaze was calm but carried a hint of pressure. You will be like us, bravely standing up for this world. Xiaofan smirked, his voice light with a hint of amusement. Look at you, you're scaring the little girl. Hurry up and retract that intimidating aura of yours. He Sen frowned slightly, his voice turning serious. I'm talking about something important, and it's for her own good. Things being what they are, it's also connected to. As he said this, he suddenly shot a startled look in the direction where Lin Yuan was standing, making his heart pound faster. He Sen's eyes suddenly filled with anger. He lightly touched the ring on his finger, activating the dispel skill. A powerful wave of energy spread out. A system notification appeared. Stealth effect has been dispelled. Countdown. 3. He Sen frowned, looking towards where he had just been standing, speechless. Fearing others would notice something was wrong, he looked towards the counter and said, Hey boss, do you have any iced tea? Coming right up. One to go for me. The owner's voice came from the counter. Right away. Just a moment. Not long after, the owner came out with 2 drinks, saying, Here you go. From a distance, Lin Yuan froze, his eyes narrowing as he thought. He used the dispel skill from that ring. Good thing the stealth dispel has a 3-second delay. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Stealth effect has been removed. He Sen picked up his drink, took a sip, and turned to look at Lin Dan, his voice low and firm. Lin Dan, I hope you'll consider whether you want to join us, or not. A person with a righteous heart wouldn't stand by and do nothing in the face of disaster. When you've made up your mind, call the number on this card. With that, he placed a business card on the table. Lin Dan picked up the card, lowered her head slightly, and said in a small but firm voice, Okay. After she spoke, the 2 men stood up to leave. Then, Xiaofan suddenly turned back, his voice teasing and full of hidden meaning. Little beauty, I'll be waiting for you. You have to come, okay? From a distance, Lin Yuan was activating his stealth skill to monitor the situation. Seeing the 2 of them leave, he had immediately got up to follow. By the time he got to the door, they were nowhere to be seen. He said, startled, They're gone. Suddenly, a cup of water was thrown in his direction, making him freeze for a few seconds. From a distance, He Sen's voice echoed, Just as I thought. Something was off. And just then, the system's cold voice rang in his head. Stealth effect about to end. 3, 2, 1. The space returned to silence, with only the steady beat of his heart in his chest. A bad feeling started to form. Things were only just beginning. He Sen walked slowly to where the cup had been thrown, his gaze fixed on a faint ring of light remaining on the ground, the remnant of the recently broken stealth skill. He frowned slightly, his deep, steady voice speaking up. Maybe I've just been a bit too sensitive lately. There's no problem here. Xiaofan stood beside him, hands in his pockets, a slight smile on his lips. Boss, you're way too tense. You need to relax a little. After saying that, he turned and looked around. Oh, right. Do you think that girl will join us? He Sen stood up, was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, According to the prophecy, she will come, sooner or later. Xiaofan shrugged, his eyes lighting up with interest as he said, That's true. So far, the prophet's predictions have never been wrong. He chuckled softly. But I'm more interested in knowing which lovely lady I'll be flying alongside. He Sen glanced at him, frowning slightly, and said, Let's see if you can even keep your own hide safe in the coming great calamity. Xiaofan laughed heartily and said, That's still a long way off. His voice was deep and cold, carried a chilling certainty that made his smile freeze for a split second. Not far away, Lin Yuan stood on high, silently watching the figures of the 2 men disappear into the distance. It was a good thing he had activated his movement skill in time. Right before his stealth was broken, he escaped at the last possible moment. He gently closed his eyes. These guys are tougher to deal with than I thought. If I interact with them too much, my forbidden class will be exposed. The faint blue light around him gradually faded. He looked up at the starry sky and whispered to himself, In this immortal world, there's already no place left for me. I have to be more careful. It's also time to move out. Lin Dan had just returned to the complex near her home, her fingers fiddling with a business card. The card that Sen had just given her left her feeling conflicted. The moment Lin Dan looked up, she saw a familiar figure. Her voice laced with surprise, she asked, "What? What are you doing here?" Lin Yuan stood there holding a bag of food, his hair slightly messy from the wind. He said, "Just came down to buy a few things." "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Lin Dan shook her head. "It's fine." He held up the bag and said softly, "It's so late, let's not make Mom work so hard. I bought some food. When we get back, just see if there's anything you want to eat." She looked at him, her eyes showing a hint of confusion. This guy can barely take care of himself. So why is he? He immediately turned to go inside and said, "I'm heading in." As he walked, he glanced back at Lin Dan and said quietly, "Let's go home." The door swung open, and their voices rang out, "We're home." "Mrs." Lin rushed out, her worried voice directed at Lin Dan. "Oh, you child. When you're playing, you even forget to eat, don't you? Do you need me to heat up some food for you?" She shook her head thoughtfully. "No need, Mom. I'm going to my room first." She watched her go, then turned to her son. "You haven't eaten either, have you, Lin Yuan? Let me make a little something for you too." He gently shook his head. In a soft voice, he said, "There's no need, Mom. You should get some rest." Meanwhile, in her room, Lin Dan let out a weary sigh. Her mood suddenly sank, and she couldn't understand why. What in the world has been going on lately? She lay exhausted on her bed and said, "Ever since I started playing that game, all these weird, strange things have started to happen." The scene in her memory suddenly darkened. As Lin Dan was fighting a ferocious monster, the girl with purple hair, the mage on her team, suddenly screamed, tearing through the air, "Lin Dan, run! Your movement speed is faster than mine. I'll hold the monster back." A blade flashed as dirt and rocks flew up. Before them was a giant monster with a pair of long scythes. The system's cold voice rang out. Common Longsaber Mantis, level 5, HP, 300. Attack, 50. Defense, 8. Skill, Chaotic Longsabers. Skill effect. Swiftly brandishes dual scythes to deal double damage. At that moment, the monster drew closer, swinging its dual scythes rapidly. It sent her mage teammate sprawling to the ground. Lin Dan gritted her teeth and yelled, "You go first. I'll hold them off." Her gaze was firm as she readied her combat stance. "I'm the front line. There's no way a front line abandons the back line and runs away. Leave this to me." But it wasn't just one. Dozens of others began moving in unison from a distance. The sound of hundreds of pairs of scythes, slicing through the air, merged into a piercing screech, creating the feeling that the entire world was about to be devoured. Lin Dan clenched her jaw, her hand tightening around her sword as mana erupted from her body. She charged forward, her sword sweeping horizontally. A long trail of blue light struck the body of one of the monsters. A loud explosion rang out. She continued, spinning to block the attack of a second one, but their strength was too great. Each impact sent a tremor up her arm. Lin Dan dropped to one knee, her breathing ragged, but her hand never left her sword. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind her. It slashed at her back with its sharp scythe. A massive pillar of light swept away the dust, and at that moment, Lin Dan's body began to glow. Her hair flew wildly as a silver light enveloped her entire body. The system's cold voice suddenly rang out, mingled with the sound of a heartbeat. "Congratulations, player, for activating a hidden class. Awakening in progress." Now, Lin Dan had to use her sword to prop herself up, struggling just to stay on her feet. She coughed heavily, then suddenly looked up, gripping her sword. Her gaze was now as sharp as a blade. Her following slashes were so fast, their movements were a blur. A series of Longsaber mantises shrieked in pain. Their bodies exploded in a brilliant flash of sword light. As the dust settled, Lin Dan supported herself on her sword, panting heavily. Her lips trembled, her body nearly drained of all strength. The system's voice, deep and resonant, echoed once more, directly in her mind. Sword of Dawn. At that very moment, a colossal pillar of golden light erupted, sweeping away the darkness. In that blinding light, Lin Dan's eyes shone with a brilliant green hue, as deep as gemstones, reflecting the golden rays that were spreading through the area. Swirling around her body like a gathering of a million stars, it formed a massive stream of energy. The system's words still echoed through the space. Sword of Dawn. Lin Dan stood frozen amidst the smoky battlefield, her hand still clutching her sword. Back to the present. She wearily placed a hand on her forehead and thought, that feeling. It was real. I can feel the changes in my body, even in reality. Lin Dan took a deep breath, feeling as if every vein in her body was being lit from within. If a disaster like he said really happens, can I protect everyone? She raised her hand into the air, and it was enveloped by a mystical blue light, as if she were absorbing or releasing a massive source of energy. Can I really do it? Lin Dan clenched her hand into a fist, A flicker of doubt passed through her before turning into resolve. If even this kind of power isn't enough to withstand the disaster, then what chance does anyone else have? She suddenly sat up, turned toward the shelf, and picked up a photo frame. Regardless of whether I join them or not, I have to get stronger, fast. I have to protect them. At the same time, in another room, Lin Yuan was holding a photo frame, thinking the exact same thing. He told himself, I can't delay moving out any longer. I need to focus my energy on the game. You can't always be on guard, and they deserve to live peacefully for a while. Then, the next morning, as the sun rose, sunlight illuminated the stone-paved road, heralding the start of a new day. Suddenly, a woman's polite voice rang out. Good morning, sir. The well-dressed real estate agent standing beside Lin Yuan asked gently, Are you here to view a house today? He glanced around. His eyes held a mix of curiosity and pride as he asked the woman, Do you have any fully furnished villas? The security has to be top-notch. She thought to herself, He looks so young. Does he really have the money? The agent looked at him and asked, Sir, have you looked into the prices in our area yet? After all, this neighborhood. Lin Yuan cut her off by holding out a shiny black card. I haven't, but I think this should be more than enough. She took the card, overjoyed, and said, This is a special VIP card. Exclusively for clients with a deposit balance of at least tens of millions. Oh my God! He's my god of wealth. At that moment, the woman's voice suddenly rose to a shout, causing everyone around them to stare in shock. Welcome home, esteemed owner. Employee number 2,245 is at your service. A few days later, he brought Mr. and Mrs. Lin to the villa he had purchased. His parents stared at the contract in a daze. Mrs. Lin asked Lin Yuan, Did I hear you right? Did you just say this is our new home? Her voice was filled with bewildered disbelief. As he led his parents inside for a tour, Mrs. Lin gasped in astonishment. A private pool? This is just like what you see on TV. It's so grand. Meanwhile, Mr. Lin was going through each room, unable to believe what he was seeing. He was trembling so much that he broke out in a sweat, saying, This bed is just massive. Inside the living room, golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows, reflecting off every piece of polished furniture. The living room was spacious, with soft leather sofas and a coffee table in the center, adorned with a vase of pure white flowers. Seeing all this, his parents suddenly froze on the spot. Mrs. Lin turned to her son, dazed, and asked, Lin Yuan, how many years is the mortgage on this place? Maybe we should just move back to our old home? His father quickly chimed in. Your mother's right. We don't want you to be under so much pressure. Lin Yuan smiled reassuringly. There is no mortgage. I used the prize money from my previous tournaments, plus my in-game income, to pay for it in full. You two can live here without any worries. I'll be living right next door. I'm usually just at home, focusing on the game. His words, though brief, were firm, leaving his parents both surprised and proud. Mr. Lin held Mrs. Lin's hand, overjoyed and happy, and said, I never thought I'd be able to live in a villa in my lifetime. It's all thanks to our son. She smiled through her happiness and said, In the blink of an eye, our son is all grown up. He can handle everything on his own now. Looking at his parents' eyes at that moment, there was no mistaking it. It was pure pride, without a hint of any demand. The smile that spread across Lin Yuan's face wasn't one of boastful satisfaction, but a smile that came from the very bottom of his heart. Finally, all of his hard work had become meaningful. That afternoon, he was taking a walk under the evening sunset. As he turned into the alley next to the store, Lin Yuan thought to himself, the security at the villa is nothing to worry about. Next, I should probably teach my parents how to play the game a little, just in case the Order organization shows up. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he stopped, sensing something. His eyes filled with confusion as he saw the dark silhouettes of a group of men approaching, their posture aggressive and threatening. The dim light was just enough to outline their large figures, each carrying a crude weapon like a club or a steel pipe. Suddenly, one of the men in the group spoke up. Finally, I've been waiting for you. He and his cronies looked at him with arrogant expressions and said, It wasn't easy finding you. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the hostility and the familiar face of the leader, thinking, Is that the captain of the Blackwood Guild, the one I defeated? Instantly, without waiting for an order, the surrounding thugs charged forward. Their shadows loomed menacingly as they rushed toward him, their leader roaring, Aren't you supposed to be such a great fighter? Why don't you drop the act in the real world? Go on, smash his damn head in for me. One of the thugs, thinking Lin Yuan was frozen with fear, laughed mockingly. He's scared stiff. He then closed in on Lin Yuan. He swung the steel pipe at him, yelling, Disrespecting Zhao Kuei is a death wish. But little did the goon know, that was a fatal mistake. Lin Yuan stood there, his eyes sharp and cold. He activated his stealth skill and looked at the man who was about to attack. He smirked and said, Too slow. Lin Yuan seemed to vanish before his eyes. The steel pipe slammed into the pavement, cracking the concrete with a sound that echoed through the alley. The other thugs were startled, only managing to see a flash of blue light in the air for a brief moment. Lin Yuan reappeared in front of the captain. His entire body radiated a crackling, electric light. His eyes were cold and terrifyingly focused, his hand clenched into a fist. He unleashed a devastating punch. A loud explosion ripped through the air, sending a whirlwind of wind scattering everywhere. The punch landed squarely in the captain's stomach, causing his eyes to roll back. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body doubled over from the sheer force of the impact. Intense blue light flared from Lin Yuan's body, spreading out like a shockwave. All the lackeys were sent flying, crashing to the ground, and groaning in pain. Dust and smoke filled the entire space. The captain's body slammed hard onto the street, cracking the ground beneath him. The heavy impact echoed as fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He thought in terror, what is he, a man or a demon? Just as the captain's panicked thought ended, a heavy metallic sound rang out. Clang! Lin Yuan slammed the steel pipe down onto the cement, right next to the captain's ear, making him flinch violently as a cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. His eyes shot wide as he looked over, only to see him standing there, a dark aura mixed with a thick, murderous intent surrounding him. His eyes glowed with a cold red light as his deep voice pronounced each word. It seems you don't value your life, do you? Before the captain could react, Lin Yuan stomped his foot down hard on his body. A pained groan was choked back. He looked down, muttering in annoyance, these leeches are so damn persistent. The man lay trembling on the ground, his body twitching, his voice shaking as he begged in desperation, wait, I was wrong. Please, boss, spare me. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. I know a hidden quest. His breath came in ragged gasps, his voice lost in the eerie silence as Lin Yuan's blood-red eyes stared him down. His voice was full of menace. Speak. The captain, lying on the ground, gasped for air and hurriedly spat out the information. In the main city. You'll find a blacksmith named Huo Qian. He's always giving out ore delivery quests. Once your affinity with him is high enough, he'll forge you a piece of gold-grade equipment. Lin Yuan frowned, thinking, in his past life, someone had indeed obtained gold-grade equipment very early on. Rumor was, it involved an NPC. This guy probably wasn't lying. He asked again, is that so? But as he spoke, he squeezed the steel bar in his hand, twisting it out of shape. Lin Yuan's gaze was sharp as ice. He looked directly at the captain, his voice carrying an unshakable threat. I hope you don't do anything stupid, because I have many ways to deal with you, both online and offline. If you dare do anything to my family. As he said this, he crushed the steel bar into pieces, growling, this will be your fate. The man cringed in despair. Victor, I understand. The scene shifts to a tavern in the West Desert's main city, steeped in the evening air. Under the bright moonlight, the whole place was filled with the smell of ale. Strong aromas mixed with the low murmur of conversations. The nights here were lively, yet tinged with the weariness of those who had endured a long, tiring day. The sound of beer mugs clinking together seemed to heat the tavern's atmosphere. On the tables were still steaming dishes, plates of soft, freshly steamed white buns, spicy tofu drenched in a fragrant sauce, and a dish of golden yellow vegetables. The aroma mingled with the scent of ale, creating an atmosphere that was both cozy and bustling. In the bright moonlight, Huo Qian slammed his beer mug onto the table. His eyes widened as he stared at Lin Yuan, his voice filled with a mix of surprise and suspicion. You're telling me you can provide me with 100 units of ore? You're not joking, are you? He continued. You look so clean. I can tell you're not cut out for mining. But if you can really do it, then I'll forge you a weapon for free. Lin Yuan stood silently by the table, his expression as calm as ever. He simply gave a slight nod, thinking to himself, it seems Zhao Kui wasn't lying. The next step is to mine the ore. Just as he turned to leave the table, he saw a drunkard staggering to his feet, slurring his words. Hey, where are you running off to? Let your big brother here buy you a drink, sweetie. He grinned lewdly, stumbling towards a girl who had just walked by. She flinched and stepped back, her voice laced with annoyance. Get away from me. I don't even know you. The beautiful, curvy woman was walking in a daze, her voice tinged with intoxication as she said, Don't you touch me. She tried to dodge him as she spoke. He just laughed. All right, just come with me. I promise I won't touch you. The strong stench of alcohol wafted from him. Lin Yuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown. Before he could react, the drunkard turned to him and yelled, What are you looking at? You want me to gouge your eyes out? The moment he finished speaking, Lin Yuan swung his arm with immense force, sending the drunk flying. Lin Yuan scoffed. Truly courting death. The tavern suddenly fell silent. The beautiful girl turned around, her voice cheerful. Wow, you're so handsome. Thanks. Thank you so much. Can I buy you a drink? Lin Yuan just glanced over and cut her off. No need. Then he turned and walked away, leaving her calling after him. "Hey, don't walk so fast." The sound of hurried footsteps mingled with the clumsy clatter of her high heels. Her slender heel slipped on the wooden floor, making a small sound as it caught in a crack. The beautiful girl's body lurched forward, her long brown hair flying with the momentum. In that instant, a cold, fire-like red glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He reacted almost instinctively, reaching out to catch her. Their breaths mingled in the suffocatingly close space, Lin Yuan's strong arm holding her tightly by the waist. The beautiful girl's body tilted with the fall, and she looked up at him from within his embrace. Her cheeks were flushed from the alcohol, her eyes hazy but with a mischievous glint. "So, you like to dance, handsome?" I do too." Mid-sentence, she suddenly passed out cold. Lin Yuan frowned, a look of helplessness on his face as he said, "What a pain." He opened the door to an inn-room. The sound of the hinges creaked softly in the silent space. Moonlight shone through the window, casting a cool glow on the stone floor. Lin Yuan gently placed her on the bed. Her brown hair fanned out on the pillow, her lips slightly parted as she breathed evenly. Once he was done, he turned and left. He closed the door in silence, leaving the room submerged in the pale blue light of the quiet west desert night. The scene shifts to the Viper Mine, where moisture seeped from the stone walls into the air. The light from torches mounted on either side blazed fiercely in the confined space. The sharp sound of pickaxes striking stone, wielded by dog-headed miners, echoed in a steady rhythm. In that dim light, Lin Yuan stood in the middle of the cave. He held a stone in his hand, his sharp eyes scanning the area as he calculated in his head, "Right now, I have 12 dog-headed zombies in my underworld gate. Just enough to mine for a short period. I should be able to gather quite a lot." Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from deep within the darkness, sending the dog-headed miners flying. Lin Yuan was so startled he couldn't react in time. Within his line of sight, a swarm of small figures rushed forward. Hundreds of rats, each half the size of an adult man, poured out from the cracks in the rock, their fur a dingy gray, their claws sharp, their eyes glowing red. The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Berserk Rat, Common, Level 10, Health, 1200, Attack, 70, Defense, 15. Skill, Berserk Bite. Continuously attacks the target. Damage increased by 10%. Lin Yuan summoned the star-slaying scorpion and gave the command, "Go. Wipe them out. Leave none alive." A roar echoed through the tunnel as the sound of claws tearing through flesh filled the air, and one by one, the berserk rats were ripped to shreds. In just a few breaths, blood splattered everywhere. The heat and the thick, metallic smell hung heavy in the air. The star-slaying scorpion swiftly annihilated them all. It only stopped after not a single one was left. A green light from a magic circle appeared, its glowing runes slowly rotating in midair. Lin Yuan said quietly, "Collecting more types of monsters will make my strategies more versatile." The demonic energy from the magic circle began to spread. He grabbed them one by one as a dark blue light erupted, twisting their bodies into hazy spiritual forms before sucking them straight into the center of the array. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from behind him. Fire and dust shot out across the tunnel, and the shockwave was so powerful that even the stone walls trembled. Lin Yuan immediately leaped back, his cloak billowing in the surging heat wave. He raised a hand to cover half his face, narrowing his eyes as he exclaimed in surprise, "What?" A colossal red figure lunged from the darkness, its fur standing on end, its eyes blazing blood red. Its sharp teeth gnashed together, making a terrifying scraping sound. And through the hazy dust, he caught a glimpse of a figure standing behind the monster. A person wearing a gray cloak and holding a long spear had appeared. The system's voice announced, "Berserk Rat, Spirit Lord, Level 16, Health, 3800, Attack, 300, Defense, 150, Skills, Pursuit, Berserk, Keen Smell." Suddenly, the figure swung their spear, causing the beast to roar even more ferociously. As if driven by an unseen force, its body charged toward Lin Yuan like a hurricane. He raised his sword into a defensive stance, the blue light on its blade surging like ocean waves. His voice dropped, becoming chillingly cold. "Is this the mine's boss? Someone is intentionally luring monsters." A brilliant golden light flared intensely. It was the other player's weapon taking effect. Tai Yang raised his hand high, unleashing his skill straight ahead. Next to him, the dog-headed miner continued to growl incessantly. Faced with this surprise attack, Lin Yuan's feet slid back as he tried to stand his ground. However, the situation was unbelievable. The overwhelming power pushed him far back. A thought immediately flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Is that a target lock skill? No, that's not right. At the same time, the system panel displayed detailed information. Tai Yang has used the skill Holy Armor Technique on you. Holy Armor Technique increases the target's defense by 20 points for 60 seconds. Lin Yuan faced the hurricane-like onslaught. The light lingered on his body, confirming it was a priest's enhancement skill. Nearby the intense battle, a hunter glanced around, muttering, "What's going on today? Why has all the iron ore disappeared? Isn't that a priest from the super god Iron Triangle? Why is he acting alone like this?" The man's eyes glinted with malice as he gave a command. "Hurry up and get some fame." With that, he released a scheming demonic fly from his hand. Over on the other side, Tai Yang frantically urged Lin Yuan, "I didn't mean to lure the monster here. You need to run. I caused this mess, so I'll deal with it myself." The system panel updated its data. Current online viewers, 15. A flood of comments erupted in the chat. "Fake solo boss? Are all the priests from the Jinghua Shui Yue Guild this badass? This priest is as agile as an assassin. A battle priest has arrived." Lin Yuan looked at the engagement numbers and nodded, an idea forming. "Well, since it's come to this, he's still got some honor. And I just spent a ton of money on a villa. A boss delivering itself to my doorstep? I'll gladly accept." The atmosphere grew more and more lively. The number of online viewers jumped from 15 to 70, then to 130. The comments grew even more curious. "Why does this guy look so familiar? It's that pro player who soloed the world boss. Grab your popcorn, folks. This is going to be a good show. Isn't the pro going to make a move yet? Hurry up." At the same time, a sharp screeching sound pierced their minds. The dog-headed miner relentlessly chased after Tai Yang. Its massive feet were about to stomp him flat, but fortunately, Lin Yuan blocked the blow. Tai Yang looked on in a daze, his face covered in sweat, and stammered, The scene shifts elsewhere. Zhao Kui's eyes were fixed on something, as he muttered in frustration, "Damn it. There's no shame in me losing to a monster like that." The guy named Liu Yan walked by and interjected irritably, "The internet is getting spammed by some so-called pro player again. It's so annoying. They just keep hyping him up." A subordinate walking beside him readily agreed, "That's right. If we're talking purely about skill, I dare say, no one can compare to our guildmaster." Zhao Kui's eyes glinted maliciously as he spoke in a scheming tone. "It's Liu Yan of the Raging Fury Guild. He must have seen the live stream too. Honestly, Guangshen only has the advantage because of his guild and class. If we're talking about skill, then no one has ever been able to compare to the great Liu Yan." Upon hearing this high praise, the man's eyes widened, and he demanded, "Say that again for me." Zhao Kui feigned surprise and continued, "You're Liu Yan of the Raging Fury Guild, right? Look, it's not just me saying it. There are a ton of comments on the livestream praising him too. Some are even saying that Guangshen, as the guildmaster of the #1 guild, Feng Jisha, should have given up his position a long time ago." Enraged, Liu Yan immediately pressed the tip of his blade threateningly against Zhao Kui's neck. Liu Yan stared him down and asked firmly, "Who the hell are you?" He tried to explain, "What's the point of taking your anger out on me? Everyone's saying it, but you should understand, it's just because Guangshen is too humble. After all, when there are no true heroes, it allows the brats to make a name for themselves." Liu Yan started to take more interest in the current situation. "So that kid is still live streaming, right?" Zhao Kui confirmed with certainty. "That's right, inside the ore mine." Liu Yan started to roar in anger. "Notify the guild. Everyone who's online, follow me into the ore mine." Lin Yuan was still fighting valiantly against the dog-headed miner. Each slash left behind a trail of endless light. In the heat of the moment, he instructed Tai Yang, "You can go now. Its aggro is on me." And just as he said, the dog-headed miner charged aggressively forward, preparing to tear Lin Yuan to shreds. Its footsteps thundered, shattering the ground with every step, and the shifting earth caused him to stumble slightly, his body pressed low to the ground. But that was just a feint to deceive his opponent before delivering a powerful blow. Lin Yuan's voice boomed, "Go!" The careless dog-headed miner took the direct hit that he unleashed in an instant. The system panel once again updated with shocking numbers. Viewers, 1,297. Study every single frame. You have to study every frame of this pro's gameplay. It's insane. His aggro control is so stable, and he's so fast his afterimages are overlapping. Oh my god, this pro's fighting style is so strategic. He's incredibly strong. The kobold miner's hands grew weak, trying to cling to the rocks on the ground. It was still trying its best to catch up to Lin Yuan right in front of it, but something unexpected happened. Zombie kobold miners rushed out all at once, tearing into the kobold miner without any mercy. Standing to the side, Lin Yuan started to lecture. When your opponent is so focused on their frenzy that they ignore an attack from behind, they're bound to suffer a huge loss. But you don't need to understand that logic, because I'm going to finish it with one unstoppable sword strike. The kobold miner was screaming in agony. Countless bites from the zombie kobolds stung its body. A zombie leaped high, its weapon held tight, ready to strike. Just a few seconds later, that weapon was lodged firmly in the kobold miner's head. Over here, Lin Yuan was getting ready. He equipped the shadow gauntlets. He rushed forward, declaring, "Time to end this." A fist plunged deep into the enemy, aiming to end its existence. Everyone was still buzzing. Who's the real boss here? It's hard to tell. Seriously insane, I'm a believer now. This pro is the real deal. The system quickly sent Lin Yuan a message. Congratulations on defeating the Berserk Mole Lord. You have reached level 15. Obtained the Pursuit Dagger and Boots of Agility. The item details were displayed clearly. Pursuit Dagger, silver grade. Type, weapon. Effect, attack power plus 20, attack speed plus 5, agility plus 25. Attached skill, Blade of Pursuit. Every 6 attacks will enhance the next attack, increasing attack speed by 10%. Boots of Agility, silver grade. Type, equipment. Effect, agility plus 30, movement speed plus 5. Attached skill, swiftness. While out of combat, movement speed increases by 10. Julian Taiyang, with stunned eyes, ran over and asked quietly, "With skills like that, are you the pro who single-handedly defeated the Death Direwolf?" "Pro, let's add each other. If I support you in the future, wouldn't we be unstoppable?" He turned his back and replied to Taiyang, "You have the wrong person." His words left the kid bewildered, wondering to himself, "No way. I've watched your videos so many times. I'd recognize you even if you were turned to ash." Just as the two of them were about to leave the mine, a burst of fire from a sneak attack rushed towards them from behind. Lin Yuan realized what was happening and swung his blade, countering with a powerful blue flash of light, his eyes flashing with anger. Just as he destroyed the sneak attack from those lowlifes, laughter echoed endlessly from the cave entrance. It made Lin Yuan and Taiyang turn around in confusion. The guy, Nu Yan, had just appeared and spoke arrogantly. "Well then, let's turn him to ash, and see if you can still recognize him then." A group of Nu Yan's underlings started chattering. "Isn't this a bit much for some trash player? What are you talking about? He's a pro, you know. Start the live stream. Let's show them what happens when you mess with the Fury Guild. We have to make them remember that our guildmaster, Kuang Shen, is the strongest player in the West District." Lin Yuan's eyes carefully observed the situation, a thought forming in his mind. "So the Fury Guild wants to defeat me to make a name for themselves? Looks like some free equipment just delivered itself to my doorstep. It'd be rude not to accept." Meanwhile, the system was also analyzing. Malicious ambush detected. Counterattack window. 15 minutes. During this time, defeating the ambushers will not accrue any crime points. Just as he was thinking of a move, a flashy golden weapon appeared out of nowhere. Julian Taiyang boldly declared war. "I've been waiting for this for so long, the feeling of fighting side by side with a comrade. I will shine in this desolate hell, in the name of this bond. I'll protect someone important to me." Lin Yuan thought cautiously. "Who's your close comrade?" "Actually, it'd be better if you just stood a bit further away." Nu Yan pointed and shouted, "Hey, you piece of trash, listen up. Kuang Shen is number 1. Before he could even finish his sentence, Lin Yuan swiftly struck him down, followed by a provocative question. "What was that you were saying?" His attack didn't stop there. His arm swung around, and Nu Yan's face turned red from the slaps. The guy's seemingly large body couldn't take it and spun around. The guy face planted into the ground, and the viewer count skyrocketed. The number of live viewers jumped to 5,630. Everyone was excitedly discussing, "The fight hasn't even started, and he already got slapped." Nu Yan's got some skills, using his face to block the pro's attack. A live stream to publicly humiliate yourself, that's a rare sight. Holy crap, so the pro who just took down a boss is now going to solo a whole group of people? Nu Yan, despite being beaten to a pulp, still puffed out his chest and yelled, "A stray dog that no guild once dares to attack people? You don't really think you're some kind of pro, do you? Get him for me." He decisively ordered his underlings, "Take him down." An underling rushed forward and shouted, "On my command, all warriors, charge. Mages and priests, stay in the back. Rangers, keep moving. I don't believe he can handle this alone." Lin Yuan analyzed in his head. "This group coordinates pretty well. In that case, I'll take out their backline first." He immediately activated his stealth skill. Nu Yan's subordinate roared in anger. "That kid went into stealth. Mages, use your detection skills, now." The mage in the back heard the order and nodded. "Got it." However, Lin Yuan appeared too quickly, warning his opponent. Too late. The sudden turn of events made the group scream in terror. "What? He's behind us." From the sidelines, Nu Yan was still trying to act tough and direct them. "He's just putting on a strong front. He just killed a boss. He's definitely low on HP and mana. Just charge. We have the numbers. Take him out." A flood of comments raced to the top. "This is amazing. It's my first time hearing a group of people ganging up on one guy and making it sound so righteous and noble. It's hard to say. After all, the Fury Guild is ranked number 1 in the Western Desert. What if the Great Master turns the tables on them? The Fury Guild would be so embarrassed they wouldn't know where to hide their faces. Behind them, the guild leader, Lin Yuan, spurred his underlings on. Just take him down. I'll pay you based on the damage you deal. No limit. The crowd charged forward in a frenzy, unleashing a constant barrage of fireballs at Lin Yuan. However, with just a few light swings of his sword, he easily nullified their attacks. Lin Yuan assessed the situation and immediately came up with a strategy. The narrow terrain of the mine tunnel prevents my undead army from using its numbers to its advantage, but wiping these guys out in one go won't be difficult at all. Facing the incoming fireballs, he stood his ground as if he had a plan. The entire crowd watched Lin Yuan's every move. Even the online viewers were on the edge of their seats, commenting, "The Great Master is only human, after all. Who could withstand an assault of this scale? What a shame. It looks like they've found his weakness. Everyone, remember, the Great Master is just one person, while the opposing side is an entire group. Go, Great Master." Lin Yuan's feet leaped high above the massive fireballs. The crowd looked up at him and shouted, "Look, that good-for-nothing is about to run away. Hurry up and defeat him." Lin Yuan, still wearing his arrogant expression, gave the order to his men below. "Chase him. Do not let him escape." The guy kept muttering to himself, completely oblivious to Lin Yuan setting up an ambush from behind. "Today, I'm going to shoot fish in a barrel." Just as Lin Yuan finished his sentence, he looked up and saw Lin Yuan diving straight down at him. A single, fatal stomp. Without a shred of mercy, he pinned Lin Yuan to the ground, splattering his blood everywhere. A tragic reality, and a fitting end for such an arrogant fool. Even so, Lin Yuan tried to argue back. "Coward. What kind of skill is a sneak attack?" Immediately after he spoke, he was forced to swallow his words as Lin Yuan pressed a sword to his throat, threatening, "Hurry up and call your men over. He's right here." He then whispered to Lin Yuan, "They can't get victored again. However, I want to know, you led your entire guild here to die. Do you think your guild's war god won't hold you responsible?" The guy still didn't understand his words, confused. "Victored again? What do you mean?" Sure enough, on the other side of the cave, Anubis-headed miner zombies were closing in on his guild members. This time, Lin Yuan was resolved. Activating the corpse explosion skill, his hands gripped Lin Yuan's head tightly, ignoring the man's frantic screams. "What are you trying to do?" Lin Yuan coldly commanded, "Go ask them yourself." Just a few seconds later, his sword swept across Lin Yuan's neck. The online audience was completely stunned. Viewership, 1 million and counting. Oh my god. I knew it. How could the Great Master make such a foolish mistake? Lin Yuan looks like a complete idiot. Wiping out the entire team? Is that even easier than grinding monsters? I'm speechless. That move was a perfect 10. Right after Lin Yuan was defeated, the loot drops appeared. Lin Yuan quickly said, "An unexpected harvest. I need to pack up all the equipment inside quickly. I have to get out of here. This place is about to be swarming with people." The weapon he received this time was the Golden Corpse Blood Dual Blades. This weapon had a +50 to physical attack, +20 to attack speed, and +30 to critical strike. Its attached skill was Lifesteal. It absorbs 10% of the damage dealt and converts it into the user's own health points. The scene shifts to another location. The silence was unusually noticeable. Suddenly, Huaqian's voice broke the quiet. "I take back what I said before. You truly are a capable young man. If you can, I hope you'll come by often. I still need a lot more ore." The system immediately updated. Blacksmith affinity +100. Current affinity is friendly. Seeing this data, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. The blacksmith only accepts a maximum of 100 iron ores per day. It seems this is a long-term quest, but this mining trip gave me enough for a whole month. The Fury Guild dropped so much equipment this time that selling it all to Han Cheng would cause him trouble, and selling it to individual players, while a bit tedious, is faster than I thought. But finding my first believer through a guild is too passive. I should start with the clues I already have. I remember that the #1 believer's subordinate in my past life had the ability to control snakes. This might be related to the clues about the hidden snake people civilization in the sewers. The breakthrough might be right there. His feet began to move forward quickly. Everything seemed rushed. The scene inside appeared much darker and more depressing. After moving for a while, Lin Yuan encountered a mutated rat. He immediately began to calculate. The quest he received from Police Chief Sha Tu was to eliminate 30 mutated rats. This quest is normal, but there's a hidden dungeon in these sewers. The lair of the serpent demon. This hidden dungeon can drop a flesh and blood seed. It's a rare item that can permanently increase stats. But the hidden dungeon has a weekly entry limit, so if its location gets out, there will be fierce competition for it. So, I have to use my undead to secure the entrance to the hidden dungeon first. I just need to find the room with the snakes. That will be the location of the hidden dungeon. This is also the only dungeon I know of that's related to sewers and snakes. After walking for a while, Lin Yuan finally identified his target. This is the place. A furious clash was unfolding right before his eyes. The sound of movement was incredibly heavy. Lin Yuan was subconsciously shocked. This isn't right. Are the snakes in the serpent demon's lair supposed to be this big? This is a level 60 Nether King serpent. Its health, attack, defense, and skills, they're all unknown. Lin Yuan felt a surge of panic, his legs running without stopping. His mind raced with fear. Is this a product of the snake people civilization? Why is its level so high? Level 60. I absolutely cannot let it hit me. In this critical situation, he decided to activate his stealth skill, because if he didn't, the penalty for dying, losing levels, and dropping equipment would be too great. Furthermore, using stealth in such a dangerous situation is practically useless. Running away like this isn't a solution. Lin Yuan began to consider how he could use the terrain to his advantage. And just like that, he charged straight into a triangular crevice, making it impossible for the Pluto serpent to reach him immediately. However, after less than 3 steps, Lin Yuan's eyes turned bloodshot. Realizing the Pluto serpent was too massive, it smashed through the entire terrain structure to charge inside, its enormous mouth waiting for Lin Yuan up ahead. Boulders crashed down with a deafening clamor, and thick dust obscured the view inside. The Pluto serpent used its massive body to bulldoze everything. With it blocked from above, he ran, worrying about the situation. This is bad, I can't stop it. Lin Yuan ran for a while. He finally reached Shu Tailisi's position, and immediately devised a strategy to use Thunderstrike to buy time. You have to fight magic with magic. I refuse to believe it still can't handle you. Shu Tie immediately teleported to confront the Pluto serpent, and a tense confrontation began to unfold. The Pluto serpent was still incredibly aggressive, its mouth constantly gaping wide open. Even Lin Yuan glanced back with a hint of worry. Fortunately, he had used the triangular opening in the terrain to temporarily escape the immediate danger. Outside, the Pluto serpent was still trying its best to destroy the surface. This sent rocks flying, and the tremors caused Lin Yuan to lose his balance and fall to his knees. However, this was a minor detail within his calculations. His eyes were filled with confidence. The Pluto serpent's eyes tried to peer down, but no matter how much it wanted to, it couldn't get in. He had calculated everything meticulously. With Lin Yuan's confident movements and words, even a monster like this couldn't cause any real trouble here. After all, this was the Western Desert's Imperial Palace, where the Grand Protector was stationed. Any monster that got close would be easily annihilated, with no exceptions. The Pluto serpent looked around outside, its posture still very vigilant. Lin Yuan sat down to analyze the serpent folk civilization and the Western Desert. The nations shared a deep-seated blood feud. The Western Desert Kingdom's power overwhelmed the serpent folk civilization, forcing a faction of them to move underground, plotting their revenge. When any demonic beast or monster set foot near the Imperial Palace, the Grand Protector would eliminate them without hesitation. Although this serpent was strong, it was no match for the Grand Protector. Perhaps the serpent demon's lair is near that monster. Following its tracks might yield some results. But to prevent a situation like this from happening again, I should still go to the market and try my luck to see if there's any snake-luring medicine that can attract low-level serpent monsters. This type of medicine only attracts low-level serpent monsters. It wouldn't be so bad as to run into a behemoth like that one again. The scene became clearer in the Western Desert Kingdom, where everything seemed ornate and grand. The shop owner on the side was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Thank you for visiting. Please come again. What Lin Yuan bought was an effective snake-luring medicine, capable of emitting a special scent. It attracts low-level serpent demons. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from somewhere. I've been all over Crimson Sand City, just to find a trace of you, my man. Long time no see. Lin Yuan instantly recognized the voice as the guy who was being chased by the boss in the mines. Tai Yang approached and suggested, let's add each other as friends first, bro. It's not easy finding you in this huge map, but I could feel our souls calling to each other. Ignoring the other guy's earnestness, he asked coldly, what do you want? At the same time, a notification sound chimed. Tai Yang has sent you a friend request. Tai Yang declared loudly. Of course I want something. Hey, you want to raid the Valley of Demise Guild together? Won't it be faster if we fight side by side? Lin Yuan coldly walked away. No, I'm busy. Tai Yang didn't stop trying to convince him. He analyzed. Wait a minute, bro, don't you think the Super God Iron Triangle is awesome? You should join us. With Leng Yue, we can become the Super God Quadrilateral. We can be each other's wings and awaken this slumbering world. Leng Yue, from my past life. Hearing this, he suddenly stopped and analyzed in his head. Leng Yue is the guild master of the number 2 ranked guild, Mirror Flower Water Moon, in Chui Shi, and also a core member of the Order organization. Rumor has it she's also one of the 9 chosen ones. Who built that organization? This is an opportunity, whether it's a clue about the Order organization or the number 1 believer. But tomorrow, the hidden dungeon's entry count will reset. If I miss it, I'll lose this week's rewards. I should get the rewards first before making contact with Lin Yuan. Because of that clue, Lin Yuan immediately accepted Tai Yang's friend request before leaving. He instructed Tai Yang, "Let's run the dungeon together next time. I'm really busy right now. I'm leaving." He replied cheerfully, "Alright, I'll be waiting for your invitation anytime, bro." Lin Yuan wandered inside the cave, contemplating. Based on my experience from my past life, there should be a serpent near the hidden dungeon's entrance, so let's try to find some tracks. Let's see if there are any traces of the giant serpent nearby. His gaze was fixed on a wet patch on the ground, when suddenly, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as if he'd seen something suspicious. A swarm of small snakes was moving, their long tongues flicking out to sense their surroundings. He began to realize that these small snakes were the monsters from the serpent demon's lair, but it's still best to be more careful. Continuous blows rained down, sending cracked earth and rock flying everywhere as Lin Yuan appeared with Shu Tai Li Shi. He exclaimed happily, "Finally, I found it." The scene inside was illusory. A torch lit up to illuminate the surroundings. The system updated the location. "You have entered the hidden dungeon, lair of the serpent demon." Reviewing some relevant stats, this was a hidden serpent demon, normal, level 10, health points, 1000. Bloodflesh seed, plus 500. Attack 100. Defense 10. Skills. Bloodflesh condensation. Bloodflesh condensation. Serpent demon larva. Condenses the bloodflesh seed in its body, health points plus 500. Lin Yuan looked on and simultaneously unleashed his move, "Go now." Following that command, Shu Tai Li Shi appeared all at once to confront the swarm of small snakes below. As soon as Li Shi was ready, he commanded loudly, "Wipe them all out!" The skills were gradually activated in sync. The crystal-killing Thunder Scorpion launched its Crystal Thunderstorm skill. Two streams of blue and purple light clashed intensely. The system continuously sent notifications. "Do you wish to use the Bloodflesh Seed, a special item that does not increase the player's main attribute points, randomly from 1 to 5 human class professions? Using this will increase endurance, up to a maximum of 100. Lin Yuan was curious about this seed. He deduced that this was the item drop from the hidden dungeon, the Flesh and Blood Seed. Without hesitation, he used the Flesh and Blood Seed, gaining 1 point in spirit and 3 in endurance, making it 1 out of 100. Right after using the seed, Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed he could only eat this 100 times, but the effect was quite significant. Furthermore, the supply of this rare item that could permanently increase permanent stats was limited, so it could likely be sold on the market for at least 4 or 5 gold coins each. As for himself, every week he could clear the hidden dungeon once and get 1,000 of these. Even if he didn't join a guild, he would never be short on gold. And so, he decided to use them in a larger quantity. The system's notifications chimed chaotically. "You have used a Flesh and Blood Seed, gaining 1 point in vitality and 5 in endurance, 2 out of 100. You have used a Flesh and Blood Seed, gaining 1 point in strength and 3 in endurance, 3 out of 100. You have used a Flesh and Blood Seed, gaining 1 point in spirit and 4 in endurance, 4 out of 100. Lin Yuan's eyes grew more and more energetic, his determination higher than ever. Without stopping, he continued to use the Flesh and Blood Seed, gaining 1 point in spirit and 3 in endurance, 100 out of 100. His actual current stats were: Player Lin Yuan, level 15, class, Forbidden Necro-Hunter, talents, Dark Summoning Art, Gate of the Underworld, 89 out of 150, Strength, 77, Vitality, 101, Agility, 119, Spirit, 318, Experience, 2,040 out of 16,739. With such impressive stats, Lin Yuan figured he had used enough. "I'll just store the remaining 900 Flesh and Blood Seeds for now and sell them after I rent a shop. Then, I can just clear the dungeon once a week." He prepared to leave, but his gaze lingered as he assessed the situation. Just leaving 3 undead zombies behind should be enough to scare off normal players. No one will find this place anytime soon. The snakes here, compared to my memory, are completely different from the ones he controlled. It's possible he has some kind of monster mutation ability. A level 60 monster is definitely not something that should appear at this stage. The system suddenly announced a call from the real world. "Your younger sister is calling you." Lin Yuan found it a bit strange and thought to himself, "For Lin Dan, with her personality, to call me proactively. Did something happen?" He answered the call. "Lin Dan, what happened?" Lin Dan replied softly, "Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you've eaten." Lin Yuan answered, a little confused. "I've eaten." On the other end of the line, Lin Dan's friends shouted, "Class President's brother." What the class president really wants to ask is if you're free right now to help her clear a dungeon. He didn't hesitate to confirm, "I can." But he was a bit surprised. Lin Dan was asking him for help with a dungeon. Suddenly, a judgmental voice cut in. See, I told you. Lin Dan is a liar, and her brother is a braggart. Just listen to him. So confident. Huh? He didn't even bother to ask which dungeon? Lin Dan, has your brother played so many games that he's gone insane? Do you two often coordinate your lies? Such a perfect team, huh? A girl next to them chimed in annoyingly. My brother is right, Wang Yan. In that case, let's choose the Ashen Valley dungeon on heroic difficulty. No team has been able to clear it yet. Lin Dan whispered into the phone to remind Lin Yuan. Ashen Valley, heroic difficulty. Did you hear that? That guy, Wang Yan, raised his voice mockingly. Ashen Valley, no less. Stop lying, Lin Dan. Your brother is a liar, and so are you. To have raised two pieces of social scum like you, I bet your parents are no good either. Hearing her parents insulted, Lin Dan couldn't hide her anger. She yelled, you, but her brother immediately reminded her, it's okay, Lin Dan, don't waste your breath on him. I'll head to Ashen Valley right away. Lin Dan was extremely worried, thinking, even though he plays this game a lot and has earned quite a bit of money, the Ashen Valley dungeon on heroic difficulty is second only to death difficulty. Did I just get him into more trouble? Just then, a voice called out, Lin Dan. She turned her head in surprise, asking, Qian, why are you? At that moment, the system provided more information. Qian has joined the party. Qian replied to Lin Dan. I heard what happened. But this morning, when a friend and I were congratulating you on moving into a new villa, that idiot Wang Yan overheard. This Wang Yan guy is a real piece of work. I came to be a witness. When the time comes, we'll make him apologize to you in front of all our classmates. Lin Dan was suddenly grateful for her friend. Thank you, Qian. That's right, there should be a witness. Once we get the results, you all better watch closely. Somewhere, Wang Yan's sarcastic voice rang out. I've met plenty of vain girls like you. Are your parents housekeepers in someone else's villa? I guess that counts as living in a villa, huh? To be precise about this guy, he is Wang Yan. Wang Yan's follower, hired player Mad Saber and hired player Wife Seeker have joined the party. Lin Dan angrily retorted. On the contrary, Wang Yan, you were just lucky to be born rich. What right do you have to mock others? Seeing her friend getting angry, Qian tried to intervene. Lin Dan, don't stoop to his level. It's not worth it. Wang Yan couldn't contain his anger and shouted, I can't take it anymore. You two, go teach her a lesson. I'll pay double. His two minions obediently and eagerly jumped forward. I've been wanting to touch her face for a long time, thanks to Wang Yan's generosity. Watch me rip her clothes to shreds. However, the situation was not as easy as they had hoped. Continuous slashes rained down as the weak minions struggled to fight back, letting out pathetic screams. Lin Yuan had arrived. His appearance truly made his opponents bleed. He asked, Are you all right, Lin Dan? She replied softly, No, I'm fine. From behind, Qian couldn't stop gushing. So fast, so cool. Wang Wei unreasonably flared up. Did you just ambush the players I hired? Do you know how much I paid for them? Can you even afford to compensate me? How are we supposed to clear the dungeon without them? Right after he said that, Lin Yuan teleported in front of him and demanded, You're the one who bullied my sister and trash-talked my parents? Wang Wei started to look intimidated. He stammered, Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Just seconds later, Lin Yuan had already swollen Wang Wei's face. He clutched his face as blood spurted out. Lin Yuan then lectured him. I don't care whose lapdog you are. If you like barking and biting people, then you deserve to be put down. Wang Wei, sprawled on the floor, still tried to reason. Are you making a mistake? The dungeon requires a minimum of 6 people. You took out both of them, so how can we enter? Lin Yuan coldly announced. I'll arrange for the missing people. You just need to shut up and wait. He already had a perfect plan in mind. The Ashen Valley dungeon drops the tactical technique skill. I'll need it sooner or later. I can also invite Tai Yang, which will be a good opportunity to get closer to Leng Yue. He immediately sent a party invitation to Tai Yang. Qian, her eyes wide, whispered to her friend, Lin Dan, your brother is way more amazing than I thought. Plus, he's so cool. Lin Dan grimaced and replied, You think so? He's just average. Wang Wei hadn't finished shouting yet. Who can a bunch of poor trash like you possibly find? Probably some loser who can't even beat the mobs at the dungeon entrance. The girl beside him was speechless with surprise. Wang Wei, look, isn't that the top player from the Super God Iron Triangle? As soon as Tai Yang appeared, he announced, When the bell of destiny tolls, you and I are destined to drown in a sea of ambition from which there is no return. From this moment on, Tai Yang has officially joined the team. Teleportation successful. Wang Wei's eyes widened in admiration. It's the top player, Zhu Nian, the main priest of the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild, ranked number 2 in the Western Desert. Zhu Nian, are you going to carry us through the dungeon? Thank you so much. Qian was surprised. Tai Yang? He came here too? A top player like him wouldn't join a random party. Lin Dan was bewildered. I'm not sure either. But Tai Yang's dignified image as a top player quickly shattered. When he saw Lin Yuan, he ran over shouting, "Bro, you finally remembered me. I knew it. I knew you'd bring me along for a dungeon run. The moment I got your party invite, I dropped everything and came. It would be great if we formed our own super squad." Lin Yuan quickly shut Tai Yang up, a look of annoyance on his face. Wang Wei gaped, unable to believe his eyes. What? The great Zhu Nian is asking that guy to take him through a dungeon? How can this be? Isn't he just an ordinary player? The girl's jaw dropped too. Brother Wei, did the top player join the wrong party? Let me go talk to him. Tai Yang stepped forward to explain to the others. An ordinary player? I came all this way specifically for my best bud. He's the top player of all top players, what you'd call a god. Have you guys never? Lin Yuan quickly cut him off and urged, "All right, let's hurry up and get into the dungeon." Wang Wei pointed an accusing finger. I get it now, Lin Dan. So you hired a player too. But even the #1 guild, Fury, failed to conquer the Ashen Valley on heroic difficulty. A priest from a guild, ranked #2 like him won't be able to do it. Lin Yuan angrily turned his head and shot back. Shut your mouth and watch closely how I clear this dungeon. The system updated their status. The party is now entering Ashen Valley on heroic difficulty. A gale began to swirl around Lin Yuan's body. His teleportation state was ready. Inside, a monster was already waiting. It was a common ashen lizard, level 18, with 4,700 health points, an attack of 580, and a defense of 75. Its skill, Blazing Spray, shoots a fiery attack that causes a burn effect lasting 10 seconds. The fact was, the stats on these monsters were way too high. Lin Dan became even more worried. Are you really going to be okay? If only my level was a little higher. Wang Wei followed behind, muttering judgmentally. He brought a priest. So doesn't that mean he plans to slowly grind down the monsters? Well, I'm not going to let him have his way. Go, lure the nearby monsters over here. The girl next to him nodded eagerly. Okay, I'll listen to you, Brother Wang Wei. Let's see how he deals with this. In the distance, an ashen lizard was raising its head, dust billowing as a loud roar echoed out. Lin Yuan glared in that direction. A group of ashen lizards gradually appeared, causing Qian to cry out in alarm. How did so many monsters appear in just a moment? I didn't see anything like this in the guide videos. Without waiting, the monsters immediately rushed towards them. Wang Wei leaned back and sneered. Looks like your luck isn't very good, huh? Meanwhile, Tai Yang was getting excited and entered a combat stance. This situation is really getting me pumped. My dear friends, has your fighting spirit been awakened too? This battle will be a transcendent experience for you and me. He simply summoned his lightning scorpion. The moment the Star Killer Scorpion appeared, it took down the mob of ashen lizards. Activating skill, Crystal Lightning Storm. Before anyone could react, Lin Yuan shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Everyone, make sure you protect yourselves. With a few swings of his sword, he took down several of them. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Over here, she also raised her sword to fight. Lin Dan offered, "Hide behind me. I'll take care of it." Qian quickly warned, "Be careful." But before she could even act, Lin Yuan had already dashed forward and finished off that ashen lizard. Not on my watch. Seeing this, Lin Dan was stunned and thought to herself, so, this is how powerful he is in the game. So strong. He slowly turned back and gently patted her on the head. Lin Yuan earnestly reassured her, "Lin Dan, don't worry. With me here, I absolutely won't let you fall into any danger." She felt embarrassed and looked down, biting her lip. Although Lin Yuan didn't get a response, he was still delighted as she, blushing, pushed his hand away. Beside them, Qian's eyes lit up with admiration. This feeling of safety. It's so nice to have a big brother. Wang Yan, feeling left out, suddenly spoke up arrogantly. Finally, I see it. The Valley of Embers isn't that hard. One person is enough to suppress them. With my full set of silver-grade equipment, how could I possibly be weaker than them? Mai Ling, next to him, immediately chimed in. That's right. How could they possibly afford Wang Yan's equipment? Wang Yan, wanting to show off, put on an air of superiority. You ignorant. Watch closely. As he spoke, he charged straight toward an ashen flame monitor. This is the true power of me, Wang Yan. However, before Wang Yan could even show off, he was slapped silly by the creature. He tumbled to the ground, whining. Damn it, this monster is way too strong. It hurts like hell. Seeing Wang Yan like this, Lin Yuan coldly tossed out a comment. If you want to die, wait until I've cleared the stage, then die. With that, he slowly activated his ability. Originally, I wanted to get a piece of gold-grade equipment for Lin Tan, but for now, silver-grade will have to do. Lin Yuan took out several pieces of equipment, but instead of using them, he directly handed them to Lin Tan. This equipment is suitable for you. Take it and use it. The pieces of equipment were the silver-grade Carefree Battle Armor, a gear-type item. Effect: Constitution plus 50, critical damage plus 15. Attached skill: Carefree Soul. When dealing critical damage, Carefree Soul converts 8% of defense power into a shield of equivalent value. The moment Mai Ling saw these items, her eyes lit up like headlights. So cool. A single piece of silver-grade equipment could buy so many luxury goods. That's worth millions. And he didn't even bat an eye. Meanwhile, Wang Yan was still struggling. He reminded her, "That's enough. Is it necessary to be so shameless?" However, Lin Tan didn't accept them, deciding to rely on her own strength. "You should keep it for your own protection. I'll figure out how to get my own equipment." Seeing this, Lin Yuan could only give a helpless smirk, just like always, that stubborn personality. He didn't say any more and moved forward, coordinating perfectly with Tai Yang to defeat the Ashen Flame monitors. She and Qian also rushed forward to join the decisive battle. On the other side, Wang Yan and Mai Ling didn't want to be outdone. An Ashen Flame monitor whipped its tail fiercely at Lin Tan's sword. She frowned, reassuring herself, "I can do this." Seeing this, the monster let out an excited roar. Immediately after, a series of abilities rained down on that Ashen Flame monitor. The system interface appeared. Health points, 24 out of 4,700. Lin Tan looked toward Lin Yuan in astonishment. It was definitely him. With that thought, she regained her composure and continued to fight. Lin Tan silently resolved, "He's just like he's always been, always treating me like a child. I don't want him interfering in my business." He noticed her attitude and sighed softly. Is it this hard, just to give her some equipment? And so, the two siblings competed to defeat the swarm of Ashen Flame monitors. Standing to the side, Qian couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. One of them was secretly giving her the spoils of war and providing support, while the other knew the truth but was still being stubborn. The chemistry between these siblings is just perfect. Watching them chase each other around is more fun than killing monsters. Meanwhile, behind her, Wang Yan and Mai Ling were being chased to near death. After a long, grueling battle, the group finally had a moment of peace. Tai Yang stopped, leaning on his staff and sighing. The boss is finally right inside. He approached Lin Yuan to discuss their next move. "Hey buddy, should we head back first? Leaving the dungeon now won't incur a penalty. But if we fight the boss and get wiped out, the whole party will lose a level and drop equipment. The risk is too high." Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown in agreement. "You're right." Suddenly, the weak and cowardly Wang Yan shrieked, "Huh? That's hilarious. You're so good at killing trash mobs, but you get scared when you see the boss?" Qian paid him no mind and turned to Lin Tan. "Lin Tan, actually, the fact that your brother could lead us this far is already incredible." Hearing this, she couldn't help but think to herself, "I've caused more trouble for him. If only I were a little stronger, maybe things wouldn't have turned out this way." Lin Yuan quickly regained his focus and took the lead. Tai Yang is right, the death penalty is too severe. As he spoke, he activated his ability. "So, none of you need to do anything." Lin Yuan's lips curved into a smile as he opened a summoning portal. "I'll handle this alone." Seeing this, the others were horrified. "A summoned beast? What in the world is this guy?" Tai Yang sneered contemptuously. "You guys partied up with my buddy, and you still don't know how strong he is? Whether it's soloing a world boss or single-handedly defeating the Bloodcrow guild, out of all the players I know, he is the strongest." Inside the cave, the Ashen Flame Monitor King was resting peacefully with its eyes closed. Suddenly, a ball of energy flew toward it. The Ashen Flame Monitor King immediately sensed it, and its eyes snapped open. Even so, it couldn't dodge in time and took the full brunt of the attack. The Ashen Flame Monitor King was enraged. It immediately charged out of the cave, roaring non-stop. The system interface displayed its information. Ashen Flame Monitor King, King level. Level 21. Health points, 10,000. Attack, 1,200. Defense, 300. Skills, Blazing Spit, Flame Shield, Vicious Bite. Lin Yuan showed no fear, slowly walking toward it. Qian's group, watching from behind, was terrified. 1,200 attack points. Just a single hit would be an instant kill, right? Lin Tan, due to her stubborn nature, silently decided to move forward to help. "This is clearly all my fault. How can I let him face this danger alone?" she shouted. "Let me draw its aggro for you." But before she could do anything, Lin Tan was bound by a magic circle. Tai Yang had activated his Holy Light imprisonment skill. He casually walked over and advised, "Just watch from here. You rushing in will only cause more trouble for him." His words stunned her. "What did you say?" Tai Yang calmly suggested. "Let's just enjoy the elegant maneuvers of our ace." Lin Yuan stood calmly before its massive maw, which was continuously gathering energy. The Ash-Scale Lizard King activated its skill. The moment it unleashed its blazing breath, he leaped high into the air. A gasp of astonishment came from behind. He perfectly controlled the boss's skill range. The summoned beasts also took this chance to charge forward. By the time the Ash-Scale Lizard King realized it, they were already on top of it. The summoned beasts swarmed forward, each one taking a bite out of the Ashen Toxin Drake King's flesh, and the situation instantly descended into chaos. A sigh of admiration was heard. He's calculated the cooldown time for every single one of the boss's skills perfectly, Tai Yang praised enthusiastically. It's like he already knew everything about the monster. This fight is a true work of art. Trapped, Lin Dan could only watch the battle unfold obediently. Is this his true power? Mai Lin was completely captivated. Lin Dan's brother is amazing. Go on, kill that giant lizard. Her words made Wang Yan's face darken with rage. Shut your mouth. He gritted his teeth, his hand tightening around his sword as he continued to scheme. At this rate, they're actually going to clear the dungeon. Won't I lose face in front of the class? That's right. If I can just land a sneak attack and make him slip up, a single hit from the boss could kill him. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was still focused on fighting the monster. A system notification appeared. The Ashen Toxin Drake King has activated the skill. Its health was at 315 out of 10,000. He wanted to seize this opportunity. It just used. The cooldown is 8 seconds. This is my chance. Wang Yan suddenly charged forward to launch a sneak attack. Still trying to solo the boss? In your next life. He was right behind him now, but Lin Yuan had already noticed Wang Yan. He glanced over his shoulder. He pursed his lips and cursed under his breath. Idiot. With that thought, Lin Yuan gracefully spun around to dodge. It seems you've got a death wish. This move left Wang Yan stunned. What? He can't dodge this. Lin Yuan raised his leg, preparing to kick. Then you can disappear along with it. He kicked hard into Wang Yan's side. It happened too fast for him to react. Wang Yan was kicked to the ground, and right above him was the Ashen Toxin Drake King, baring its vicious teeth. Without another word, Lin Yuan cast a skill. Activating. An explosion instantly erupted, engulfing both Wang Yan and the Ashen Toxin Drake King. The system displayed a congratulatory server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players Lin Yuan, Tai Yang, Chan Chan, Chang Ge, Lin Dan, and Wang Yan for the first clear of the hero difficulty dungeon, Ashen Valley. Seeing this, Chan Chan beamed with joy. I can't believe we actually cleared it. Lin Dan, your brother is so cool and so powerful. Do you think we can ask him to carry us through dungeons in the future? Lin Dan was taken aback. She stammered, He's really busy. We'll see if there's a chance later. Tai Yang couldn't hide his excitement either. He shouted enthusiastically, That's my best bro for you. You gotta show off this time. But next time, I'll show you the true pinnacle of a priest. Behind them, Mai Lin started acting coy. Oh, great master. Can you add me as a friend? Hearing her, Tai Yang shot her a furious glare. Shut up. I see what you are now. He roared as he spun his staff, casting a spell. You're in the same league as that villain who sneak attacked my bro. Go die. The game system displayed another message. Player Wang Yan has been killed. Use dark summoning art on the corpse of the Ashen Toxin Drake King? Without hesitation, he replied, Yes. Lin Yuan glanced around, deciding to deal with the large corpse first. With that thought, he spoke up. Now that the trash has been taken out, let's divide the loot. Hearing this, Chan Chan shyly refused. You did all the work along the way. How could we ask for any of the gear? Just being able to clear the dungeon is enough for us. Lin Yuan gently explained, I only need the skill book and the skill scroll. You guys can sort out the rest. In his hands were 3 combat items, a skill book and a skill scroll. The remaining loot included the silver rank Ashen Greaves. Equipment type. Effects. Constitution plus 30. Movement speed plus 20. Spirit plus 10. Attached skill, Raging Flame Walk. Skill effect, increases resistance to fire attribute damage by 10%. Burning Bracers, bronze rank. Equipment type. Effects, Constitution plus 10, Strength plus 15, critical damage plus 5. Quenched Fire Longsword, bronze rank. Weapon type. Effects, attack power plus 15. Strength plus 5. Constitution plus 5. Agile Long Boots, bronze rank. Equipment type. Effects, movement speed plus 10, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 5. Tai Yang quickly picked the Ashen Greaves. Perfect. Our guild leader has been looking for leg armor. This is a real lifesaver. Then, an idea struck him. How about this? I'll buy out all of this gear and split the money among everyone based on their contribution. Lin Yuan politely replied, You can go ahead and handle it. I don't need any. Lin Dan had no objections, and Chan Chan just giggled. We're rich. With everything settled, he decided to leave. This way, Wang Yan won't cause you any more trouble. Next time you run into problems, just tell me directly. I'm going to do some quests. Seeing him leave, she hurriedly called out, "Wait, brother!" Lin Yuan scratched his head in confusion. "What's up? Do you need some gear?" But Lin Dan's heart had been filled with suspicion ever since they entered the dungeon. He displayed incredible skills I've never seen before. That endless stream of summoned beasts. Could he also be one of the chosen? Is he hiding his class? Thinking this, she asked cautiously, "Since you started playing this game, have you felt any changes in your body?" Lin Yuan frowned in silence. Has she noticed something? But Lin Dan has already been in contact with people from the Order. "I can't reveal my secret about being a necromancer. It's for her own protection," he answered. "A perfect liar. Not at all. Why do you ask? Have you felt any changes?" Hearing this, Lin Dan felt awkward. She stammered and leave. No, not at all. "Oh, right. I have a quest to turn in, so I'll get going." Lin Yuan watched her go, a helpless smirk on his face. She's grown up, but her acting is still as terrible as ever. But the fact that she was willing to ask me this time means she's finally acknowledged me as her brother, right? Suddenly, Taiyang's voice called out, "Best bro." He was leading a whole group of people over. He waved his hand excitedly. "Great, you haven't left yet." Leng Yue just decided she wants to run Ashen Valley on death difficulty. I told her we absolutely had to invite my best bro to join so nothing would go wrong. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, thinking, I can't believe I'm already making contact with Leng Yue. This is the perfect chance to investigate whether the first disciple of the earth is hiding within the Mirror Flower, Water Moon Guild. After considering it, he slowly spoke. "All right, I was planning on trying death difficulty next anyway." Tai Yang threw a friendly arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder and said cheerfully, "That's my best bro for you. Come on, let me introduce you. These are all our members." As a core member of our guild, he introduced the captain of the Super God Iron Triangle, who is also the guild master of the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. The cold beauty, Leng Yue, nodded in greeting. "Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Welcome to our core team." Seeing that the other man didn't introduce himself, Tai Yang had to step in. "This is Xing Yin, our expert magic caster. His class is quite rare. He's the mage of the Iron Triangle, but he showed Tai Yang no respect at all. That's enough, Tai Yang. I haven't accepted him as a teammate yet. Just bringing some random solo player into the party wasn't a smart move." Xing Yin made his displeasure clear. Death difficulty dungeons have a very low margin for error. A random player like him who can't coordinate with us will only be dead weight. I don't want to take that risk. You get what I'm saying? Hearing this, Tai Yang angrily stepped forward to defend Lin Yuan. "Xing Yin, what are you talking about?" Lin Yuan was the one leading me just now, but he didn't listen at all, sneering sarcastically instead. "I've seen plenty of braggarts like him before. Don't say we're ganging up on you. I'll give you a chance." Xing Yin laid out his terms to him. "As long as you can take down half of the boss's health, I'll give you the gold-grade equipment I'm wearing. But if you get in the way and cause us to fail, you'll have to compensate us for all our losses." At this, he ordered bluntly. "Got it? You can still scram while you have the chance." Provoked by his words, Lin Yuan calmly replied, "Free gold-grade gear? Of course, I'm in. In that case, I'll ask everyone to bear witness, just to make sure someone doesn't try to bail on the deal later." Just like that, the two of them were in a standoff. Leng Yue finally had to step in to mediate. "All right, Xing Yin, letting Tai Yang's friend join was something we already agreed on. If you had an issue, you should have brought it up then. Since it's decided, let's proceed with the original plan. We just need to work together to clear the dungeon." Being called out, he growled in anger. "Leng Yue, you're siding with an outsider? The death penalty in this dungeon is severe, you know. You should reconsider." Leng Yue, however, paid him no mind. She turned away decisively. "When I've made a decision, I don't like to repeat myself. Let's enter the dungeon." Xing Yin didn't argue back, but silently made a resolution. "Leng Yue, I'll show you that stray you picked up can't be trusted. I'm the teammate you can't do without." His eyes filled with more and more resentment. The scene shifts, and the system interface appears. Common Ashfall Lizard, level 18. Health points, 4,700. Attack, 580. Defense, 75. Skill, Searing Spit. Suddenly, a pillar of light shot down from above. The Ashfall Lizards immediately turned towards it warily. Leng Yue's group and Lin Yuan had just arrived, and were already surrounded. Tai Yang was horrified, groaning in despair. The monster density in a death difficulty dungeon is just insane. "We're surrounded the moment we enter?" She quickly regained her composure and gave an order. "Melee classes, hold the line. There are too many monsters. We need to find an opportunity to break through the encirclement." The whole team immediately got into position, each to their own role. "Hold steady. I'll draw their aggro. You guys find a chance to break out." "Okay, Leng Yue." Xing Yin stood at the back, already wanting to get rid of the nuisance. Just seeing this leech was annoying. He really wanted to smash these lightning orbs right into his head. An ashfall lizard suddenly charged towards them, startling Tai Yang. "What's going on?" he cried out in alarm. "Damn it, I missed one in the rear." Leng Yue and her teammates had no choice but to charge forward, but she didn't forget to call out. "What are you thinking, Xingyin? Snap out of it. Over here." He also quickly shouted, "Crap, there are more monsters behind us. We don't have enough people on the front line." The team's situation immediately descended into chaos. "I can't hold back anymore. I'm summoning my gentle wind bear. But it's just a drop in the bucket. The monsters will kill it. That's the combat pet you traded silver-grade gear for." At that moment, Lin Yuan slowly made his move. "Leave this to me." He instantly summoned countless undead beasts to attack. The overwhelming power of Lin Yuan's summoned beasts made the horde of ashfall lizards falter. They charged forward madly, attacking relentlessly from all sides. Of course, he didn't just stand by. He charged into the fight alongside them. This single move saved Leng Yue's team from certain defeat. He actually held them back. "That's great. My combat pet doesn't have to die." Having had his spotlight stolen, Xingyin ground his teeth from the back, making me lose face in front of Leng Yue. "You're not getting out of this dungeon alive, you country bumpkin." Just as he was about to speak, Leng Yue rushed to stand in front of Xingyin. "Everyone, hold on, don't get distracted." The game system displayed a new wave of monsters appearing. The group immediately refocused on the fight. "All right." Tai Yang closed his eyes, trying to concentrate and use his ability. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was relentlessly attacking the ashfall lizards. He was forced to quickly catch up with the team's pace. Leng Yue silently observed his fighting style. To be able to analyze and neutralize a threat in an instant. His reaction time and skills are an incredibly rare talent. After this dungeon is over, I should try inviting him to join the guild. On the other side, Xingyin could only stand there, stunned. He secretly decided to play dirty. My impression in Leng Yue's eyes must be ruined now. No, I have to find a way to humiliate him. With that thought, Xingyin used the excuse of providing support to get close to Lin Yuan. "Let me back you up. Careful you don't get hit by friendly fire." He couldn't help but frown and curse inwardly. What an idiot. But this is also an opportunity. I'll use this chance to get closer to Leng Yue, make her lower her guard, and then get information out of her. Lin Yuan did his best to duck and dodge several of his intentional attacks, but with the ashfall lizards in front of him, he was put on the defensive. Damn it. Unexpectedly, a hand grabbed Lin Yuan's. Leng Yue pulled him away from the spot and suggested they coordinate. "I'll handle the ones on the right, you take the ones on the left. Got it?" Lin Yuan quickly replied, "Okay." Immediately after, she spun around, let go of him, and charged forward. Together with Leng Yue, they successfully took down 2 ashfall lizards. His teammates in the back saw this, their eyes lighting up. Now that was a skill combo that really got the blood pumping. The guild leader and that handsome guy have such cool chemistry. After everything was taken care of, Lin Yuan curved his lips into a slight smile and said, "That's the first time I've seen a skill like that. Is it something you learn after a class change?" Leng Yue said humbly, "Victor isn't anything special. I just got lucky and learned it from a skill book." He took the opportunity to suggest, "The number 2 guild is truly full of hidden masters. You must have other experts. Do they know any special skills? I'd like to exchange techniques with them." Leng Yue was direct. "Well, you could just join Mirror Flower Water Moon and find out for yourself." But Lin Yuan flatly refused. "I'll pass. I'm more used to playing games alone." The look on his face made her pause. Was that familiar smile an illusion? It looked exactly the same. Xingyin, who had been left behind, was so angry he gritted his teeth. What the hell did that bastard say to Leng Yue? Why does Leng Yue have that kind of expression? Suddenly, Tai Yang rushed over to report, "I've collected all the dropped equipment. We can divide it after we're done." Leng Yue, "Are we still fighting the next boss, according to the original plan?" She just calmly gave a sound of agreement, but he used it as an excuse to step forward and make a demand. "Wait, I want to apologize to our friend here. You all saw it just now. His strength far exceeds our imagination. With his abilities, he could definitely be put to better use." Xingyin's eyes turned sinister. "I propose we let him help draw the aggro of the next boss." Lin Yuan analyzed the situation. "If I go draw its aggro, I won't have a chance to attack the boss, let alone taking down half its health. Are you trying to back out of our deal? Can't bear to part with that golden equipment?" Xingyin said, "Victor, do you really think you can last more than a few hits against the boss? You're dreaming, my friend. You're overthinking it. As long as you can complete the mission, I can still give you the golden equipment." Leng Yue interjected, "I don't agree. Changing the tank right before a battle introduces too many unknown variables." He cut her off. "Don't say that, Leng Yue. I see you think highly of him too, so why don't we let him decide for himself?" Lin Yuan thought to himself. If I want to get closer to the number 2 guild and Leng Yue, this Xing Yin guy is a problem. I'll shut him up for now and deal with him later. He agreed to their proposal. All right, I accept. The group moved to Ash Valley, where Tai Yang made an offer. My man, let me witness the full extent of your power, Xing Yin sneered. This idiot definitely doesn't know that the boss's AoE skills are a hard counter to his summoned beasts. This is going to be a good show. He gathered power in his hands, thinking to himself, a boss in a death difficulty dungeon is indeed tricky, but thanks to my past life experience, I already know its mechanics like the back of my hand. A ball of lightning shot towards the target. The beast was caught off guard by the hit. The system displayed its information. Ash Lizard King. Monarch grade. Level 25. Health points. 15,000. Attack 1,500. Defense 500. Skills. Blazing Jet. Cauldron of All Things. Whiplash, Tail Strike, Flame Shield. The party members were stunned. A boss in a death difficulty dungeon is already level 25? The highest level players right now are only around 15. The gap is too big. Everyone, stop spacing out. Meanwhile, Xing Yin was gloating internally. Go on, attack. That kid is definitely going to regret this. Lin Yuan approached the boss without any hesitation. He commanded, same as before, start by hitting the ground. The tactic hadn't changed, and the group followed his lead. Before them stood the colossal figure of the beast. Hurry, seize the opportunity. Xing Yin didn't help. Instead, standing in a corner, laughing to himself. This sight is just too perfect. He looks like a pathetic little mouse. The entire team seems tiny in front of the powerful opponent. Leng Yue urged Xing Yin. Hurry, use your control skill. He swore under his breath. Damn it, I'm too late. The fiery barrage sent the whole party flying. Someone couldn't help but yell at Xing Yin. What the hell are you doing? She interrogated him. Why didn't you use your lightning spell to paralyze the boss's tail? Wasn't that the plan all along? Do you have any idea what a good opportunity you just wasted? Do you? He stammered. Leng Yue, I'm sorry. The 2 remaining members were in despair. We're all wiped out, and healing takes time. How can our buddy deal with the boss all by himself? There's no chance this round. Even if we pull out of a death difficulty dungeon midway, the penalty is severe. We're really stuck between a rock and a hard place now. Leng Yue reminded them sternly. Since it has come to this, I just hope everyone learns a lesson. Our new teammate made no mistakes. On the contrary, it was us, the ones who've always had perfect chemistry, who ended up holding him back. Let me tell him we're wiping. The guild will bear all the losses, a team member exclaimed in shock. Wait, guild leader. Look over there. It seems like he's unaffected. He's still fighting the monster by himself. He understood clearly. Looks like they won't be able to rejoin the fight for a while. I'll just have to fight it myself. The Ash Lizard King's weak point was its back. As long as he used lightning to inflict paralyzing damage on its tail, he could attack freely. Watching the boss charge at him, Lin Yuan swung his sword contemptuously. Too slow. Thunder Leech was summoned, and he ordered it to break the attack. The system announced, Starfall. Thunder Leech activated its skill, paralyzing Thunder Strike. A current of power spread through the boss's body, paralyzing it. Lin Yuan gave another command. Good. The boss's rear is safe now. Charge. The beasts he had summoned rushed aggressively towards the target. Leng Yue was in shock. He has a lightning attribute summoned too? And what's more, he knows how to counter the boss. Xing Yin was particularly ashamed, thinking, how? How did he know that? Doesn't this just prove I'm less useful than a summoned beast? Tai Yang regained his composure. He's fighting so well. Our buddy is really handling the boss confidently. Let's heal up quickly and go help him. Meanwhile, Xing Yin noticed something. Wait a minute. In the end, he's just putting on a show. His summoned beasts won't last long. The boss's shockwave damage alone is enough to crush them. The summon's health bars were about to run out. Their bodies staggered, unable to stand firm. Lin Yuan activated the skill Dark Curse. The summon's health bars refilled, and their power surged once more. Xing Yin was stunned. No, impossible. How can he still heal his summoned beasts? Doesn't that mean he can solo the boss? He roared with all his might. Everyone, get ready. The boss is at death's door. Let's charge. The system announced that the ash-consuming Liquid King had activated the skill, All-Consuming Furnace. Lin Yuan was fighting desperately, commanding the death. Wolf, wolf, hold them back. Lin Yuan carefully analyzed the situation. At this rate, things are not looking good. That guy is always hiding in the shadows, controlling the snakes. I have to drag him out. His gaze suddenly shifted. As if realizing something, Lin Yuan looked towards a slithering snake. Found you! He shot forward with his fastest speed. Lin Yuan raised his fist. Victor, you have nowhere left to hide. With the phantom gauntlets equipped, Lin Yuan's fist was wreathed in blue flames. He was heading straight for his prey, but when Lin Yuan punched the iron bars, they didn't even budge. He paused for a beat. Something's not right. Lin Yuan observed and carefully analyzed. This gate has the mark I left on it before. This is the Underworld Serpent's location. He's luring me into a trap. Just then, the Deathwolf behind him deliberately signaled, and at the same time, Lin Yuan became aware of the serpent spirits behind him. Well then, let's see who loses their nerve and strikes first. He acted quickly, activating his stealth skill, and in a flash, Lin Yuan vanished. This left the serpent spirits confused. The person who had just been in front of them had now disappeared into thin air. A voice echoed from the shadows. "So, you didn't fall for it." Suddenly appearing among the snakes, he said, "I won't let another soul learn the secrets of this sewer. This is my territory." He scanned the area and noticed a disturbance on the water's surface. As soon as he realized something was off, he didn't hesitate. He acted immediately. An opening. "Become food for my snakes." He raised a snake-headed staff and unleashed a torrent of dark magic. It destroyed everything around them. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly appeared from behind. "Where do you think you're aiming?" The man was startled by him. "What?" Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and swung his arm in a slash, but Lu managed to dodge in time. He gritted his teeth in anger. "You dare trick me!" Lu slammed his staff into the ground. The serpent spirits also charged forward angrily. "You're asking for it." Lin Yuan silently assessed the situation. It seems he's not good at close combat. He's been keeping his distance this whole time. If I can just use my undead to hold back these snakes, I'll have a chance to win. With that thought, he charged forward to challenge him. "You're not the only one who can summon. Let them have some fun." Lu stubbornly refused to believe his eyes. "More undead zombies? How can this be? It's impossible." As Lin Yuan attacked, he taunted. "What's the matter? Besides, controlling these snakes, are you completely useless?" Lu furiously cursed. "Shut up! A dead man like you doesn't need to know so much." Lin Yuan didn't back down either, retorting, "Victor, take this. Without those snakes, you can't even take a single hit. You're a disgrace to the first disciple." Lu couldn't help but be surprised. "How do you know of that great master?" Suddenly, more snakes burst up from the ground. Lu laughed with smug satisfaction. "Didn't see that coming, did you? I still have more snakes. Let me capture you and interrogate you slowly." Lin Yuan wasn't rushed. He calmly analyzed the situation. No wonder the ambush was so ambiguous from the start. His snakes even know how to use the terrain. So, it's true. During this period, he was already a subordinate of the first disciple. I have to find a way to capture him. In an instant, Lin Yuan had sliced through the bodies of the snakes. Lu lost his patience and decided to use a finishing blow. "This ends now, you piece of trash." Lin Yuan remained calm. He cleverly used this opportunity to lure him closer, but the dark magic was so strong it knocked him off his feet. Lin Yuan was shocked to find himself bound by the snakes. His magic damage also comes with a control effect. My movements have clearly slowed down. Lu swaggered closer, gloating. "When I saw the zombies, I thought I was mistaken. But to think you're really a necromancer, it's a shame. Your skills seem to be incomplete, aren't they?" Lin Yuan was tight. "What are you talking about?" Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was terrified of being found out. How does this guy know about this class, and even know the necromancer's skills so well? Lu ignored the question and laughed loudly, as if he had already won. "Tell me, how do you know about my boss? We have plenty of time today." Lin Yuan gave a faint smile. "I could say the same to you. In a moment, I'm going to make you spill everything you know." Behind Lu, a terrifying three-headed snake appeared. "When did you dare turn my snake into one of your undead?" He stood his ground, his body still bound by the two monsters. "My undead are endless. Your snakes are dying. Give up the struggle." Lu couldn't accept it and continued to fight back with all his might. "In your dreams, I will not be captured by a mongrel like you." Lin Yuan didn't hesitate, immediately breaking free from his bonds and beginning to summon the power of corpse explosion. Lu hadn't run far before the underworld serpent caught up to him. In the next second, it used its entire body to bind him tightly. Lin Yuan shouted the command, "Go, get him. Use the constrict skill." He then slowly walked over. "You run pretty fast, but at least I've confirmed the snake controller's area of operation. Moreover, during this period, the snake controller isn't as powerful as he will be when the evil god descends. If I can learn this crowd control breaking technique, these snakes will be nothing more than free materials for my undead army delivered right to my doorstep." From within the rubble, something shiny suddenly caught his attention. Lin Yuan picked it up and observed it carefully. It was a pocket watch. There's no attribute interface, so it doesn't seem to be equipment. Could it be some kind of token? If he's hiding in the illusory moon guild, now is the best time to verify this with Leng Yue. He hasn't had time to teleport away yet. The sound of a system message chimed. The recipient was Leng Yue. "Is it convenient for you to come out for a moment? I want to talk about the Valley of Ashes." That night, when the entire kingdom was lit up, Leng Yue walked to an empty seat. "Sorry, I'm a bit late." She waved her hand, and a small ring appeared on the table. "This is the gold tier equipment I promised. See if it suits you." It was the extremely rare gold-tier concentration ring. Lin Yuan looked at the ring on the table, lost in thought. The mana recovery effect would be useful ever since I got Corpse Explosion. My mana is running a little low. Lin Yue, you're too kind. With another wave of her hand, a whole new set of items appeared on the table. These are also the drops from the Ashfall Ravine. We agreed you'd get first pick. Lin Yuan calmly picked up each item and examined them carefully. This is perfect for me, even better than I expected. As for the drops, I'll just take the skill scroll. Lin Yuan propped his chin on his hand, his tone a bit playful. I always figured you for a total recluse. I'm surprised to see you in a place like a tavern. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious as he looked her straight in the eye. I was leveling up in the sewers today and ran into a high-level player. The guild emblem he was wearing looked a lot like the one for Jinghua. I'd like to test my skills against him, if possible. Is he available? Leng Yue's expression grew serious as well. The sewers. I'll ask around in the guild. He pulled out the pocket watch he'd picked up earlier. He dropped this by accident. Does it look familiar to you? Does anyone in your guild use a pocket watch like this? She took the watch from his hand, trying to recall. A pocket watch? Let me see. It doesn't look like a piece of gear. Honestly, I've never seen an accessory like this before. Lin Yuan wasn't disappointed. I understand. Well then, I'd appreciate it if you could still ask around about the sewers for me. This is extremely important to me. Leng Yue readily agreed. Of course, I'll ask around the guild. He then asked another question. By the way, you just gave away a gold-tier item like that. Won't your guild members have a problem with it? She tilted her head, looking away. Well, Xing Yin is furious, but this whole thing was his fault to begin with. Besides, you look a lot like my younger brother. Sometimes, it's hard for even me to tell the difference. If he were still alive, he'd be about your age now. Lin Yuan finally understood. No wonder she'd acted so strangely at times. He could only offer some comfort. I'm sorry for your loss. Leng Yue pushed the watch back towards him. That's all in the past now. By the way, if you trust me, you should start gathering some lightning resistance potions. You'll be needing them soon. He considered this internally. So, it seems the Order organization already knows about the special dungeon. The next one is lightning-based. Too bad the formula for the strongest lightning resistance potion is in my hands. Just then, a system notification chimed. 100 demon grass roots have been submitted. Emo's quest has been completed. They both stood up, getting ready to leave. I'll think about it. Well, I'm heading out. Leng Yue stepped forward. Let's walk out together. And so, the two of them left the tavern. They didn't notice Xing Yin watching them from a dark corner. He was trembling with rage. Is that bastard on a date with Leng Yue? I have to destroy him. Suddenly, Leng Yue and Lin Yuan were standing right behind him. Xing Yin? What a coincidence. You came to the tavern too? Xing Yin scrambled for an excuse. I was just passing by. Then his tone became cautionary. Leng Yue, what do you even have to talk about with a guy like this? You should stay away from him. Lin Yuan said, annoyed. I asked her here to discuss some guild-related business. Don't get the wrong idea. Xing Yin shot him a murderous glare. Oh, great master, didn't you say you weren't going to join any guilds? So why are you discussing guild matters with our leader? Or do you have some other motive? Lin Yuan stared at him, thinking to himself, this guy is like a persistent ghost. He then replied smoothly. Of course, guild leader Leng Yue's swordsmanship is exceptional. I was hoping to learn a thing or two from her. Is that a problem? Xing Yin shot back. I think you have other plans. Leng Yue, you need to be careful with people like him, or you'll get yourself into trouble. Finally, Leng Yue spoke up. I appreciate your concern, but I don't need your permission to have a drink with someone, do I? Xing Yin began to stammer, completely flustered. No, Leng Yue, I didn't mean it like that. She walked past him coldly. That's enough. I can't believe I came all this way just to hold on to that equipment for you. You've really disappointed me. As he watched Leng Yue walk away with Lin Yuan, Xing Yin desperately tried to explain. Leng Yue, you've got it all wrong. His resentment grew. It's all that bastard's fault. If I can just get rid of him, Leng Yue will go back to only having eyes for me. Xing Yin's mind was now completely clouded and twisted by one thought. Eliminate him. The scene changes to a strangely silent room. Xing Yin slowly walked in from outside. A dark aura surrounded him as he entered. Upon arriving, Xing Yin made a direct request. I knew you'd be here. I need you to take care of someone for me. The masked man, Victor, replied leisurely. What's the rush? Let me finish this drink, then we'll talk. But Xing Yin was frantic, immediately stating his offer. When it's done, I'll pay you double your usual rate. He sent a photo of his target. You have to kill him. Make it as brutal as possible. Finally, the man agreed. Sparing no expense, are we? Fine, I'll take the job. Before leaving, Xing Yin added one more instruction. Remember, do it somewhere crowded. A savage smile spread across his face. and torture him slowly in front of everyone. Afterwards, the masked man sat down to look up Lin Yuan's information. He stared intently at the photo. This guy looks a little familiar. Meanwhile, in a town near the desert, Victor was carefully observing the object in his hand. I've never seen a watch like this. It seems like an ordinary piece of jewelry, but you could try taking it to the Blacktail Knights. You can try your luck there, assuming you can even get in, Lin Yuan thought, feeling a bit helpless. I didn't expect this. Even an NPC as knowledgeable as Victor has no idea. All right, thank you. Victor sounded a little regretful. Don't mention it. It's a shame I'm retired, without just cause. It's very difficult to get a meeting with the commander. Just then, a young woman walked in. Uncle Victor, how have you been? I brought you some delicious food. Victor's face lit up when he saw her. Edith, welcome. I'm feeling much better. Thanks for coming to visit this old man. Her arrival piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity. Edith? By the way, Victor then offered a suggestion. If you really want to ask around the Blacktail Knights, you could ask Edith for help. She's the daughter of Commander Sid. She quickly denied it. No, I stopped being his daughter a long time ago. Now, I'm just a tailor making her own way in the world. At this point, Lin Yuan decided to speak up. It sounds like there might be some misunderstanding between you two. Perhaps I could help in some way. Victor then tried to reason with Edith. I'm sure the commander deeply regrets what happened. Do you two, father and daughter, really have to fight like this? Take it as a piece of advice from an old friend. At that, Edith's heart softened. All right, young man, please follow me. I thought I wouldn't get a chance to give this gift to him. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan seemed to have realized something. It seems you were just missing an opportunity. As Edith opened the gift box, she admitted, perhaps. Handing the gift to Lin Yuan, Edith instructed, this is a ceremonial outfit that took me a year to make. I hope you'll give it to my father, and then tell me his answer. Lin Yuan took the gift and stated firmly, you can rest assured. I will deliver it as quickly as possible. You have received the hidden quest, Dust-Covered Kinship. Quest name, Dust-Covered Kinship. Activation condition, Heal Victor. Gain his favor, reputation with the Hissing Tail Knight Order, greater than 0. Quest content, deliver the ceremonial outfit personally made by Edith. To her father, Sid. Quest rank, Gold. Time limit, 12 hours. The scene changes to the camp of the Hissing Tail Knight Order. Outside, the area is heavily guarded. They quickly stopped Lin Yuan upon seeing him. Halt! Who goes there? He calmly answered their question. Please don't worry. I was entrusted by Miss Edith to deliver something to the commander. One of the guards said he would relay the message. Miss Edith? Wait here. I'll go inform the commander. Lin Yuan observed them, considering his options carefully. The Hissing Tail Knight Order is considered the strongest military force in the Western Desert Kingdom, second only to the State Preceptor. Building a good relationship with them could make many things more convenient. A moment later, the guard returned. Sorry to keep you waiting. Please, follow me. At the same time, another soldier was leading a strange creature with the head of a lion and a pair of wings. Lin Yuan mused, to get a unique mount from the Hissing Tail Knight Order like the Hissing Lion, I'll still need to raise my reputation before I can buy one. After a short walk, they stopped in front of a tent. The soldier instructed, the commander is in the tent ahead. You can go in by yourself. Lin Yuan replied sincerely, all right, thank you. As he stepped inside, his mind was racing with thoughts. Commander Sid's strength is terrifying, equivalent to a level 60 Lord-grade monster. I absolutely cannot let him find out that I'm a Necromancer. Inside, a man was already waiting. Lin Yuan was cautious. Commander Sid, my apologies for the intrusion. The moment Sid saw him, he cut straight to the chase, asking about Edith. Tell me, is Edith living well now? Lin Yuan placed the box on the table. Miss Edith misses you very much. She entrusted me with bringing this item to you. This is the ceremonial outfit she spent a year making for you, hoping you would understand her feelings. Sid took it. A year? This child must have poured her heart and soul into this. Why won't she come to see me? It seems she still loves sewing after all these years. Looking at this meticulous needlework, it's truly a work of art. But back then, he had stubbornly insisted that his daughter couldn't pursue a lowly profession like a tailor. He even ended up forcing her to leave. They hadn't seen each other in 10 years. Sid carefully caressed the garment. Lin Yuan thought to himself, a man of such immense power like Sid actually has a gentle side like this. I need to find a chance to ask about the watch. He then spoke up. Sir Sid, Miss Edith doesn't blame you at all. Tell her for me, Sid said, that I no longer care about so-called glory. I just need her to come back to my side. He agreed. Of course, but I have a matter to trouble you with. Do you know the origin of this watch? Sid confirmed. A watch? I can be certain that I've never seen this design before. With that business concluded, he said, all right. You should hurry back and give my Edith her answer, Lin Yuan replied. Understood. Suddenly, Sid called out to him again. Wait. What is your identity? Lin Yuan grew worried. Could he have discovered something? Sid sighed. Forgive my impertinence. Since you are someone my daughter trusts, I shouldn't doubt you. Thank you for everything you've done for Edith. If anyone bullies her, you can use the name of the Hissing Tail Night Order to deal with them at any time. Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. Understood. I will protect Miss Edith's safety. A system notification appeared. Recognized by Sid. Hissing Tail Night Order reputation plus 1000. Reputation with the Hissing Tail Night Order has reached friendly. You have received the status of honorary member of the Hissing Tail Night Order. He thought, I can't believe. He gave me the Hissing Tail Night Order's emblem directly. After all, besides Sid himself, this item can't be obtained through any other means. With this, I can roam freely in the Western Desert. My current reputation with the Hissing Tail Night Order is 1,500. The reputation shop is now open. I can't miss this opportunity. After all, there are some things you can only get here. The shopkeeper was cheerful. Hello, young knight. Is there anything you'd like to buy? Lin Yuan replied, I want to buy a bloodlion. He then thought to himself, I've already obtained the combat riding skill. I just need to activate a mount, and it'll be like having a mobile fortress. The owner enthusiastically introduced it. The bloodlion is very expensive. There are only a few in all of the windswept sands. It costs 300 gold coins. Before the shopkeeper could finish, Lin Yuan sealed the deal. No problem. The system announced that 300 gold coins had been spent. Mount. Bloodlion. Beast has been activated. Edith's eyes welled with tears. Did my father really say that? Oh, heavens. I thought he had forgotten all about me, constantly absorbed in his night order. Lin Yuan replied, Don't say that, Miss Edith. The commander still wants you to return to his side. She refused. His sentiment is more than enough. System notification. Hidden quest. Dust-covered kinship completed. Edith took out a small box. This is a gift to thank you. Please accept it. Please tell my father for me that being able to make beautiful clothes for people is enough to make me happy. I want to stay here and continue my work. The system panel displayed the stats of the new skill. Lin Yuan thought, gold-grade equipment that grants immunity to magic and control effects. With this, I can almost completely counter that snake charmer. Then he said, Thank you. I'll go right now. In the tent, Sid's voice echoed out. It seems Edith is very happy with her current life. In that case, I can rest easy. Lin Yuan calculated in his head, if there are no clues about the watch, I might as well ask him directly for intel on snakes. He then spoke up. Commander, do you happen to have any information related to snakes? He replied, Snakes? After we exiled the Serpent Man civilization, all the snakes in the windswept sands were wiped out by them long ago. However, there is a snake in the dreamscape. His expression darkened. Lin Yuan asked, Is there anything special about that snake? Sid explained, Yes. It's said to be a giant serpent. But the vague, illusory things in the dreamscape couldn't attack. You're now an honored member of the Hissing Tail Knights. If you're interested in snakes, then this mission is for you. Lin Yuan agreed. All right, I'll go right away. Then he thought, could it be the nether serpent? Why would it appear in someone else's dreamscape? Could this be related to a snake charmer? The system announced that a new mission had been accepted. Lin Yuan stood before a large mansion. A man opened the door, came out, and threw a woman he was holding, shouting, You lowlife! Someone like you dares to defy the Lord Count? Beato arrogantly ordered, You thugs, beat him up. Following Beato's command, the men attacked. What a despicable fool, always asking for a beating. The Lord Count has taken a liking to you. That's your honor, you peasant. Lin Yuan stepped in to stop them. So, this is the Count's residence. It's certainly been an eye-opening experience. One of the men pointed in his face and yelled, Where did you crawl out from, peasant? You dare interfere in the Lord Count's affairs? Beato sneered, Tsk, tsk, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Then you can stay here too. Get him, the girl whispered weakly. You should leave quickly. Opposing the Count will not end well for you. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and the men were all sent flying. The person I'm looking for is here. Where is the Count? Beato stammered, Uyu, do you have any idea whose men you're messing with? This is the territory of Lord Count Callow. Callow approached. What peasant dares to lay a hand on my men? Immediately notify the Hissing Tail Knights, and throw this man in the dungeon for me. Lin Yuan presented his insignia. I was sent by the Hissing Tail Knights. I've come because of your nightmare. They were surprised. You're a knight? Kalo's attitude changed in an instant. Hang these useless fools up for me. Starve them for 3 days and 3 nights. Beato replied, Yes, sir. The Count then rambled on. Truly blind fools. Can't even tell the difference between a knight and a peasant. You've finally arrived. If you can solve my problem, I'll have Sid record your contribution. I hope so, Victor. Inside the mansion were many large bookshelves and numerous servants, each busy with their tasks. Sitting at the head of the table, Kalo began to speak. In my dreams, there's always a giant snake chasing me, roaring. Even the most experienced priests couldn't find the cause. It's absurd, a count like myself having to suffer like this. I need someone to get rid of that damn snake. Can you handle it? Lin Yuan thought. It really is the nether serpent. Victor said, Lord Count, he'll need some time. The Count said, I hope you're confident you can succeed. This will be good for both of us. Suddenly, a maidservant unfortunately tripped on the rug, spilling water all over Kalo. He roared in anger. Ah, you wench, you damn wench. I'll deal with you. A slap landed hard. The maid cried out in fear. Ah, please don't. He flew into a rage. Can't even do a simple thing right. You're naturally worthless. Then he raised his foot high. Lin Yuan quickly swept the girl out of the way. The Count was surprised. You? Lin Yuan changed the subject. Lord Count, we're still discussing the commission. Isn't it inappropriate for you to act this way? Kalo laughed. Haha, my apologies, but I'm only doing this for their own good. If they can't even handle a small task like this, how will they survive in the future? When these kids had nowhere to go, it was I who kindly took them in. They're very grateful. Tell him, Anna. Isn't that right? The maid stammered. Yes. I'm very grateful to the Count for taking me in. Satisfied with her answer, Kalo said, You may leave. Unlike someone naturally noble like me, these wretches from the slums aren't even worth a slice of black bread. But even the lowly have their uses. Pleasing me is their very reason for existing. Wouldn't you agree, knight? Lin Yuan remained silent. Victor thought to himself, Are you criticizing me for meddling? Kalo ordered his butler to prepare a banquet and arrange a separate seat for the knight, and he boasted inwardly, If you weren't working for me, I doubt you'd ever get to taste the delicacies of a count's house in your entire life. Ha ha ha. Beato reported, Lord Count, as you instructed, we have painstakingly prepared the venison gifted by Count Granzone. Please, have a look. The Count praised him. Very good. However, this night might not be used to such refined cuisine. Just bring him some fish soup. Lin Yuan silently restrained himself. The mission is important. I'll deal with this Count after it's done. Victor replied, All right. Anna brought the soup. For you, Sir Knight. Kalo asked while eating. Knight, have you thought of a solution yet? Don't take too much time. Lin Yuan took a sip of soup. I was hoping to observe inside your room tonight. The Count slammed his wineglass on the table and yelled, Are you kidding me? Is my bedchamber a place someone like you can just enter? Figure it out yourself. I only need results. Lin Yuan thought with disdain. What a self-important fool. In his invisible form, Lin Yuan slowly approached the door. He thought to himself, Based on his attitude earlier today, there must be some secret in his room. To complete this mission, I'll have to use some special methods. The system displayed, stealth skill activated. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from inside. Lin Yuan was startled. Something's happening. A weak girl was struck across the face by a large hand. Kalo spoke. How ungrateful. Is serving me, Count Kalo, such a loss for you? Beato added. That's right, countless people would kill for the chance to serve the Lord Count. The girl trembled and said resentfully, Please, spare me. Kalo leaned in close, smiling. Did you think some knight could protect you? Isn't that idiot doing whatever I tell him to do? Beato scoffed. Some knight he is. Model. If the Count says so, they're nothing more than slaves. Lin Yuan clenched his fists. So all these maids were forced into servitude by him. Kalo angrily threw the girl down, causing her immense pain. I, Count Kalo, am not only powerful in the Westmac Kingdom, but I hold the rank of Count even in other nations. You'll never escape my control for the rest of your life. Beato bowed his head obsequiously. A man as clever as the Count would never put all his eggs in one basket. He laughed confidently. Of course. The system appeared before Lin Yuan. Something's not right. The Count's title was bestowed by the King of Westmac, so how could he receive the same treatment in another country? Unless. System notification, hidden condition activated. Nightmare mission of Count Kalo updated to capture the traitor. Mission rank, gold. Mission objective, apprehend the traitor, Count Kalo, and imprison him. Also, find evidence of his treason. Time limit, 48 hours. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Just as I suspected. Count Kalo is a traitor. First, I need to contact the Hitvi Knight Order, and then decide my next move. System notification. Item used. Arrest request sent to the Hitvi Knight Order. At that moment, Kalo narrowed his eyes, deep in thought, when suddenly his expression filled with rage. Kalo's voice was grim. That damn snake keeps me from sleeping at night, so don't you think you'll get any peace either. The door was suddenly flung open. Lin Yuan spoke up. My Lord Count, I think I heard a scream. First, I'll stall for time until the Knight Order arrives. Kalo was surprised. You? This damn knight has been disrespectful to me time and time again. How bold. Beato added. Do you have any idea what a serious crime it is to barge into the Count's private quarters? Lin Yuan looked down and said, You should go. I need to speak with the Count about something. Kalo's face darkened. You interrupt my fun and think you can just leave? Does a lowly knight like you think you're the center of the universe? That knight's emblem can't hide the reek of poverty on you, Beato shouted. My lord, perhaps he needs a little punishment? Kalo pointed angrily. String him up for me. I want to show him. What kind of end awaits those of low birth? Beato smirked sinisterly as he slowly approached. Don't worry. The guards were startled. Guards, there's an assassin after the Count. They grabbed their weapons and rushed inside. The girl looked up and said, You have to run. Don't throw your life away for me. Lin Yuan replied calmly. They're not enough to take my life. The guards began to charge. There's an intruder. Kill him. Lin Yuan quickly readied his weapon. You go first. The girl quickly squeezed his hand. Okay. The guards recoiled from a blue flash of light before their eyes. What? The castle door was still intact in the night. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the blink of an eye. The girl collapsed, panting heavily, with Lin Yuan beside her. The guards were still chasing him from the other side. Charge! Don't let him escape. Lin Yuan's gaze was cold. There are too many maids and servants here. It's not convenient to use necromancy and corpse explosion. A maid watching from the side whispered, It's him. Is he really trying to assassinate the Count? Another maid cut her off sternly. Shh, don't talk nonsense. The maids watched the scene unfolding before them. Lin Yuan effortlessly took down the guards one by one. Help me. All the guards were unconscious. At Lin Yuan's feet. Next, I just need to keep an eye on the Count and his butler and wait for the night order to arrive. Suddenly, a glowing chain appeared. It wrapped around his ankle. Lin Yuan spread his feet. This is a control skill. A perfect chance to test out the skill from my Shadow Spirit equipment. System notification. Magic immunity skill activated. Control effect has been nullified. Beato was holding a magic staff. You knights are all the same, nothing but brawn and no brains. Lin Yuan's ankle was bound tightly. Of course, Count Kalo would have a powerful expert by his side. Torment him for me. It's over. He's been caught by the butler. I mean, who would have guessed the butler is a retired master from the Royal Mage Order? Beato rushed forward. This dagger can channel lightning into your blood. I assure you, the feeling is not pleasant. You should keep it for yourself. Lin Yuan quickly grabbed Beato's wrist, freezing his body. He said, You're not under my control? Beato collapsed in pain, blood pouring from his chest. Kalo's eyes widened in horror as he faced Lin Yuan. He pointed a trembling finger. I summoned you here to carry out a commission. Are you trying to rebel? He asked coldly. Compared to your commission, I think your act of treason is a bit more serious, don't you? Kalo stammered. What? How do you know? Beato struggled to his feet. If you've found out, then just die. Lin Yuan quickly dodged the attack. A pity, I can't just kill you. The mission requires a live capture. Beato was astonished. What? A knight who can use magic? Lin Yuan's eyes turned pitch black as he moved in front of him, his fist striking down. It created a powerful flash of light. Beato's body was sent flying by the intense blast. The attack sent him crashing to the ground. Kalo scrambled up the stairs. You bastard. I'll make sure you're punished. I'll have you executed. He was stunned to see Lin Yuan's feet appear right in front of him. You, how did you get over here? His face was cold as he asked, Oh, weren't you the one who wanted to execute me? Kalo quickly tried to explain. No, of course not. I was going to tell Sid to commend you for your great service. No. I was going to ask the king to award you a medal. A blue flame ignited in Lin Yuan's palm. The king will also award me a medal for capturing you. Kalo was terrified. Stop. The blue flame sent Kalo flying. When you were harming all those innocent people, did you ever think of stopping? He struggled to speak. I was wrong. All right, I'll let those commoners go. Lin Yuan replied coldly. Too late. He angrily grabbed Kalo by the collar and hauled him up. Lin Yuan's face was grim. You'd better start thinking about your confession. Kalo stammered. Don't! I'll give you anything you want. Anything. Just spare me. Lin Yuan's fist tightened and he punched him in the chest, saying, Say goodbye to your noble status. In an instant, Kalo's body was sent flying into a cloud of smoke. Sid suddenly spoke up. I hope I'm not too late. Is Count Kalo unharmed? Where is this culprit you mentioned? Lin Yuan replied, It's a shame, Commander. The criminal we need to arrest is Count Kalo himself. He's a traitor. Sid quickly stepped down and approached Lin Yuan, continuing, A traitor? Good heavens, you must make this clear. To act against a count without proof is a capital offense. Kalo shouted, Do you people realize this is a death sentence? You sent a madman here. This is slander against a count. Hugs looked over and added, We can't arrest the count based on your word alone. Anna suddenly appeared and spoke up. Wait, I know where the proof is. Previously, I happened to overhear the count secretly plotting something about the Serpent Man civilization. At the same time, They were also worshipping in a secret chamber. That chamber isn't far from here, and the proof is there. Count Kalo's eyes were bloodshot. Lies. When have I ever associated with the serpent-kin civilization? He furiously lunged forward. You peasant, I'm going to rip your mouth to shreds. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The mission is secure. That count is definitely a traitor. Commander, please escort the count to the prison first. I will bring the evidence shortly. The specific outcome will be revealed soon enough. I will bear all the consequences myself. Sid sighed and said, all right. Whether this is a great merit or a terrible mistake, all depends on what you find. Leave 2 knights behind to help with the search. The rest of you, take the count back to the barracks. They acknowledged the order. Understood. Lin Yuan then said, lead us on. Don't worry. Anna timidly replied, you're not like the others. I trust you. The count's secret passage connects to this place. Lin Yuan walked behind, pondering. A sewer? Seems like a place the serpentkin would use. But why did she come here and happen to overhear the conspiracy? Anna pointed to a door. This is the secret chamber where they met. Lin Yuan nodded. Leave the rest to me. He scanned the door, seeing no unusual marks. Stay on high alert. I'm about to open the door. Inside, it was strangely quiet. As if no one was there. Giant snakes suddenly flew out. Fall back! What the hell is that? Lin Yuan casually sliced through a snake's body with his hand. Don't be afraid, they're just a few snakes. The knights breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for you. I can't believe there were snakes here. Something's definitely wrong. Lin Yuan glanced back. I get the feeling she wasn't surprised at all. Thinking about it, if we were silenced here, then there would be no leads on the Count's crimes. Could she be a serpentkin disguised as a human, secretly meeting with the Count? And when she saw he was about to be exposed, she chose to cut her losses and escape. Snake-luring medicine is effective at agitating the serpentkin. Real or fake, a little test will tell. This is a snake repellent. It can drive away the snakes around here. This way, we won't have to worry about another snake attack. The smoke billowed around Anna. I'm sorry, I didn't know those things were in here either, but the evidence must be inside. Lin Yuan said nothing, just stared at Anna. A blue flame appeared in his palm. Maybe I'm overthinking things. It's fine, this isn't your fault. They began to move deeper inside. Found the evidence, a knight suddenly shouted. My God, this is a serpentkin relic. The king issued an order long ago to destroy all items related to the serpentkin. Yet the Count has hidden so many. Here, this is the Count's crest. He really was colluding with the serpentkin. This is a serious crime. Suddenly, Anna's expression darkened. With a cold smile, she said, Knights, you must make him pay the price. Count Kalo shouted angrily. A whole night has passed. Where is your evidence? How dare you slander a Count's honor? Just wait until I get out of here. I'll deal with you worthless trash. Hill suddenly opened the door and said, We've found the evidence. Interrogate him for me. The knight acknowledged. Yes, sir. Count Kalo panicked. What? Impossible. I have no connection to the serpentkin, the knight shouted angrily. Shut up. Confess your crimes now. You despicable traitor, Sid said in a low voice. This is truly surprising. Who would have thought Count Kalo was a traitor, but you have performed a great service. I have already reported to the king. You will be rewarded soon. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, Thank you, Commander. It was my duty. Only panicked screams could be heard from inside. Stop! I am Count Kalo. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a butler, Sid said gravely. The serpentkin civilization must hold a lot of intelligence on the Western Desert Kingdom. Next, I will lead a thorough investigation. As for the Count's maids, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to handle them. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Perfect. There's still something in the Count's manner that I can't miss. All right, I'll make the proper arrangements for them, a knight formally announced. Commander, they want to confess. Sid glanced over and said, Oh? Prepare to take their statements. Beato laughed loudly and said, I'll speak first. The Count was secretly with. Count Kalo angrily shoved him down. Shut your mouth. It's not your turn to speak. I confess. It's true I had some minor dealings with another power, but they were just very minor. But I'm confessing voluntarily. You have to plead with the king for me. Sid's face darkened. We have fought for this country for years, and you bite the hand that feeds you. You truly deserve to die. A system notification appeared. Quest. Capture the traitor has been completed. Knight's order reputation plus 1,000. Lin Yuan thought, the quest is complete? Then where is the giant serpent? I must have missed some detail. He has paid for his crime, so now I'll go make arrangements for those girls. Sid nodded in response. Go on. Now I'm going to make Count Kalo spit out every last secret. He watched as Lin Yuan left and shut the door firmly. He quickly slammed a knife down into the table. He shouted angrily, Confess everything! Who are the serpentkin's inside men? Count Kalo answered fearfully. The serpentkin. The one who contacted me is an inside agent from the southern Gui kingdom. At that very moment, in Count Kalo's castle, Lin Yuan was searching through everything. In his past life, someone posted on the forums that Count Kalo's manor had a shield gifted by the king, with excellent stats and a special skill. It must be here. Suddenly, his gaze froze, staring down into an empty box. It's already been taken? Someone else knew about this item? A knight came to report to Lin Yuan. Sir, all the maids have been found, but one is missing. His voice was stern. Who? The knight replied. Yes, sir. It's the girl named Anna. Lin Yuan recalled what happened earlier. Could she have been targeted for revenge by the Serpentkin? Or was my initial suspicion correct? Either way, I have to find her. A person can't just vanish into thin air. The most suspicious place is the secret passage from the Count's mansion leading to this sewer. Lin Yuan quickly moved to the room with the hole in the floor and cautiously entered. I felt something was wrong from the very beginning. Thinking back, if the Count was colluding with the Serpentkin, why would he voluntarily bring up dreaming about snakes? Suddenly, Lin Yuan froze and looked behind him. You certainly took your time. Anna's voice rang out. What's the rush? You're not the one who had to hide in the Count's mansion, so of course you can show up whenever you please, Luke said with a chuckle. So, is that Count Kalo finished? A system notification appeared. Stealth activated. Lin Yuan was shocked. The snake charmer? Why is Anna meeting him alone? Isn't Anna supposed to be an NPC? Luke continued. Just as I expected from Anna. She's truly a born actress. That foolish Count probably never dreamed, even in death, that the secret chamber was prepared by you. She laughed confidently. Of course they couldn't have expected it. But there's one very unusual night. For some reason, he started suspecting my involvement with the snake people, and even used a snake-luring potion to test me. I'll have to leave the rough stuff to you. Luke's eyes widened as he replied, Oh? But haven't you always had those fools wrapped around your little finger? What's he look like? Anna produced a piece of paper with a drawing of Lin Yuan. He looks like this. I still need to carry out the snake people's mission to weaken the nobles of the Western Desert Kingdom. Oh, by the way, how is your swarm of snakes recovering? Luke picked up the drawing, studying it intently. He gritted his teeth in fury. It's this bastard. If it wasn't for him, my precious little snake wouldn't have been taken from me. He stole my hidden dungeon. Lin Yuan realized. So Anna is a spy for the snake people, planted to entrap and eliminate the nobles of the Western Desert. But if the Count was framed, why did the system say I completed the mission? Whatever. I'll just focus on finding a chance to take them down first. Anna continued. What? You've crossed paths with that guy too? Isn't he just some knight who knows a little bit of fist magic? And you can't even handle a trivial thing like that? Luke slammed his fist in anger. What the hell do you know? His power is far beyond what you've seen. He can summon the undead. If those undead hadn't been guarding the hidden dungeon, I wouldn't be in this mess, Anna asked in confusion. Undead? Don't tell me his class is a… Luke interrupted her. Exactly. Which is why I need you to lend me the Nether King Serpent. His eyes suddenly flashed red. I want him ripped to shreds. Anna was suddenly agitated. Absolutely not. The Nether King Serpent has another mission. If it's exposed within the detection range of the Western Desert's Imperial Preceptor, he'll most likely destroy it. That would be an irreparable loss to our snake people civilization, Luke retorted with a sinister grin. But I can't wait another second to get rid of him. You must give it to me. Anna's eyes narrowed as she said in a low voice, I won't let you do something so foolish. Lin Yuan thought. Normally, an NPC wouldn't get this deeply involved with a player. Is the snake charmer using Anna to grind reputation for the snake people faction? I can't let him get what he wants. He readied himself to attack. I can't let him succeed. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted. Lin Yuan froze, his eyes widening in shock as a gigantic snake materialized behind Anna. The Nether King Serpent slowly slithered toward Luke. Anna smirked. The Nether King Serpent can sense my emotions. If you really insist on doing this, I'm not so sure I can hold it back. Fear crept into Luke's voice. Wow, such a deep bond between master and servant. Anna's hand rested on the Nether King Serpent's scales. It's all for the plan. Luke finally relented, saying loudly, All right, fine. I'll find my own way to deal with him. You just continue with your mission. Don't forget, your boss ordered you to cooperate with me, Anna replied. Okay, just let me rest for a bit. Having to serve those disgusting old men. This time, all I got was a halfway decent shield, and I had to put up with those fat pigs until I wanted to puke. What a ripoff. Luke finally gave up and left. Whatever. A small snake emerged from Lin Yuan's palm. My stealth is useless against the Nether King Serpent. I can't afford to be reckless. The only option is to have my little snake tail, the snake charmer, and strike once he's a safe distance away. The small snake started to stealthily follow Luke from behind. Anna and the colossal Nether King Serpent passed through an opening. Just be patient. Soon, very soon, you will see the light of day again. Lin Yuan watched from above. I'll deal with the Count's situation later, after I get out and ask the Night Order about it. The First Believer's mission is more important. I need to catch that snake charmer first. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin Yuan quickly leaped down. He continued to think. With my Night Spirit skill, I can definitely launch a proper ambush this time. A system notification popped up. Paralysis sensation activated. Luke used his power on the small snake. This aura, is it him again? His gaze darted ahead. I'm being tailed. Good thing I came prepared. I knew I'd have to deal with this bastard eventually. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan appeared in front of the small snake as it was teleporting. A blue light flickered at his feet. Another teleport scroll? He's using these expensive, one-time use items so casually. It seems the First Believer is much wealthier than I imagined. I need to start building up my own funds too. It's time to start hoarding powerful lightning resistance potions and wait for the lightning-type dungeon to open up. This stuff is guaranteed to sell like hotcakes. I guess I'll have to keep grinding the Serpent Demon's Nest hidden dungeon. Meanwhile, back at Kalo's castle, a woman said, "These homeless girls have suffered enough. Just let them stay." The maids were all weeping. "I can teach you how to sew. At least it's better than going back to being servants. This is exactly why we came here." "Thank you, Miss Edith." Lin Yuan was also leaving and didn't forget to wave them goodbye. "Then we'll be on our way. By the way, is Kalo's confession statement ready?" A knight spoke up. "It's been handed over to the commander, sir. I can't believe he was secretly in league with the Southern Turtle Empire. What a disgrace. The Southern Turtle Empire is our mortal enemy." Lin Yuan thought. So, it was the Southern Turtle Empire. In the world of Immortal, the Southern Turtle and Western Desert factions were always enemies. I hope he gets what's coming to him. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in black appeared, hiding behind a bush. He watched them. A crow perched on his shoulder. "Sir, the target has left the Night Order's headquarters. We can move at any time." The crow swiftly took flight. Got it. Understood." Later that afternoon, as the sun was setting, Lin Yuan strolled through town. As he walked, he thought, this formula for the powerful lightning resistance potion is completely unique. Crafting this potion requires a high-level alchemist, but most of them are already affiliated with the major guilds. And the formula scroll is single-use. It'd be a disaster if they just stole the formula and double-crossed me. Looks like finding a freelance alchemist and signing a contract is the safest option. But finding a high-level one is easier said than done. Model. I'll just post a bounty quest and see if anyone suitable shows up. Suddenly, Lin Yuan paused. Looking up at the notice board, he saw a notice posted there by Quan Ran. In his past life's memories, she was one of the top 10 alchemists in the Western Desert, but her main class was a long-range attacking ranger. Moreover, she never joined any guild. The system window popped up. Bounty quest accepted. Automatically added the poster as a friend. A message appeared on the system panel. Someone actually dared to take my quest? Didn't you see the guys from the Raging Flame Guild intentionally burying my quest notice? First I've heard of it. When do we start the mission? At this moment, Luo Quanran was brewing potions. Looks like you're pretty eager, huh? Alright, I'm sending you the coordinates. See you in a bit. The system displayed the coordinate location. There aren't many high-level freelance alchemists. I hope she's someone I can partner with long-term. Lin Yuan finally appeared in a desolate place. Luo Quanran waved her hand and said, "Hi, are you the one who took my quest? Is it just you? The granite golem is an elite monster, you know. Can you handle it alone?" Lin Yuan's expression was cold. It's that drunk girl from the tavern the other day. She's Luo Quanran?" Luo Quanran moved closer and continued. "Alright, I didn't expect my little bro to be such a handsome guy. I'm counting on you for this mission, okay? You have to be careful. Big sis here will cover you from behind with my bow and arrow." His voice was cold. "No need. This person doesn't seem reliable at all. But if there are no candidates, I'll have to go with her." Luo Quanran continued from behind. "Those granite golems hide among these rocks. They're experts at ambushing people." The two of them continued to walk forward slowly. Suddenly, Lin Yuan stopped and looked behind him. "Huh?" Luo Quanran said, "But don't worry. Even if the mission fails, I won't blame you." The system displayed, Elite Granite Golem, Level 15, HP, 3,600, Attack, 300, Defense, 410, Skill, Adamant Body, a powerful defense. Lin Yuan and Luo Quanran's bodies quickly leaped into the air. Luo Quanran prepared to draw her bow. "Watch me, I told you I'd protect you." Just as I thought, compared to alchemy, combat is really tough. Suddenly, multiple granite golems appeared, charging at them. Lin Yuan quickly moved in. "Hide yourself well. I'll take care of them." A blue light appeared in his palm. Granite. Their characteristic is that the granite golems have extremely high defense. In that case, I'll just use their own characteristic against them. Fight hardness with hardness. Luo Quanran's eyes widened in shock. Why does he seem so familiar? that cold, handsome face, and his decisive actions. I remember now. Isn't he the one who helped me take care of those thugs at the tavern? Is he really planning to take on this whole horde of monsters by himself? He's probably going to yell at me for this. Don't be scared, little bro. Big Sis is bringing you some health potions. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly flew down from above, preparing to strike. Suddenly, several kobold leaders leaped out. They lost control and furiously attacked the granite golems. Shiny golden stones lay peacefully on the ground. Lin Yuan's hand slowly picked one up, his face serious. This is a granite golem's core crystal. You needed this, right? The system announced. Luo Quanran's bounty quest has been completed. Luo Quanran said in astonishment. It's over already? Or have my eyes gone blurry from brewing potions all night? Lin Yuan's voice was casual. They were just a bunch of trashy elite monsters. Luo Quanran spoke again. Now that you mention it, you were the one who took me back to my inn last time, weren't you, little bro? I owe you another big favor now. But if you're so strong, why did you take my quest? You could easily take on missions with much higher rewards. Lin Yuan slowly replied, I'll be straight with you. I want to find a high-level alchemist to sign a potion crafting contract with, but I don't trust anyone from the guilds. You're the only one who fits my criteria. This is a very lucrative deal. Are you interested? Luo Quanran smiled and replied, Sure. I already verified your character that night, little bro. So, want to go grab a drink and discuss your plan now? Lin Yuan continued. We'll talk about the specific plan later. Let's sign the contract first. A system panel appeared before Luo Quanran. Even though I'm not a big fan of these contracts, if it's with you, little bro, it's no problem. I'll sign. Lin Yuan's gaze was serious. This is just to be safe. It's like I've gained another powerhouse for the team. A notification popped up. Contract successfully signed. Player Luo Quanran has agreed to enter an employment relationship with player Lin Yuan, ID hidden. She smiled and continued. So now I'm your employee. What do you need my help with? He reached into his cloak. I have a recipe. Suddenly, Lin Yuan froze. Wait a minute. This feeling. It's like I've seen this scene somewhere before in my past life. The spawn locations of the granite golems follow a pattern. A giant monster appeared right behind Lin Yuan. Griffin. Luo Quanran, standing below, watched him ride the monster away. Huh? He's gone? Lin Yuan's face was pensive. So that's why. The angle of that photo on the forum from my past life was taken from here. His eyes looked down at the evenly scattered rocks. This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Lin Yuan and Luo Quanran entered a cave together. Luo Quanran spoke up. I can't believe there's a hidden dungeon in this stone forest. But there are only two of us. Is this really going to be okay? Lin Yuan thought to himself. In my past life, there was only one photo of this dungeon's entrance on the forum. There was no other information. Hidden dungeons are risky, but the rewards are extremely generous. Even without any intel, I still have to go in. If I remember correctly, you're the one who insisted on coming along. Luo Quanran laughed awkwardly. I was just a little curious. Don't worry, I won't fight you for any of the loot that drops. I just wanted to come along and broaden my horizons. He continued coldly. Now that you're here, you have to follow my orders. Let's go, the entrance is right ahead. His footsteps finally came to a halt. Lin Yuan's gaze was serious as he looked down below. This is an underground ruin of the Aztec civilization, an ancient tomb within the setting of the Immortal World. The Aztec civilization was one that worshipped death. They pursued the transcendence of the soul, a state of immortality, and possessed extremely powerful techniques for crafting things from corpses. But this civilization fell into decline hundreds of years ago. Luo Quanran's voice held a hint of fear. I'm getting a really bad feeling about this. Both of them looked up as the dog-headed miner opened the lid. Suddenly, Lin Yuan frowned. That buzzing sound again. Wait a minute. A green flash of light suddenly appeared. The flash was hurtling toward them. Lin Yuan's body quickly dodged the blow. It was too fast. Then, the green light shifted its target to Luo Quanran. The light struck her body with incredible speed. Black Panther Wraith Spirit, normal, level 17. HP, 4,500. Attack, 530. Defense, 45. Skills, Clinging Hatred, Endless Pursuit. Countless monsters appeared, surrounding the three of them. Luo Quanran was heavily injured, unable to move a muscle. Lin Yuan immediately stood in front of Luo Quanran. Doghead, get her out of this dungeon now. The dog-headed leader immediately scooped up Luo Quanran and bolted. She quickly took out a few potions, and Luo Quanran instantly threw them toward Lin Yuan. These potions can give you a temporary stat boost. Lin Yuan immediately charged forward as a system notification appeared. Used Agility Enhancement Potion on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Agility increased by 10%. Used Attack Enhancement Potion on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Damage increased by 10%. Used Defense Enhancement Potion on teammate Lin Yuan. ID hidden. Defense increased by 10%. Lin Yuan immediately attacked a group of Black Panther wraith spirits. That other monster is great at ambushes. I'll clear out this mob first, then focus on taking it down. With just a few simple moves, he took down a large number of monsters. Lin Yuan continued to rush forward at a terrifying speed. With his keen senses, his eyes darted to the side, noticing something closing in. As fast as lightning, Lin Yuan detected it. He swung his sword, blocking a surprise attack. This thing's smarter than I thought. It even knows how to seize an opportunity. A large beetle was knocked back by Lin Yuan's attack. He was surprised. So it's just a defensive beetle. Why didn't that do any damage? It must have some kind of special defense mechanism. The system announced once again. Attack Empire, Divine Scarab. Special monster, level unknown. HP, 100. Attack, 1000. Defense, 0. Skill, Immortal Execution. Lin Yuan chased after the beetle. Its incredible speed and powerful single-target damage can completely make up for its weaknesses. I absolutely will not let you escape, Lin Yuan shouted. Lightning Scorpion. Instantly, he summoned a giant scorpion to block the Divine Scarab's path. With its agility, it easily escaped the magical beast Lin Yuan had just summoned. Lin Yuan didn't give up. You're not getting away. He summoned another magical beast to attack the Divine Scarab. As soon as its speed dropped, Lin Yuan leaped high into the air. He aimed straight for its abdomen and stabbed down, the tip of his sword finally reaching the softest part on the beetle's body. No matter how famous you are, in the end, you're still just a bug. Lin Yuan growled, putting all his strength into the thrust, causing a long crack to form where the Divine Scarab was stabbed. Lin Yuan unleashed his full power, shattering the ground and rocks around them. Debris flew everywhere, creating a massive shockwave. Die, Lin Yuan panted heavily. Huff, even though I can only chip away a little bit of its health at a time, it has no way to escape now. Death is just a matter of time. In front of him were the shattered remains of the battle. The system displayed, HP at 0. Lin Yuan reached out his hand. Good. Now, fight for me. A blue light emerged from the Divine Scarab's corpse, and its spirit appeared. Lin Yuan was surprised. Oh, it has a spirit too? What an unexpected prize. Where are you trying to lead me? The Divine Scarab's spirit flew up and shot towards a coffin. Lin Yuan hurriedly followed. That coffin? Don't tell me you can open it? The Divine Scarab landed on the coffin lid. An intense light burst forth from within. Faced with this unexpected power, Lin Yuan exclaimed, No. Wonder there was no information about this hidden dungeon on the forums in my past life. It turns out this step requires the Divine Scarab's active cooperation. System notification. Congratulations player for obtaining the cursed book. You may pay a price to choose a skill you wish to learn. A strange book containing immense power emerged from the coffin. The system listed the options. Damage amplification, level 1. Curse a group of enemies, causing the damage they receive to increase by 50%. The price, max HP, minus 200 points. Reduced vision, level 1. Curse a group of enemies to decrease their vision range. The price, vision, minus 50 points. Weaken, level 1. Curse an enemy to reduce the damage they inflict. The price, attack, minus 100 points. Damage reflection, level 1. Curse a group of enemies, causing the damage they deal to be reflected back onto themselves. The price, strength minus 10 points. Fear, level 1. Curse an enemy, causing them to flee in fear. The price, spirit minus 5 points. Lin Yuan looked at the system. This truly is a civilization that worships death. All the skills are debuffs. In terms of effectiveness, none of them are easily dispelled. Lin Yuan's eyes stopped on the damage amplification skill, and he made his decision. Damage amplification is the most practical in a real fight. I'll choose it. Losing 200 max HP isn't a big deal for me. The Divine Scarab makes up for my weakness in assassination and finishing blows. The curse arts, on the other hand, are better for large-scale battles, especially when combined with the Dark Spirit's ability to remove control effects. I'll be able to target key objectives in a fight with much greater precision. The system displayed the details. Damage amplification, level 1. Effect. Curse a group of enemies, increasing the damage they receive. Damage increase plus 50%, consumes 40 energy. 8-second cooldown. Cannot be upgraded through proficiency. The next cursed book must be found to unlock it. Lin Yuan looked down at the Black Panther. Wraith spirits he had killed earlier. The race of these monsters is undead. They can't be resurrected, but they aren't important. He thought to himself as he walked, the Divine Scarab's paralysis effect, combined with high-speed stealth. The next time I run into that snake controller, he won't get away so easily. System notification. Attack Empire, Divine Scarab Zombie, Special Monster, Level Unknown, HP, 100, Attack, 1000, Defense, 0. Skills. Immortal Execution, Undead Body. Immortal Execution skill effect. All damage dealt to the Divine Scarab is converted into an execution that deals damage to the enemy equal to 200% of its attack power, with a 50% chance to trigger a paralysis effect lasting 60 seconds. Undead body grants immunity to fear, lethal poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding effects. Lin Yuan walked out confidently. Now, time to head back and prepare for the shop. Time to start stocking up on alchemy potions. Suddenly, Luo Quanran's scream rang out. Covered in injuries, she was thrown violently toward Lin Yuan. He looked up towards the distance. On the cliffs above, a group of people were looking down at Lin Yuan and Luo Quanran. One of them, who seemed to be the leader, sneered, "Oh, so you're the little brat who took that dame's quest, huh? Don't you know she's been blacklisted by our Raging Flame Guild? Looks like you've got a death wish." Luo Quanran sat up and warned Lin Yuan, "Hey kid, find a chance to get out of here later. They're targeting me." These pathetic newbies insisted on taking my quest, only to get their asses kicked by monsters, and now they have the gall to come back and try to extort me. The leader roared, "You damn witch. If it wasn't for helping you fight those stone men, my brothers wouldn't have all lost their levels. This is a debt you're going to pay. If you don't cough up 30 gold coins, then neither of you are leaving this place alive today." As he was ranting, he suddenly froze. His face twisted in pain as a black aura surrounded him. He looked back and saw his comrades were also being attacked by the mysterious black aura. What the hell is going on? A healer panicked. "We're screwed. This is the curse of descent." Lin Yuan cracked his neck. "Not leaving here alive, huh? He thought to himself, "This is a perfect chance to test out my new skill combo with the Divine Scarabs." Behind him, Luo Quanran broke into a cold sweat with worry. A system notification appeared. Damage amplification skill activated. The enemy healer was still struggling with the curse. The leader raged, "You useless piece of crap. You can't even dispel a pathetic little curse like this." The healer struggled. "It's not that, boss. I've never seen a curse like this before." At the same time, another system notification rang out. Dispel attempt failed. Cannot be dispelled. While the healer was still trying to remove the curse, the leader refused to back down. Still talking tough. "Don't think you've won just because you landed a sneak attack." He remained arrogant. "It's just a piddly little curse. There are 4 of us. Taking you down will be a piece of cake." Suddenly, the caster was struck by a massive surge of power. They were all stunned. When did he even attack? The healer was slammed into a boulder, unable to move. Lin Yuan waved his hand, releasing a surge of power and using the curse to amplify his damage. Then, he had his highly mobile Divine Scarabs focus on taking out the enemy healer. "This way, my fighting style will be much more flexible." The leader of the Raging Flame Guild yelled, "Hurry up! He must be waiting for his skills to cool down. Kill him now while you have the chance. This guy only uses summoned beasts to fight. He must be a ranged class." 2 others charged forward on his command. "Yes, sir." Lin Yuan just smirked. He drew a sword. This shocked the members of the Raging Flame Guild. "What? He's pulling out a sword too?" Lin Yuan swung his sword lightly. "Too bad. You guessed completely wrong." His attack sent them flying, and the released Divine Scarabs attacked relentlessly. "What the hell are these things? How should I know? Attacking them only does 1 damage. Arch." The leader took a heavy blow and cried out in pain. Lin Yuan strode forward majestically, looking down with contempt. The leader couldn't believe it. "Impossible. How could you take down my entire team so easily? Just, what level are you?" He continued shamelessly, "I can't believe that witch managed to find a helper like you. How about you join my Raging Flame Guild? Whatever that witch is paying you, I'll double it. No, 5 times. Lin Yuan sensed something. There are still people hiding here? Without hesitation, Lin Yuan summoned his demonic beasts and lunged, "Shut up and die." The leader had no time to react. System notification, corpse explosion skill activated. He let out a scream. Arg. A short while later in the forest, the canopy shook violently. 3 cloaked figures were fleeing. One of them stopped abruptly, panting. Was that just a coincidence? Or were we discovered long ago? Lin Yuan suddenly appeared. Just as I thought. There are still 3 little rats here. One of them yelled, "Watch out! Spread out!" Lin Yuan slammed a powerful blow into the ground, staggering them. He observed them carefully. Something's not right. The skill level of this group and the Raging Flame Guild are worlds apart. Could they be another faction? The 3 of them stepped back in panic. Suddenly, they decided to attack. The one with a crossbow ordered, "We've been exposed, so let's just attack. Use that move." The other 2 acted accordingly. Lin Yuan deftly dodged the incoming arrows. A whip lashed out straight at Lin Yuan's legs. He quickly planted a hand on the ground, his body flipping up into the air, completely evading their attack. Lin Yuan taunted them. "Is that all you've got? Show me what you can do." An angry axe wielder leaped towards Lin Yuan. "You arrogant bastard, die." He just casually swung his sword to parry. Just as Huang Feilong was about to attack, Lin Yuan unleashed a powerful slash, sending his divine scarabs flying out. It sent the man stumbling backward. Huang Feilong pressed his hand onto a magic circle. Now it's my turn. System notification. Damage amplification activated. Tendrils of energy, sharp as piercing thorns, rose up from the ground. The energy streams were like tentacles, coiling around the man. He ordered, "Hurry and get this off me." At that moment, a loud rumble echoed. Instantly, the massive figure of a steel rock golem appeared before them. It brought its two giant arms crashing down, sending earth and stone flying everywhere. From the rear, Yunyan hurriedly gave a command. "Don't stop. Continue the mission. We have to kill him at all costs." The man quickly obeyed. "Understood." Meanwhile, as Lin Yuan launched his attack, a thought crossed his mind. A mission, huh? Looks like someone hired them. Just then, a cord shot through the air straight towards him like a sharp arrow. However, Lin Yuan managed to wrap the cord around his hand in time, then used his leverage to yank on it, startling his attacker. "What?" Seeing how critical the situation was, he yelled, "Captain, run!" This left Yunyan utterly astonished, her eyes wide. Just who? Who is he? Lao Er and Lao San were taken down in the blink of an eye. She raised her bow, knocking 6 arrows, 3 large and 3 small, and preparing to fire, growling, "Die!" But just then, Yunyan was attacked by the swarming divine scarabs, which sent her falling hard onto her back. Before Yunyan could even process what had happened, Lin Yuan's voice drew near. "Who sent you? Tell me, and I might spare your life." She struggled to sit up and growled, "You expect me to tell you? In your dreams, just do it." His expression grew thoughtful. It seemed he wasn't going to get any information out of her. The force behind these three must be some kind of organization for them to be willing to die to keep their mouths shut. "Who on earth is targeting me?" Lin Yuan sneered. "Fine. As you wish." Instantly, a terrifying force like a cyclone lifted the woman into the air, making her cry out in pain. Just then, Luo Quanran rushed over from behind. Her arms were full of loot as she exclaimed excitedly, "Little bro, you're amazing. It was so satisfying watching you take care of those minions. I've already picked up all the dropped items for you." He held out a pair of gleaming silver gauntlets and said, "These silver gauntlets have a skill that increases crossbow firing speed. You should take them. I'll sell the rest of the silver items." Her eyes lit up. "Okay, little master. In that case, I won't be shy. Just consider it an advance on my salary." Information displayed. Silver Pursuit Gauntlets. Equipment type, skill. Attached skill, rapid fire. Increases attack speed by 15% when using crossbow-type weapons. Luo Quanran asked, "So, can we go for a drink now?" Lin Yuan refused. "No, we have to take care of the shop first." The two of them walked on casually, unaware that a figure was watching them from behind a bush. A person with a completely covered face emerged. The man beside him bowed his head respectfully and reported, "Boss, that 3-person team had a 100% mission completion rate. I never expected them to get wiped out like this." Heba gave a sinister smile. "This guy is more interesting than I thought." The subordinate stammered his question. "So, should we dispatch a stronger team?" He refused. "No, I've changed my mind. A free agent with his talent. We should be recruiting him to our side." Heba was now extremely intrigued. He crossed his arms and ordered, "I'll deal with the client. For now, cease all actions against him." Elsewhere, Luo Quanran and Lin Yuan continued on their way. He recalled past events, pondering the formula for the lightning resistance potion. He had already obtained the rarest high-efficacy ingredient long ago. Lin Yuan calculated, "I've also signed a contract with a reliable, high-level alchemist. Once I've sorted out the shop and gathered enough materials for mass production, I just have to wait for the lightning-type dungeon to open. I'll use that chance to make a huge profit." Suddenly, a voice shattered Lin Yuan's train of thought. It was Han Cheng, holding up a bag of some sort, running towards them in extreme joy. "Lin Yuan, you finally remembered me. Remember the last time we ran a dungeon together? That was so thrilling." System display. 400 gold coins have been paid. Equipment sent by your good friend Lin Yuan has been delivered to your mailbox. Luo Quanran was a little surprised and teased. "Is that one of your crazed fans?" He lowered his voice. Well, I have to go buy a shop. Can we put the dungeon run on hold?" She turned to leave, waving goodbye. "Then I'll head back to my workshop for a bit. Gotta unpack all my alchemy tools." Hearing this, he got excited. "Buying a shop? Lin Yuan, let me come with you. I'm a pro when it comes to shopping." The scene changes to the City Hall office. The man sitting at the desk refused. No. This isn't a matter of money." Gangwei raised a hand and said sternly, "The king has made a clear decree. The shops in Rocker Square are not to be sold to outsiders." Han Chung leaned forward, placing both hands on the desk. "Sir, if you think about it, we're buying the shop to do business. This will help boost the economy for the entire region. It's a completely good thing, right?" The man waved him off. Young man, don't waste your breath. This matter is not up for negotiation. He looked back at Lin Yuan. Looks like I messed things up. How about I just buy you a shop in the real world? He replied flatly. No need. Let me talk to him. Gong Wei waved his hands dismissively. Please leave. This commercial district already has its own arrangements. Lin Yuan cut him off. And what if I have this? The man's eyes widened in astonishment. In Lin Yuan's hand was a badge. It made Gang Wei so stunned he stammered, Is that an honorary badge from the Scorpion Knight's Order? Something only the commander has the right to bestow. He shot up from his chair in shock. You're an honorary knight of the Order? Gang Wei took out a map, smiling warmly. By order of the king, this commercial district is not for sale to commoners. But if it's someone from the Knight's Order, then of course, that's an exception. Here is a layout of the shops. Please, choose one. Lin Yuan said nothing more, simply looking at the map and calculating his options. The shop's location would affect his future income. He had to choose carefully. Seeing this, Han Chung was thrilled. As expected of Lin Yuan. Even NPCs have to show you respect. He pointed to an area on the map. This one. A notification appeared. Shop number 32 has been purchased by an anonymous player. Passers-by were all confused. Aren't the shops here not for sale? Who bought this shop? And they're anonymous too. Luo Quanran was startled. Huh? You really managed to buy it? Didn't they say this shop wasn't for sale? Lin Yuan, carrying a crate, walked ahead and replied nonchalantly, You just need to use a few special tricks. He held out a piece of paper towards her. Take a look at this potion formula. Are we missing any ingredients? A notification appeared. The system has shared the formula for the enhanced lightning resistance potion with your party member. Recipient, Luo Quanrun. She took the paper and examined it. We have all the other ingredients. We're just missing a thunder lizard. This item is almost never sold on the market. Lin Yuan rested his chin on his hand, thinking, Luckily, I have almost enough experience to level up. I can farm some materials at the same time. Han Cheng laughed loudly. Are you going to farm mobs later, Lin Yuan? Let me come. I can help pick up the loot. Luo Quanran sighed and waved her hand. You two go on ahead. I prefer to research alchemy anyway, he informed her. I've already given you management rights to the shop. From now on, this will be your workplace. Hearing this, she was a little surprised. Huh? Lin Yuan turned and started walking. Let's go. It'll be faster if we fly there. Seeing the mount, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What a cool mount! A notification appeared. System has summoned the mount, Scorpio. At that moment, a lizard spat out a powerful, round ball of lightning. System notification. The Thunder Lizard unleashed its electrical discharge skill, summoning allies from high above countless green orbs. Like grenades, they rained down, landing right in front of Lin Yuan and Han Cheng. He was startled as countless lizards suddenly crawled up from the ground. So many monsters, he exclaimed. The Thunder Lizard's special trait is that when one dies, it calls all its nearby kin. This is normal. Han Cheng crouched into a fighting stance. Lin Yuan, let me tank for you. However, Lin Yuan had already summoned other beasts, ordering him, You just go and gather the materials, he shouted. King Seed, full power attack. The system announced, Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16. Lin Yuan thought to himself, My level is now among the top ranks. Meanwhile, Han Chung was utterly astonished, his eyes wide. Isn't that the boss of the Ashen Valley? Are they also working for Lin Yuan? Damn, this scene is epic. He pondered, that snake charmer's leveling speed is definitely no match for mine, especially with the Divine Scarab and my damage boosting skill. I must catch him next time. As for those three ambushers, they felt like assassins. I'll have to find a chance to investigate. The system displayed, Player Lin Yuan, level 16. Class, Forbidden Necro-Hunter. Talents. Dark Summoning Art. Gate of the Underworld. 121 out of 160. Just then, he ran over carrying a large bag. Lin Yuan, all the dropped materials are in here. Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. Good work. Let's go. Scene changed to the apothecary. Luo Quanran was still busy with her test tubes. She held up a vial, assessing the effects of this electricity resistance potion. It's certainly extraordinary, but the current dungeons don't require a potion this powerful. Even if I craft it, will it even sell? Just then, the door slowly opened, and Lin Yuan and Han Cheng walked inside. He spoke, This much material should be enough for a while. How's your proficiency with the recipe? Luo Quanran replied, So soon? She explained, This is a high-grade recipe. Even high-level alchemists have a certain failure rate. I need some time to increase my proficiency. Lin Yuan set down some bright red tomatoes. Then let's just sell these for now. Luo Quanran was a bit surprised. Fruit? Little brother, the shop is in such a prime location, and you want to sell this? Isn't that a waste? I still have some potions in stock. How about we sell those for now? he replied cheerfully. Just taste one and you'll see. Han Cheng, you try one too. She reluctantly agreed and picked one up. All right, but isn't this just an ordinary fruit? Han Cheng also took one to taste. Lin Yuan must have his reasons. No need to overthink it. Suddenly, she gasped in shock. What? My stats increased. So, this kind of fruit actually exists, he also remarked. I told you. Anything Lin Yuan takes out is bound to be extraordinary. Lin Yuan placed a bag on the table. Each person can only consume a maximum of 100 of these fruits. From now on, I'll supply the shop weekly. Just list them for 5 gold coins each. We're opening today. A server-wide announcement appeared. Shop number 32 in Dogger Square is now officially open. All players are welcome to visit. Elsewhere, 2 men were discussing as they walked. Just yesterday, Lung Yu said she couldn't buy a shop. How is someone already opening one today? Qian looked up at the sky and called to Lin Dan. Look, that's the first shop on the entire server. Everyone was a bit skeptical. What's going on? Damn it, shop number 32 is the best location. I've had my eye on it for a long time. Let's go, quick. To Dogger Square to check it out. Just then, in the distance, someone hiding and watching spoke out. What? He managed to open a shop? Xingyin spun around to face Heba and shouted, Didn't we already agree to take care of him? How much longer are you people going to wait to make your move? Unbelievable. At that moment, a hand reached out, holding a small, tied-up pouch. He grumbled, he's much stronger than the intel report said. My entire elite squad was wiped out there. Here's your deposit back. We're not taking this job anymore. Xingyin grabbed Heba's arm. It's just a matter of money, isn't it? Name your price. How much do you want? He pointed his spear forward and roared. As long as you can kill that guy, we can renegotiate the price. Suddenly, Xingyin's gaze froze. He had just spotted Leng Yue's figure, leaving him completely stunned. Leng Yue? She went to find that bastard again? Inside, Han Cheng was beaming with a friendly smile. Welcome. 3 people stepped inside. Everyone looked around in amazement, eyeing the shelves and whispering, Is this the only thing they sell here? Fruit? A shop in such a prime location is selling this? Luo Quanran held out a tomato with a bright smile. This is a fruit that permanently increases your main stats, and it's only 5 gold coins apiece. The young man was stunned. How much? 5 gold coins? The entire set of equipment I'm wearing isn't even worth 10 gold. He leaned in closer to get a better look. Wait, did you say it permanently increases main stats? Another person next to him was also doubtful. No way. I've never heard of this kind of fruit. Though skeptical, the man hesitated for a moment before deciding to try. Well, give me one to try then. He immediately popped it into his mouth and chewed it down. Just then, the system announced, Constitution +4. The man was ecstatic. It's real. My constitution went up by 4 points. At that moment, a man in the back raised an eyebrow, observing. Suddenly, from behind, everyone raised their money bags and rushed forward, throwing the shop into chaos. Quick, give me 3 more. I could make a hefty profit selling these to the major guilds. He Xuan turned and walked away. She seemed a bit displeased with the noisy atmosphere. Leng Yue spoke up. If it weren't for the system notification, you have entered the shop of your close friend, Lin Yuan, who has hidden his identity. She walked over to Lin Yuan. I never would have guessed that you were the owner of this first shop. But how did you pull it off? I tried to register yesterday, and my application was rejected. He smirked. Just lucky, I guess, Leng Yue said softly. Ah, perfect timing. About that thing in the sewers you mentioned before. I went back and investigated. None of the guild members went down there that day. Lin Yuan thanked her. Then, I must have seen wrong, he thought to himself. Looks like I can rule out the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild. Lin Yuan turned to leave. Feel free to look around. If you see anything you like, I'll give you a discount. She quickly called out, Wait. Suddenly, Long Yue paused for a beat. Huh? Just then, the system announced that her close friend, Xingyin, was nearby. Send a party invitation? She was confused. Xingyin is here too? Outside. Xingyin was grabbing Heba's arm. I'll pay you triple the fee. No, 5 times. It's just 1 assassination. Don't be so greedy, Heba shouted. It's not about the money. From now on, we won't be taking any commissions related to him ever again. Just then, Leng Yue walked out. Xingyin, what do you mean? More money? Who do you want dead? His eyes widened in shock. Leng Yue, what are you doing here? You must have misheard. I was just trading some equipment with him, she said sternly. Did you forget about our Steel Trio's link feature? When a close friend is nearby, the system automatically notifies us. And who's this person next to you? I think I just overheard something about an assassination. Xingyin let go of his arm, cursing under his breath. Damn it. I forgot to block Leng Yue. Heba quickly stepped back. Greetings. You're on your own. I'm out of here. However, Lin Yue's eyes locked onto the watch hanging from Heba's waist. Her brow furrowed. That watch. Lin Yue shouted. Stop right there. I have some questions for you. He grumbled. You're not gonna let me go? And with that, Heba leaped up, muttering, If I want to leave, who can stop me? Suddenly, a divine beetle appeared out of nowhere, startling him. What is this? Digging an iron hook into the wall above, Heba swiftly dodged the attack. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yuan lunged forward. Heba quickly noticed him, his eyes meeting Lin Yuan's, which were now blazing with killing intent. He swung his sword fiercely, asking, Still trying to run? Lin Yuan then landed on the ground below. Lin Yue was startled. What are you doing here? He looked up and replied calmly. I heard a noise nearby. Lin Yuan pointed his sword straight at Heba. You said this guy had a pocket watch earlier? You're sure you weren't mistaken? She replied, Yes, even though it was just for a split second. I'm positive I didn't see wrong. He leaped up, unleashing a powerful energy slash as he attacked, praising, Well, that's great. I was just worrying about how to find you, and here you are, walking right into my trap. He was instantly shocked. Could it be? He already knows I sent that assassination team? It seems he's not just incredibly strong, but his intelligence network is not to be underestimated either. Heba dodged to the side, avoiding the slash, and shouted, I know you're angry, but we can talk this out, can't we? I can explain. The slash slammed into the ground. Lin Yuan scoffed. Explain? Wait until I've caught you, then I'll interrogate you for everything I want to know. On the sidelines, Xingyin was sweating bullets watching the fight. He thought to himself, according to the rules, I can't sell out my client, but this situation is getting bad. I have to make the first move. Heba had already backed down. All right, I give up. I won't target you anymore. There's no need for us both to get hurt. He taunted. Is running all you know how to do? He leaned back, dodging the attack, and said firmly, I only work for money. I will absolutely not reveal any information about my client. I can't break the rules of my profession. Lin Yuan asked. Work for money, huh? Suddenly, a purple aura descended from above. Below, it swirled like a violent storm, separating the two of them. Xingyin roared, You're too damn loud. Just die. In his mind, he thought, Is that damn assassin planning to sell me out? No way. If Lin Yue finds out, I'm finished. Heba slid across the ground, yelling, You idiot. Are you trying to kill me, to silence me? He threw up his hands. If you're not going to show any honor, then don't blame me for getting ruthless. It's true I sent those 3 assassins, but I was just taking a job. Xingyin is the mastermind who wants you dead. At that moment, a scroll unfurled in front of everyone. Heba shouted, Look for yourselves. Then, a screen displayed their conversation. When the job is done, I'll pay you double. Make sure you handle him as brutally as possible. Wow, you're a big spender. I'll take this job. Lin Yuan pointed, horrified. Is this true, Xingyin? You hired assassins to kill someone? You bastard. How dare you sell me out? Lin Yuan pointed his sword down, his voice stern. I don't care about the assassination or whatever. Where did you get that watch? Talk, now. He held up the watch. So all this fuss was over this? You'll be getting one sooner or later anyway. He felt confused. I'll get one too? What does that mean? System notification. Vanish skill activated. And just like that, Heba took off running. Lin Yue's face hardened, her eyes filled with rage. Xingyin, I think you owe me an explanation. Xingyin's face turned to one of pure terror. His expression darkened, and he bowed his head, speaking softly. Lin Yue, don't you get it yet? If he just disappears, we can be close like we used to be. She screamed, Enough. The Xingyin I knew was a polite, elegant friend, not some despicable lowlife who hires assassins to kill a teammate. You'd better apologize to him. Now, system notification. You have broken your close friendship with Xingyin. Hearing this, Xingyin's face twisted in agony. You're breaking our bond for an outsider, and you're telling me to apologize to him? What does he have that I don't? Then, his brows furrowed tightly. This is all your fault. You're the one who turned our trio against each other. You made me a laughingstock for the whole world. Xingyin snarled. You're the one who deserves to die. You jinx, you bastard. He launched an attack toward Lin Yuan. I will kill you today. I swear it. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he charged forward. Fine by me. Let me end things right here. Then, Xingyin was stunned by the scene before him. What? He hadn't even processed what was happening. Lin Yuan's attack sent him flying backward. Xingyin's entire body slammed into the ground, shattering it on impact. Trembling, he struggled through the pain to get back on one knee. Damn it. You think that's enough to take me down? It's not over yet. Suddenly, Xingyin saw something flying toward him, and he panicked. What the hell is that? In an instant, an electric shock froze him solid. The system displayed, "Target has entered a paralyzed state." Lin Yuan approached him as he knelt on the ground in pain and asked, "Xing Yin, even after all this, you still won't admit you were wrong?" Xing Yin stammered, I did nothing wrong." In his head, he thought, Tai Yang. Only Tai Yang can save me now. A notification popped up, aid request sent to close friend, Tai Yang. Tai Yang rushed over. "Xing Yin, what's going on? Why did Lin Yuan sever her connection with you?" Notification. Close friends, Lin Yuan and Xing Yin are nearby. Would you like to send a party invitation? Xing Yin shouted in a panic. Tai Yang, hurry, help me get rid of this paralysis effect. I was set up. However, Lin Yuan stopped them from going any further. Her eyes were ice cold as she warned them. This is the price he pays for hiring an assassin to kill someone. No one is to interfere. This surprised everyone. Hiring an assassin? Tai Yang spoke up, asking, "My friend, you're here too? And you're holding a sword. Could it be that the person Xing Yin wanted to kill was you?" Lin Yuan nodded. "Yeah." Hearing this, Tai Yang's expression soured with disappointment. "I see. I won't interfere. Even Lin Yuan is pointing her sword at me to stop me. Xing Yin, what on earth did you do?" These words made Xing Yin even more desperate. "Tai Yang, you won't help me either? You'd all rather trust an outsider than believe in our years of friendship." Lin Yuan didn't let him spout any more nonsense and kicked him. "Spill it. What do you know?" Xing Yin remained stubborn. "In your dreams. Even if I die, I'll never let you get what you want." Suddenly, the divine beetle flew towards him, unleashing an electric current that made Xing Yin scream in agony. "Stop it!" Lin Yuan stomped down hard on his body, his sword plunging into the ground right next to Xing Yin's face, radiating killing intent. He questioned him. "Now talk. Who was that man with you?" This time, Xing Yin was more compliant. "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just stop shocking me with that bug." He began to confess everything. "That guy, he's from the Z2 Guild." Lin Yuan lifted his foot off him. "The pocket watch you guys mentioned is a token of the Z2 Guild." Hearing this, he fell deep into thought. The Z2 Guild? I didn't know much about them in my past life. I only vaguely recall that they were an organization of assassins that took on commissions. Moreover, their movements were so secretive that very few people had any information about them. Seizing the opportunity, Xing Yin tried to slip away but was spotted by Lin Yuan. "Did I say you could leave?" He flinched and looked back as Lin Yuan unleashed his power, suppressing Xing Yin. "You said you were going to kill me today, didn't you?" He cried out desperately. "Lin Yuan, Tai Yang, save me. I don't want to lose a level." Lin Yuan simply made a calm announcement. Xing Yin hired an assassin, violating the rules of the Jinghua Shui Yue Guild. "I hereby strip him of all positions. In consideration of his past contributions, we will temporarily preserve his guild membership." He desperately tried to save himself. "Lin Yuan, I'm sorry. I'll apologize to him right now. You can't do this to me. I'm the one who deserves to stand by your side." Her words only disgusted her more. "Xing Yin, you have truly disappointed me. From now on, address me as Guildmaster." System display. Health points at 0. Xing Yin screamed in agony. Tai Yang and the others could only stand and watch in silence, murmuring among themselves. No wonder he kept messing up back in the Valley of Ashes. "Let's go." Lin Yuan was busy looting the items. So the pocket watch wasn't the personal item of the first disciple's underling, but a token of the Z2 Guild? At least now it's clear the snake controller is hiding in that guild. He felt a sense of gratitude for this turn of events. "I was lucky to find a clue thanks to her help. I never expected her to protect me like that." "Lin Yuan, thank you. My shop has a few items that grant permanent stat boosts. Go in and pick one." A short while later, in another house, Kuan Yan sighed. Everything's sold out. She happily wiped the sweat from her brow. "See? This girl gets things done, right?" Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. "Seems I was too slow. I guess I'll wait for another time." "Wait." Lin Yuan suddenly remembered something. "Coincidentally, I still have a few left. Here, take them. I hope your mood isn't ruined because of that guy anymore." She refused the gift. "These are too valuable. I really should pay for them." In her heart, Luo Kuan-Yan was already burning with jealousy. What? He just gives her a whole bunch of them? "I've been running around all day, and he acts like he doesn't even see me," she began to grumble. Busy all day without a single word of praise. Kuan-Yan turned to leave, looking dejected. "Might as well clock out early and grab a few drinks to drown my sorrows." Lin Yuan noticed his employee, seemed pretty unhappy. He naively assumed she was just tired and went home early. Kuan Yan opened the door. The sun was already setting. The scene changes to an outdoor training ground, where she was grumbling in frustration. What was that all about? Playing the generous hero and not even taking her money. Who's your employee, anyway? Might as well let her run the shop for you. Suddenly, a stone she kicked was stopped by someone's foot. A man appeared with a few of his underlings, the owner of shop number 32. I've been waiting a long time for you. The Black Tree Guild is very interested in how you acquired this shop. I hope you know what's good for you. Luo Quanran became wary. The Black Tree Guild? Just as arrogant as the rumors say. She teased, "What's this? Think you can bully me just because I'm a woman? Planning to rob me in broad daylight?" He Xuan flashed a cunning smile. "Of course not. You could join the Black Tree Guild, and I guarantee you'll be treated as our most honored guest." Suddenly, the system announced a message from a friend. Lin Yuan, using a hidden ID, had sent a package containing 45 blood flesh seeds, which were transferred to her inventory. Luo Quanran turned away, her face flushing with embarrassment. "Oh, so you actually remembered to save some for me? I guess that guy still has a shred of conscience left to remember his big sis." A second later, another message arrived. It was from Lin Yuan. "There are 45 seeds left in the warehouse. Remember to put them up for sale tomorrow." She flew into a rage. "I knew it, that heartless jerk. He issued a warning. Don't think you can hold on to this shop. In the real world, we have a massive corporation backing us. Countless people would kill to get in, so don't you be ungrateful." Suddenly, Luo Quanran brushed past He Xuan. "A matter this big requires time for consideration. Your guild's strength is so immense, surely you can wait a little while?" He shot her a warning glance. "Fine, but don't even think about pulling any tricks in front of me." He Xuan reminded her in a stern voice. "Remember, I can end you at any time." With that, Luo Quanran left. A cunning smile spread across his face. "Once I take over this shop and prove my abilities to the board of directors, the entire Black Tree Guild will be right in the palm of my hand." Scene change. Luo Quanran returned to the shop, cursing furiously in her mind. "What a typical dense guy. Even after being threatened like that, I still helped you keep your secret. Where else would you find a woman as good as me?" Luo Quanran was filled with determination. "You rotten brat. Sooner or later, I'm going to collect on this debt, with interest." Afterwards, the streets were as bustling as usual. Scene changed to inside a sewer. Lin Yuan was scouting the area. Flesh seeds really are a hot item. After this harvest, their price will definitely skyrocket when I sell them. Might as well see if there are any traces of the snake controller. System notification, activating stealth skill. He calculated inwardly. The undead spirit is still here, and the beetles haven't detected anything unusual. It seems he's been laying low lately. A gate slowly opened as Lin Yuan stepped through, and at the same time, he gave an order. "Lei Xie, finish them quickly," the system displayed. "You have entered the hidden dungeon. Serpent Demon's Cave." Scene change to inside the temple of the evil god. Someone was there. The snake tamer ground his teeth in frustration. "That damn bastard deserves to die," he seethed with anger. "He's been clinging to my hidden dungeon for days, stealing my precious fruits. What's more," the snake tamer fumed, "that wench Anna refuses to lend me the underworld serpent. My smaller snakes still haven't healed from their injuries. He had no other choice but to come here. In this situation, I can only beg the master to personally intervene." "Master." As he spoke, the master appeared and questioned him. "Snake tamer, shouldn't you be carrying out the plan with the others right now?" He lowered his head, admitting his fault. "Master, a player has been continuously disrupting our plans, and he's even captured several of my prized snakes." The master seemed quite surprised. "You can't even handle a normal player? Tell me, how should I punish you to make this right?" The snake tamer tried to justify himself. "He's no ordinary person, master. I suspect he is also a necromancer, just like you." Hearing this, the master was a little surprised. "A necromancer, you say?" Suddenly, the demoness appeared, mocking him. "Oh, snake tamer. It seems you've had a miserable time in the western desert, haven't you? So miserable you had to invent such a ridiculous excuse?" She covered her mouth, laughing confidently. "Besides the master, there absolutely cannot be a second necromancer in this world." The snake tamer opened his system screen and hurriedly addressed the master. "Everything I said is completely true. That's right, I have proof. Here." System display. Loading combat video from the Book of Memories. It showed the scene of his confrontation with Lin Yuan. "You dare turn my snakes into undead? Since when? My army of the undead is limitless, while your snakes are just looking for death. Stop wasting your energy struggling." The book gradually retracted the video. The master and the demoness both showed clear expressions of shock. She laughed mockingly. "Is that all? If he were truly a necromancer, do you think you'd still be alive to come back here? Hey, snake tamer. If you're going to lie, at least pick a more convincing reason. This whole necromancer act is just pathetic." However, the master found it interesting. How fascinating. So, other necromancers do still exist. However, looking at the form of this skill, it seems his inheritance is incomplete. He's nothing to worry about. He took out a potion, thinking, "An amateur like this isn't worthy of my personal attention yet." The snake tamer seemed to understand his intent. "You mean, my lord?" He waved his hand, displaying the system screen, and gave his orders. Listen, deep in the desert of the Western Desert Empire, there is a species of flying serpent with extreme speed. They possess a skill that momentarily reduces an opponent's spirit attribute, making them the natural enemy of players like him. System display, sharing coordinates 458, 274, 96. Then he handed the potion to the snake tamer, and this magic potion will temporarily enhance your snake taming ability. Now, go and force him to reveal his true strength for me to see. He accepted the order. Understood. I will make him wish he were dead, force him to use everything he has to defend himself. But the master denied that idea. No. He made a request. If you get the chance, recruit him to become one of us. His voice carried a hint of interest. I'm truly curious. A necromancer shouldn't even exist anymore. Where on earth did he crawl out from? At a giant, Indian-style palace, green trees were interwoven between the pathways. The snake tamer stood outside the door, coldly watching the man inside and thinking, the master wants to recruit that bastard? Then what about my revenge? His eyebrows furrowed tightly, extremely irritated. According to the master, I have to recruit him into the guild. In that case, I just need to use the information from the Death Follower to check if he belongs to any guild, and that'll be that. Then, the snake tamer walked out at a measured pace, leaving the place. Just then, a server suddenly stepped in front of him with a tray of wine, blocking his path and speaking up. Sir, if you wish to drink, please proceed to the front hall. In the back hall of the tavern, the snake tamer immediately replied, No, I'm here to deliver the hops. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his gaze to his palm, a slight smirk on his face. Every time, I have to use a countersign, then present the watch as a token. What a pain. Let's see. Where is that watch? However, the snake tamer's face, especially his eyes, quickly filled with utter astonishment. He couldn't help but shout in panic, his hands frantically searching inside his coat. The watch is gone? Since when? The snake tamer then turned to the server, who had, without him noticing, moved menacingly close to him. Damn it, wait, where'd it go? Meanwhile, his opponent calmly lowered his voice. Hops, sir? We don't need any hops here. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and a strange mocking smirk appeared on his face. Perhaps you should try asking at another tavern. This startled the snake tamer, causing him to immediately step back. At that moment, Heba suddenly appeared and cut in. Hold on. He stood in front of the snake tamer and added coldly, I know this man. Let him in. Instantly, the server no longer dared to give him a hard time. He bowed. Understood, branch manager. The scene shifts to a pitch-black secret chamber, illuminated only by a few small torches. Countless traps lined the corridor walls, designed to launch darts at any intruder. In a room, the snake tamer sat across from him, reaching a hand inside his cloak. He lowered his voice. Thank you, big brother. It was my fault for carelessly losing the watch. Sorry to trouble you. Heba, on the other hand, leaned back in his chair, his posture confident and imposing. Out with it. What do you want? Without hesitation, the snake tamer held out a stack of papers. I'm here today because I've received a commission. I need to investigate this person. As he said this, a thought immediately surfaced in his mind. These oafs probably won't realize he's the client. But simply eliminating him isn't enough. The snake tamer lowered his head, lost in thought. If I can use this information to make him think we're plotting against him, then even if I extend an invitation, he'll never agree. That way, I can report back to my master that everything is taken care of. Meanwhile, Heba rested his chin on his hand as he looked at the papers, his voice flat. Is that so? Then, without rushing, he placed them in a box on the table. Then Heba suddenly threw up his hand, his voice extremely cold. What a coincidence. I have a commission as well. The target is also one person. What? Hearing this, the snake tamer's face filled with absolute terror, his eyes wild with panic. Oh, really? Looks like this guy has a lot of enemies, huh? At this, Heba rested his chin on his hand again and said gravely, I've already investigated the target thoroughly. Since it's the same target, I might as well handle it myself. It's more convenient. The snake tamer, still trembling with sweat beading on his face, quickly said, About that, big brother. I truly admire your strength. Could you let me tag along on this mission? I don't need any payment. This seemed to bore Heba, who let out a cold huff. Forget it. I only team up with people I'm familiar with. Besides, why are you so fixated on him? Do you have another agenda? As soon as the words left his mouth, the snake tamer's face turned even paler with fright. He forced a weak laugh. No, of course not. Well then, big brother, I'll go handle another mission. At the same time, a thought surged through his mind. It's useless. Even if this Grim Reaper manages to assassinate him, he'll just revive in the undying world anyway. It seems I have to find another method, one that completely cuts off any possibility of him catching our master's attention. A while later, Heba was alone in the room, staring down at the stack of papers in his hand. He thought to himself, I never thought Xing Yin's cancelled commission would actually be useful. As he pondered, he recalled the scene he had witnessed before. No wonder that rotten-faced bastard went berserk and attacked me the moment he saw the watch. So, it turns out, this kid is the root of the problem. Heba couldn't help but mutter to himself, but why does everyone want him dead? This is getting more and more interesting. Suddenly, the mask hanging on the wall began to spark, as a gruff voice growled from it. You're saying he's the one who eliminated one of our elite squads? At that moment, a system notification appeared. Heba calmly replied without hesitation, Yes, leader. Unfortunately, the situation was too chaotic when I encountered him. He then wrapped his left hand around his right fist, as if making a solemn vow. If it hadn't been, I really would have wanted to test my skills against his. Hearing this, the leader calmly gave his order to Heba. In that case, go and feel him out one more time, and see if he has any interest in joining us. Heba immediately agreed. Understood. The door opened slowly, sunlight gently streaming into the room. Lin Yuan looked at the person in front of him, who was sweeping with a broom. He was completely shocked. You're? Instantly, Xu Ming couldn't hide his surprised excitement. Lin Yuan, I'm here to help. Nearby, Luo Quanran, holding a small box with both hands, suddenly interjected, Hey kid, he says he's an acquaintance of yours. He's been waiting for a while. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. His eyes sharpened. It's him. Just then, Heba, who was holding a small mirror, spoke up. Let's go. We can talk outside. Lin Yuan, however, didn't budge, his attention fixed on the notification panel he was tapping. Only then did he turn and walk away coldly, leaving Luo Quanran by herself. Feel free to bump the price up a little. In a barren desert filled with towering rock formations, Lin Yuan moved like lightning, weaving through them in pursuit of the man ahead. Did you go through all the trouble of finding me just to run away? But Heba only gave a contemptuous smirk. Listen, kid, if you want answers, you have to beat me first. In a one-on-one duel, and no using any of those bizarre summoned beasts of yours. As Lin Yuan gave chase with his sword, a thought surfaced. What the hell is this guy playing at? Did someone hire him to kill me? Unafraid, he narrowed his eyes and shot back a challenge. Fine. Bring it on. The moment he spoke, Heba suddenly spun around and hurled a massive iron chain at Lin Yuan, shouting with exhilaration, Great, let me see what you've really got. Instantly, he raised his sword to forcefully parry the blow. The giant iron hook immediately clamped down tight on Lin Yuan's weapon. Just then, Lin Yuan seemed to notice something unusual. It has a mechanism? Heba used both hands with great dexterity, his voice dripping with mocking praise. Not bad. Across from him, Lin Yuan channeled all of his aura into his left hand. It emitted a dazzling blue light everywhere. Seeing this, Heba once again threw his chain at him, sneering, Too bad. You're too slow. Then, an extremely large explosion erupted instantly. Despite the massive impact, Heba didn't hesitate and continued to throw his chain. He urged, Come to me. The hook had snagged Lin Yuan's sharp longsword from behind Heba's back. He had somehow teleported there, preparing to strike. Lin Yuan threw a powerful punch at Heba, retorting to his earlier taunt. You're the one who's too slow. Instantly, sand and fine dust filled the air. The explosion had created a massive aftershock in the sandy desert. Lin Yuan's hand was still gripping his sharp sword tightly. He walked slowly through the fine dust and spoke coldly. Why don't you use your assassin's stealth skill? Is this how all you Z2GA members carry out your missions? Across from him, Heba was knocked to his knees, panting as he replied, I only came for you because I was commissioned. Hearing this, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate to press his sword against him threateningly. Is that so? Then I'll beat you to the ground first and we'll talk later. Suddenly, a notification popped up from the system. Friend Han Chung is sending an emergency call request. Connect now? Seeing this, he immediately accepted. Han Cheng's message appeared instantly. Lin Yuan, we're in big trouble. A group of thugs stormed the shop and took the manager. I can't fight them alone. You have to come back now. After reading it, Lin Yuan's composure completely shattered. His eyes widened in fury. It seems I overestimated your methods. I didn't think you'd resort to something as pathetic as kidnapping. Meanwhile, Heba quickly chimed in. He seemed incredulous, saying, I, the king of hell, would never stoop to such despicable acts, and I certainly would never lay a hand on a woman. Then he touched his control panel and said grimly, You just wait. I'll show you the truth. Where is my intelligence division? A woman was kidnapped from the newly opened shop number 32. Find her location for me, now. The order was issued swiftly. The emergency order was sent, and all members of the division received it. Shortly after, information came in from a patrol team. The intelligence division had sent the coordinates. Seeing this, Heba couldn't help but reveal a little more. The location isn't far, go handle it. Since I came all this way to find you, I'm not going to run. The location was sent directly to Lin Yuan. Coordinates 8893, 475, 38 have been shared with player hidden ID. Though he was in a hurry, Lin Yuan didn't forget to give a stern warning. You'd better not run. The scene changes to a place where a girl is lying motionless on the ground. Han Cheng's face was contorted in pain. She had clearly been beaten badly. HP at 0. You have been defeated 3 times. Level decreased from level 14 to level 11. However, after the system's revival notification, she stood up as if nothing had happened, though her brows were furrowed tightly. Sweat trickled down her forehead, her gaze incredibly sharp. Han Cheng said nothing, just glared furiously at the 2 men. 2 thugs stood opposite her, cornering her. One of them, holding a bow, said, "This damn bitch has been killed so many times and she still won't talk?" The other one chimed in, "Heishuan already got the info from a city official. The person who bought the shop is a man. If you don't spit out his identity soon, we'll send you all the way back to the starter village today." Han Cheng thought furiously. These 2 bastards are camping my revival point. It makes it impossible for me to escape. Even if I force a log out, my character will still be stuck here. But she refused to give in. Even though she was cornered, she shouted, "If you've got the guts, then bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." The archer lowered his bow, letting his partner step up. "Looks like we'll have to keep teaching you a lesson. Bro, I'll go stand guard by the shop entrance. You continue here. I don't believe that guy won't take the bait." The other guy confidently declared, "Don't worry, I'll definitely make her submit." Just as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan appeared from nowhere behind him and spoke up. The thug was stunned. "Who are you going to make submit?" Before the guy could even answer, Lin Yuan sliced him in 2 with a single strike. Die. Xu Ming appeared at the same time, tackling the archer to block his attack. Han Cheng was quite stunned by this, as Lin Yuan thought to himself. So the coordinates that guy gave were actually accurate. The surviving thug, the archer, wasn't scared in the slightest. On the contrary, he tried to intimidate them with his guild's name. "You dare touch someone from our He Shu guild? You little brat, you're dead. Kneel down now if you know what's good for you." But before he could finish his threat, a sword pierced through him. Lin Yuan radiated killing intent and said, "The He Shu guild? I'll be paying them a visit later to settle the score." The 3 of them watched as the 2 thugs they had just killed slowly faded out of the game. He inspected the equipment on the bodies of the 2 slain men. "Just as I thought. They have all her equipment." Han Cheng walked over and said, "Little bro." Lin Yuan looked at her sympathetically. With tears welling in her eyes, she looked gratefully at the 2 who had just saved her, which made him even angrier. How dare they torment her like this? Even though it's just a game, the realistic simulation effects still cause a certain amount of pain. Lin Yuan walked closer to comfort her and hand over the equipment that he had recovered from the 2 thugs he'd just killed. "It's okay now. Tell me what happened." She took the equipment, wiped her tears, and began to explain. "They wanted to know who the owner of the shop is. I wouldn't tell them, so they wrecked the place and then camped my revival point to kill me over and over." Seeing Han Cheng hesitate, Lin Yuan continued, "You can just tell me directly." But even so, she still tried to act strong. "I'm the big sister here. Of course, I have to protect my little brothers. Honestly, they weren't that tough. I wasn't scared at all." Xu Ming walked over to Han Cheng with a recovery potion and gave it to her. He said indignantly, "This is outrageous. They must have been camping your revival point for a long time. You've lost all your equipment. You should recover your stamina first." Just as she took the potion, Lin Yuan called out to Han Cheng again, and both of them turned to look at him. But Lin Yuan's expression remained furious as he said, "Give me all the information you have on the He Shu Guild." Hearing this, both of them grew worried and tried to dissuade him. "Little bro, don't do anything reckless." Lin Yuan. "The Black Tree Guild is not easy to deal with." Xu Ming fearfully said what he knew, that compared to simple gaming guilds, they had corporate backing. It's the real-life Black Tree Corporation. They're orderly, with a clear hierarchy, completely surpassing normal guilds in every aspect. He also tried to dissuade him. "Lin Yuan, you may be strong, but taking on a guild of hundreds, even thousands, of people by yourself is fundamentally impossible." He paid no mind to their advice. Victor turned to leave with Mantico. "The Black Tree Corporation? I know they're rich, but so what? This is the world of immortals." Just then, he noticed something. The 2 guys from before had respawned. After respawning, the one with the bow opened his mouth. "You piece of shit." With just a word from Lin Yuan, the Killer Scorpion and Divine Beetle rushed forward. "Don't you want my shop? Then make your move." The archer from before shouted angrily again. "You bastard, you only won earlier because of a sneak attack. Die." The moment the words left his mouth, both of them were taken care of by the Killer Scorpion and Divine Beetle, causing the 2 panicked men to call for backup. "What the hell is that flying thing? Quick, summon the nearby guild members. Now." A system notification popped up. A request for aid has been sent to the nearest members of the Black Tree Guild. Health has reached 0. The system notification chimed again, along with the sound of dropped equipment. You have been killed once. Your level has dropped from 14 to 13. No matter how many times they respawned, the system notification was the same. You have been killed twice. Your level has dropped from 13 to 12. Once, twice, 3 times, then n times. The system notification didn't change. Only the levels of the 2 men gradually dropped, their equipment falling each time they were killed. You have been killed 3 times. Your level has dropped from 12 to 11. When he had dropped all the way to level 1, the man finally begged, "Please, stop killing me. I'm already level 1. This account is pretty much useless now." Han Cheng got his equipment back and happily thanked him. "My gear. Thanks, little brother. I thought I'd never get it back." Zhao Kuei appeared out of nowhere with his subordinates, mocking the 2 useless fools. "You had to send a distress signal just to interrogate one person? Let me see who dares to ruin He Xuan's plans." Xu Ming and Han Cheng were surprised to see it was him. Only Lin Yuan had no reaction. "Oh, I remember you. Aren't you that little shrimp from the Blood Grace cave?" Zhao Kuei continued his taunts. "Looks like you've already taken care of He Xuan's lackeys, huh? After I deal with you, I'll properly interrogate this woman. I'm sure He Xuan will reward me handsomely." Immediately, he gave the order, "Let the games begin." Lin Yuan observed, assessed, and came to a conclusion. "It seems that guy named He Xuan is the real ringleader." Zhao Kuei recognized him and stammered, It's you?" He was sweating out of fear, but the guy with him had no idea and spoke arrogantly. "You dare snatch someone from our Black Tree Guild? I think you've got a death wish. Our captain is one of the top 10 players in the guild. If you kneel and apologize now, maybe our captain will let you off with just a few deaths later." Lin Yuan quickly moved in front of Zhao Kui, causing him to scream in terror. "Are you trying to kill me?" Seeing this, Zhao Kui frantically started hitting the guy who had just spoken so arrogantly, stunning his other subordinate. "You idiot, shut your mouth." Then, with a sycophantic expression, he turned to him and said, "Great one. If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to get involved in this even if you beat me to death." He was anxiously looking for a way to escape. "I'll tell them to get lost right now." But Lin Yuan had already walked behind him and said coldly, "No need." He raised his sword. With one slash, both of the subordinates who came with him were dead, leaving Zhao Kui terrified. A murderous aura radiated from him with every step and every word. "Now they've all gotten lost. Take me to this He Xuan, now." He trembled in fear, nodding his head and saying, "Huh? Yes, sir." After that, Zhao Kuei began to lead Lin Yuan to find the man. As he walked, he schemed. Bringing an outsider into the headquarters was an act of betrayal. The fine from the Black Tree Corporation would be enough to bankrupt me, and the person I'm leading there is this monster. No, I have to find an excuse. Zhao Kuei opened the guild chat to check. He glanced at the team's positions, and with a cunning calculation, quickly found a scapegoat. "That was lost? Looks like I'm saved this time." A system notification appeared. "You have entered the marked ambush point of Battle Squad 7 of the Black Tree Guild." Seeing the notification, Zhao Kuei was a bit stunned and froze in place. But very quickly, his expression turned sly. "We're here!" Zhao Kuei turned, pointed at Lin Yuan, and shouted, "You fool, do you really think you're invincible? It's time someone taught you some manners. Brothers, get him." The moment he finished speaking, a body fell from above. Zhao Kuei was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. What's going on? Why isn't Squad 7 making a move? He frantically looked around to find them, only to discover something that he couldn't believe. How can this be? Squad 7 was completely wiped out? Lin Yuan observed the dart on the dead man's body and thought to himself, "It's his dart. Is he trying to help me?" But that didn't distract him for long. He quickly turned back to question Zhao Kuei. "Weren't you going to teach me some manners? Go on, make your move." His face was filled with fear, completely unaware that the Divine Beetle was right behind him. The Divine Beetle launched a full-power attack at Zhao Kuei, causing him immense pain. "Mercy, please stop, don't, I was wrong," Lin Yuan stated his deduction. "If I'm not mistaken, causing so many Black Tree members to die this time, I bet you'll have to pay the hefty fine, won't you?" He slammed his sword into the tree trunk right next to Zhao Kuei's head. Lin Yuan enthusiastically helped him find a solution. "You have no way out. Why don't you just give me He Xuan's coordinates? Who knows, after I'm done with the Black Tree Guild, your fine might be wiped clean along with it." Zhao Kuei scrambled in fear to hug Lin Yuan's leg. I'll tell you everything." At that very moment, in the Black Tree Corporation's building, a meeting was underway. The Black Tree Guild, a subsidiary of the Black Tree Corporation, saw a 30% increase in profits last quarter. At the same time, the new store project is in its preparation phase, with projected earnings for the next quarter expected to reach. A member of the board of directors spoke up. "Excuse me, CEO Ye, but from what I understand, you still haven't managed to acquire that first storefront, have you?" CEO Ye took a drag from his cigarette and spoke calmly. After a brief pause, he continued, "As it happens, we've just found a buyer for the store. Of course, the Black Tree Corporation won't miss any opportunity to make money. That first storefront is already in our pocket. No one can take it from us. Just as he finished speaking, an employee burst through the door, his face pale with panic. CEO Ye, we're in trouble. Someone is attacking our guild headquarters. He shot to his feet and yelled, "What? What on earth is happening?" The scene shifts to a large plaza. Piercing screams echoed from all directions as soldiers were cut down by Lin Yuan's sword, clearing a path. Ahead of him, a commander and 2 mages stood waiting. The man holding a weapon shouted angrily, "You bastard! You dare to make a move on Black Tree territory?" Without wasting words, Lin Yuan extended his hand and unleashed a wave of spirit energy. He shot it towards them and said, "Don't block my path." Seeing this, one of Lin Yuan's guards asked, "Sir, are you really planning to go in there alone?" He replied in a cold voice, "I hope your coordinates are correct. Otherwise, I'll be back to settle the score with you." Inside the hall, the scene was one of luxury with high-end furnishings. Heishuan sat on a chair with Su Ling, watching a screen and saying, "The good show is about to start. Once this young master gets the shop, I'll definitely squeeze a few million out of the old man. When that happens, I'll give you girls a little reward." She whined coquettishly. "Heishuan, you're so naughty. Stealing other people's things again." Suddenly, Heishuan heard noise from outside and said irritably, "Who's making all that racket out there? What kind of shoddy work is this? Can't you see I'm live streaming? Get out there and check it now." The soldier acknowledged the order. 2 soldiers grumbled as they went to open the door. I wonder who could be so blind. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, making them exclaim in surprise. "What?" Lin Yuan strode in majestically, sword in hand. He spoke up. "Are you Heishuan?" His gaze sharpened, locking onto his target. Hearing this, Heishuan glanced over, set down his wine glass, and said confidently, "Just another guy trying to get views. Let's see how I play with him." At that moment, the livestream screen was filled with excited comments popping up continuously. Then came a series of frantic sounds as soldiers on the floor moved to block Lin Yuan. Heishuan said arrogantly, "You want to join the Black Tree Guild too? But not just anyone is qualified to be this young master's dog." He laid out his condition. "How about this? Kneel down and lick my shoes clean, and then I'll consider whether you can get in line to join." Su Ling added, "Heishuan is giving you a chance. You know." He didn't waste words. With a single slash of his sword, a powerful wave of spirit energy shot towards where Heishuan was sitting. Caught off guard, all he could do was sit there with his mouth agape, watching it approach. In a cowardly move, he pulled Su Ling in front of him as a shield. She only had time to cry out in pain. On the live stream, the viewers erupted into a flurry of discussion. Lin Yuan issued a cold warning. "Shop number 32 is mine. If you dare to stick your filthy claws into it again, I won't hesitate to wipe out this entire Black Tree Guild." Heishuan pushed Su Ling aside. Then he asked in a low, menacing voice, "Just you? Wipe out the Black Tree Guild?" Then, he began to laugh, one burst at a time. Heishuan tilted his head back and spoke with a scornful tone. "I thought you were just some lunatic, but it turns out you're actually a complete idiot." He clapped his hands loudly and ordered, "Men, what are you waiting for? Get out here for this young master." At the door, a female maid shouted, "You dare to charge into the Black Tree headquarters? Are you tired of living?" Lin Yuan stood surrounded by soldiers with their weapons drawn, but remained completely unfazed. Heishuan said arrogantly, "Having your shop noticed by me is the greatest honor of your life. Countless people who wish to offer me gifts don't even get the chance." He took out a coin and snarled, "How about this? 1 gold coin to transfer the shop to me. Then, kneel and kowtow 3 times, and this young master will overlook what just happened." With that, Heishuan flicked the coin towards him, without another word. Lin Yuan swung his sword, instantly shattering the coin. He threw out a beetle, its eyes glowing red as he shouted, "I don't have time to waste on an imbecile like you. Die!" It flew past several soldiers and went straight for Heishuan. He cried out in astonishment, "What?" The beetle quickly closed in on Heishuan, and a powerful surge of lightning erupted from his body. He screamed in agony as a notification popped up. HP reached 0. Seeing Heishuan fall, a soldier yelled in panic, "Heishuan has been killed!" Another soldier roared in anger, "Charge!" The entire group raised their weapons and rushed at Lin Yuan, shouting, "Get him!" One man picked up a communication device and reported, "Hurry, inform the guildmaster now. We're under attack. He's hit our headquarters directly." The scene changes back to the meeting room. CEO Ye was saying, "This must be our rivals playing dirty. The Black Tree Guild has a full contingency plan for this kind of surprise. Quick, turn on the projector. Find Heishuan's livestream room now." He gestured to the screen and said, "Please, take a look, everyone. This is the true power of the Black Tree Guild." Suddenly, CEO Yi cried out in surprise. "Huh?" On the screen was the sight of Lin Yuan having already taken down all the soldiers, who were now lying scattered on the ground. Witnessing this, the entire meeting room fell silent. CEO Ye couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "Impossible." The number of live viewers was climbing, and the comments were getting more and more intense. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "This can't continue. At this rate, the Blacktree Corporation's stock price will plummet. My own position as CEO will be in jeopardy. I absolutely cannot let this happen." Despite his inner turmoil, CEO Ye kept a smile on his face and tried to reassure everyone. There must be some kind of mistake here. Did the entire Guild Guard team take a day off today or something? I'll contact the person in charge right away. Then, he screamed into his phone, "You rebellious brat. I don't care how you do it, just make that guy stop right now." On the other side, He Xuan, having just been revived by the system, muttered angrily, "Damn it, he made me die and lose a level." He Xuan leaped down, pointed at Lin Yuan, and yelled, "Stop right now. Sooner or later, I'm going to take every single one of your shops. Not only that, but I'll also kill all of your people back to level 1. At that moment, with his foot on a soldier's back, he growled, "Are you threatening me?" He Xuan roared in fury. "That's right, this young master does what he says. If you don't believe me, just try me." Lin Yuan summoned a spirit beast and said in a cold voice, "Is that your answer? Then the Blacktree Guild has no reason to exist anymore." A moment later, numerous spirit beasts appeared, and the system announced the activation of the corpse explosion skill. Immediately after, a series of deafening explosions rang out. Watching the screen from the other side, Boss Ye could only clutch his head and cry out in helplessness. "My guild." A partner saw this and asked, "Boss Ye, is this the project you want us to invest in? How disappointing. I'm starting to doubt your ability to manage the Blacktree Corporation." Despite this, he stubbornly said, "Everyone, please calm down. The guild's guard unit has arrived." Boss Ye asked in a low voice, "Has the main squad received the order to log into the game?" His employee replied, "Yes, they are all in position." On the screen, the elite squad was seen appearing one by one, weapons in hand. The aggressive soldiers charged out, their commander shouting, "Men, get that brat." Boss Ye promised a reward of 100,000 yuan for each of you. "Understood?" The squad responded in unison. "Understood." On the livestream, people were also eagerly discussing. He Xuan, protected by the soldiers, yelled, "Quick, stop his damn insect. I've already dropped 5 levels." But it was useless. He was attacked by Lin Yuan in an instant, only managing to yell, "Damn it, here it comes again." The system showed his HP dropping to 0. Amidst the rubble and dense smoke, he stood tall, while He Xuan lay on the ground. The system's light was preparing to teleport him away. Lin Yuan turned to the elite squad and said coldly, "Weren't you going to kill me back to level 1? Why are you hiding back there now? Too scared to make a move?" On the other side, they shouted energetically, "Men, same old plan. Let's charge and kill him." The commander roared, "You little punk." He leaped forward with his sword and yelled, "We are your opponents." With a single strike, Lin Yuan sent the commander's weapon flying. Knocked back, he let out a gasp of shock. Over there, the mage launched fireballs and said, "No matter how skilled you are, you can't take on 7 of us." "Take this." The other guy laughed loudly. "Have a taste of my paralyzing arrow." Lin Yuan pushed the commander away and growled, "Your tactics are so clumsy." What followed were deafening explosions that shook the entire space. Instantly, a notification appeared. The commander was unconscious, falling to the ground with his HP at 0. In the midst of the fierce battle, Lin Yuan acted quickly, activating the stealth skill. The squad looked around irritably. Where did that brat go? Did he run away? The system displayed comments on the situation. A fierce tiger can't fight a pack of wolves. Even in defeat, the master player is glorious. They're just ganging up on him. In a one-on-one, they wouldn't stand a chance against the master. As soon as that was said, an angry He Xuan popped up and cursed, "Damn it, if we let him escape after all this commotion, where will the Blacktree Guild hide its face?" He commanded fiercely, "Find him at all costs." Just then, a strange liquid suddenly dripped onto He Xuan's head. Seeing the lizards surrounding him, he screamed in terror, "What?" Without hesitation, one of them gathered energy in its mouth. Then, the lizard fired its energy blast directly at the soldiers. After wiping them out, Lin Yuan slowly revealed himself, canceling his stealth skill. He arrogantly challenged them. "Anyone else? Bring them all out. The respawn point still has plenty of room." Outside, the spectators gasped in admiration. "Holy crap, we get to see the master player again. He really doesn't mess around. When he makes a move, he goes for the kill." They concluded with excitement. The Blacktree Guild really picked a fight, with a monster this time. At the same time, Qian swooned. How can he be so cool? Back in the battle zone, a terrified He Xuan was crying and cowering in a corner. He quickly called for help. "Dad, save me." He Ye furiously shot back. "How did I end up with a useless piece of trash like you? You're going to be the death of me, you little disaster." Don't you get it? Hearing this, He Xuan retorted indignantly. Old man, I was just following your orders to buy out the shop. It was your intel that was bad, so why are you blaming me? Enraged, his father seethed. You rebellious son. I don't care what you do. Just hold him there for me. He Ye revealed his sinister plan. The expert I paid a fortune to hire is on his way. Outside the castle, Heba stood on a tree and remarked excitedly, "Not bad, kid. Daring to cause such a huge scene." He stared intently at his screen, reviewing the lucrative job offer, an urgent commission from the Black Tree Guild. Eliminate the target Lin Yuan, who has a hidden ID, for a reward of 500 gold. An urgent commission? So, they want me to deal with him. After careful consideration, Heba smirked and confirmed, "All right, I can go check out the show while I'm at it." He has blocked commission messages from the Black Tree Guild. Just then, Lin Yue thoughtfully assessed, not only the Rampage Guild, but people from the Heretic Guild are here too. Looks like Black Tree is really going all out this time. Seeing this, his interest was piqued. All the people arriving were acquaintances of his. This is getting interesting. Lin Yuan stated his opinion bluntly. I just want to get this over with quickly and teach that clueless punk a lesson. Immediately, Heba gave chase while calculating. No need to waste time testing his strength. I'll just send the video straight to the boss. Meanwhile, inside the castle, He Xuan was panicking and yelling, "Even my own father has never hit me like that. I'll remember your face." Noticing many people staring at him, Lin Yuan was startled and turned his head. Lin Yue, seeing this, exclaimed in shock. The target is him? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. It's that madman? Heba sweetly reported, "Young master, your reinforcements have arrived." With that, he began to laugh maniacally and taunt. "You had fun beating me earlier, didn't you? Everyone, get him. Today, I'm going to beat you until you get on your knees and beg for mercy." Unconcerned, he silently observed them. Lin Yuan frowned, glancing at each person one by one. The soldiers behind them confidently provoked him. "You thought no one could handle you? The number 1 and number 2 guilds have teamed up. You're dead for sure this time, kid." Before he could even react, he was shoved aside by Lin Yuan. "Huh?" The man realized something was off and immediately yelled, "Get lost. You think I'm going to die for you guys for chump change, you idiots? The system has cancelled the commission from the Black Tree Guild." A confused He Xuan didn't understand what was happening. "Why are you running? Are you scared before we've even fought?" Without another word, he pointed his sword, electrocuting him repeatedly until his HP dropped to 0. Then, Lin Yuan looked up and threatened, "Do you all want to help the Black Tree Guild too?" Has cancelled the commission from the Black Tree Guild. Lin Yue made a sincere offer. "I believe you must have your reasons for doing this. Do you need a hand?" He casually declined. "No need. You can just watch from the sidelines." He Xuan roared helplessly. "Damn it! I paid you people to work, not to stand around and watch a show." Heba chuckled in agreement. "That's right. Did I pay you just to watch the young master get made a fool of?" He moved behind Heba and urged them on ruthlessly. Finally, someone with some sense. "Get him. You have to kill that bastard." Just then, Lin Yuan asked curiously, "You were the one who took care of that group in the forest, weren't you? I recognized your throwing darts." Heba smiled. It was a trivial matter. Hearing this, He Xuan staggered back a few steps in shock. "What? You're a mole too?" Heba laughed and explained, "Don't put it so harshly. I never accepted your commission. I just dropped by to see the show." Starting the recording. Hearing that, He Xuan panicked and threatened, "You bastards. I won't let you get away with this. You'll remember this." In an instant, a giant monster appeared before them. The lizard didn't hesitate to stomp them flat. Their HP dropped to 0 in a heartbeat. A disheveled He Xuan respawned. Lin Yuan calmly approached and gestured, "Keep it up. I bet your guildmaster is getting antsy." Elsewhere, an investor was fuming. "The corporation's stock has plummeted. He Ye caused this huge disaster. You must take responsibility for this loss." An assistant called out hesitantly, "President Ye." He gritted his teeth and ordered, "Say no more. Bring me the gaming helmet." He Ye muttered to himself anxiously, "If I don't go in and clean up this mess, the investors will pull out completely. I have to regain their trust." The scene shifts back to the game, inside the Black Tree Guild. The next second, the system announced that the Black Tree Guild's master, He Ye, had come online. Seeing their leader, Lin Yuan glanced over and questioned him. "So you're the guild master of the Black Tree Guild?" He Ye spoke cautiously, thinking, "The live stream is still on. I have to resolve this quickly. I absolutely cannot let the board of directors see any weakness." "Kid, you've messed with the wrong people," He Ye said. He made a condescending offer. "Seeing as your skills are decent, I might consider letting you join the Black Tree Guild as the captain of our main team." He Xuan, standing behind him, lost all patience and objected vehemently. "Old man, stop wasting your breath on him. Kill him. After how many of our men he's killed? You think you can just let this go? Call everyone to take him out now." Hearing this, He angrily focused his power into his staff. You little brat! He unleashed his skill without hesitation. Don't underestimate the power of the Black Tree Guild. However, the Vulture Thief blocked the attack. Then Lin Yuan spoke with a mocking tone. Is this all a top 10 guildmaster has to offer? Witnessing this, He was stunned. He blocked it with a summon? Lin Yuan watched with wide eyes as it attacked He. So, what's your plan now? He nimbly dodged the strike. Lin Yuan continued to summon the Vulture bandits. It's over. Next, Lin Yuan skillfully activated his corpse explosion skill. Seeing themselves surrounded, He froze. Damn it. The very next second, a world-shaking explosion erupted throughout the room. He and his men were instantly wiped out and respawned with stunned expressions. He, pale-faced, wondered, how is this possible? I could only block one attack? This guy is a monster. No matter what, I have to calm him down first. He quickly humbled himself and admitted fault. Wait, we were wrong. He pleaded earnestly. Wait, we were wrong. Please, stop. We'll issue a public apology and compensate you. I'm begging you. However, Lin Yuan immediately summoned a Deathwolf and exposed the truth. You don't think you're wrong. Lin Yuan saw right through him and declared, you just know you're about to get wiped out. Seeing the wolf swing its claws and send them flying, He Xuan screamed helplessly. This guy, he urged fearfully. Old man, Dad, think of something. He furiously cursed back. Shut up. What is there to think of? I've used everything. You damn brat. What kind of monster did you have to provoke? Just then, He had an idea. Wait. If even a top server player is no match for him, he concluded with anticipation, then an NPC is the only way. Next, He quickly analyzed the situation. The Black Tree Guild's headquarters is on the edge of Fengshui Sha, but it's still within the city's central district. According to the rules, fighting is strictly forbidden here. I just have to report him to security, and he's finished. He joyfully held up a special scroll. Idiot, why didn't I think of calling security sooner? No matter how good he is, he's no match for a system NPC. Using the emergency summoning scroll, wanted order, He Xuan cheered excitedly. I get it, Dad. Security will stop any fighting in the central district, and if he doesn't listen, he'll be forcefully logged out. Instantly, a security officer appeared and shouted authoritatively. Causing a ruckus in the main city? Do you have no respect for me? Summon successful. The officer commanded sternly. Seize this man at once. Seeing the perfect situation, He sneered smugly. You little brat. The Black Tree Guild is within the main city's limits. If you dare touch me again, just wait to be logged out. He Xuan challenged aggressively. You're so tough, huh? Go on, hit me again if you dare. The moment he finished speaking, he was sent flying, which left He stunned. What? He, filled with rage, roared frantically. You brat! You're finished! Activating the Mana Shield skill, he snarled viciously, attacking right in front of a security officer. You're hopelessly stupid. Hearing this, the officer gestured with his hand. You dare to strike in my presence? Such arrogance. Seize him. I'll lock him up for 3 months. The soldiers complied. Yes, sir. At the same time, the livestream viewers were utterly disappointed. The game mechanics are right there. This is over. What's the point of fighting anymore? At that moment, He pointed arrogantly. Once a player injures a security NPC, they'll be wanted throughout the entire Western Desert Kingdom. No matter how good you are, you think you can cut down a security officer? Without another word, Lin Yuan swung his sword and cut the officer in two. Foolish. The viewers commented excitedly, this master is a real badass. Looks like the master has no intention of making peace. He scared them stiff, but they still got slaughtered like chickens. Then, He coughed up blood, as the system announced his HP had dropped to 0. Witnessing this blatant disregard, the security officer yelled furiously, You are defying the laws of the Western Desert Kingdom. I must impose a severe penalty. You'll pay dearly for this. He casually tossed out a golden badge. Just as the guards were about to rush forward, the official suddenly noticed the object on the ground. In that instant, the security official was astonished. This is the honorary badge of the Hawthorn Knights. His expression changed immediately as he spoke up to confirm, Sir, you are an honorary knight? Seeing the confident smirk on his face, the official quickly stopped his men. Stop, stand down, now. Then, he timidly and respectfully returned the badge. Sir, here is your item. Lin Yuan coolly accepted it. Then he gave a cold command. You deal with these two. The security official, showing his loyalty, immediately complied. It is my honor to serve you, sir. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, He asked in confusion, Why hasn't that security official made his move yet? He Xuan's face turned black with rage as he watched the scene unfold. That bastard is an honorary knight? To them, a security official is nothing but a dog begging for scraps. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, seething with killing intent. You two bastards dare to oppose the Hawthorn Knights? I suspect you're agents of the Nangui Nation. Come with me to the dungeons and explain yourselves. Heye panicked and begged. Wait, this is a misunderstanding, sir. His companion stood beside him, stunned and chiding. What kind of half-baked idea did you come up with, old man? Now you've brought disaster upon us. After successfully arresting them, the security official coldly ordered, behave yourselves, and don't disturb the honorable knight. Follow us. Now. The players Heye and He Xuan were officially arrested by the security official. Before being led away, Heye made a desperate offer. Wait, whatever you want, we can negotiate. How about I give you money? He indifferently concluded. It's too late for that now. Lin Yuan bluntly announced that the only fate for the Black Tree Guild was to be disbanded. Hearing this, the online community exploded with excitement. This is insane. A new record for a god-tier player soloing an entire guild has never happened before. This battle will go down in gaming history. This proves that the Great God is still the undefeated #1. The scene changes to an office, where the chairman was roaring in anger. Absurd. This is the plan you were so proud of? And you even live-streamed the whole thing. Have you no shame? I should have never entrusted the project to a worthless piece of trash like you. Heye couldn't take it and quickly retorted, that's enough. How was I supposed to know he had so many tricks up his sleeve? What was I supposed to do? Even the NPCs were on his side. The chairman frantically ordered, the stock price of the Black Tree Corporation is going to plummet because of this. Hurry and sell off the shares. You two idiots. Call the lawyer for me right now. I won't be satisfied until I sue them into a prison cell. Outside, a guard commented uneasily. So that lunatic really did wipe out the Black Tree Guild. Does this mean I can get out of paying that fine? At the same time, Lin Yuan was diligently completing his mission. Health points reached 0. War Demon He Luolan, Annihilation Twin Blades, Death God, 4th Squad Captain, and 8,000 kills, all left the Black Tree Guild in succession. After eliminating all the players, the system updated. The Black Tree Guild has fewer than 30 members remaining and has been automatically disbanded. Witnessing this scene, Hao Ba, standing on the sidelines, remarked with admiration, Heye and He Xuan are in prison, and the Black Tree members were killed off until they had to leave the guild one by one, wiping out the entire Black Tree Guild. You little brat. You actually did it. He was sending a video of the battle to his leader. Hearing this, Lin Yuan turned and glared at him. How much longer are you going to stand there watching? He cheerfully offered, how about a drink? I'll be waiting at the tavern. You can ask me anything you want to know. Hey, Victor, go collect your spoils of war. He gathered the items with interest while calculating, the Black Tree Guild has completely collapsed. I should take this opportunity to scout out that false apostle guild. All equipment has been collected. The scene shifts to another secret location. Anna saw the snake tamer waiting and strode toward him, asking loudly, do you have another plan that needs my cooperation? Let me be clear, you're not to touch the underworld serpent, he calmly revealed. The master has new instructions regarding that guy from before. He told me to investigate him and then find a way to recruit him. What a drag. Next, the snake tamer presented the information and gave clear instructions. The master gave me intel that I need to go deep into the desert and capture a type of flying snake, while you find a way to lure that guy here. Then, we will complete the master's mission together. Anna shrugged dismissively after hearing his plan. This is a mission assigned specifically to you. Although I'm one rank below you in the organization, my own boss is far more useful than you are. It's not your place to give me orders. He frowned and reminded her, you can refuse, of course. But that business with the Count last time was nearly exposed, wasn't it? Just imagine if that little secret were to get out. Faced with the warning, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Just this once. But remember, there can be no mistakes regarding the Serpent Civilization matter. If I sense any trouble, I'm bailing. Afterwards, the snake tamer shared the coordinates. You just need to lure him to this location. Coordinates 7993, 47,548 have been shared. Tapping the screen, Anna asked curiously, so, what kind of instance have you prepared to deal with him? He didn't hesitate to reveal the location, the Magnetic Sea Island. The scene shifts to the entrance of a tavern. As they walked inside, the owner greeted them warmly. What can I get for you two? As soon as he saw the badge Haoba presented, he immediately understood. I see. Then the owner stepped forward and announced with a bow. Apologies. Valued customers. Our tavern has to close early today. To make it up to you, everyone's bill for today will be on the house. Hearing this, the crowd looked at each other in confusion. It's free? They cheered excitedly. We're so lucky. Free food and drinks out of nowhere. I should have ordered a few more rounds. After they all left, the tavern quickly shut all its doors. He spoke softly, have a seat. After observing his surroundings, Lin Yuan took the initiative to ask, is this the base of the False Apostle Guild? Haoba didn't answer, but made an attractive offer. If you're interested in the False Apostle Guild, why not experience it for yourself? He then made his official proposal. On behalf of the False Apostle Guild, I formally invite you to join our organization. But he cut straight to the truth. So, is your way of recruiting new members to send assassins after them? Hearing this, Haoba cleared his throat and retorted, well, you know what they say. No discord, no concord. Unaffiliated freelance masters like you are extremely rare. We can't even recruit you fast enough, he revealed seriously. To be honest, we've already rejected all commissions related to you. This is completely unprecedented in the False Apostle Guild. The owner cautiously placed a drink on the table. Please, enjoy. Having presented his case, Haoba pressed on anxiously. So, have you thought it over? Lin Yuan took a sip of his drink and said scornfully, trying to recruit someone while still hiding your true identity. He stared intently, exuding a murderous aura. I don't see any sincerity at all. Lin Yuan's keen eyes scanned the area and noticed a flickering figure nearby, checking his mental attributes. Mental attribute is 1.5 times higher than the target. Check passed. High-level stealth status has been seen through. A dark figure gradually materialized from thin air. Impressive, not bad. Your senses are quite sharp. To think you even detected my high-level stealth skill. The mysterious man removed his camouflage, deactivating his high-level stealth. Lin Yuan and the man stood face to face. He figured, this must be the guild master of the Death Apostles. Death sentence. In his past life, this man was infamous for assassinating numerous powerful figures, a real lunatic. He only lived for the thrill of the kill. Lin Yuan faced the two men and began to speak. If you've done your research on me, you should know that I never join guilds. However, I am looking to get some information from you people. Just name your price. The man took out a pocket watch, held it out in front of him, and said, I heard from Yama that you're interested in this. Huh? Just join us, and you'll learn much more. He didn't even glance at the watch on the table, only looking at the man as he spoke. Besides, it seems there's been a misunderstanding. The Death Apostles isn't a guild in the literal sense, he continued. It's just an organization in name only. You don't need to join the guild within the game system. Lin Yuan's expression didn't change as he thought to himself, is that so? Then, my hidden class won't be exposed. It seems joining them wouldn't hurt, especially since the Death Apostles possess an intelligence network spanning the entire world of Immortal. He calmly replied to the man, if that's the case, I might consider it. But first, I need to know exactly how you people operate. The man didn't flinch at Lin Yuan's request. He let out a soft chuckle and said calmly, I knew it. You and us are cut from the same cloth. Listen closely. The Death Apostles is an unofficial gaming guild, the man explained about their operations. Assassin members are divided into common, proficient, elite, master, and surekill, for a total of 5 ranks. Mission difficulty is also divided into 5 levels, D, C, B, A, and S. He clasped the watch in his hand and continued, as for the decisive watch you're interested in, it's a token only for those who have completed 3 S-rank missions, and have reached the rank of master or higher. With it, you can receive supplies and support at our strongholds. At the same time, this is also the pass to enter the true stronghold of the Death Apostles. The man held out the watch in his hand to Lin Yuan. He tried to persuade him, saying, however, rules are made to serve the strong. If you agree to join, I'll give this to you as a gift. He silently reached out and took the watch from the man's hand. Suddenly Heba appeared behind Lin Yuan and said, see, I told you you'd get this watch soon enough. I wasn't wrong, was I? The other man clenched his hand into a fist and said, I am Death Sentence, and I now officially invite you to join the Death Apostles Guild. He stood up, his hand still on the table, and said, the guild is divided into 4 levels, Guildmaster, Director, Team Leader, and Member. If you join, the seat of Director for the Western Desert Branch will be yours immediately. Heba crossed his arms and thought, this guy must be the current director. Huh. Lin Yuan tilted his head slightly towards him and gave a thumbs up, saying, so I'm just gonna take his seat, and he's okay with that? Heba put his hands on his hips, head held high, and said confidently, I've been sick of this stupid director position for a long time. I just want to go fight. Then he whispered in his ear, besides, my name is Yama, not this guy. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened like bullets. In that case, he also stood up. He bumped fists with the other man and said, a pleasure doing business with you. The man said nothing, just looked at him thoughtfully. Heba cheerfully suggested to the man, boss, the new guy probably still has things he wants to ask. Let's you and I go grab a drink first, okay? The man just waved his hand dismissively and said curtly, go. A system panel appeared in front of Lin Yuan. He sent the man 2 pictures and said, let me be direct. I'm looking for someone, and I hope the guild can help investigate. On the other side, the man received 2 pictures of the vehicle master. He realized something and said, so that's it, the decisive watch. So this was your goal all along. The man put one hand on his chin, thinking, while operating the system panel with the other, and said, "But I'm sorry, members of the Death Apostles are absolutely forbidden from investigating information about each other. This is the bare minimum principle for maintaining the guild." Lin Yuan kept a straight face and said, "It seems this director position doesn't come with much authority, does it?" He was surprised by the man's answer. "No, you can't say that." The man's face darkened as he said, "Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. If he wants to accept any missions, they'll have to go through you." "You're the director," he said, crossing his arms. He looked at Lin Yuan skeptically and asked, "You can totally arrange for him to do a multi-person mission with you, right? But if he doesn't accept any missions for a long time, he'll be automatically kicked from the organization, so he has no other choice." Unfazed, he replied, "All right, that's enough." The man placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "A talent like you is an honored guest, of course. Rest assured. I'll be the first to share all the latest in-game intelligence with you, even from other countries. Just say the word, and our branch will provide immediate support." Lin Yuan glanced at him and said, "Then, I'll be leaving." The man called out to him, "Wait, at least tell me your ID. I have to inform the guys in the Western Desert about their new boss." A system message appeared above Lin Yuan's head. "Player has temporarily disabled ID anonymity." He answered curtly, "Just call me Lin Yuan." The man frowned and muttered to himself, "Lin Yuan, such a private person. If you hadn't hidden your identity, I'm afraid the title of number 1 in the Western Desert wouldn't have gone to War God Nan." At dusk, Lin Yuan strolled along a dirt road, the hem of his robe fluttering in the wind. He brought a hand to his chin and thought, "Come to think of it, it's been a while since I last leveled up." Lin Yuan reconsidered the situation. The Black Tree incident is resolved. I might as well find a nearby dungeon to grind some EXP. He opened the system panel. "I haven't checked in a while, but the proficiency of my initial skills has increased quite a bit. Black Iron Stealth Art, level 4. The stealth effect lasts for 5 minutes, consumes 80 mana, has a 1-minute cooldown, and its proficiency is at 8 out of 400. Soulfire Art, Black Iron Rank, level 7. Effect, deals 300% magic damage to the target, consumes 10 mana, 4-second cooldown. Proficiency is at 10 out of 700. Lin Yuan began navigating the system panel, thinking to himself about the other skills he'd acquired. Corpse Explosion is decent, but Dark Curse isn't as great as I thought. Restores 20% health to a single target. Compared to the number of undead zombies I have, that's just a drop in the bucket. The system then displayed other information that made him ponder for a long time. Corpse Explosion, Gold Rank, level 5. Effect, detonates a zombie, dealing fire damage equal to 110% of its own health to nearby enemies. Consumes 140 mana, 5-second cooldown, proficiency at 21 out of 500. Dark Curse, Gold Rank, level 3. Effect, deals damage equal to 20% of the target's health. Or, it can restore 20% health to a zombie. It consumes 60 mana, has a 6-second cooldown, and proficiency is at 220 out of 300. Damage based on max health percentage is only really effective against monsters weaker than me. Lin Yuan thought about using his power on high-level monsters and gave a helpless smile. When used on bosses or higher-level monsters, the percentage damage is reduced. He materialized 2 scrolls. He held them tightly and continued his inner monologue. "According to my past life's experience, all low-level skills can be upgraded through proficiency." Then he clenched his fist, looked up at the sky, and thought, "Only high-level skills require special skill upgrade scrolls. The 2 scrolls I saved must be used for something important, preferably for a dark gold skill," Lin Yuan considered. As he looked at his personal status panel, he realized the Netherworld Gate also needed to be supplemented with stronger, higher-level zombies. The novice-level undead I've been reanimating, like the demon wolf zombies, are starting to fall behind. Player, Lin Yuan, level 16. Class, Soul Hunter. Forbidden talent, Night Summoning. As his level increased, the novice-level undead he revived, like the demon wolf zombies, were beginning to lag. Lin Yuan looked up at something and thought to himself, "Not to mention, zombies can't level up, so the stat difference will only get bigger. I should limit reanimating these small fry from now on." He stood before a massive, ancient-looking structure as the system panel indicated he had arrived at the entrance of an elite dungeon. Ruins Laboratory. Infiltration in progress. Lin Yuan slowly stepped inside, where incomplete sets of armor were scattered across the floor. He walked in calmly and said, "Undead Knights." Huh. Suddenly, a blue light emanated from the armor on the ground. The suits of armor stood up, powered by that blue energy. Lin Yuan got into a fighting stance, his sword held ready before hundreds of undead knights. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Elite Undead Knight. Level 18. Skills. Netherworld Fury, Stance Breaking Slash, Regeneration. Lin Yuan swung his sword with a flick of his wrist. He summoned a divine beetle that charged toward the monsters. He said, "These empty shells are extremely tough to deal with, but the experience they give is among the highest for monsters of the same level." The beetle flew in at high speed, striking the undead knight's arm. The knight slammed its massive sword into the ground, shattering a large chunk of the stone floor. Lin Yuan had already appeared behind the undead knight. He cast a spell and spoke. "Little guy, this type of monster is resistant to crowd control, and its defense is tanky as hell. Let me handle this." A magic circle appeared behind the undead knight. The immense power created a strong gust of wind, making the other undead knights wary. Lin Yuan cast a damage-boosting skill, sending a victor into the ground. His eyes remained fixed on the undead knights as they prepared to bring their swords down again. Just as a sword plunged into the ground, he managed to cast a spell, activating his stealth skill. His spell summoned several large pythons that coiled around the undead knight. The system activated the corpse explosion skill, and one python opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs. Their attack sent the undead knight tumbling, and its armor began to fall apart. A system notification appeared next to some scrolls. Obtained. Beginner lethal gas potion formula. Obtained. Intermediate mana recovery potion formula. Obtained. Advanced solution formula. Lin Yuan picked up one of the 3 scrolls, reading it as he thought. You have to loot these tin cans right after they die, otherwise the dropped items will disappear along with their corpses. And this bunch of potion formulas is just what I needed. I can use these to diversify the goods in my shop. Stealth deactivated. Suddenly, Lin Yuan glanced toward a specific spot. As if he sensed something, the pieces of armor began to levitate, lifted by a strange power. He held his hand out in front of him and said, "If it weren't for the experience from my past life, I would have almost missed this." Lin Yuan gestured to the side, and behind him, a ferocious direwolf zombie appeared, brimming with fighting spirit. He gave the command, and the direwolf zombie roared. Receiving its orders, it unleashed a terrifying blast of power from its mouth. A system notification appeared. Skill, Wolf's Roar activated. With a confident expression and sharp eyes, Lin Yuan commanded, "Crush them." The scene descended into chaos. The undead knights were defeated one by one, and the internal structure of the building collapsed. 7 elite undead knights have been defeated. Experience gained. 5 elite undead knights have been defeated. Experience gained. Lin Yuan stood motionless and said, "Nice. Leveled up. 9 elite undead knights have been defeated. Experience gained. Congratulations, you have reached level 17. Player, Lin Yuan, level 17. Class, Forbidden Soul Hunter. Talent, Dark Summoning Art. Netherworld Gate, 96 out of 170. Lin Yuan stroked his death direwolf. The undead knight's defense is just too high. A summon like the direwolf zombie is completely unable to deal enough damage, even though it's technically an undead boss. Its level is still too low. But man, its roar skill is so satisfying to use, it makes me hesitate to get rid of it. The system displayed its information. Death, Direwolf Overlord. Skills, Malicious Wolf's Howl, Heart of the Giant Beast, Deathclaw, Undead Body, Immortal Wrath. He silently calculated in his head. If only there was a way for these zombies to level up, that would be perfect. Lin Yuan looked around, assessing the situation. These undead zombies have run out of screen time. Now, they're just consumables for my corpse explosion technique. The system panel continuously announced drops. Regular Wailing Zombie, level 6, 400 health, 110 attack, 20 defense. Skills, Paralyzing Corpse, Undead Body. Regular Serpent Demon Larva Zombie, level 10, 500 health, 100 attack, 10 defense. Skills, Undead Body, Dog-Headed Miner Zombie. Level 5, 120, health, 30 attack, 6 defense. Skills, Dig, Strike, Undead Body, Vulture, Thief Zombie. Level 12, 1600 health, 250 attack, 70 defense. Skills, Curved Blade Throw Undead Body, Elite Dog-Headed Foreman Zombie. Level 6, 350 health, 100 attack, 10 defense. Skills, Dig, Whiplash, Undead Body. He looked happily at the new beast in his hand. But a cute little thing like this is a rare find you can't get just by asking. He began to form a magic circle in his palm. Serve me now. System notification. Target is already an undead creature and cannot be awakened. Seeing this, Lin Yuan sighed. These monsters must be spirits haunting suits of armor. No wonder they can't be resurrected. He left, feeling disappointed. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention to controlling the population of low-level undead and find some better monsters to recruit. Just then, the system displayed a notification. Real-world call. Mom is calling you, he thought to himself. Ever since I said I wanted to focus on grinding the game, Mom has rarely bothered me. Could it be? As soon as he answered, Mrs. Lin asked anxiously, Lin Yuan, has Lin Dan contacted you recently? Hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression froze for a moment. What's wrong with Lin Dan, Mom? she explained nervously. She hasn't been home for 2 days. He quickly reassured her. Don't worry, Mom. I'm on my way there right now. The scene changes to Lin Yuan's house. He anxiously pressed for details. Mom, what exactly happened? Mrs. Lin, sitting on the sofa, quickly recounted the story to Lin Yuan. A few days ago, Lin Dan said she was going to some summer training camp. Her messages were sporadic, and for the last 2 days, we've lost contact completely. Mr. Lin, sitting beside her, tried to comfort her. We can't just assume the worst. Maybe she's just having too much fun and isn't checking her phone. Understanding the situation, Lin Yuan tried to remember. At this point in his past life, Lin Dan must have already come into contact with the Order organization, and she's probably participating in their closed-door combat training. With that thought, he spoke up to reassure them. I remember Lin Dan telling me about that training camp before. They don't allow phone use until the training is over. Everyone, please rest assured, Lin Dan is fine. Mrs. Lin's face lit up with joy at this news. Really, Lin Yuan? That Lin Dan? Honestly. No matter how busy she is, she should at least let her family know so we don't worry. Mr. Lin also relaxed a bit. Well, that's a relief. Despite his words, Lin Yuan was still worried. Even though I'm not entirely comfortable with the Order, I respect Lin Dan's decision. However, in my past life, some members of the Order definitely had some mental issues. His expression turned serious. When Lin Dan comes back, I have to observe her carefully, to see if she's been harmed in any way. The scene changes to a training room where Lin Dan is practicing with several robots. She nimbly launched herself into the air. A second later, she closed the distance and struck a robot. Just then, another one prepared to attack from behind. Lin Dan got into a battle-ready stance, raising the sword in her hand and letting out a loud cry. In the next instant, a powerful blow slammed down, shattering the ground. Finished, Lin Dan panted heavily. He then approached to check on her. How is it? Training with us is going well, isn't it? Better than fumbling around on your own, right? Xiao Fan chimed in. You can leave whenever you want. We've already gotten permission from the boss. Consider this a trial training session for the organization. We'll accommodate your situation. Hearing this, Lin Dan just replied coldly. Thanks. He then reminded her gently. Take a short break. The boss just called for a meeting. The scene shifts to outside a house, where people were gathering in large numbers. Lin Dan observed the scene and thought, so this is the inner circle of the Order? None of them look like pushovers. But to get stronger, I have no other choice. Just then, a voice made an announcement. I'm sure everyone has heard the news recently. The 10th ranked guild in the Western Desert was completely wiped out by a single solo player, she commented seriously. Even our organization can't rely on a single person to fight an entire guild. In the next second, a small light appeared in her hand. This is a partial video recording of his battle. Watch and learn carefully. The screen showed an image of Lin Yuan. The crowd buzzed. Isn't that the great master player, the one who's blowing up on the internet? He's ridiculously strong. Everyone's talking about it. Rumor has it the master made his move because of a woman. Surprising, isn't it? When Lin Dan saw the image, her jaw dropped in astonishment. That's him? How is that possible? Leng Yue stepped forward with a question. Ma'am, I'm very curious about the person in this video, she asked. Is he a chosen one? The white-haired woman put a hand to her chin, assessing. I tried to sense it, but his line of fate is flickering and unstable. I can't extract any more information. But when I focused on sensing that line of fate, I didn't get the feeling of a chosen one. He is absolutely not a chosen one. Her eyes sharpened as she questioned, do you know him? If possible, try to recruit him. We absolutely cannot afford to make an enemy of a powerhouse of this caliber. Hearing this, Leng Yue immediately denied it. Sorry, I'm not that close to him. As she said it, panic flared in her heart. Why did I just subconsciously deny it? Seeing this, the white-haired woman turned to leave, instructing, all right then. You can explain the techniques in the video to the newcomer. His skill is unbelievably refined. What on earth is he doing? Lin Dan, standing below, was breaking out in a cold sweat. Did he really make a move just for some woman? She started to get worried. This is bad. My brother does nothing but bury his head in games all day. He's so naive. What if some girl out there scams him? I have to find him and get to the bottom of this. Xiao Fan commented admiringly. The guy in this video is seriously skilled. Hey, you want to go a few rounds later? Lin Dan quickly reported, I'd like to go home and rest for a bit first. He generously agreed. Okay, Order always welcomes you to join at any time. Then let us take you home later. The scene changes to Lin Yuan's house, where he's holding his phone, looking at a message from Lin Dan from 2 months ago. Okay, when are you coming home? Almost there now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Lin Dan said she's almost home. I have to carefully ask if she's been hurt or affected in any negative way, especially if she's in that abnormal state. She's bound to slip up. He rested his chin on his hand and recalled that in his past life, The biggest trait of abnormal chosen ones was their hazy, distant memories. Answering one question with something completely different is the most obvious sign. Just then, she peeked her head through the door. "I'm home." Lin Yuan's face was pensive for a long moment. Lin Dan spoke timidly. "How come you're not glued to your game today?" He calmly explained. "Mom said you haven't been home for a few days, so I came to check on you." Inside, Lin Yuan was hesitant. How am I supposed to bring this up? If only Qian were here right now. He decided to just ask. "Speaking of which, do you remember the first time we went to an amusement park? The weather was just like today." She looked a little surprised. "What amusement park? That was ages ago. Who could possibly remember that? Why are you bringing that up all of a sudden?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan didn't press further. "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered it." He felt a sense of dread. Does Lin Dan really not remember? Could it be that she's already been affected? Despite this, Lin Dan tried her best to recall. "Don't tell me you're talking about that time when we were still little kids. The time the park had a power outage and we played like crazy all night without going home, waiting until the fireflies came out?" Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like she's safe for now, but it seems she's suffered quite a bit. Her hands are all calloused. He used it as an excuse to change the subject. "It's nothing, really. I sent you an item through the mail in Immortality. Make sure you log in and get it." Her hand instinctively clenched into a fist. Lin Dan stubbornly refused. "I don't want any of your stuff." Lin Yuan's voice turned stern as he warned, "If you refuse, then next time I won't cover for you with Mom and Dad." This made her angry. "And what about you? There are rumors online that you wiped out the Black Grudge Guild for some woman. Of course, I can't control what you do, but don't make Mom and Dad worry." He was speechless, then chided her. "You actually believe that stuff online? The Black Grudge Guild was targeting my shop, understand?" Lin Dan couldn't believe it, gesturing wildly. "Huh? Well, you need to be more careful then. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to rest." Suddenly, Lin Yuan called out softly. "Lin Dan." He warned her seriously. "I won't ask where you've been or what you've been doing these past few days, but be careful. Some people aren't as simple as they seem." A sad expression crossed Lin Dan's face. "Okay." Then the door slammed shut. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing caught his attention. System notification, S-Rank Mission Commission. Western Han Branch Chief is requested to handle it immediately. Lin Yuan was in disbelief after reading the S-Rank commission. Isn't that a mission only a branch chief can receive? Could this be a gift from the guild leader for joining? The scene changes. Someone asks, "How's that matter going?" Anna came forward, accusingly. "Your information was faulty." She reported that the guy has joined the apostate guild, and it seems he even reached a high rank. "Do you have any idea how much it costs to hire an assassin of his caliber?" 200 gold, Anna fumed. "That was my entire savings." Hearing this, the masked man was startled. "So, you've set the mission location to Dead Sea Island?" She replied with disgust. "Obviously. I don't get what the master sees in you. You can't even handle a single player." She brought up the past. "Remember before? The master ordered us to capture a high-level monster." Anna's voice droned on. "But at the current stage, all the monsters are level capped. Only the Serpent-kin civilization contains high-level snake-type monsters." She analyzed in detail. "The Serpent-kin and Western Han are mortal enemies, so to gain favor with the Serpent-kin, I was sent to frame a noble of the ancient Western Han kingdom. She had a plan back then. I was going to set up a Serpent-kin altar to frame Count Callow for colluding with them. I barely managed to set it up in the sewers beneath his mansion. Before I could even do anything, this guy showed up out of nowhere. At the same time, Lin Yuan appeared and nearly ruined my entire plan. Luckily, that idiot Callow was conspiring with the enemy and played right into my hands. After that, my plan changed, and I just stayed with the Serpent-kin civilization. I was so close to getting a monster even stronger than the Nether King Serpent. And you still haven't dealt with him?" Hearing this, the masked man exploded with rage. "Have you not been keeping up with outside news while you were in the Serpent-kin civilization? That lunatic just forced the Black Grudge Guild to disband. 3 of their top experts had to turn tail and run. And that's my fault." "How?" Anna seized on the key point. "Wait, are you saying he's that master player? I just thought he looked a little like him." "So the person you were talking about is the same guy," he confirmed gravely. "That's right. The speed at which this guy is getting stronger is terrifying. If I hadn't managed to tame this little pet of mine, I wouldn't dare face him." Anna showed a hint of pity. "Well, this is certainly going to be tough for you. He's already accepted the commission." System display, Anonymous Apostate Guild. Executor has accepted the mission and is en route to the location. The scene changes to an island in the sea. Lin Yuan's footsteps slowly advanced. "Without a flying mount, I'd probably have to find a boat to get to this Dead Sea Island." He assessed his surroundings as he walked. "This whole island is filled with undead spirits. I can't use dark summoning to resurrect them as zombies. They give little experience and have nothing special. Would the commission's target really come here to grind levels? Just then, a skeletal hand burst from the ground, and hordes of them charged toward Lin Yuan. Persistent bastards. The system displayed. System window. Skeleton guard. Common. Level 14. Health 2000. Attack 150. Defense 30. Skills, Summoning Sense, Death / Double Strike. After fighting for a bit, he remarked, "There are a ton of these skeletons. Dealing with them one by one is too inefficient." In the end, Lin Yuan decided, might as well use Corpse Explosion to clear the whole nest quickly. The system displayed. Activating skill, Corpse Explosion. Elite Skeleton Guard defeated. Experience gained. A second later, he had assessed the situation. It seems there's no one else on this island. Looks like this is another trap aimed at me. Lin Yuan schemed to himself. I might as well play along and lure out whoever's behind this. What's more, the boss here drops a treasure chest that contains a random class-specific skill. Since I'm here anyway, I might as well take him down. At the same time, skeleton guards continued to spawn behind him. They charged forward aggressively, but a second later, they were incinerated by the Thunder Lizard. Suddenly, one of the guards managed to get close to Lin Yuan. He took out his weapon and assessed the situation. When the boss's health dropped below 35%, it would sacrifice its minions to heal. I have to clear out these skeletons first. The system displayed. Elite Skeleton Guard defeated. Experience gained. He continued to sweep through them. A moment later, the last one fell, leaving none behind. Lin Yuan seriously devised a new plan. Alright, now it's the boss's turn. He stood alone and defiant before the towering castle. A system notification appeared. You have arrived at the dungeon entrance. The hero from Sea King City is entering the dungeon. Lin Yuan gathered blue spiritual energy in his hands, preparing for battle. He slowly approached and asked, "Aren't you going to stand up and greet your guest?" The figure remained motionless. The system introduced him. Undead Sea King, a level 24 boss, with 13,500 HP. Attack, 1,250. Defense, 550. Skills, Summoning Roar, Calamity's Descent, King's Ritual, and Royal Greatsword Technique. In the next second, the creature's massive hand slammed down on the armrest. The Undead Sea King stood up majestically. Lin Yuan grew more cautious as the king hoisted a weapon onto his shoulder, radiating a deadly aura. The system displayed. Undead Sea King has activated the skill, Calamity's Descent. He raised his hand high, swinging the weapon behind him. Lin Yuan just smirked and thought to himself, Calamity's Descent, huh? The powerful blow came crashing down, but he had already dodged to the side. Lin Yuan retreated, wondering, is this skill different from my past life? I've never seen this Calamity's Descent move before, he muttered while fighting. If I remember correctly, this skill slot should have been Emperor's Presences, right? The surrounding walls had started to corrode with acid. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. This move can even corrode the terrain? A second later, he provoked the boss. Go test the effects of this terrain for me. The Undead Sea King's foot stepped right into a trap Lin Yuan had set, and its health began to drain continuously. The system also showed a constant loss of health. After a moment, Lin Yuan realized, so it's a terrain that deals continuous damage. If I let it attack freely, I'll run out of places to stand soon. Just then, a strike grazed past him, followed by a close-range attack. But Lin Yuan was quick enough to dodge it in time. He calculated his options. In his past life, this boss's treasure chest was hidden inside the throne. He then figured out the solution. Only the boss's greatsword could destroy that throne. A system notification appeared. The Ash Lizard Zombie Lord has activated the skill, Flame Breath. In the next second, it breathed fire directly at the Undead Sea King. The flames were so intense that the king couldn't get any closer. Observing the situation, Lin Yuan devised a strategy. The poisonous gas on the ground still hadn't dissipated. Summoning my weak undead minions now would be a waste. They'd die instantly. He made a decision. I have to bait the boss into focusing its attacks on a specific area, then trick it into destroying its own throne. Otherwise, I'll never get that treasure chest. Seizing the opportunity, the Undead Sea King began to charge. The poisonous aura on its weapon had gradually faded. Lin Yuan had figured it out. As expected, an ability this powerful can't be used continuously. It must have a cooldown. That makes this much easier. He charged forward, taunting, "Watch your target carefully." Lin Yuan's attack aimed squarely at the king's right shoulder. The Undead Sea King swung its weapon down, but he dodged it. Too slow. The beast then unleashed another skill. Undead Sea King has activated the skill, Calamity's Descent. This was exactly what Lin Yuan had been waiting for. A 15-second cooldown. Now you have no more secrets from me. As he finished speaking, he unleashed a blast of blue lightning. The Undead Sea King's entire body was racked with continuous shocks. The system displayed, aggro has shifted. In that critical moment, The assassin scorpion deftly spun around and retreated. It stared intently at the undead Sea King, who was now swinging its sword toward it. After timing it perfectly, Lin Yuan shouted in a low voice, "Now!" Hearing the command, the assassin scorpion leaped into action, activating its corpse explosion skill. When its attack missed, the king roared in fury. The undead Sea King then gathered its strength and swung its sword, unleashing the royal greatsword technique. Instantly, a purple light enveloped him before erupting violently. Lin Yuan looked down from above with a disdainful expression. Royal greatsword technique? I had more than enough of that in my past life. Hearing the voice from above, the undead Sea King frantically looked up. Before it could even react, it was tightly bound by the Vulture gang. For the next 15 seconds, you're nothing but a punching bag. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan summoned the divine beetle. Go get him, little guy. The undead Sea King swung its sword wildly, flinging the Vulture gang away. Just then, the divine beetle successfully closed the distance. He assessed the situation with glee. Thanks to its immortality skill, all damage the beetle takes is reduced to just 1 point. But even if I explained it, it's not like you'd understand, right? The undead Sea King didn't waste words, simply letting out a deafening roar. It charged recklessly toward him. In that instant, Lin Yuan threw a vial to the ground. Now, it's my turn. Sharp spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the creature's body. Using a thorn potion, which causes hardened spikes to form underfoot. The effect lasts for 5 seconds. The undead Sea King was held fast, frozen in place. He calmly explained, "These are the potions Luo Quanran stuffed on me. I hadn't used them all yet. Might as well test her alchemy skills." The king struggled to break free. The undead Sea King has activated the skill, Summoning Roar. No targets to summon, skill failed. Seeing it collapse, Lin Yuan mocked him with amusement. Trying to heal? Too bad for you, your food is all gone. He summoned the ash lizard as a little gift. However, I did prepare a replacement for you. The undead Sea King refused to give up and grabbed the lizard with its bare hands. The king powerfully gathered its breath. Undead Sea King has activated the skill, King's Ritual. Before it could finish, the ash lizard decisively spewed fire. A torrent of flames shot directly into the king's face. The undead Sea King tilted its head back and roared in agony. Watching his opponent writhe in pain, Lin Yuan said sarcastically, "Did you choke on your food?" Next, the undead Sea King lost its balance and plunged its sword into the ground. Focusing its last bit of strength into the ground, he cleverly stepped back. Trying to limit my movement? Too bad. Lin Yuan declared loudly. Time to bring down the curtain. He summoned his Vulture robbers to charge forward, activating the corpse explosion skill. Then, Lin Yuan casually sat down on a chair to admire the spectacle. He propped one leg up on the chair and arrogantly declared, "Now, let's welcome the Emperor's arrival." Through the dust, a shimmering purple light appeared before his eyes. Just then, the Death Sea King gritted his teeth and swung his sword at him. Lin Yuan quickly ducked to dodge the blow. At that exact moment, a treasure chest was suddenly revealed behind the throne. Before the king could attack again, the Vulture robbers and Deathwolves swarmed him, clinging to his body. The Death Sea King struggled uncomfortably. Looking at the results, he said excitedly, "I'll be taking this treasure. Thank you." Then, Lin Yuan flicked his hand, and a massive explosion erupted. Activating the corpse explosion skill, the king became dizzy and collapsed to his knees. Seeing him completely powerless, he took the opportunity to place the tip of his sword against the king's neck. Well then, farewell. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan decisively sliced off his core component. Target eliminated. Defeated Death Sea King, received 11,000 experience. Next, he walked towards the treasure chest and muttered a prayer. Hope I get a little lucky this time. In my past life, all I got was a single, silver-grade skill book. Lin Yuan placed his hand on the chest's lid and gently lifted it. As the light flared, a book appeared, leaving him stunned with joy. This was a dark gold grade, an item quality in the world of Immortal. From lowest to highest, the grades were white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythic. A dark gold item at this stage of Immortal was nearly impossible to find. Only this kind of special, random quality treasure chest could drop one. Even in the later stages of the game, this item would still be more than good enough. In a flash, the system updated the stats for Calamity. Dark Gold Grade, Level 1. An effect that can be used on the player. It imbues the weapon with Calamity's breath for 8 seconds, causing attacks to deal additional magic damage equal to 70% of attack damage. The next effect requires a skill upgrade to unlock. It consumes 170 mana with a 15-second cooldown. This skill's proficiency can only be upgraded by using skill scrolls. Staring at the book, Lin Yuan analyzed it thoughtfully. Could this be the reason the boss mutated? The corrosive mist it released was Calamity's breath. Learned Calamity skill. Calamity has been upgraded to level 2. New effect unlocked. Level 2. Unlock. Can be used on an allied unit, increasing its basic stats, all attributes plus 20. If the target is an undead ally, it will be immune to crowd control for 5 seconds. He quickly scrolled through the item's description with excitement. Finally, the 2 skill scrolls I got from the Ash Tower have a use. This was like getting 3 new skills at once. The screen flashed. Continuously consuming skill scrolls. Calamity upgraded to level 3, unlocking a new effect. Level 3 unlock. Can release a wave of Calamity's breath, inflicting the Calamity status on enemy units. Within range. Dealing magic damage equal to 15% per second. With corrosive damage that lasts for 12 seconds. Lin Yuan observed the flow of energy, and nodded in satisfaction. As expected, this is the bonus effect of Calamity. Having activated the Calamity skill, he looked seriously towards the Death Sea King. If you don't understand the mechanics, facing this boss is genuinely tough. So this was the scheme of the person behind the scenes? Without hesitating, Lin Yuan raised his hand to check the information he just saw. He was startled. Zombie Death Sea King, level 24. 13,500 health, 1,250, attack, and defense of 550. Skills: Summoning Roar, King's Sacrifice, Royal Greatsword Arts, Undead Body. The Calamity's Descent skill was gone. Looks like it's because I took the skill book from under the throne. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan used Victor to give an order. Hey, big guy, let's put on one more show together. He slowly walked outside. Next, Lin Yuan waved his hand to unleash his ultimate skill, activating Calamity level 3, which can release a wave of Calamity's breath. It inflicts the Calamity status on enemy units within range, dealing magic damage equal to 15% per second, with corrosive damage that lasts for 12 seconds. Instantly, a powerful aura enveloped the entire island. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Dead Sea Island, Anna was observing the situation from a tree. She confidently stated, "This is the boss's finishing move. With a range this wide, it's impossible to dodge. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy is definitely done for." Anna quickly reported, "The boss has a sliver of health left and has gone berserk. We can move in." The snake tamer on the other side nodded in approval. "Well done, Anna," he roared with excitement. "That brat must be in a pathetic state right now." "Huh? Even though the master ordered us to recruit him, I'm going to use my scepter to pierce his chest, little by little, and make him kneel and cry, begging me to spare his life." Inside the castle, Lin Yuan pretended to be leaning against a corner, while the Death Sea King stood silently. The snake tamer cautiously stepped inside. Seeing the situation was perfect, he thought excitedly. Did he almost kill the boss, only to get knocked out by its low health rage state? Finally, this bastard has fallen into my hands. Being cautious, the snake tamer summoned a few young dragons, just to be safe. Just behave and let yourself be tied up. Instantly, they wrapped tightly around Lin Yuan's body. With that said, he charged aggressively towards the Death Sea King. "You dared to steal my hidden dungeon in the sewers, so the boss you fought now belongs to me." Just then, the king suddenly moved. The Death Sea King swung his sword, severing the 2 dragons in an instant. The snake tamer was stunned into silence. As he tried to process what happened, a shocking explosion echoed through the space. Afterwards, as thick dust rose, the snake tamer said through gritted teeth, "How is this possible? This boss is still at full health? This is bad." At his feet, a monstrous beast kept growling and writhing, emitting a dark aura. Seeing this, the snake tamer cried out, "Is this another one of that bastard's tricks?" Behind him, menacing phantoms of demonic beasts appeared. It was Lin Yuan. He held the beast in his hand, his eyes flashing with a terrifying red light as he said, "A trap this full of holes." The system announced, "Calamity, talent level 3, activated." Lin Yuan walked calmly as his voice rang out. "As I thought, this trap was your doing, wasn't it?" The snake tamer angrily shouted. "You think you can stop me with just this stuff?" Lin Yuan threw out a bug and asked in a low voice, "Still want to stubbornly resist?" Seeing this, the man glanced over with wary eyes, growling non-stop. The snake tamer agitated the beast on his staff, then he shot into the air, yelling, "You inferior creatures can only crawl on the ground. No matter how many of you there are, you're all just trash." The snake tamer commanded, "Lizard King, shoot him down for me." Following the order, the beast immediately spat out a ferocious blast of power. The attack shook the very space around them, shattering the ground. The system displayed, "Lizard King has activated the skill, Fire Breath." He laughed with amusement and said, "Is that all you've got? It's not even close to the speed of my precious pet." At that moment, Lin Yuan slashed out with a burst of spiritual energy, saying angrily, "You're not getting away." The snake tamer released even more lizard monsters and said confidently, "I was already prepared to deal with your sword energy." As the purple energy flew towards them, they opened their mouths, ready to swallow it whole. He said, "Didn't see that coming, did you? They're a mutated species. that specializes in devouring sword energy attacks. Lin Yuan calmly spoke up. Did I say I was using sword energy? Just then, the purple energy made contact with the monster. It let out a few sizzling sounds. Seeing this, the snake tamer frowned and thought, is it poison or burning? Witnessing his monsters burning in agony, he screamed, my precious mutated pets. Lin Yuan summoned several spirit beasts and said, you're not the only one who can fly. Seeing this, the snake tamer quickly made a run for it. As he fled, he broke out in a sweat, thinking, this is bad, his lion is faster than I am. At this rate, I'll be caught sooner or later. My mutated species didn't even last 5 seconds. I absolutely cannot touch that dark energy. When he gave the command, shoot him down, the Vulture immediately launched a series of shields. System notification, Zombie Lord. Thieving Vulture activated the skill, dodge this. The shield sliced through the monster's body, making the snake tamer scream, my precious flying serpent. He said angrily, you think you've won, don't you? Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly froze for a few seconds, as a lizard monster appeared out of nowhere. The snake tamer laughed with delight and roared, have a taste of my pet. It let out a piercing shriek that shook the very space around them. The system displayed, sound disturbance. He wondered to himself, there's more than one? The system notified again, affected by skill effect, mental stats temporarily decreased. The spirit beast carrying Lin Yuan also began to sway. He thought, my mental energy is dropping rapidly. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and muttered, so this is the true effect of that serpent? Then he threw out a bug and commanded, is that all you've got? Go, take it down for me. The bug pierced straight through the snake tamer's body, causing a surge of lightning to erupt from him. He roared, you damn bug, and shot high into the air. Seeing this, Lin Yuan whispered thoughtfully, at this height, I'll test things out with damage amplification. He coldly raised his hand and summoned a spirit beast. Activate skill, damage amplification. Lin Yuan vanished, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. Over on the other side, the snake tamer clutched his chest and cursed, damn it. He dared to force me to use my life-saving skill. He activated the skill, shed skin decoy. Suddenly, a dense purple mist appeared in front of the snake tamer. The system announced, hit by skill, damage amplification. He stood there, breaking out in a sweat, wondering, a curse technique? At that moment, Lin Yuan launched a volley of grotesque skulls and said, first I'll cripple you, then I'll interrogate you at my leisure. The snake tamer commanded his beast forward, laughing loudly as he said, let me show you just how weak your attacks are now. Before he could counterattack, he was struck by Lin Yuan's attack, crying out in pain and collapsing to his knees. The snake tamer clutched his chest and asked, what the hell? His mental energy was reduced by at least half, so how can he still deal this much damage? The damage amplification system panel appeared with details. Damage amplification cannot be leveled up through proficiency. The next curse book must be found to unlock upgrades. Lin Yuan said confidently, even with reduced stats, dealing with you is more than enough. As he finished speaking, he continued to launch the skulls forward. The snake tamer also quickly countered. He thought, this madman is bad news. I absolutely cannot fight him in close combat anymore. Right after, the snake tamer flashed a sinister smile and said, did you think I'd actually say that? Just then, Lin Yuan saw that the Lizard King was holding a scroll in its mouth. The system announced, enhanced binding scroll has taken effect. Immediately, a large magic circle appeared at his feet. System notification, activated. Enhanced binding scroll. Agility attribute temporarily decreased. Lin Yuan's body was immediately enveloped by a surge of energy. The snake tamer said with glee, once you're hit by this, it's like walking through a swamp slow as a turtle. He sent his monster towards Lin Yuan and declared, take your time and enjoy the pain. At that very moment, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly glowed a terrifying, bright red. Simultaneously activated equipment skill. Magic immunity, removing the control effect. The Lizard King was instantly decapitated. Lin Yuan growled, is this all you're capable of? The snake tamer cried out in alarm, it's that damn bug again. The bug shot straight towards him. He swung the scroll out and yelled, stop right there. The spiritual power formed a shield, blocking the bug. Seeing this, Lin Yuan coldly said, it's useless. Model. The bug shattered the barrier, charging straight for snake tamer. A system notification announced, skill, calamity. Level 2 has been activated. Can be used on allied units. Boosts base attributes. All attributes increase by 20. Grants undead allies immunity to all control effects for 5 seconds. Seeing the bug close in, he yelled in panic. What? Just then, it launched a direct attack on Snake Tamer. Lin Yuan sprinted forward, taunting him as he ran. If you have any more snakes, unleash them all at once. In response, Snake Tamer shot back, don't think I'm afraid of close combat. He then summoned several other monstrous beasts and roared, I came prepared for this, you bastard. With that, the two charged at each other, fighting relentlessly. Lin Yuan lopped off one of the snake's heads and remarked, "Looks like even with your stats reduced, you're still no match for me." Unafraid, Snake Tamer just boasted loudly. "That's because I've prepared so much for today." A monster held a glowing staff in its mouth. The Snake Tamer said confidently, "I won't make the same mistake twice." Die! The monsters charged straight at Lin Yuan, but he stood his ground without a trace of fear. The Snake Tamer rushed towards Lin Yuan at blinding speed, but he remained perfectly still, his eyes as cold as ice. But then, he was crushed under the giant foot of the Lizard King. He stood before it and said, "Too bad, you're still too green." Lin Yuan declared, "The respawn point is right outside the royal city's main hall. I'll kill you all the way back to level 1, then slowly interrogate you." The Snake Tamer was quickly bound by a chain. Anna, controlling the chain, scolded him. How disgraceful. She yelled, "Hey, Snake Handler, how could you lose like that? Is he really that strong?" He retorted angrily, "Cut it out. Don't just stand there making snide remarks." Just then, both of them froze. The Lizard King was now slowly approaching them. Lin Yuan asked in a cold voice, "You're that maid from before, aren't you? Bringing an NPC along? In that case, you can both stay here." Anna was in a tight spot. "Think of something. Quick. I'm not good at fighting." The Snake Tamer said, "Victor, I'm thinking." He then unleashed his power and charged forward, but the beast closed in on them in a berserk state. The Lizard King's tail slammed violently into the two of them. She scolded, "You damn snake handler, this is going to be a disaster. When you came to me, you said it was just a scouting mission. If I have to risk my life, how are you going to explain this to your superiors?" Hearing their exchange, Lin Yuan sank into thought. Scouting? What is their real objective? The Snake Tamer put on a friendly facade and said, "Victor, consider yourself lucky, kid. You have a chance to join us." The Master himself even extended an invitation. To work for the Master, and to witness the descent of a god. That's the greatest blessing you could ask for. Lin Yuan commanded, "Keep talking." The Snake Tamer replied, "If the Master hadn't spoken up, a guy like you would never have the chance to get involved with our organization. Let me tell you the truth," he said, panting. "In 3 years, a god will descend upon this world, and our Master is his divine emissary." Hearing this, Lin Yuan pondered. Divine power? Does he mean the first disciple already possesses the power of an evil god? This is going to be troublesome. The Snake Tamer started his sales pitch. "As long as you agree to join, the resources will be endless," he yelled threateningly. "Even if you leave the Western Desert, whether it's the Southern Gui Empire, the Tidal Archipelago, or the Northern Ming Empire, we have people everywhere." Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Interesting. Inwardly, he thought, how do I join? The first disciple probably doesn't know my secret about being reborn, so he must simply want to recruit me, right? The man grew excited. "Looks like you've seen the light, huh? Joining is simple. When you log out of Immortal and return to the real world, I'll send you an address. The Master will personally perform your baptism. Once you accept the divine grace, you'll become one of us," the Snake Tamer hinted. "But first, you have to show some sincerity. Your player name is hidden, your level is hidden, and your class information is hidden. Disable the privacy settings. Let me see your true strength." Lin Yuan said coolly. "What a shame." The Snake Tamer was confused. A shame about what? Lin Yuan immediately swung his weapon at him. The Snake Tamer took a slash to the gut, and blood sprayed out. He roared in fury. "You bastard! You cheap-shotted me." Burning with rage, the Snake Tamer charged. "You ungrateful fool! Anna, attack with me." Lin Yuan glanced at her and saw her info panel. NPC name, Anna, level, 15, class, maid. He decided coldly. "Then I'll deal with you first." Anna turned tail and ran. "The mission's a failure, so I'm out of here. I was just supposed to be support anyway. Don't expect too much from me." Seeing this, the Snake Tamer raged. "You cowardly wench." Suddenly, he was startled. "Victor!" A moment later, hearing a loud noise, he roared in anger. "You again!" Immediately after, a massive collision occurred, obscuring everyone's vision. The Snake Tamer was knocked to the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yuan, his eyes filled with killing intent, spoke. "I'm going to slowly pry your mouth open." The man couldn't accept this. He thought, even though this bastard refused, what if the Master still insists on having him? The Snake Tamer gritted his teeth. "Do I really have to share the Western Desert territory with this guy?" He then said aloud, "Did you think my only plan was to have the boss kill you? You ignorant brat." The Snake Tamer reached into his bag, preparing to take out his weapon. But before he could act, Lin Yuan rushed in and punched him in the stomach. The Snake Tamer's hand was pierced by a blade, spurting blood, and he stumbled backward. He screamed in agony. "My hand," Lin Yuan said with contempt. "Your cheap escape tricks are useless now." The Snake Tamer was still defiant. "Run? Why would I need to run? My goal has already been achieved, you fool. Then, a stream of demonic energy began to flood the area. Enjoy it. This is a secret that only I know. Red lightning began to fill every corner. Surrounded by the eerie scene, Lin Yuan quickly glanced at Victor and shouted, "Manticore!" Opposite him, the snake tamer steadied himself amidst the shattered rocks. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and thought, "This is a dungeon entrance," he said excitedly. "Farewell." Just then, an info panel appeared. Teleportation scroll activating. But at that exact moment, the Manticore charged, making him scream. No! A system warning flashed. Teleportation failed. The snake tamer was infuriated by this. Damn it. The level of this dungeon is too high. Even I haven't dared to enter it. His body suddenly staggered as an immense power surged out. Lin Yuan realized with difficulty, so it's a hidden dungeon, one I never even heard of in my past life. A tidal wave was unleashed, nearly engulfing everyone as spray shot into the air. Lin Yuan's body washed ashore, and he fell unconscious after the sudden event. A while later, Lin Yuan's eyes shot open in a panic. He stood up and looked around. Where is this place? A system notification appeared. You have entered the hidden dungeon Doomsday, Lin Yuan remarked. So it really is a hidden dungeon. A large-scale one? Your temporarily reduced stats have been restored. At the same time, an information panel appeared. He assessed that the monster levels were quite high. It seemed to be an extreme exploration dungeon. In the distance, as the sun began to set behind a large mountain, a pair of enormous, glowing red eyes appeared. In front of Lin Yuan, now were giant crabs. One of them leaped up, and the system immediately announced, "Skill activated. Calamity. Level 3. As he unleashed his skill, the system log announced the kill of 4 elite Dead Sea giant crabs. After receiving the experience, Lin Yuan looked around with a sigh. No quest item had dropped. He glanced back and saw more giant crabs. They began swarming up from the sea's surface. Lin Yuan's eyes widened at the sight, as tidal sea demons emerged right behind them. He summoned the Divine Lizard King and ordered it to burn them all. A system notification popped up. Divine Lizard King has activated Fire Breath. Lin Yuan summoned another monster, unleashing a corpse explosion combo. The info panel displayed, corpse explosion art activated. He silently assessed the situation as the sun began to set. The monsters suddenly went berserk. It seemed he'd have to act during the daytime. Lin Yuan decided to find a safe place first. He summoned the Manticore as notifications continuously popped up on his screen. 6 elite Dead Sea giant crabs killed, experience gained. 4 elite tidal sea demons killed, experience gained. Immediately, Lin Yuan climbed onto the Manticore's back. He scanned his surroundings, a sense of unease washing over him. This was going to be big trouble. Giant crabs, tidal sea demons, and even massive flying creatures were slowly closing in. Riding the Manticore, Lin Yuan wondered, where is the exit to this dungeon? He and the Manticore began to conceal themselves in the thick smog. Suddenly, a barrier materialized, blocking their path. Lin Yuan realized. An invisible wall? It was impossible to leave this area for now. A system warning appeared. Cannot leave this dungeon before clearing the final stage. He looked back, thinking, looks like I have to find that snake tamer to figure out how to leave this dungeon. I'll just have to search the area for now. The night sky was illuminated only by the faint light of the stars, saving it from endless darkness. The snake tamer scowled as he walked, muttering, "That damn bastard." His eyes turned incredibly malicious. The snake tamer roared in fury, "I'll make sure you get a taste of this." Suddenly, a skeleton dressed in a sailor's outfit appeared before him. The snake tamer's face lit up. So it really is here. Looks like the information he got from that NPC about the dungeon was real. He excitedly snatched the item. Without the sea demon's cloak, it's impossible to escape this dungeon before clearing the final stage. No matter what, even if he dies, he'll just revive at the dungeon's respawn point. A notification popped up. Sea Demon's Cloak, special item. The sole quest item for this dungeon. It can conceal the wearer from the sea demon's perception and allows escape from the dungeon on the night of a full moon. The snake tamer was ecstatic. As for clearing the stage, even I don't know the clearing conditions for this dungeon. I'll just trap him here forever, and I won't have to worry about a thing. The skeleton behind him suddenly shot up, its eyes glowing with resentment as it roared, "Put my stuff down." Startled by the noise, the snake tamer's eyes narrowed. The snake tamer furiously summoned his beast. "A mere pile of bones dares to attack me?" The skeleton was defeated instantly, but not before cursing, "You bastard, you'll get what you deserve." Time passed. 30 minutes later, someone was calmly walking down the stairs. Just then, the skeleton lunged at Lin Yuan, shouting, "Die!" But he simply sidestepped, sending it sprawling to the ground. Lin Yuan walked over and planted a foot on its chest. Then, he cast a magic spell down on the skeleton. It shrieked, "Stop! Stop! It's all a misunderstanding." Lin Yuan's blade halted just before the trembling skeleton's face. He was surprised. It can talk? Could it be a quest NPC? The skeleton sat up and quickly explained. It's all a big misunderstanding. I thought you were with that snake-controlling bastard who stole my cloak just a moment ago. But he's been gone for a while now. The skeleton began to explain. Are you new here? If so, you're incredibly unlucky. Every time night falls, all the creatures here lose their minds and start tearing each other apart. It pointed upwards, and the key item needed to leave, the sea demon's cloak, has already been stolen by that bastard. Lin Yuan thought to himself. So, he's trying to trap me in here, huh? He probed further. Do you have any other useful items? The skeleton seemed surprised. Items? Just then, its eyes began to glow with a red light. I only have a map of this place left. If you promise not to kill me, the map is yours. Lin Yuan stared at the map with cold, calculating eyes. Its contents revealed a sea demon's lair, a chapel, and a temple. Lin Yuan deduced. A sea demon's lair? Could it be related to the sea demon's cloak? Time passed, and he began to move. 3 days later, inside the sea demon's lair, Lin Yuan observed the scene before him and silently concluded that the monster's aggression was very low during the day. His train of thought continued. At that very moment, strange red streaks began to appear. Tidal sea demons? If I remember correctly, this type of monster should only exist on the Tidal archipelago. Why are they here? Tentacles began to appear on Lin Yuan's head. They moved gently. He realized, are they afraid? What on earth is in this cave? Down the dark path, a scorpion with a glowing body was crawling out. Lin Yuan's footsteps came to a halt at the cave's entrance. His gaze froze for a moment. What is this? Suddenly, all the sea demons knelt down in reverence. He thought to himself, are they bowing to me? Lin Yuan was highly skeptical. He glanced behind him and realized he was mistaken. A mural of a single eye was looking down on them. He observed it carefully. A mural? Could this be the sea demon's deity? Lin Yuan glanced back at the sea demons, who were prostrated on the ground, not daring to look up. He theorized, no, that's not it. This is definitely not the sea demon's god. That being is. Finally, Lin Yuan realized what that eye represented. The Eldritch God of the Starry Sky? The Eldritch God of the Starry Sky is depicted here? In my past life, it descended from outer space, but that was clearly after the Immortal World manifested in reality. He tried to recall why the Eldritch God had appeared in his past life. Moreover, it was clearly summoned by the first believer. Suddenly, Lin Yuan remembered something. There was another possibility. He couldn't be bound by his preconceived notions. Searching his memories, he recalled the snake tamer once mentioning that the first believer had received divine power. Why didn't he summon the evil god then? Lin Yuan considered the worst-case scenario. Did he have to wait until the Immortal World manifested in reality, just like in his past life? He proposed another theory, or perhaps, the Eldritch God of the Starry Sky never belonged to reality in the first place. Images of towering skyscrapers, strings of data, and advanced technology flashed through his mind as he began to calculate. I have to clear this instant's dungeon to get more information, and right now, that temple is the most suspicious place. Night falls at the entrance of a cave. A massive sea king roars in anger. The poison god, Lin Yuan, doesn't even spare it a glance, simply saying, "You're in the way." He then activates his level 3 Calamity skill, launching a powerful attack. He orders the Lizard Kings, deal with them. Thunderous explosions continuously erupt from inside the cave, and the sea monsters are quickly and easily dispatched. Lin Yuan steps outside, where a powerful pillar of light shoots up into the sky in the distance. He glances at the pillar of light and says nonchalantly, "Just as I expected, something's wrong." From within the forest, pairs of eyes watch from the shadows. Meanwhile, the sea monsters frantically charge toward Lin Yuan, but he shows no sign of hesitation or fear, simply uttering a single question. "So, you've brought out the whole nest?" With that, Lin Yuan summons a tall, majestic gate. The undead spirits under his command gather and form ranks. Undead, assemble. A quiet but powerful command is given. Crush them. All the summoned undead charge into battle against the sea monsters. The sea monsters are by no means outmatched. Their tentacles can fight off several undead at once. However, among them are powerful undead that can easily defeat a sea monster in a single blow. Lin Yuan observes the situation and concludes, the dungeon level is too high. The low-level undead aren't very effective. And just as he thinks that, undead like the Morning Scorpion, the Desert Ghost Wolf, and the Hades Snake are easily ensnared by the tentacles and bound. Seeing this, he immediately activates his corpse explosion skill, and a system notification chimes in. After the chaotic battle, all the sea monsters have been wiped out. Lin Yuan calculates for a moment. That attack consumed too many low-level undead. I need to replenish them. But as he tries to resurrect the low-level undead, a system failure notification appears. Even Lin Yuan himself didn't expect this. Resurrection is disabled.